In the early morning, a beam of sunlight filtered through the curtains and fell upon the faces of two individuals lying in bed. Du Qingqian awakened, bewildered by his surroundings. The room was tastefully and warmly decorated, permeated by an intoxicating scent of hormones. Clothes were strewn across the floor, and a beautiful leg rested upon his abdomen, while a stunning woman curled up in his embrace. The sight of her exquisite form sprawled beside him, marked by traces of peach blossoms on the sheets, sent a jolt through Du Qingqian's mind. He had slept with Wang Lingying. What was he to do? Wang Lingying, a paragon of grace, had mentioned just the night before her impending engagement that on the eve of her betrothal, he had inadvertently placed a metaphorical green hat upon her fiancé's head. What a predicament! 3 years prior, had it not been for Wang Lingying's timely rescue, Du Qingqian might have met his demise on the streets. Thus, over these 3 years, he had nursed his wounds while quietly safeguarding her. Wang Lingying's aloof nature, shaped by past tribulations, rendered her inherently wary of men, making Du Qingqian her sole male friend. Last night, in a moment of distress, she had sought him out for drinks, and yet he had crossed an unspoken boundary. How could they possibly remain friends after this? Lost in thought, the enchanting figure in his arms stirred, and with a startled cry, Wang Lingying sent him tumbling off the bed. "W, what are you doing here? What have you done?" Her face was a canvas of shock and fury as she caught sight of the crimson stain on the sheets. Du Qingqian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He hastily donned his clothing and stammered, "If I were to say this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Cocooned in the corner of the bed, wrapped tightly in the duvet, Wang Lingying's expression was a tumult of emotions: regret, derision, loathing, and utter bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, her demeanor surprisingly calmed, and she asked, "Do you think I would believe that?" The absence of a loud confrontation was unexpected for Du Qingqian. "You need to leave," she commanded. Get out." A pillow flew toward him, propelled by her frustration. 30 minutes later, they sat on the couch in the living room. Wang Lingying was impeccably dressed. Her former allure and temptation vanished, replaced by the demeanor of an icy goddess. "I require an explanation." Du Qingqian inhaled deeply, feigning composure. "You were feeling down last night and sought me out for drinks that we both got intoxicated. And as for what transpired afterward, I have no recollection." Wang Lingying fixed her piercing gaze upon him, radiating an aura of hostility. Du Qingqian met her stare with calmness. After a moment, her anger dissipated, leaving her expression inscrutable as she inquired, "What do you intend to do about this?" "If you consent, I will take responsibility," he stated earnestly. "And if I do not?" She retorted with a cold laugh. "In that case, we shall simply forget last night's events," he replied. Wang Lingying, visibly angered, exclaimed, "Men like you are all the same to you. This is merely inconsequential, isn't it?" Du Qingqian offered a wry smile. "What would you have me do?" Such events transpired, yet Wang Lingying managed to maintain her composure, a testament to her extraordinary character. She closed her eyes, seemingly engaged in profound contemplation. After a considerable pause, she suddenly remarked, "When you arrived at the bar last night, I had already consumed a bottle of red wine, correct?" Du Qingqian was momentarily taken aback, nodding in affirmation. That bottle of wine was a gift from someone else. A flicker of realization crossed Du Qingqian's mind. "Are you implying that there was something amiss with that wine?" Wang Lingying appeared to have made a resolute decision. "You have saved me multiple times. I owe you a debt. Let last night be my way of repaying you, and from now on, we are even. You may leave." Du Qingqian's emotions were tumultuous. "I understand that this marriage is not of your choosing. In reality, you said I was coerced. To marry into the Wei family is a source of great joy. For me, you are overthinking it." Wang Lingying interjected, her expression tinged with self-mockery. Du Qingqian continued, "If you are reluctant, I can assist you. No one can compel you. That is my concern." Wang Lingying interrupted him again. "Born into the Wang family, I have no choice. This is my fate." Du Qingqian wished to say more, but Wang Lingying's phone rang. Her tone conveyed authority and dominance. "All right, I understand. Inform all mid-level and above management to convene in the conference room at 10 o'clock. With a decisive click, she hung up and turned to Du Qingqian, stating, You may leave. Du Qingchen opened his mouth, at a loss for words. I command you to leave. Wang Lingying's voice rose slightly, revealing her struggle to control her emotions. Du Qingchen dared not provoke her further and hurriedly departed. 10 minutes later, Wang Lingying emerged from the villa, her makeup impeccable. She still exuded the aura of a lofty queen, aloof, sagacious, and radiating formidable presence. The Porsche sped away, and Du Qingchen stepped out from the greenery, watching the car disappear, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a smile blossomed on Du Qingchen's face. "Ah, my esteemed Wang, you have finally deigned to contact us." In a lavish palace across the ocean, a rotund man clutched his phone, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. This man, in his 30s, was the primary heir of an ancient European family, destined to oversee the family's vast fortune, amounting to hundreds of billions. His name was long and difficult to remember, but he bore another moniker that sent shivers down many spines. The God of Wealth. The God of Wealth was not merely a title, but a legend. It was said that it was better to offend the king of hell than to cross the God of Wealth. Wherever commerce thrived on earth, the shadow of the God of Wealth loomed large. With his amassed wealth, means, and influence, he could effortlessly determine the fate of countless billionaires and unleash global financial crises at will. Such was the God of Wealth, Du Qingchen's most steadfast brother and his most loyal subordinate. My injuries have healed, and, naturally, I had to reach out to you. How are the brothers faring? The God of Wealth exclaimed eagerly. Well, Wang. If they knew you had returned, they would be beside themselves with excitement. You are our king. Thus, it is best not to inform them just yet, Du Qingchen cautioned. I haven't disclosed this to anyone else, but just a moment ago, I was with the Dragon Maiden, and she has already set out to find you. The God of Wealth said, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. Du Qingchen felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. Your Majesty, all assets have been meticulously organized and covertly transferred into your name. Additionally, I have informed a member of the business association in Jiangnan province, who will soon come to meet with you personally. Very well, I merely wish to share some good news with you. I have found a princess for you. With a decisive click, Du Qingchen ended the call. The God of Wealth stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the gravity of the revelation. Good heavens, this news is utterly explosive. If it were to spread, would those women who once fervently pursued the prince not succumb to despair? The Shijiang Moon Grand Hotel has been entirely reserved by the Wei family today. Luxury vehicles line the entrance, and the grand hall is filled to capacity with esteemed guests. Today, Wei Haiyang, the only son of the Wei family, is set to engage in a ceremonial union with Wang Lingying, the daughter of the Wang family. The Wei family boasts assets exceeding 1 billion, establishing them as a prominent lineage in Jiangnan City. In contrast, the Wang family, though possessing a modest 500 million, still holds a reputable status as a secondary family. Matriarch Jiang, accompanied by her kin, arrived early, her weathered face adorned with smiles as she greeted the guests. Those attending this gathering are indisputably the city's elite and affluent. Wei Haiyang, radiating confidence in his custom-tailored suit, mingles among the attendees, graciously accepting their congratulations. He is no stranger to women, having engaged with numerous, including celebrities and models, leading a notoriously extravagant lifestyle. Yet, his heart remains tethered to Wang Lingying, the unrivaled beauty of Jiangnan City, a rising star in the business realm, and the object of countless men's desires. The Wang family has seen its fortunes wane since the passing of the elder patriarch, but thanks to Wang Lingying's resilience, they have managed to sustain their standing. Without her, the family would have succumbed to decline long ago. For this momentous occasion, Wei Haiyang has exerted considerable effort and incurred great expense, believing it all worthwhile to ultimately win her affection. As he gazes upon Wang Lingying, resplendent in her attire, a surge of impatience wells within him. He longs for the engagement ceremony to commence, eager to advance their relationship and assert his claim over her. Moreover, following this day, the Wei and Wang families will embark on numerous collaborations, enabling him to steer the Wang family's destiny. A flicker of avarice glimmers in Wei Haiyang's eyes. For his ambitions are vast. Wang Lingying, adorned with an elegant smile, has been well-educated, excelling in social interactions. Beside her, Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jifeng share in her excitement. reveling in their daughter's accomplishments and the newfound prestige it brings them. At 10 o'clock, the engagement ceremony is finally poised to begin. The hall is adorned in a celebratory, romantic, and opulent manner. On stage, Wei Haiyang and Wang Lingying stand together, with one hand cradling a magnificent bouquet of roses and the other holding a jewelry box. He kneels on one knee, proposing to Wang Lingying. Lingying, from this day forth, I shall cherish you, ensuring you endure not the slightest grievance. I wish to hold you in my palm, making you the happiest woman in the world. Will you marry me? The guests erupt in applause, some even urging them to unite. However, the smile on Wang Lingying's face gradually fades, a flicker of discontent flashing in her eyes. The visage of Du Qingchen suddenly invades her thoughts, echoing in her mind his words. If you are unwilling, no one can force you. A bittersweet ache fills her heart, her eyes welling with tears. Has she, after all, succumbed to the hands of fate? She had almost resigned herself to this reality. Yet the events of the previous night have left her feeling a pang of regret. Her hesitation enveloped the room in silence, and a flicker of anger crossed Wei Haiyang's eyes, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable, while the atmosphere turned distinctly awkward. Lingying, will you marry me? Wei Haiyang proclaimed loudly once more. Startled, Wang Lingying snapped back to reality, sensing the discord in the ambience. With a sigh in her heart, she was about to acquiesce when, unexpectedly, a jarring voice pierced through. She cannot marry you. All eyes shifted towards the entrance. Du Qingchen strolled in leisurely. Despite his exceedingly ordinary attire, which amounted to no more than 200 yuan, he emanated an undeniably formidable presence, his demeanor calm and composed. Following closely behind him was a striking woman clad in leather, her beauty chilling, deftly twirling a dagger between her fingers in a mesmerizing display. Upon witnessing Du Qingchen's sudden appearance, Wang Lingying trembled, her expression a tumult of complexities. You cannot marry him, Du Qingchen stated, fixing his gaze upon Wang Lingying. Why? She inquired, each word deliberate. Because you are my woman, he replied. Du Qingchen's words were astonishing. Wang Lingying's face flushed crimson, and gasps of disbelief erupted throughout the crowd. The members of the Wei family felt an overwhelming sense of shame and indignation, while the Wang family members brought by the elder Jiang were engulfed in sheer terror. Du Qingchen's revelation was simply too shocking. The renowned goddess Wang Lingying was, in fact, involved with a man in secret? Wei Haiyang stood abruptly, his face aflame with rage, trembling uncontrollably as he hurled the flowers in his hand to the ground and fixed his icy gaze upon Wang Lingying, coldly demanding, is what he said true? Wang Lingying remained silent. This silence was an acknowledgement. Wei Haiyang, shedding his previous elegance and courtesy, gritted his teeth and spat curses, you wretched harlot. How dare you betray me and consort with another man? I will end you. With that, he raised his hand to strike Wang Lingying. Suddenly, a chilling flash sliced through the air. Before Wei Haiyang's hand could descend, the woman in the leather jacket behind Du Qingchen intervened, driving a dagger through Wei Haiyang's right arm. Du Qingchen's expression darkened as he strode purposefully toward the stage. The scene teetered on the brink of chaos, and Wei Tong's face contorted in distress as he bellowed, "Stop him!" In the hall, a multitude of bodyguards, who had long been on standby, lunged at Du Qingchen. Calmly, he continued forward, his gaze unfaltering, not even acknowledging the guards. Behind him, the leather-clad woman snorted disdainfully and surged ahead. The sounds of thuds echoed as one by one. The bodyguards were sent crashing to the ground, limbs broken, unable to rise. After executing this display of power, the woman showed no hint of emotion, falling back in line behind Du Qingchen. Throughout this ordeal, he did not pause for even a moment, soon reaching the stage. The leather-clad woman swiftly approached Wei Haiyang. With a swift motion, she extracted the dagger from his arm, causing him to scream in agony as she kicked him off the stage. Wei Haiyang, in utter disarray, was aided by members of the Wei family. All eyes were fixed upon Du Qingchen. Though he had not lifted a finger, none dared to underestimate him. It was clear that he was the true protagonist of the day. Come with me, Du Qingchen said, his tone calm, yet imbued with an irresistible authority, as he took Wang Lingying's hand and descended from the stage. Wang Lingying's mind was in disarray. Perhaps the suddenness of the events left her no chance to contemplate. Or perhaps she was overwhelmed by Du Qingchen's commanding presence. She did not resist, opting instead to comply. Her acquiescence only served to provoke someone further. Wei Haiyang, a picture of dishevelment, his expression twisted and fierce, resembled a gambler who had lost everything. He broke free from the crowd and lunged at Du Qingchen, shouting, "You shameless couple, stop right there." With a resounding crash, Wei Haiyang was sent flying, crashing heavily 10 meters away, his bones shattered, and he fell unconscious. The assailant was once again the woman in the leather jacket. Du Qingchen, since his arrival, had not cast a single glance at Wei Haiyang. He strode directly toward the exit, as if every person present were not worthy of his attention. In the grand hall, a dozen bodyguards stood by. Yet none dared to advance, all rendered speechless by the imposing figure of the woman in leather. Who would be bold enough to cause a disturbance here? Suddenly, a middle-aged man strode in from outside, his broad shoulders and prominent temples indicative of formidable strength, his calloused hands betraying years of mastery in martial arts. This was Wei Wujie, the revered protector of the Wei family, also serving as a bodyguard for Wei Tong. As a master of true energy, he had little interest in such gatherings and had remained in the car until summoned by a call from Wei Tong. Upon Wei Wujie's arrival, the members of the Wei family felt a wave of relief wash over them, while Wei Tong sneered, "You think you can leave? You clearly do not regard my family with the respect it deserves." Du Qingchen finally halted, casting a casual glance at Wei Wujie, and inquired, "Are you from the Divine Fist sect?" Wei Wujie was taken aback and responded, "How did you know? If you are aware, why not surrender peacefully? If Xiao Chuang were here, he would not dare to obstruct me." Du Qingchen frowned and retorted, "However, I am granting him face. You may leave." An unease gripped Wei Wujie's heart. Xiao Chuyang, the unrivaled master of the Divine Fist sect, was a true pinnacle of power in the realm of ancient martial arts. Though little known in the mundane world, the woman in leather stepped out from behind Du Qingchen, her gaze fixed on Wei Wujie, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Upon seeing her, Wei Wujie's expression shifted dramatically, fear flooding his eyes as he immediately knelt, bowing deeply, "I pay my respects to Lord Zhike." The four great envoys under the Dragon King, Qing Long, Baihu, Zhike, and Xuanwu, were shrouded in mystery yet unmatched in strength. Even the leaders of the 9 major sects would bow before them, for the entire realm of ancient martial arts was under their dominion. Wei Wujie had encountered Zhuge once during his training in the Divine Fist sect. Begone. Zhuge stepped back behind Du Qingchen. It seemed that Wei Wujie had suddenly discerned Du Qingchen's true identity, his expression morphing into one of heightened terror. He clasped his fists and swiftly retreated. All present were left in stunned silence. The Wei family's foremost expert, Wei Wujie, had capitulated, evidently shaken to his core. What manner of identities did these two possess? With Du Qingchen's departure, no one dared to impede him any longer. The engagement banquet concluded abruptly. Guests, feeling the awkwardness, began to take their leave. And it was certain that the Wei family would become the subject of ridicule in the aftermath. Only the members of the Wei and Wang families remained, bound by shared honor and disgrace and intertwined fates. Patriarch Wei. Grandmother Jiang spoke hesitantly, "I truly apologize. No one anticipated that things would escalate to this point. What shall we do now?" She sought to gauge Wei Tong's sentiment. Wei Tong, his expression darkened, commanded someone to take his son to the hospital and then turned to Grandmother Jiang, stating, "My Wei family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. The humiliation endured today shall be avenged. As for the previously agreed upon collaborations, that will depend on your Wang family's attitude. Do you not wish to provide me with an explanation regarding this matter?" Madame Jiang had remained silent until now, yet her heart seethed with indignation. Du Qingchen's ruckus had brought shame upon the Wang family, but she found herself unable to express her fury at this moment. "Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter," she declared. Once the Wang family members departed, Wei Tong also left with his entourage, entering his vehicle with a grim expression. He instructed his steward, immediately dispatched someone to investigate their background. Especially that woman who managed to instill such fear in Wei Wujie. She cannot be an ordinary person. "Sir, I have already sent someone to look into it." The steward replied cautiously. Wei Tong nodded and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. "President Liu, it's me." Wang Lingying broke free and headed towards the parking lot. At some point, Zhike had vanished. With a screech, a Porsche halted in front of Du Qingchen. Wang Lingying gazed ahead and coldly commanded, "Get in." Du Qingchen obediently took the passenger's seat, while Wang Lingying remained silent throughout the drive, ultimately stopping the car by the riverbank. Exiting the vehicle, she stood at the water's edge, lost in thought, her brow furrowed. Du Qingchen stood beside her, unsure of how to initiate conversation. Earlier, he had exuded confidence, but now he felt a twinge of anxiety. He had disrupted what was supposed to be a joyous engagement banquet and forcibly taken Wang Lingying away, undoubtedly inviting trouble, particularly for her. He was acutely aware of the significance this marriage held for the Wang family. "Thank you for today," Wang Lingying suddenly spoke. "There's no need for gratitude. As long as you don't hold it against me," Du Qingchen replied, relieved. "Why would I blame you? Wang Lingying inquired. I have disrupted your previous life. Du Qingchen confessed. You know I do not care for him. Your appearance merely compelled me to resist. After Wang Lingying spoke, she turned to face Du Qingchen, her gaze contemplative. After a moment, she unexpectedly asked, Do you like me? I do not know, he replied. You are quite honest. Well, to be truthful, I do not like you, Wang Lingying stated. Du Qingchen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Being told so bluntly by a woman was rather humiliating, suggesting a lack of allure on his part. Do you know why I am so averse to this marriage? Wang Lingying asked again. Du Qingchen shook his head. My grandmother believes that by marrying into the Wei family, they would undoubtedly assist the Wang family in regaining its former glory. However, there exists an alternative possibility. They might choose to absorb our family instead. Regrettably, I cannot convince her. Her desire to restore the family is too strong. Wang Lingying sighed. Du Qingchen remained silent. Wang Lingying added, Today, the Wei family has lost all face, and by extension, so has our Wang family. Therefore, you will encounter considerable trouble ahead. They will resort to any means to deal with you, and of course, my own situation will not improve either. Du Qingchen replied nonchalantly, I am indifferent. I will face my own troubles. I can help you resolve your issues, Du Qingchen asserted confidently. And how would you resolve them? Would you annihilate the Wei family? Violence is hardly a solution to any problem, and in truth, this matter is one you need not involve yourself in. Why bother? Wang Lingying spoke softly. Du Qingchen sighed. It is too late for words. I have already intervened. Perhaps it is not too late. I shall take you to the airport now, to leave Jiangnan City and never return. Wang Lingying handed him a bank card. It contains 1 million, my entire savings, as a form of compensation. Come, let us depart for the airport at once. Du Qingchen raised an eyebrow. I will not leave. If I go, what will happen to you? My affairs are of no concern to you. That is out of the question. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you are mine, and they will perceive it as such. Even if this is a misunderstanding, no one will listen to your explanations. I cannot abandon my woman and flee, Du Qingchen declared. Wang Lingying gazed into Du Qingchen's eyes and asked, Have you truly made up your mind? You really will not leave? I must remind you, should you remain, your life may be in jeopardy. The Wei family could easily take your life. Du Qingchen shook his head. Do not attempt to persuade me further. I have made my decision. I shall stay to protect you. Wang Lingying withdrew the card and stared out at the river, lost in thought. After a considerable silence, she turned to Du Qingchen and said earnestly, Let us marry. Du Qingchen nearly stumbled in shock. Marriage? He was astounded. Truly, the thoughts of a business queen like Wang Lingying are indeed surprising. Are you serious? You cannot be jesting. Du Qingchen replied, bemused. You must take responsibility. Either we marry, or I give you 1 million, and you go to the airport immediately, Wang Lingying said, a hint of impatience in her tone. What choice did Du Qingchen have? Half an hour later, the two stood before the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Lingying glanced at the sign and suddenly hesitated. After all, marriage is a significant event in one's life. If you regret it now, it is not too late, Du Qingchen said. Perhaps you should reconsider? Wang Lingying strode into the bureau's hall. 10 minutes later, they emerged, both looking somewhat dazed. Was this truly how one ends their single life? It seemed rather hasty. Outside, Zhuke, clad in leather, stood with a complex expression, staring at the red book in their hands, frowning as she asked, Are you serious? Du Qingchen rubbed his nose, unsure how to respond. Whether they were serious was up to Wang Lingying to decide. Come with me. I have something to discuss. I will be right back. Du Qingchen said to Wang Lingying before following her. Congratulations on your marriage. I have protected you for 3 years. It is time for me to leave, Zhuke remarked, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Du Qingchen sincerely replied, Thank you for these 3 years. Qingyi has arrived. What? Du Qingchen exclaimed in surprise. Let her return to the capital. The thought of Qingyi made Du Qingchen uneasy. If she were to discover that he had married, it would surely break her heart. Do you believe I can persuade her? Moreover, this matter was agreed upon by him as well. Zhuke tossed a ring to Du Qingchen, stating, He entrusted me with this to give to you. You shall keep it from now on. Du Qingchen's expression changed dramatically. Him? He is fine. He could live another 20 years without issue. Return it to him. I do not want it. You know his character. Once he has made a decision, no one can alter it. Zhuke turned and departed. Du Qingchen helplessly watched her leave, pocketing the ring, only to turn and meet Wang Lingying's questioning gaze. A friend. He explained. Very well. I have no interest in your personal life and shall not interfere. You need not consider my feelings. Go on. Wang Lingying replied with a stoic face. Du Qingshan forced a smile. Where to? Wang Lingying had already entered the vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, Du Qingshan followed suit. Outside the villa, Grandma Jiang, Wang Yuanluan, Ma Jifeng, and more than 10 members of the Wang family were gathered, clearly there to seek accountability. Grandma. Wang Lingying stepped forward upon seeing the elderly matriarch. Grandma Jiang snorted disdainfully and slapped her across the face. Du Qingshan dashed forward to intercept the blow, shielding Wang Lingying behind him, his eyes narrowing at Grandma Jiang. Elderly lady, is it appropriate to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Stand aside. I shall handle this myself. Wang Lingying pushed him away and addressed her grandmother. Grandma, I understand that I have disappointed you. I am truly sorry. Mother. Let us speak civilly, Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jifeng urged. You all step aside. It is your excessive indulgence that has led her to this point. Look at what she has done, betraying her fiancé on the eve of their engagement, ruining a familial alliance, shamelessly disgracing us. She is a disgrace to the family. Grandma Jiang chastised. Faced with her rebuke, Wang Yuanluan and his wife remained silent. You must go to the Wei family and apologize. The head of the Wei family has stated that this was a momentary lapse. If you comply, they may still accept you. Grandma Jiang asserted coldly. Wang Lingying's body stiffened, her heart sinking. Without further ado, Wang Lingying retrieved the marriage certificate from her bag and raised it. Grandma, it is too late. We are already married. So I cannot comply with your request. Grandma Jiang nearly fainted from anger, her cane tapping against the ground. You are driving me to my grave. Wang Lingying. You are utterly bold and shameless. Who permitted you to marry him? With no retreat possible, Wang Lingying gritted her teeth and declared, Grandma. I may have been nurtured by the family, but my contributions over the years are evident. I do not love Wei Haiyang and would never marry him. Moreover, I am now a married woman. It is impossible for me to join the Wei family. Frolicking with men, and now fearing the damage to your reputation. You rush to marry. Do you consider marriage a mere game? Shameless. You lack dignity, yet we still have ours. Wang Shui mockingly remarked that she was the cousin of Wang Lingying and the daughter of Wang Yuanming. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Wang Shui's face met with an unexpected blow. Unbeknownst to her, Du Qingshan had silently positioned himself before her. His gaze piercing and his expression grim as he declared, Should you dare to insult her again, I shall take your life. The elderly matriarch finally regarded Du Qingshan with seriousness. What is your name? She inquired. Du Qingshan, he replied. What is your occupation? I am an idle wanderer, he stated. Very well. The matriarch continued. I shall offer you 1 million as long as you divorce her at this moment. Du Qingshan shook his head. I have no interest in money. As long as she does not initiate the divorce, I shall not agree to it. All eyes turned to Wang Lingying, who resolutely declared, I will not divorce. The matriarch then glanced at her third son, Wang Yuanluan, who, with a heavy heart, urged, My daughter, you must think this through. Ma Jifeng also advised, Daughter, perhaps it would be best for you to consider divorce. Are you all forcing me? You are my biological parents. Can you truly bear to do this? Wang Lingying's face reflected profound sorrow. Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jifeng, their faces flushed with shame, lowered their heads in silence. At that moment, the sound of police sirens pierced the air as 2 police cars sped into view. The Law Enforcement Association had arrived. And the Wang family wore expressions of delight, for this had been anticipated. Once Du Qingshan, the source of their troubles, was apprehended, they could take Wang Lingying to the Wei family to apologize and thereby safeguard the Wang clan. As for whether Du Qingshan would be released, that was not a concern. The Wei family would certainly not let him go. Wang Lingying, her resolve unwavering, stepped forward to stand beside Du Qingshan, demonstrating through her actions her intent to share in his fate. Now that they were married, they were legally bound as husband and wife should Du Qingshan encounter trouble. She felt compelled to stand by him. Who is Du Qingshan? The captain of the enforcement team, named Chang Wei, approached with a somewhat overbearing demeanor, having been commissioned by the president. I am, Du Qingshan announced. You are suspected of intentional injury. Please accompany me back to the Law Enforcement Association for questioning. Immediately, several members of the enforcement team moved to place handcuffs on Du Qingshan and lead him toward the police car. Wang Lingying stepped in their path, her voice icy. Do you have any evidence? Chang Wei, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorted, This is an investigation by the Law Enforcement Association. It is not your place to interrogate. Step aside, or we shall take you as well. Du Qingshan turned to Chang Wei, smiling. Are you certain you wish to arrest me? Chang Wei narrowed his eyes. Do you not understand my words clearly enough? Du Qingshan voluntarily extended his hands, and with a click, the cuffs were fastened. Wang Lingying attempted to speak again, but Du Qingshan looked at her reassuringly. Do not worry, I will be fine. Stay at home, and I shall return soon. Wang Lingying remained speechless, her expression somber as the police car sped away. The elderly lady exhaled in relief and said to Wang Lingying, You must have seen it too. Opposing the Wei family leads to dire consequences. There is still time to remedy the situation. I shall seek the Wei family's forgiveness. Such matters, I trust, they would not wish to be publicized. So you should consider yourself fortunate. Did I mention I wanted a divorce? A surge of anger rushed through Wang Lingying as she retorted. You have controlled me for over 20 years. From now on, do not think you can control me any longer. With that, she directly entered her vehicle and pursued the police car. The Wang family members exchanged glances, while the elderly lady trembled with fury. Wang Yunlun quickly stepped forward to support her, saying, Mother, please do not be too upset. Leave. The elderly lady struck Wang Yunlun across the face. Her voice laced with anger as she scolded, You have truly disappointed me. Third, look at the daughter you have raised. Our Wang family is on the brink of ruin because of you. I do not care how you do it. You must ensure they get divorced. Let us go. With that, the elderly lady led a group of family members away in a huff. In the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Association, Du Qingshan was escorted to the interrogation room, his hands and feet bound. Soon, Chang Wei entered with a team member. With a resounding clang, the small door was shut. Chang Wei approached Du Qingshan, sitting on the table and gazing down at him with a malicious smile. Du Qingshan, you were quite audacious. Daring to strike young Master Wei and even attempt to seize a wedding. I must admit, your courage is commendable. Du Qingshan remained unresponsive. By the way, do you know I have a rather infamous nickname? He continued. Du Qingshan continued to ignore him. They call me Ghostly Woe. Chang Wei leaped down, sauntering to Du Qingshan's side. Leaning close to his ear and menacingly whispering, Once you are here, there is no escape. But rest assured, I want to take your life. As Wei Tong has ordered to keep you alive, albeit I can still have my fun with you before that. Du Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Aren't you supposed to be interrogating me? This seems rather against protocol. Here, I set the rules, Chang Wei retorted. He then produced a hammer from his pocket and retrieved a thick stack of newspapers from a drawer, his eyes gleaming with madness. Do you know how I intend to torment you? Du Qingshan sighed. I advise you to stick to lawful interrogation. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a dire predicament. Are you threatening me? Chang Wei narrowed his eyes. Merely a piece of advice, Du Qingshan replied with a smile. Thank you for your advice. Now enjoy yourself. Chang Wei said, signaling the nearby team member to step forward. Together, they placed the newspapers on Du Qingshan's chest and raised the hammer, bringing it down with force. His expression one of sheer exhilaration. However, before he could fully process the moment, a fist suddenly loomed before him, and with a resounding crash, Chang Wei's body was hurled against the small door. The team member nearby was taken aback, only to see a fist barreling toward him. Bang! The two men collapsed together. Chang Wei, in agonizing pain, struggled to rise from the ground. Upon touching his face, he discovered it was smeared with blood, igniting a surge of fury within him. Bewildered, he pondered how Du Qingshan had managed to escape despite being handcuffed. You are the first to dare defy me here. You are doomed, he declared, brandishing a firearm. Weren't you quite audacious? Come on, continue. You think you can fight? Come and strike me, he taunted. Yet, Du Qingshan remained utterly unperturbed. It was only when Chang Wei pressed the gun against his forehead that he calmly remarked, I abhor having a gun aimed at me. Meanwhile, Wang Lingying parked her car at the entrance of the Law Enforcement Association, intending to enter, but was halted. She dialed her phone multiple times in vain before finally giving up, her expression darkening. She merely sought to make an earnest effort. Yet her family would not allow even that, leaving her despondent. But what could she do? In the eyes of the matriarch, she was merely a pawn of the family, never cherished or valued, and could be sacrificed at any moment for the sake of familial interests. After pacing back and forth at the entrance, Wang Lingying felt physically and mentally drained, uncertain of her next move. At that moment, a taxi pulled up, and a young girl emerged from the vehicle. The girl's attire was peculiar, donned in a flowing azure robe, her beauty striking and reminiscent of the ethereal charm of Jiangnan's waterways, evoking a sense of envy in Wang Lingying. The young woman appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. As she gracefully approached the entrance of the Law Enforcement Association, upon making eye contact with Wang Lingying, she paused and inquired, Are you Wang Lingying? Wang Lingying responded, Do we know each other? The girl replied, We do not, her gaze scrutinizing Wang Lingying, evoking a sense of discomfort as if she were being seen through. Soon, A flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's face. How disappointing. How could he possibly like you? A flash of irritation crossed Wang Lingying's eyes, only to vanish as her expression turned impassive, as though she had heard nothing. She recognized that this girl was undoubtedly another acquaintance of Du Qingchen. How could this fellow know so many beautiful women? And it seemed their relationship was quite close. The tone of her voice suggested a certain fondness for Du Qingchen. Was this a confrontation with a rival? She smiled elegantly. At this juncture, she did not believe she had any feelings for Du Qingchen. She firmly asserted that she would not fall in love with him. She chose not to retaliate, for to ignore was the most potent form of counterattack. The girl in azure paid her no further heed and proceeded directly to the entrance. Wang Lingying observed her with a burgeoning curiosity. With Du Qingchen captured, it was evident that the Wei family was orchestrating events from the shadows. Who else in Jiangnan City could possibly rescue him? Predictably, the girl in azure was halted at the entrance. She presented an item to the gatekeeper, whose expression shifted dramatically and his demeanor became exceedingly respectful. "My lady, please allow me to escort you to meet your president," he said. "Lead the way," the girl in azure replied with a calm demeanor. The team member led the way as the two stepped inside. Wang Lingying was momentarily taken aback. They actually entered? Her heart, once filled with despair, began to revive with hope. Perhaps she had come to rescue him? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of unease. Suddenly realizing how little she truly knew about Du Qingchen. The president of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Association was a man named Lu Ziyan, a figure of considerable influence in Jiangnan City. He sat in his chair, legs propped on the desk, engaged in a phone conversation with Wei Tong. "Rest assured, Brother Wei, since he has indeed harmed someone, I will not disappoint you in this matter." "Ha, certainly, certainly." Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a woman clad in green entered, closing the door behind her. Lu Ziyan ended his call. "Who are you?" he asked, sitting up straight and exuding an air of authority. He did not wish for anyone to overhear his previous conversation. The woman responded, "I am here to take someone away." "Take someone? Who?" "Du Qingchen was captured by your people, wasn't he?" the woman inquired. "Du Qingchen?" Lu Ziyan's heart jolted, and he raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, I captured him. He has committed a crime and is about to face the full force of the law. By the way, how did you get in here?" "I told you. I am here to take him away," the woman said coldly. Lu Ziyan slammed his hand on the table and sprang to his feet. "Who do you think you are? This is not a place you can just waltz into. Guards, throw this person out." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the woman in green flickered and appeared before him, a gun pressed against his forehead. "What do you think you're doing? Don't act recklessly. I am the president of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Association. Are you aware of the gravity of this situation?" Lu Ziyan stammered, taken aback. How reckless to draw a weapon in the Law Enforcement Association, he thought. But as he met the woman's gaze, he felt himself shrink under her cold, disdainful stare, which made him feel as insignificant as an ant. "I could kill you in an instant, but consider this a warning. Treat me with respect," she declared, retracting her dagger and tossing a badge onto Lu Ziyan's desk. "I intend to take him away. Do you have any objections?" Lu Ziyan swallowed hard, instinctively glancing at the badge, his expression shifting dramatically. He opened the badge, his hands trembling, and quickly closed it again, presenting it with both hands, his words stumbling. "My apologies, esteemed lady. I had no idea you were gracing us with your presence. I beg your forgiveness for my previous rudeness. Please do not hold it against a mere insignificant person like me." The woman tucked the badge away and demanded, "Where is he? I want to see him immediately." "Ah," Lu Ziyan stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. "He has been taken to the interrogation room. You better pray he is unharmed. If he loses even a single hair, I will raise the Law Enforcement Association to the ground. I will take you there right away." Lu Ziyan hurriedly led the way. The two arrived at the interrogation room, the door firmly closed. "Open the door." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Du Qingchen. Upon seeing Qingyi, Du Qingchen smiled and remarked, "You truly came. My apologies for arriving late. I trust you are well?" Qingyi, biting her lip, expressed her emotions with a mix of agitation and guilt. Lu Ziyan, witnessing this interaction, felt his heart race. How extraordinary, he realized. Qingyi displayed profound respect for Du Qingchen. Who exactly was this individual that commanded such reverence? What sort of formidable presence had the Wei family entangled themselves with? The memory of his phone call with Wei Tong sent chills down Lu Ziyan's spine. Fortunately, Du Qingchen seemed unharmed. Yet, upon observing the scene within the room, his anxiety intensified. Chang Wei and another member of the enforcement team lay motionless on the ground, bloodied and still, uncertain of their fate. I am unharmed. Du Qingchen reassured with a smile before turning to Lu Ziyan, inquiring, and who might you be? I am Lu Ziyan, the president of the Enforcement Council, he replied. Wiping the sweat from his brow and slightly bowing, Du Qingchen nodded, saying, I must apologize, President Lu. Your subordinates attempted to inflict extrajudicial punishment upon me. That individual who calls himself Ghostly Encounter seems to have accepted favors from the Wei family. Hence, I deemed it necessary to administer a mild reprimand. It is not severe. They will likely recuperate in bed for a few months. What? They dared to resort to extrajudicial measures? Rest assured, Mr. Du, I shall ensure this matter receives due attention. And I will deal with them appropriately, Lu Ziyan promised. Du Qingchen replied, You are too kind, President Lu. I must apologize. My actions were dictated by the circumstances. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to force. Qingyi frowned, disapproving of Du Qingchen's humility, which she felt was uncharacteristic of him. Mr. Du, you are being too modest. I must apologize. It is my laxity that requires examination, she interjected. Unable to bear it any longer, she declared, Let us depart. Very well, Du Qingchen agreed. As they took a few steps, he abruptly paused and turned to Lu Ziyan, asking, President Lu, could we keep today's events confidential? Especially from those of the Wei family. I trust you possess the means to handle the explanation, yes? Lu Ziyan readily acquiesced, Rest assured, Mr. Du. I shall maintain absolute silence and will not disclose a single detail. Should anyone dare to utter even a word, they shall face dire consequences. Qingyi's aura radiated a menacing chill. Even Lu Ziyan, seasoned as he was, found himself nearly paralyzed with fear at her presence. His legs trembled, and her gaze instilled dread within him. Fear not, my lady, I will ensure their silence, he promised, trembling. Once the pair departed, Lu Ziyan exhaled deeply. Leaning against the wall, he turned to the team member who had been trailing him, instructing, Did you comprehend what was just discussed? You have seen no one today, understood? The subordinate, equally pale with fright, responded, President, you know me well. Even in death, I would never betray your trust. But, I must ask, who exactly is Du Qingchen? How is it that he warranted Lady Qingyi's personal intervention, and it appears she holds him in high regard? Do not speculate or inquire unnecessarily. Quickly inform everyone to convene a meeting. Additionally, erase all surveillance footage from today. I will make a call first. After stating this, Lu Ziyan hurriedly returned to his office. How did you manage to get out? Upon seeing Du Qingchen emerge unscathed before him, Wang Lingying felt a wave of relief wash over him. Du Qingchen replied, Oh, they conducted an investigation and found me innocent, so they released me. Do you take me for a child of 3? Wang Lingying retorted, turning his gaze toward the side where Qingyi stood. Oh, she is my sister. Du Qingchen hesitated momentarily before speaking. Let us go home, Wang Lingying declared. May I have a few words alone with her? Du Qingchen quickly interjected. Wang Lingying turned to enter the car. Du Qingchen led Qingyi to the other side. Qingyi, with a hint of grievance, lowered her head and pouted. Her current demeanor was one that outsiders could never witness. What are you doing here? I came to protect you. I do not need protection. Regardless of your sentiments, I refuse to leave, Qingyi asserted stubbornly. Do you have no other missions? My mission is to protect you. It was entrusted to me directly by the Dragon King, Du Qingchen replied, somewhat vexed. For 3 years, there had been silence and tranquility, yet some matters remained inescapable. Very well, from now on, there is no need for you to appear indiscriminately. With her eyes reddening, Qingyi acquiesced with a soft then turned to leave. Du Qingchen gazed at her retreating figure, his emotions swirling in complexity. He was well aware of Qingyi's affections for him, yet he had always regarded her solely as a sister. Once back in the car, Du Qingchen said, Let us depart. You certainly have a way with women. Wang Lingying replied, her focus fixed on driving, avoiding any distraction. Du Qingchen chuckled awkwardly. You misunderstand. Dear, they are truly just my friends. With a sudden brake, the car came to a halt by the roadside. Who is your dear? Let me remind you, our marriage must remain a secret. And you cannot refer to me as your wife. Otherwise, you should keep your distance, Wang Lingying warned sternly. Du Qingchen forced a smile. As they continued driving, Wang Lingying's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Du Qingchen refrained from speaking, wary of inciting her ire. Though inherently a dominant individual, he preferred not to exhibit such traits in Wang Lingying's presence. After a while, Wang Lingying's mood gradually improved, and she once again assumed her aloof goddess demeanor. Do you rent a place? She suddenly inquired. Yes, I rent in the western part of the city. Then let us go move your belongings, from now on. You shall reside with me. Her decisiveness was refreshing and devoid of any hesitation. Du Qingchen felt a surge of excitement. Was this the rhythm of cohabitation? Excellent. He responded eagerly. Upon returning to the villa, the Wang family had already vacated completely. However, a luxury vehicle, a globally limited edition Bentley, was parked at the entrance. At the entrance of the car, a man in a suit stood, robust and powerful, with prominent temples that clearly indicated his role as a bodyguard. Are you Mr. Du Qingchen? The bodyguard inquired, approaching respectfully with cupped fists. Du Qingchen nodded. My employer wishes to meet you privately. May I inquire if you have the time? However, Du Qingchen casually replied, I seem to be rather occupied at the moment. Wang Lingying, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the Bentley and said to Du Qingchen, All right. You two take your time to converse. I shall head in first. The door of the Bentley swung open, and a middle-aged man emerged. Swiftly making his way to Du Qingchen, bowing excitedly as he said, Greetings, Chairman. Du Qingchen asked, Do we know each other? Please wait for me in the car. The middle-aged man instructed the bodyguard. Once the bodyguard was inside the vehicle, he immediately knelt on one knee. I am Wu Guoxiong, president of the Jiangnan branch of the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce, paying my respects to you. Du Qingchen nodded. Please rise and speak. In the future, there is no need for such kneeling when you see me. Wu Guoxiong stood, overwhelmed with excitement, and gazing at Du Qingchen with admiration, somewhat at a loss for words. You are indeed the wealthiest individual in the provincial capital, Wu Guoxiong? Du Qingchen inquired. Yes, that is correct. I am Wu Guoxiong. Should outsiders have witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished to see the illustrious wealth of Jiangnan province behaving so submissively before Du Qingchen, akin to a child. Du Qingchen said, All right, let us discuss serious matters. What is it that you require of me? You are the king of our Huangquan organization and our leader. It fills me with immense excitement to meet you in person. I momentarily lost my composure. Please forgive me. Upon receiving the message from the God of Wealth, I hastily returned from abroad to meet you and present a modest gift. I hope you will graciously accept it. Wu Guoxiong produced an envelope from his pocket and offered it with both hands. What is this? Du Qingchen did not extend his hand to receive it. Wu Guoxiong cautiously replied, A villa located at the summit of Phoenix Mountain. It is said that the villa at the peak of Phoenix Mountain is the most expensive in Jiangnan City, valued at over 100 million. And it is not merely a matter of wealth to acquire it. You truly are quite thoughtful. Du Qingchen chuckled lightly. Wu Guoxiong hastened to explain. The organization has saved my life. Without it, I would have perished overseas years ago. Later, with the guidance of the God of Wealth and the countless resources provided by the Chamber of Commerce, I was able to achieve my current status. According to the regulations of the Chamber, 40% of my assets belong to the organization, and thus to you. However, on a personal note, should the organization require anything, I shall offer my all willingly. Therefore, what is mine is yours, O King. I hope you will not hesitate to accept it. If you need anything further, do not hesitate to command me. My phone is always on for you. It is my greatest honor to serve you. His body bent even lower in deference. Only then did Du Qingchen accept the envelope, saying, All right, you may return. Should I need anything, I will reach out to you. Yes, here is my business card. Wu Guoxiong presented his card with both hands. Du Qingchen accepted it and turned to leave. Wu Guoxiong remained hunched over, waiting for Du Qingchen to enter the villa. Only after the latter had stepped inside did he dare to rise and take a seat in the car, feeling his shirt soaked with sweat. However, internally, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, his heart brimming with joy. To witness the presence of the Wang was indeed a profound honor for him. Wang Lingying led Du Qingchen to a room on the first floor, designated as a guest room, typically reserved for a nanny, though she had never employed one, leaving it unoccupied. The linens were, however, ready for use. From now on, you shall reside here. I will wait outside for you, once you have settled your belongings. Please join me. We have much to discuss. With that, Wang Lingying exited the room. Du Qingchen had no particular demands regarding the room. He had stayed in villas, estates, and even palaces. He had also spent 3 days and nights concealed in the desolate jungles of Africa, and his rented accommodations had been quite modest. After arranging his luggage, Du Qingchen made his way to the living room, where Wang Lingying awaited him on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, she eagerly proclaimed, From this moment forth, we shall be considered husband and wife in name. You will reside here regularly, but before we proceed, we must establish some ground rules. Du Qingchen had anticipated this and nodded in agreement. Please, go ahead. First, she stated, you are not permitted to ascend to the second floor without my consent. Your movements are confined to the first floor alone. Second, unless in exceptional circumstances, our relationship must remain private, and we shall maintain a certain distance in public. Third, our marital arrangement can be terminated at any moment, at which point I will compensate you with 1 million per year. Du Qingchen chuckled wryly. As you wish. I have no objections. Wang Lingying continued. Fourth, until our divorce is finalized, I ask that you respect me. Should you wish to engage in flirtations with other women or pursue more serious endeavors, please do not bring them into our home, and strive to keep it from my knowledge. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. She added, naturally, I will not entertain any flirtations with other men. That is only reasonable. Du Qingchen replied. Of the 4 stipulations, the last resonated most with him, providing him with an additional comfort. Look, she still cares for me. She simply has grown accustomed to being dominant and dislikes showing vulnerability. Is there anything else? He inquired with a smile. Wang Lingying replied, not for now. Tomorrow, I will find a nanny to return. Aside from the requirement that you spend your nights here, you are free to occupy your time as you wish. You may seek employment or stay at home. I will not interfere if you wish to socialize or pursue romantic interests, but I will not provide you with any funds. Ah, Du Qingchen sighed. There's really no need to find a nanny. I can cook. You can cook? Wang Lingying paused in surprise. Du Qingchen smiled, indeed. I assure you, my culinary skills are quite impressive. Wang Lingying furrowed her brow. You genuinely wish to handle household duties? As we are married, I should take care of you in daily life. Du Qingchen replied confidently. Very well. Take this money as your living expenses. Wang Lingying retrieved 2 bundles of cash from her bag and tossed them in front of Du Qingchen. Her demeanor clouded with disappointment as she turned to ascend the stairs. She felt let down by him. The Wang family's 3 brothers, Wang Yuanming, Wang Yuanqin, and Wang Yuanluan, each have sons, but only the youngest, Wang Yuanluan, has a daughter, Wang Lingying. From a young age, Wang Lingying exhibited a fierce determination. Despite being a woman, she surpassed her 2 male cousins in excellence. Throughout her journey, her greatest realization has been that one can only achieve success through diligence and ambition. She herself serves as a prime example of this philosophy, leading her to disdain those who lack aspiration. How could a man, capable and able-bodied, remain at home and live off others? Such behavior is unacceptable. Du Qingchen, perplexed, sensed Wang Lingying's discontent yet remained unaware of its cause. Shall we talk a bit more? He suggested. Ignoring his words, Wang Lingying ascended the stairs without a backward glance. The door slammed shut, and Du Qingchen let out a sigh. He had observed Wang Lingying from afar for 3 years and had come to understand her, at least to some extent. Renowned for her aloofness, he discovered that he had underestimated the depth of her coldness. It appeared that the days ahead would not be easy. Nevertheless, he did not waver. A woman like her, once enamored, would be unwaveringly devoted. After sitting in the living room for a while, Du Qingchen retreated to his room. Once he finished organizing his belongings, he picked up the document pouch gifted by Wu Guoxiong and opened it. Inside were not only papers related to a property transfer but also a black bank card. To an ordinary person, this card would not appear to be a bank card at all. It resembled something more akin to a VIP pass for an entertainment venue. However, Du Qingchen was quite familiar with such cards. Although it seemed inferior to the ones he had previously used, it still required a minimum deposit of 100 million to acquire. This type of card was prevalent only among the upper echelons of society, serving as a symbol of status and wealth. At Jiangnan City's First People's Hospital, Wei Haiyang lay in his hospital bed, his face contorted with anger and resentment. I will kill him. I must kill him. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Son, does it hurt? Don't worry, I will avenge you. For now, focus on healing. We will deal with this later, Pan Xiaoqiao said, her face filled with concern. The door to the hospital room swung open, and Wei Tong entered with a grim expression. Be quiet, Pan Xiaoqiao snapped. What now? That brat has been captured, has he? He must not be allowed to die easily. He should be tortured thoroughly. Otherwise, my resentment will never be quelled. Indeed, he must not have it easy. It would be best to leave him alive so I can personally deal with him and ensure he becomes neither man nor woman, Wei Haiyang shouted from his bed. At that moment, the butler entered, carrying a stack of documents. Sir, we have obtained some results from our investigation. Wei Tong took the documents and began to read, his brow furrowing. An orphan? The butler replied. Interestingly, the investigation reveals that he lived in the Sunlight Orphanage in the city, disappearing at the age of 10 and only returning 3 years ago. However, the Sunlight Orphanage suffered a fire 10 years ago, resulting in the death of the former headmaster. making further inquiries impossible. And what of that woman? Unable to find any leads, we observed her departure from Jiangnan City at the airport. Wei Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unaware of Zhu Chue's true identity, the latter's formidable skills instilled a profound sense of caution within him. Now that Zhu Ke had departed, an opportunity had arisen. He dialed Lu Ziyan's number. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Chairman Lu, Mr. Wei. I am currently in a meeting. What is it that you need? I wanted to inquire about the individual you apprehended today. Wei Tong was taken aback. Typically, Chairman Lu and he shared a close rapport, but today's formal address caught him off guard, creating an unexpected sense of distance. Let it go. I'm busy with meetings. If there's nothing urgent, let us keep our communications to a minimum. With that, Lu Ziyan abruptly ended the call. Throughout the exchange, Lu maintained a cold demeanor, establishing a palpable distance that left Wei Tong feeling both furious and helpless. Despite the Wei family's status as a prominent and affluent family in Jiangnan City, they dared not confront Lu Ziyan, the president of the Law Enforcement Association. To oppose the state was tantamount to courting disaster. Wei Tong angrily hurled his phone to the ground. The individuals in the hospital room fell silent, fearing the wrath of the family head. After a moment, Wei Tong gradually regained his composure and beckoned to the butler, whispering a few instructions in his ear. The butler nodded. Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately. In the morning, stretching luxuriously, Du Qingshan arose, refreshed. After attending to his personal grooming, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, only to discover that the refrigerator was devoid of ingredients. He stepped outside the community to procure some breakfast and, upon returning home, noticed a taxi parked at the entrance. Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jifeng were unloading items from the vehicle. Du Qingshan hesitated for a moment before approaching. Dad. Mom, what brings you here? Do you need any assistance? Please, do not address me like that. You have caused me enough trouble already. What are you doing here? Wang Yuanluan waved his hands in alarm. Du Qingshan raised the breakfast he had just purchased, smiling. I reside here, of course. I went out to get breakfast. And I bought quite a bit. Let us enjoy it together. Ma Jinfeng's face turned a shade of green with anger. What do you mean? You spent the night here? Yes, I stayed here. Is there a problem? Just then, the door swung open, and Wang Lingying appeared in her pajamas, eyeing her parents with a frown. And you too? What brings you here so early? Seeing her daughter, Ma Jinfeng replied with a look of grievance. It's because of you that we were driven out by your grandmother. Unless you reconsider, not only will we be homeless, but your house may also be reclaimed by the family. Taking the breakfast from Du Qingshan's hands, Wang Lingying said, Let us help them move in. Although Du Qingshan was not particularly welcoming of Wang Yuanluan and his wife moving in, he understood that their intentions were largely ulterior. However, since this was Wang Lingying's residence, he had no authority to interfere and naturally refrained from voicing any opposition, readily assisting the couple with their luggage. Under Wang Lingying's arrangement, the couple settled on the second floor, and upon learning that Du Qingshan resided alone on the first floor, they exchanged relieved glances. At breakfast, Du Qingshan found the meal utterly tasteless. Ma Jifeng constantly directed biting remarks at him, eventually even suggesting that Wang Lingying should divorce him. You may move in without my objection. Supporting you is my obligation. However, do not meddle in my marital affairs. That is my bottom line. Well, I have eaten my fill, Wang Lingying stated before putting down her chopsticks and heading upstairs to quickly change for work. Once she left, Ma Jifeng resumed her tirade against Du Qingshan. Do you really think you are worthy to be our Wang family son-in-law? You must realize my daughter married you merely to silence others. You are nothing but a sham couple. As a man, have some ambition. Living off a woman so comfortably. You should know when to draw the line. If you agree to divorce, our family is willing to offer you 5 million. That should suffice for half your life. Why endure this? Du Qingshan wiped his mouth and calmly regarded Ma Jinfeng. Have you finished? His patience wearing thin. He considered Ma Jinfeng's behavior utterly excessive and did not hesitate to show his displeasure. Is there something wrong with what I said? Or is 5 million not enough for you? People with your mindset seem to think money is everything. Is it so easy for you to sell your daughter's happiness? Do you not feel any shame? His words caused Ma Jinfeng's face to flush, while Wang Yuanluan lowered his head in embarrassment. Flustered and angry, Ma Jifeng slammed her hand on the table. What do you mean by that? When have we sold our daughter's happiness? Everything we do is for her well-being. Do you honestly believe that marrying you equates to happiness? Young man, understand this. Your marriage is a facade. My daughter would never fall for a man like you. Dream on. There are plenty of suitors for her, and compared to them, you are woefully inadequate. You do not deserve her. Du Qingshan's expression darkened. and an imposing aura emanated from him. In an instant, Wang Yuanluan and his wife felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. They stood up, chilled to the bone and struggling to breathe, the memory of Du Qingqin's powerful presence at the hotel the previous day flashing through their minds. Fearfully, they gazed at Du Qingqin, too anxious to speak. Gradually, the intensity of Du Qingqin's demeanor faded, yet his tone remained laced with coldness. Regardless of the circumstances, I am currently your son-in-law and part of the family. You want to show me the respect I deserve and have no authority to interfere in our lives. It would be wise for you to remember that. With that, he exited the villa. After a long, deep breath, Du Qingqin's emotions began to stabilize. What Wang Lingying thought was her own affair. To him, this marriage had become a reality, and he was determined to nurture this relationship, diligently manage his affairs, and ultimately win over Wang Lingying. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous exceptional women, yet Wang Lingying stood out as the most extraordinary. Perhaps to others, she seemed unremarkable, but in his eyes, her kindness, stubbornness, and bravery were all reasons for his affection. Indeed, he had developed feelings for her. After a leisurely stroll through the market, he procured some ingredients. To capture Wang Lingying's heart, he resolved to first win over her stomach. Upon returning home, he found that the Wang couple was not present. As Du Qingqian waited until the afternoon to pick up Wang Lingying from work, he found the time unbearably dull. Consequently, he stood outside the community for over half an hour before finally hailing a taxi, which was quite frustrating. It seemed that the lack of a vehicle indeed posed a significant inconvenience. "Driver, take me to the finest car dealership in the city," Du Qingqian instructed. Preparing to purchase a car. The Sihai car dealership was renowned as the best in Jiangnan City, boasting 3 expansive showrooms and representing several prestigious brands. At this hour, the clientele was sparse. As Du Qingqian entered the hall, a woman in her 30s approached him. "Sir, are you looking to buy a car?" she inquired. "I'm just browsing," Du Qingqian responded while glancing at her name tag, which revealed her name was Sun Yan. Sun Yan was a seasoned employee who had been in automotive sales for several years and possessed a keen eye for discerning potential buyers. However, it was clear that she had misjudged him. Consequently, her demeanor turned somewhat indifferent. "Then, please feel free to look around." Du Qingqian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that he had been underestimated. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront her. After perusing the Volkswagen showroom, he ultimately decided on a Volkswagen Magotan. Observing the group of sales personnel engaged in idle chatter, it was evident that none had taken notice of him. He dismissed the small-mindedness of these individuals and waved, asking, "Could someone assist me in learning about this vehicle?" A hint of mockery flickered in the eyes of several sales staff, yet none approached him. Sun Yan, who had initially received him, remarked, "You can take your time looking. I am busy here." Suddenly, Manager Wu entered from outside and politely addressed Du Qingqian. "What vehicle are you interested in, sir?" Du Qingqian replied, "I'll take this Magotan." "How much is it?" "Oh, the dealership is currently running a promotion. This vehicle has a direct discount of 60,000, making the top configuration priced at 260,000. "Fine, I'll buy it. Here is my card," Du Qingqian stated decisively, handing over his card. Sun Yan and her colleagues had been watching closely, and, upon seeing Du Qingqian present his card, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Are you joking? Is that a VIP card from an internet CAF?" However, upon seeing the card, Manager Wu's expression changed dramatically. He scrutinized Du Qingqian closely, slightly bowed, and respectfully said, "Good day, sir. Please have a seat. I will have the finance department process your payment right away." While Sun Yan and her group had anticipated a spectacle, they were taken aback by Manager Wu's deference. She hurriedly interjected, "Manager Wu, silence." Manager Wu snapped, irritated. "Is this the gentleman you assisted earlier?" "Yes," she confirmed. "Do you think you're superior? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Manager Wu scolded without reservation. Sun Yan was taken aback, and the others were equally bewildered. What was happening? Manager Wu handed the card to the cashier, instructing, "Please give this esteemed guest a 10% discount." The cashier took the card, swallowed nervously, and swiped it. A series of alarm sounds echoed, indicating an issue. Sun Yan shot a glare at Du Qingqian, relishing the moment. To her, it seemed evident that this was a fraudulent card. Otherwise, why would it trigger an alarm? However, Manager Wu's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the alert on the POS machine. He retrieved the card, returned it to Du Qingqian with newfound respect, and said, "Sir, may I offer you some coffee? If you would allow me, I need to make a phone call." Du Qingqian frowned. "Is there a problem with the card? Insufficient balance?" No, no, sir, you misunderstand, Manager Wu replied hurriedly. This card can be overdrawn by at least 100 million. How could it possibly have a balance issue? I merely wish to make a quick call. Ludan, please assist Mr. Du with the paperwork at once. Trusting the situation, Du Qingshun was led to the VIP area to rest. Meanwhile, Manager Wu rushed aside to make a call. Shortly after, he returned, wearing a broad smile, almost obsequious. Addressing Du Qingshun, Mr. Du, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused by my staff earlier. Our boss is on his way and has instructed me to ensure you are well taken care of and to meet you. Du Qingshun replied nonchalantly. I would prefer to leave promptly. Meeting is of no consequence, so please expedite the process. Certainly. We will handle everything swiftly. Please hold on for just a moment. Manager Wu assured, then dashed outside. In less than 10 minutes, he returned, accompanied by a man in his 50s, the owner of the establishment, named Qin Haoran, a billionaire hailing from the provincial capital. Upon seeing him, everyone greeted respectfully. Qin Haoran approached Du Qingshun quickly and bowed deeply. Good day, Mr. Du. Upon learning of your visit, I rushed over. It is my honor to have you here. Who are you? Du Qingshun inquired, unfamiliar with him. Oh, I'm Qin Haoran, the owner of this dealership. Here is my business card, he said, presenting it with both hands while bowing even lower. His demeanor left everyone astonished. Qin Haoran was typically low-key, yet here he was, a billionaire, treating someone with such humility. Yet, Du Qingshun appeared unfazed. Even if he could afford a vehicle costing over 200,000, it hardly seemed remarkable, not when compared to luxury cars. Understood, please expedite the paperwork. Du Qingshun responded dispassionately. After glancing at Qin Haoran's business card, he recognized his affiliation with the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce and understood the situation. Qin Haoran nodded vigorously and turned to Manager Wu, asking, what vehicle is Mr. Du purchasing? It seems to be a Magotan. What? He is truly buying a Magotan? Qin Haoran was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it is a Magotan, Manager Wu remarked. Qin Haoran approached Du Qingshun with great reverence and said, Mr. Du, I share a profound friendship with General Manager Wu from the provincial city. In the past, I have also received the benevolence of the Chamber of Commerce. I had intended to visit you last time, but I feared it might be too abrupt. Today, being able to meet you fills me with immense excitement. I have ordered a Bentley Mulsanne from abroad, specifically as a gift for you. It will take approximately another 2 weeks to arrive. Would you consider choosing a vehicle from here to use in the meantime? In 2 days, I will personally deliver the Bentley to your door, if it pleases you. The crowd was taken aback. All present were car enthusiasts, and a Bentley Mulsanne currently retailed for around 6 million. The price for a bespoke version was virtually limitless. A gift of such magnitude? Everyone stared in disbelief at Du Qingshun, unsure of his background that prompted such overt favor from Qin Haoran. Du Qingshun regarded Qin Haoran and replied nonchalantly, there is no need for such a gift. I have already made the payment. The Magotan is quite suitable. Qin Haoran grew anxious and insisted, but this vehicle was custom-made for you. I have stated that it is unnecessary. Please proceed to handle the paperwork swiftly. I appreciate your kind intentions, Du Qingshun declined. With a sigh, Qin Haoran felt a tinge of disappointment but did not dare to press further, complying instead and urging those present to expedite the process. Half an hour later, all the formalities were completed. Qin Haoran respectfully saw Du Qingshun off. However, before departing, Du Qingshun cast a glance at Sun Yin, causing her to hastily lower her head. Yet that single look was more than sufficient. After bidding farewell to Du Qingshun, Qin Haoran wiped the sweat from his brow, turned, and glared at Sun Yin with a dark expression. Do you know who he is? How dare you look down upon him? If it weren't for the fact that you are a long-time employee, I would have tossed you into the river to feed the fish. Get out of my sight, and do not let me see you again. Sun Yin's face turned ashen. Driving the new car home, it was already dusk. Du Qingshun sent a message to Wang Lingying, inviting her to dinner that evening. Wang Lingying did not respond. Du Qingshun spent over an hour preparing 5 dishes and a soup, creating a sumptuous feast. Just as he finished, Wang Lingying returned home, along with Wang Yuanluan and his wife, who timed their arrival perfectly for dinner. Are you tired? Du Qingshun inquired with genuine concern. Wang Lingying surveyed the table, beautifully arranged with a variety of dishes, and cast Du Qingshun an odd glance, as if still unaccustomed to such a display. It's fine, she replied, heading to wash her hands. Ma Jifeng shot Du Qingshun a disdainful look and whispered to her husband, what a shame for a grown man to be cooking at home. Du Qingshun chose to ignore her. After all, they were Wang Lingying's parents, and he wished to maintain a respectful demeanor. Wang Lingying, accustomed to numerous social engagements, seldom dined at home. When she occasionally returned, it was typically for takeout. This evening, however, as she took her first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. "How is it? Does it suit your taste?" Du Qingchen inquired. "It's quite delicious," she affirmed. Wang Lingying continued to eat without raising her head. As she was not accustomed to praising others, especially Du Qingchen, many words of admiration remained unspoken. She was still adjusting to the dynamics of their relationship. The sudden presence of a man in her home added to her discomfort. Wang Yuanluan took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is exquisite," far surpassing even five-star restaurants. Ahem. Ma Jinfeng coughed to remind him, prompting Wang Yuanluan to fall silent. At the dining table, everyone continued to eat in silence, with no one uttering a word. Despite relishing the delicious meal, they refrained from offering any compliments. To them, Du Qingchen remained an outsider. Du Qingchen, however, was indifferent. Every dish was devoured, leaving not even a spoonful of soup behind, and the family still felt unsatisfied, which stood as the highest affirmation of his culinary skills. Once the dishes were cleared, Wang Lingying had already ascended the stairs, and Ma Jifeng had also vanished, leaving only Wang Yuanluan watching television. "Dad, would you like some tea?" No, just sit and relax." Wang Yuanluan discreetly glanced upstairs before politely addressing Du Qingchen. As the two men sat together, an awkwardness permeated the air. After a while, it was Wang Yuanluan who broke the silence. "Xiaodu, have you truly married my daughter?" "Yes." "Are you serious about this?" Wang Yuanluan asked in a hushed tone. Du Qingchen was at a loss for words and opted for silence. "Do you like my daughter?" "I like her quite a bit," he replied without hesitation this time. If it were not for his genuine affection for Wang Lingying, he would not have considered marriage, regardless of duty or gratitude. He had his own principles and bottom lines. Wang Yuanluan sighed. "Lingying has had a tough life. If you truly care for her, treat her well. Your mother can be a bit petty, but she means no harm. She just has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't take it to heart." "Understood, Dad." Du Qingchen smiled faintly. Wang Yuanluan was about to say more when Ma Jifeng descended the stairs, her face clouded with displeasure. She plopped down beside Wang Yuanluan and, addressing Du Qingchen with dissatisfaction, said, "I say, young man, you really think you can win my daughter over just because you can cook? You're mistaken. I know my daughter's temperament better than anyone. She won't be swayed by such trifles. It's best you know when to back off. I've said it before, if she asks for a divorce, I won't oppose it. I won't need to guess. You must have been trying to convince her again, and it seems the outcome was not satisfactory." Du Qingchen remarked calmly. Ma Jinfeng huffed in irritation. "Let me tell you, even if she agrees, I will not. Besides, I'm doing this for your sake. Do you think the Wei family will let you off? Wei Haiyang is still lying in the hospital, and the matriarch will never approve of your union. Mom, this is our affair. There's no need for you to worry," Du Qingchen replied, remaining composed. Ma Jinfeng grew angrier. She disliked his unflappable demeanor. "Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can handle the Wei family? It is often said that a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law with each passing day, yet she finds herself unable to appreciate him." Upon returning to his room, Du Qingchen felt that further debate would be futile as their opinions clashed. In the living room, Ma Jinfeng expressed her frustration to Wang Yuanluan, saying, "Look at this young man. He truly drives me to the brink of madness. Why don't you speak up for me? He clearly has no regard for my feelings. Let us not forget that the old lady has set a deadline. If we cannot resolve this within half a month, we may never return. Wife, are you truly willing to let our daughter marry into the Wei family?" Wang Yuanluan sighed deeply. Instantly, Ma Jinfeng opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. She too sighed and remarked, "But I do not wish for her to wed that reckless boy. He is impulsive and reckless, bound to cause calamity sooner or later. Besides, what right does he have to marry my daughter? Are you not aware of how exceptional Lingying is? As long as our daughter is happy, I have no objections. Let fate take its course." Wang Yuanluan responded cautiously. Ma Jifeng could hardly contain her frustration towards her husband. "What kind of statement is that? Your stance has shifted far too quickly. You possess no principles whatsoever. I am fighting for our daughter's happiness, and you, as her father, are utterly heartless. How could I have ever fallen for someone so ineffectual? It infuriates me." Wang Yuanluan fell silent, intimidated by her. After a moment, Ma Jinfeng suddenly exclaimed, "There is still a chance. It is obvious that their marriage is a facade. Otherwise, why would they not share a room?" Wang Yuanluan inquired, "What are you planning to do? Report this to the old lady?" Ma Jifeng retrieved her phone and attempted to call the matriarch. Just as she began to speak, she spotted Du Qingshan passing by and hurriedly ended the call. Do you not make a sound when you walk? You nearly frightened me to death, she scolded. Du Qingshan ignored her and proceeded into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a bowl of soup and knocked gently on Wang Lingying's door. I apologize for coming upstairs without your permission. I noticed you seemed unwell. So I made you a bowl of rock sugar pear soup, he said earnestly, his eyes filled with genuine concern. Wang Lingying, initially prepared to confront him, found herself at a loss for harsh words. She felt a touch of warmth. No man had ever shown her such care before. Accepting the soup, she said, this should not become a habit. Do not make this for me again. Du Qingshan smiled and replied, tomorrow, I will accompany you to work. Also, please do not stay up too late. Once you return home, you ought to refrain from working further. That is my habit and principle. With that, he turned to leave. Wang Lingying opened her mouth, wishing to express her gratitude, but ultimately remained silent. The following morning, rather than going out for breakfast, Du Qingshan prepared a pot of porridge, fried some eggs, and made bread. During the family meal, astonishment filled the air once more. Are you a chef? Ma Jinfeng, who had initially been reluctant to acknowledge him, could not help but ask. Du Qingshan replied with a smile, not at all. I simply have a keen interest in cooking and take the opportunity to learn from the family chef whenever I can. Your family chef? Ma Jinfeng was taken aback. Du Qingshan quickly corrected himself, a slip of the tongue. I meant the chef from outside. I thought as much. What conditions does your family have to afford a chef? Ma Jinfeng scoffed. However, Wang Lingying cast a penetrating glance at Du Qingshan. Du Qingshan did not bother to defend himself. He was not exaggerating. His household employed over a dozen chefs, several of whom were nationally renowned, celebrated for their multitude of accolades. Of course, his culinary mentors extended beyond his home, including many masters from abroad. After dining, Wang Lingying prepared to leave, and Du Qingshan followed suit. Allow me to drive you, he offered. Wang Lingying hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Is this your new car? She inquired. Indeed. I just purchased it yesterday, Du Qingshan replied as he fastened his seatbelt. Wang Lingying merely acknowledged with an "oh," refraining from further questions. She truly knew little about Du Qingshan. Her curiosity was palpable, yet she hesitated to voice it, fearing he might not share. Thus she chose to suppress her inquisitive nature. Once inside the car, Wang Lingying retrieved her notebook and resumed her work. Du Qingshan longed to offer her advice, but considering her disposition, he opted to refrain. It would likely be futile. The car glided smoothly along the road, the interior filled with soft melodies. After a brief period of work, Wang Lingying closed her notebook and stole a glance at Du Qingshan, feeling an inexplicable sensation. She suddenly realized that, from the side, Du Qingshan appeared rather handsome. Although they had only interacted for 2 days, he had attended to her needs with remarkable care, behaving as though he genuinely considered himself her protector. She wished to caution him against becoming too engrossed in his role, yet feared the potential emotional harm it might cause him, leading to an inner conflict. Fasten your seatbelt and hold onto the armrest, Du Qingshan suddenly advised. What is the matter? Wang Lingying asked, startled. We are being followed, he stated. Wang Lingying gasped, glancing through the rearview mirror to see an unmarked modern sedan, where a man in black extended his hand out of the window, gripping a firearm. Be careful, Wang Lingying exclaimed, her face etched with worry. Yet, there was no need for her warning. Du Qingshan swiftly turned the steering wheel, and with a loud bang, the bullet missed its target. The vehicle accelerated, surging forward. Their assailants had chosen an opportune moment, as the road was sparsely populated, making it a fitting place for an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets perforated the rear of the Magotan, and Wang Lingying was now utterly terrified. Could it be the Wei family? She asked, gripping the door handle tightly, her entire body tensed. Du Qingshan remained remarkably composed, assuring her, aside from the Wei family, I have no enemies here. Rest assured, we will be fine. The Magotan maneuvered skillfully, evading further shots, yet the modern sedan remained closely tailing them. What should we do? Wang Lingying suggested, perhaps we should call the police? No need, Du Qingshan replied, deliberately reducing the speed of the vehicle. Suddenly, the modern vehicle veered off course and plunged into the desolate land by the roadside. An off-road vehicle came to a halt, and a figure clad in green leaped out, gesturing an OK sign towards Du Qingshan. Your friend has arrived. Wang Lingying's expression was peculiar. Du Qingshan merely acknowledged with a sound, offering no further explanation. Wang Lingying parted her lips, but ultimately remained silent. Both were enveloped in an uncomfortable silence all the way to the company, exchanging not a single word. The car eventually came to rest in the company parking garage, where one could take an elevator directly to the upper floors. It seemed that the Wei family's vendetta would not cease. Wang Lingying hesitated before exiting the vehicle. Du Qingchen reassured her, "Rest assured. I will not allow you to come to harm. A mere Wei family does not intimidate me. If necessary, I can extinguish them without hesitation." Noticing Wang Lingying's persistent frown, Du Qingchen offered, "In truth, the Wei family harbors the greatest animosity towards me. Therefore, even if they seek revenge, it will not be directed at you. Do you truly perceive me as that selfish?" Wang Lingying retorted coldly. Du Qingchen quickly grasped the underlying sentiments, warmth flooding his heart. He was fortunate and resilient. Their attempts at retaliation would not be so easily realized. He had survived 3 years ago, and in this lifetime, he would not grant anyone the opportunity to harm him again. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Lingying suggested, "Perhaps you should leave Jiang'an City. As you have witnessed, the Wei family has begun to act without boundaries, resorting to any means necessary to claim your life." Du Qingchen resolutely responded, "I will not depart." "You." Wang Lingying was at a loss for words, casting a frustrated glance at Du Qingchen before finally conceding, "Why must you be so stubborn? Regardless, I shall not leave." "Very well, but you cannot remain cooped up at home. I shall offer you a position. Accompany me upstairs to the Human Resources Department and report for duty. For now, you will serve in the security team, escorting me to and from work each day." Wang Lingying continued, "I have stated that we shall face challenges together, and I intend to keep my word." Du Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting I become a security guard?" His expression bore a hint of incredulity. Should others learn that the once revered dragon warrior had taken up a position as a mere security guard in a small company, it would surely shock them. "Very well. This could prove to be quite amusing." Du Qingchen chuckled, "As long as I can be with you every day, I am content to be a security guard." "That sentiment borders on flirtation," Wang Lingying retorted with a huff. "Enough of this jesting. Let us go." She exited the vehicle and led Du Qingchen into a private elevator. Ascending to the 10th floor office. The Wang Group is a multifaceted conglomerate, primarily engaged in the real estate market. The company where Wang Lingying worked, Hongfeng Building Materials, is a subsidiary of the Wang Group. Wang Lingying placed a call, instructing the HR manager to come and assist Du Qingchen with his onboarding process. Half an hour later, Du Qingchen was escorted to the first-floor security department, officially becoming a security guard at Hongfeng Building Materials. The security department comprised 6 employees, including the team leader, Feng Bing, a man in his 40s with a rotund appearance. His position as captain was attributed to his familial ties with the security department manager. During the daytime, only 3 security personnel are on duty here, and the sudden appearance of Du Qingchen has left Feng Bing somewhat dissatisfied. Typically, the security department would seek his approval and conduct interviews before bringing in new personnel. Feng Bing regards Du Qingchen with a sense of discontent. As Du Qingchen offers everyone cigarettes, Feng Bing declines. "Young Du, despite the limited number of us in the security department, we bear the crucial responsibility of safeguarding the company. Therefore, it is imperative to remain vigilant. Moving forward, you must work diligently and not disappoint the expectations the company has placed upon you," Feng Bing asserts with an air of authority. Du Qingchen nods repeatedly. "Of course, please rest assured, Captain. I will ensure that the company's security remains impeccable. As long as I am here, no one shall undermine the stability and safety of the company. Work is accomplished through actions, not mere words. It is best to remain pragmatic," Feng Bing chastises before leisurely departing. As the captain, he has his own office and would not linger in the guardhouse, as that would be undignified. Du Qingchen paid no heed and soon found himself engrossed in conversation with the 2 other security guards. "Hey, brother. You ought to be cautious from now on. Captain Feng has the backing of Manager Liu from the company, and we cannot afford to offend him," Wu Bo cautioned, drawing on the cigarette that Du Qingchen had offered. With a smile, Du Qingchen inquired, "Who is Manager Liu?" Zhang Kuei responded, "He is from our security department, and we can't afford to cross him." With a nod of understanding, Du Qingchen engaged in further conversation with him. Through their discourse, he gleaned a deeper insight into the current state of the company. Although Hongfeng Building Materials was merely a subsidiary of the Wang Group, under the leadership of Wang Lingying, the company was flourishing. Wang Lingying, originally a member of the headquarters board, had managed to multiply the company's performance several times within just 2 years of overseeing the subsidiary. Thus, Hongfeng Building Materials undoubtedly stood as a pillar of the group. However, as the saying goes, tall trees attract the wind. Wang Lingying had become the target of envy among her relatives, particularly her uncle, Wang Yuanxin, who was scheming to seize control of the company's management. The company's prosperous development naturally meant greater profits, and it was Wang Yuanxin who had initially been in charge of Hongfeng building materials. In a hospital ward, Wei Tong and his wife remained vigilantly by their son's side. Their only son was the apple of their eye. Wei Haiyang lay in his hospital bed. Surprised as he asked, "Dad, is it true what you said? That Du Qingchen never had a relationship with Wang Lingying?" News from the Wang family suggested that Wang Lingying had merely employed Du Qingchen as a decoy. However, Wei Tong had unsettling news to share. Although they never had a relationship, they have already obtained a marriage certificate. What? Married? Wei Haiyang seethed. Blood boiling. That wretched woman actually married behind my back. I will make them pay. I swear I will make them pay. Rest assured, everything is under control. Although they have a marriage certificate, they have not consummated the marriage. I have instructed the housekeeper to enlist the help of experts from the Wild Wolf gang. Once we eliminate that brat, the Wang girl will naturally still be yours. But do not forget our plan, Wei Tong advised. Feeling elated, Wei Haiyang arrogantly laughed. Good. Let's get rid of him. This brat must have been emboldened by a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. I want him to have no place to be buried. At that moment, the ward door was kicked open, and a robust man in his 40s entered, flanked by a group of followers. The housekeeper trailed behind them, his face pale with fear, saying to Wei Tong, "Sir, they insisted on barging in, and I could not stop them. Who are you? What do you want?" Wei Tong's expression darkened. The burly man snorted coldly. "Wei Tong, the Wild Wolf gang is of no concern to you. But 2 of my men have been killed because of you. I am here to collect a debt. You must provide me with an explanation, or my brothers will not stand for it." You are the Wild Wolf?" Wei Tong's face turned ashen. The leader of the Wild Wolf gang, known as Wild Wolf, was a notorious figure, rarely seen in public, but everyone knew of his fearsome reputation in Jiang'an City. The Wild Wolf is ruthless in his dealings, commanding a legion of skilled subordinates. All entertainment venues in the city must pay him tribute. Otherwise, they cannot hope to operate. In essence, he is merely a thug, employing unscrupulous methods devoid of any moral compass, and no one dares to provoke him. The Wild Wolf, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "At least you possess a modicum of discernment. Now what shall we do?" Wei Tong inhaled deeply. Although he harbored a healthy respect for the Wild Wolf's gang, he was the head of the Wei family and had witnessed grand spectacles before, allowing him to maintain his composure. "Your words elude my understanding. I am unaware of any past grievances or animosities between us. I kindly ask for clarification. You have sent my men to commit murder without my consent. This is hardly in accordance with the rules, is it? Now, 2 of my subordinates lie dead. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" The Wild Wolf sneered. Wei Tong glanced towards his steward, who nodded in acknowledgement. He was acutely aware that he did not wish to provoke such a vicious individual, but given the current predicament, retreat was no longer an option. His mind raced, and he soon devised a plan. While fear was a reality, if utilized wisely, it could serve as a means to turn the tables. Furthermore, the situation had escalated to a point where surrender was not an option. "I had an agreement with your subordinates, 1 million for a life. If they perish due to their own inadequacies, it bears no relation to me. If one lacks the skill, one should not undertake such perilous tasks." Wei Tong spoke in a firm tone. The Wild Wolf glared. "Are you attempting to evade responsibility?" "No. I have long heard of your formidable reputation. Perhaps we could strike a deal," Wei Tong proposed. The Wild Wolf responded with intrigue. "A deal? Pray, elaborate." "I shall provide you with 10 million for a single life. Upon successful completion of the task, the money will be yours in full, without a single penny less. However, the individual I wish to eliminate is no ordinary person. Their prowess is significant, or else your men would not have met their demise. I trust you are well aware of this," Wei Tong smiled. The Wild Wolf chuckled. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed refreshing. "Very well. I accept this transaction, but the price must be raised to 20 million, and you are to pay half as a deposit up front, with the remainder upon completion." Wei Tong frowned, but did not hesitate to acquiesce. "Agreed. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. It shall be most enjoyable, provided the funds are in order. Everything can be arranged. Just watch." The Wild Wolf laughed heartily. Wei Tong instructed his steward, "Please hand over that young man's information to them shortly." The steward nodded in compliance. At last, the workday concluded. Du Qingchen slipped into the garage, where Wang Lingying awaited him. Upon their meeting, Wang Lingying tossed a car key to Du Qingchen. "Drive my car." It was an Audi A8. The vehicle smoothly exited the garage. "To the airport," Wang Lingying instructed. Du Qingchen paused. "To pick someone up?" Yes, a close friend of mine has just returned from abroad to assist me. Oh, Du Qingchen replied, not delving further into the matter. Noticing Wang Lingying's weary expression, he felt a pang of empathy and inquired, why don't you rest for a bit? I'll wake you when we arrive. No need. Just focus on driving. Sweat trickled down as Du Qingchen obediently silenced himself. Aware that captivating the frosty goddess before him was no simple feat to achieve a successful revolution, comrades must exert double the effort. Wang Lingying fiddled with her notebook. And although Du Qingchen contemplated offering her counsel, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Realizing that words bore little weight, he chose silence instead. After a brief interlude, Wang Lingying inquired, how was work today? Du Qingchen replied with a smile, it was rather uneventful. With nothing to do, I merely chatted with colleagues, and the day slipped by. Did you feel wronged? She asked. What is there to feel wronged about? You earn 20,000 a month. Ah, but they only make 8,000, she countered. As my driver, your salary is naturally higher. Wang Lingying would never admit to caring for Du Qingchen, and he was equally disinclined to dwell on the matter. A monthly salary of 20,000 was commendable for the average person, yet it held little significance for him, since arriving in this world. He had never truly lacked for money, rendering numerical values of wealth somewhat trivial in his eyes. My best friend is Gao Xiaodong, a graduate of Capital University, who later pursued a master's degree in economics abroad. She has gained a modest reputation on Wall Street and is quite affluent, not to mention stunningly beautiful. Du Qingchen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. You needn't share all this with me, he remarked. Wang Lingying hesitated, slightly taken aback, and replied, oh, I was merely reminding you not to lose composure upon meeting her. You are not her type. She already has someone she likes and claims she intends to remain single for life. Furthermore, it is crucial that our relationship remains concealed. This applies in the office as well. This was indeed the crux of the matter. Du Qingchen nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the airport parking lot, travelers exiting the terminal would naturally come here to catch their rides. After approximately 10 minutes, a glamorous woman donned in sunglasses emerged from the corridor. Upon spotting Wang Lingying, she removed her shades and waved, quickly enveloping her in an embrace. Du Qingchen observed quietly, deducing that this must be Gao Xiaodong. With long legs and a heart-shaped face, she was the epitome of beauty, far more vivacious than Wang Lingying, and notably well-endowed, drawing the gaze of nearby men. Who is this? Your boyfriend? Gao Xiaodong inquired, glancing at Du Qingchen with a raised eyebrow. His attire lacked sophistication, rendering him out of place alongside Wang Lingying, though he possessed a certain charm. Yet, as Wang Lingying had noted, he was not the type Gao Xiaodong favored. Oh, I am the company's security guard, and also a friend of hers, Wang Lingying interjected, her cheeks flushing. Gao Xiaodong, perceptive as ever, sensed Wang Lingying's discomfort and quipped, you two aren't actually dating, are you? Lingying, your taste is rather unique. Du Qingchen felt a tinge of awkwardness, sensing an underlying implication of disdain in her words. Wang Lingying remarked, let us go, hurry, and get in the car. I'll take you to the hotel. Did you not see those men almost ready to pounce? Aren't you afraid? Gao Xiaodong chuckled. Well, they can only look but not touch, so I might as well let them have their eye candy. I rather enjoy it. Du Qingchen felt a bit embarrassed. This woman truly possessed a carefree and unconventional spirit, with a rather extroverted personality. This was Du Qingchen's initial impression of her. Once in the car, Gao Xiaodong and Wang Lingying engaged in lively conversation in the back seat. The once icy goddess had transformed, displaying far more vivacity than usual, occasionally playfully teasing Gao Xiaodong. The cheerful laughter that reached Du Qingchen's ears made him reflect. It was rare to see Wang Lingying so joyful. However, this was quite pleasant. Her happiness brought him joy as well. After some light-hearted banter, Gao Xiaodong finally asked earnestly, it seems you are genuinely facing difficulties. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me for help. Wang Lingying's smile faded as she replied, indeed, my family is quite demanding, and my two uncles have always been covetous of my current position, making life quite challenging. However, with your assistance now, I feel reassured. You are undoubtedly a genius in finance, and I must express my gratitude. Additionally, I am considering appointing you as the company's vice president and concurrently as the financial director with an annual salary of 5 million. Do you have any requests? 5 million a year? I'm not lacking in money, but don't be too optimistic. Do you know why I recently resigned? Gao Xiaodong's demeanor turned slightly melancholic. Wang Lingying curiously inquired, what happened? I faced a setback, Gao Xiaodong explained. I did have a modest reputation on Wall Street, but a few years ago, I encountered a true financial prodigy who, single-handedly, nearly brought Wall Street to its knees. He is my idol. A year ago, I resigned to seek him out. But I could not find him. It is said he has been missing for several years. Who is this remarkable person? Shadow, have you heard of him? Wang Lingying was taken aback. You mean that genius who made a fleeting appearance in the capital market? The one who turned 10,000 into a billion in just a month? Don't dismiss him as just that guy. He is my idol and my dream lover. I have decided not to marry anyone in this lifetime. I don't even know where he is now. But I will certainly seek him out again in a few years, Gao Xiaotong asserted with conviction. Du Qichen, who was driving in front, wore an unusual expression and glanced at Gao Xiaotong through the rearview mirror. Hey, what are you looking at? If you want to stare, do it openly. Gao Xiaotong chided, catching Du Qinchen's gaze, which felt oddly unsettling to her. Wang Lingying frowned at Du Qichen. It's nothing. I was merely curious if you have ever met your idol. Du Qichen smiled. Gao Xiaotong replied, I have not. Then how do you intend to find him? I have my own methods to locate him. I happen to have a friend who has seen him in person, Gao Xiaotong declared proudly. Du Qichen felt a sense of embarrassment. If you insist on marrying him, what if he is already married? He may not even harbor feelings for you. Therefore, I advise you to abandon these unrealistic notions sooner rather than later. Why does it concern you? Besides, what gives him the right not to like me? Am I not beautiful? Am I not alluring? Is my figure not appealing? Gao Xiaotong retorted, her voice laced with indignation. What I mean is, he has a wife. Huh? No matter how remarkable you are, he would never betray her, Du Qichen blurted out. Mind your own business. You are not him. Besides, whether he likes me or not is irrelevant. I am willing to be his lover, and I am more than willing. What do you have to say about that? Du Qichen nearly stumbled in disbelief. Goodness, has she lost her senses? He longed to counsel Gao Xiaotong further, to explain that shadows do not seek to become lovers. But he could not articulate that thought. Wang Lingying, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, quickly interjected, Hey, why are you two quarreling on your very first meeting? This is not ideal. All right, do me a favor and cease this bickering. Xiaoong, I have reserved a suite for you at the Sheraton Hotel, for now. You can stay there. Once you're settled, I can assist you in renting an apartment or even purchasing one. How does that sound? Gao Xiaotong shot Du Qichen a fierce glare, but her expression quickly softened into a smile. Where I reside is of no consequence, you know that. I'm not interested in where I live or how much I earn. As long as we can work together and share our days, I am content. You have no idea how lonely I felt abroad. I often reminisced about our school days together. Upon arriving at the hotel and settling their belongings, Wang Lingying announced, Let us go. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner. I've already made a reservation at a restaurant. Now that us more like it. It's worth my long journey back to assist you. May I ask which restaurant? Gao Xiaotong inquired, her spirits lifted. The Kaiwei Grand Hotel. It's a 5-star establishment. Is that acceptable? It must be. Let us go. You two wait for me outside while I make a quick call. Who are you calling upon your return? Never you mind. It's a favor I'm obliged to fulfill. Now, hurry outside. Gao Xiaotong ushered them out and slammed the door behind her. Wang Lingying and Du Qichen stood awkwardly outside. In truth, they seldom found themselves alone like this. She is not a bad person. She just sometimes speaks rather harshly. Just be patient and avoid provoking her, Wang Lingying suddenly remarked. Du Qichen nodded. I understand. I don't take offense. Oh. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, Gao Xiaotong reemerged, having changed into a new outfit and reapplied her makeup. Radiating vitality and energy. You still look as stunning as ever. Taking you out to dinner feels like quite the pressure, Wang Lingying joked. A rare moment of levity gracing her demeanor. It was only in the presence of close friends that she revealed such a relaxed side of herself. Gao Xiaotong linked her arm with hers, smiling brightly as she said, Oh come on, back in our days at Beijing University. You were undoubtedly the most beautiful among the 4 renowned beauties. I merely ranked 3rd. You are far more exquisite than I, Wang Lingying replied. It seems like ages have passed. Time truly flies. Indeed. Do you still remember Hu Hao? Gao Xiaotong inquired. Hu Hao? Oh yes. The one who was so persistently enamored with you. You might be surprised to learn that all these years, he has remained infatuated with you. Moreover, he has been studying abroad for the past few years and just returned yesterday. He intends to take over the family business. The family business? Wang Lingying asked. You may not know, but he is the young master of the Hu family, a wealthy heir. The Hu family is quite well known in Jiangnan City. Are you referring to the Hu family of Hukanan? Wang Lingying's eyes widened in astonishment. That should be the one. The Hu family possesses assets worth billions. I never imagined Hu Hao had such a background. Are you regretting your past choices? No worries. I believe he will soon pursue you again. If you take a liking to him, why not engage? He genuinely possesses immense wealth. Marrying him would make you a wealthy lady. And if it doesn't work out, you could divorce at any time and still claim a significant share of his assets, Gao Xiaotong said, half jokingly, half seriously. Wang Lingying discreetly glanced at Du Qingqin, who showed no signs of displeasure, yet the situation felt awkward, prompting her to say, "Let us go. It's already 8 o'clock. If we don't hurry, the restaurant will close. Let us go." Soon, the three arrived at Kaiwei Grand Hotel. Upon entering the private room, Gao Xiaodong took out her phone to send a message. Wang Lingying instructed the waiter to serve the dishes, and just as they were being laid out, a knock sounded at the door. Du Qingqin, seated closest to the door, naturally went to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Standing outside was a young man, strikingly handsome, clad in a meticulously tailored suit. With a Patek Philippe watch likely worth millions, it was evident he belonged to a wealthy family. "Whom do you seek?" Du Qingqin asked in a cool tone, noticing the young man holding a large bouquet of roses. "Who are you?" The young man frowned in response. "I'm here for my friend Ling Xue. Please step aside." Why did you arrive so late?" "This is quite extravagant, returning just to profess your feelings again, following the same old routine." TSK, are you not considering the feelings of us single folks? Come in." Gao Xiaodong had already approached him and, upon seeing the flowers in Hu Hao's hands, dramatically placed her hand on her forehead, feigning an exaggerated expression. Du Qingqin had no choice but to step aside, returning to his seat with an impassive expression. He glanced at Wang Lingying, who furrowed her brow, awkwardly casting a guilty glance at him. "Hu Hao, what brings you here?" Upon seeing her former classmate, Wang Lingying felt no excitement, only a sense of frustration. She now understood that this was all orchestrated by Gao Xiaodong, yet she could not blame her dear friend, who had come all this way to support her. Besides, the three of them were classmates. Meeting for a meal seemed entirely reasonable. The vibrant bouquet of flowers was far too conspicuous. In the presence of Du Qingqin, she dared not accept it. "Lingying, I just returned to the country yesterday, and here I am today to see you. While abroad, you were constantly on my mind. It's just that you've been so busy that you haven't even had a moment to take my call. These flowers are for you." Hu Hao approached Wang Lingying with an expression of infatuation, presenting the bouquet. Du Qingqin remained impassive. Wang Lingying, feeling awkward, replied, "You really needn't have brought me these flowers. Moreover, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? Lingying, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? I thought, as old classmates, it would be nice to gather and share a meal. I was just afraid you might object, which is why I didn't inform you in advance." Gao Xiaodong seemed to sense the underlying tension. Although she meant well, it appeared that Wang Lingying still harbored no fondness for Hu Hao, despite his status as the heir to the Hu family fortune, which would one day amount to billions. Hu Hao quickly interjected, "Lingying, please don't blame Xiaodong. It was my request for her to keep this a surprise. I simply wanted to delight you. Please accept the flowers, otherwise, I would feel quite embarrassed." Wang Lingying hesitated, glancing once more at Du Qingqin before resolutely stating, "I'm sorry. While I welcome the gathering, as we are classmates, I truly cannot accept these flowers." Hu Hao had faced rejection countless times before, yet at that time, due to family regulations, he could not reveal his identity and did not feel particularly humiliated. Now, being turned down again in front of Du Qingqin, an outsider, he found it difficult to bear. He stood there momentarily, his face reddening, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing this, Gao Xiaodong hurriedly stepped in to take the flowers. "I'll accept them on her behalf. Let us sit down and enjoy our meal." Finally, someone had diffused the situation, and both parties breathed a sigh of relief. Once seated, the meal commenced. Wang Lingying ordered 2 bottles of red wine. Smiling as she raised her glass, "Xiaodong, thank you once again for returning to assist me. This shall serve as a welcome for you. From now on, may we sisters stand united. Cheers." Gao Xiaodong giggled, taking a sip. After placing her glass down, Hu Hao eagerly inquired, "Lingying, who is this? Would you care to introduce us?" Before Wang Lingying could respond, Gao Xiaodong cheerfully interjected, "Oh, this is Lingying's friend, Du Qingqin. Mr. Du, greetings. May I inquire where you are employed? It seems there are very few with the surname Du in Jiangnan City," Hu Hao politely asked. Du Qingqin smiled slightly. "Oh, I am merely a security guard at the company, and I also serve as Wang's part-time driver and her personal bodyguard. Just a security guard." Hu Hao was somewhat taken aback. In his view, how could a mere security guard dine alongside the CEO? now realizing he was also a bodyguard. He understood why Du Qingchen was so close to Ling Ying. His perception of Du Qingchen as a rival had dissipated considerably. As the conversation continued, Hu Hao engaged animatedly with the two women, while Du Qingchen remained quietly in the background. During a meal that extended well past 9 o'clock, Hu Hao suggested, Ling Ying, it's a rare occasion for us to reunite after so many years. Let us go sing tonight. You work so hard. And I've heard that life has not been particularly kind to you lately. In my opinion, it is essential to unwind and not to dwell solely on work. Since I have returned to Jiangnan City, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, just let me know, and I will ensure they are resolved satisfactorily. Wang Lingying politely declined, saying, perhaps another time. Xiaotong has been on a plane for so long and needs proper rest, especially since she has to work tomorrow. Gao Xiaotong, ever the lively spirit, was about to agree when Wang Lingying discreetly nudged her with her foot, and she understood, promptly falling silent. In truth, she could perceive Wang Lingying's lack of fondness for Hu Hao. Her compliance tonight was merely for Xiaotong's sake. She must not overstep her bounds or appear too forward. Indeed, I am a bit fatigued. I shall forego singing tonight, Gao Xiaotong chimed in support. Hu Hao then retrieved a beautifully crafted jewelry box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a necklace. With deep emotion, he addressed Wang Lingying, Ling Ying. This necklace was procured by me at an auction in London, specifically for you. It is called the Black Rose. I believe that if anyone in this world deserves such a piece, it is undoubtedly you. This is a gift for you. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Let it be understood that this symbolizes our friendship as classmates, and you cannot decline. What? The Black Rose? Gao Xiaotong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. So, you were the one who won the bid. I heard it fetched nearly $10 million. How generous of you. Wang Lingying was taken aback. $10 million. That was excessively extravagant. If it were merely a symbol of friendship, then such a gift was far too lavish. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept it. She replied, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes, revealing her appreciation for the necklace. Women, after all, have an innate fondness for jewelry. Yet, without hesitation, she refused. She cast a discreet glance at Du Qingchen, who remained unfazed. A mere $10 million did not strike him as particularly extravagant. However, a thought crossed his mind, perhaps he should gift her a necklace as well, one that must surpass this black rose to truly befit Wang Lingying. Hu Hao frowned and said, Lingying, why do you persist in rejecting me? I genuinely care for you. After all these years, you know I have always held a special affection for you. Please, grant me just one chance. Wang Lingying nearly retched at his words. Were it not for the significance of his position, she would have relished the opportunity to confront him directly. Special affection? Who was unaware of the numerous girls Hu Hao had entangled during their university days? He believed himself discreet. Yet Wang Lingying had learned of those sordid tales through various channels. With a sense of frustration, she replied, but my feelings for you are truly limited to that of classmates. Why must you make this difficult? No, I will absolutely not give up on you. I will pursue you relentlessly until you acquiesce. Hu Hao declared with unwavering determination. Du Qingchen could no longer bear it. Mr. Hu, is this not a bit excessive? President Wang has already expressed his disinterest in you. Is there any point in your continued pursuit? Mind your own business. Who do you think you are? A mere bodyguard like you has no right to speak to me. You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Hu Hao was seething with anger. And to his astonishment, Du Qingchen interjected. Immediately, he unleashed his pent-up frustration upon him. A flicker of impatience crossed Du Qingchen's eyes as he rose to his feet. He exchanged a glance with Gao Xiaotong, while Wang Lingying restrained Du Qingchen, addressing Hu Hao, all right, let's leave it at that for tonight. We're heading out now, Xiaotong. Let us go? With that, she glanced at Du Qingchen, her expression pleading. Though Du Qingchen was poised to explode, he suppressed his fury upon seeing Wang Lingying's face, saying nothing as he turned to leave. The trio ignored Hu Hao, and on their way back to the hotel, Gao Xiaotong cautiously remarked, Lingying, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Wang Lingying was taken aback. Gao Xiaotong expressed her remorse, if I hadn't taken it upon myself. Hu Hao wouldn't have found this place, nor would he have disrupted your good mood. After all these years, I thought you might have changed. But it seems you remain the same. I truly admire your ability to reject such a man. Not every woman possesses that strength. If you were in my shoes, would you have any feelings for him? You know what sort of person he is, Wang Lingying replied. Gao Xiaotong shook her head. I have someone I care for. My heart belongs only to him. I assure you, no other man could sway me. By the way, are you truly not angry with me? Wang Lingying wrapped her arms around her with a smile. Am I really that petty? What is our relationship? Such trivial matters cannot affect our bond. Moreover, even if he hadn't shown up today, he would have sought you out another time. So, you need not blame yourself. I've had the opportunity to reject him face to face, preventing any future complications. Well, it's just as well. You truly are a good friend. Let us put this behind us. However, I must warn you, given Hu Hao's character, you may have more troubles ahead. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let us take one step at a time, Wang Lingying replied nonchalantly. Gao Xiaodong glanced ahead at Du Qingchen and suddenly laughed. Du Qingchen, I didn't realize you possess such courage. But in the future, try not to be so impulsive. Hu Hao is the heir of the Hu family, a prominent clan, and he is trained in martial arts since childhood. It's said he is an external expert. When you face him next time, do your best to avoid provoking him, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. Thank you, Du Qingchen replied with a casual smile. At a disadvantage? I hardly think so, especially not against someone as insignificant as Hu Hao. Gao Xiaodong seemed to develop a slight interest in Du Qingchen and engaged him in conversation for a few moments. However, upon sensing his disinterest, she refrained from further attempts. After dropping Gao Xiaodong off at the hotel, Du Qingchen drove home, and the two remained silent throughout the journey. Their relationship was that of a couple, yet devoid of the intimacy typically associated with marriage. In fact, they often felt a sense of awkwardness when alone together. As they neared home, Wang Lingying could no longer contain herself and remarked, He is our classmate who has persistently pursued me in the past, but I never reciprocated. I simply do not harbor any affection for him. Du Qingchen felt a tinge of amusement within, cheerfully interpreting her words as a manifestation of her concern for him, believing she feared he might feel jealous. Little did he know that the young man belonged to the Hu family, a lineage far more formidable than the Wei family. Three Wei families could hardly compare with a single Hu family. Now, facing the impending retaliation from the Wei family, it was imperative that they do not offend the Hu family. You understand my meaning, don't you? Wang Lingying stated. Du Qingchen smiled in response. I comprehend. Yet you need not elucidate further. I place my trust in you. Blushing slightly, Wang Lingying quickly added, You mustn't misunderstand. What is there to misinterpret? It would be best if you refrained from overthinking. I merely wish to avoid any misconceptions. Furthermore, I must remind you that I do not harbor any feelings for you. Our relationship is devoid of emotion. We are merely a couple in name. Hu Hao has pursued me since high school, and it has been a decade without my heart wavering. As I have mentioned before, I hold no interest in love and shall not easily be swayed by a man. Wang Lingying's words extinguished Du Qingchen's smile, revealing her obstinacy. Why conceal her feelings? Was she afraid of being discovered? They were not children. Such behavior seemed unnecessary. Noticing the vanishing smile on Du Qingchen's face, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, and a sense of regret settled in Wang Lingying's heart. She opened her mouth, but remained silent, unable to utter another word. Upon arriving home, Wang Yuanluan and his wife were engaged in a heated debate, and upon noticing the return of the two, they promptly fell silent. It's quite late, and Yu Haven't even prepared dinner. Du Qingchen, are you unaware that there are others at home who have not yet dined? Ma Jinfeng launched into a tirade. This was merely sowing discord. Du Qingchen found herself at a loss for words. Did you not eat before? Hey, do you dare to retort? Ma Jinfeng exclaimed. Daughter, do you see this? This fellow is living off us without a shred of awareness. He does not contribute to household chores, and he is away all day. Our family cannot support a layabout. Why are you still married to such a man? Ma Jinfeng seized the opportunity to attack relentlessly. Du Qingchen raised an eyebrow, while Wang Lingying felt overwhelmed. Mom, can we not make a scene? Can you please settle down? What do you want to eat? I can order takeout for you. We have already dined out. Wang Yuanluan interjected. Ma Jinfeng shot a glare at her husband. Wang Lingying felt even more exasperated. Then what are you making a fuss about? He has secured a job now and will be working every day. He is a security guard at our company and also my driver. You can no longer expect him to handle the cooking at home. If that is the case, perhaps we should hire a housekeeper. I am exhausted. With that, she ascended the stairs to her room. Ma Jinfeng grumbled a few more complaints before following her upstairs. Du Qingchen, feeling somewhat annoyed, bid farewell to Wang Yuanluan. Dad, I will take my leave and rest. All right, go rest. Your mother. He sighed, his expression complex, choosing not to continue. Du Qingchen understood the unspoken sentiment behind Wang Yuanluan's words. This man, throughout his life, has been honest and sincere. Du Qingchen holds him in high regard. Thus he smiled and said, Father, rest assured, we are all family. There are many matters I do not take to heart. Regardless of what you say, you are elders. It is only natural to vent occasionally. After all, you are also concerned for Ling Ying's happiness, and I understand that. Well, since you comprehend everything, I shall refrain from saying more. Endeavor on your own. As for your affairs, I neither support nor oppose them, Wang Yuanluan remarked. Du Qichen nodded and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Du Qichen began his cultivation. 3 years ago, his powers were nearly obliterated. His body riddled with hidden injuries. Over these years, his condition had improved significantly, yet he remained far from recovery. In the small city of Jiangnan, he could easily navigate unchallenged. However, the thought of numerous enemies both domestically and internationally instilled a constant sense of urgency within him. Previously, he had regarded himself as an orphan, free and unencumbered. Yet now, having established a family, if he failed to diligently cultivate, when his enemies eventually sought him out, his demise would be of little consequence. What truly mattered was not allowing Wang Lingying to suffer. Whether out of duty or affection, he could not permit her to be harmed. For she had become his Achilles heel. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Curiosity piqued. Du Qichen leapt from his bed and opened the door, surprised to find Wang Lingying standing there. What brings you here? Come in and speak. Wang Lingying entered, closing the door behind her. Du Qichen felt perplexed, uncertain of her intentions. Haven't you gone to bed? Wang Lingying glanced around, casually inquiring. It was an obvious question, given Du Qichen was dressed so neatly. I haven't slept. Did I disturb your rest? She evaded the topic. Du Qichen replied gently with a smile. If you have something to say, please be direct. There is no need for such formality between us. We are merely pretending to be a couple, Wang Lingying reminded him. Du Qichen felt a twinge of annoyance and forced a smile. Then we might as well consider ourselves friends, with no need for formality. Very well, I shall be direct. Please do, Du Qichen encouraged. Wang Lingying took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking slowly. My mother can be rather nagging, and her words might be somewhat harsh. Please bear with her a little, if you can. Of course, I truly do not mind. I can see that she cares for you deeply. Her desire for our divorce stems from her belief that I am not worthy of you. This I can understand, Du Qichen replied. Do you genuinely feel that way? Wang Lingying stared intently into Du Qingchen's eyes. With sincerity, he affirmed, indeed. Thank you. No need for thanks. Wang Lingying shifted her gaze away from him, continuing. What I mean is, please show her a bit of tolerance and give her some leeway. After all, she is my mother. Can you do that? Du Qichen furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. I know this may be quite burdensome for you. I understand your disposition, if only for my sake. Could you extend her some respect and indulgence? If she behaves inappropriately, I will apologize on your behalf and will step in if necessary. Wang Lingying expressed her guilt, saying, I am currently exhausted from work, both physically and emotionally. I hope to return home each day to find a sense of ease and warmth. Du Qingchen's heart softened, and he replied calmly, Very well, I promise you. Thank you, Wang Lingying said, feeling somewhat touched. She understood that Du Qingchen's agreement stemmed from a desire to avoid placing her in a difficult position. Given Du Qingchen's character, he must have felt some grievance. He smiled and remarked, She is the elder, it is only fitting to yield to her. I will make it up to you, Wang Lingying added. Du Qingchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Compensation? His mind began to wander, recalling fragments of memories from that night, both nostalgic and regretful. If only they could rekindle. Wang Lingying seemed to perceive Du Qingchen's thoughts and immediately adopted a serious expression, saying, Do not let your imagination run wild. When we divorce in the future, I will provide you with a sum of money, that is what I mean. Du Qingchen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Wang Lingying's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to leave, saying good night. Once outside, she hurried upstairs, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could not fathom why. But every time she was alone with Du Qingchen, she felt a surge of nervousness and was reminded of that particular night. Daughter, are you all right? Ma Jifeng had been waiting nearby and rushed over to inquire. I'm fine. It's late, and I need to rest. Wang Lingying nearly fled in haste. What is going on with her? Ma Jifeng asked Wang Yuanluan, a look of suspicion on her face. How would I know? Wang Yuanluan replied. Why is her face flushed? Could that boy have bullied her? Ma Jifeng asked, visibly anxious. Wang Yuanluan remarked, Shadu is not that kind of person. You are overthinking it. Besides, they are husband and wife. Is there anything wrong with them engaging in something? Hey, do you even have a stance on this? Don't you want to return to the old house? Ma Jifeng chastised. Wang Yuanzhao dared not speak further. The following day, Du Qichen prepared breakfast once more. After they ate, He drove Wang Lingying to her office before heading to the security room. Feng Bing had been waiting there and immediately confronted him. Du Qingchen, what is wrong with you? You left early on your first day. Did I leave early? Isn't the workday supposed to end at 5? Du Qingchen asked calmly. Feng Bing scoffed. That applies to regular employees, but our security department must remain on duty until 8 in the evening to complete the shift. Did you not know? Du Qingchen genuinely did not know, but he was unconcerned, replying, I truly was unaware. Your bonus for this month will be deducted. If it happens again, you will be dismissed immediately. Feng Bing stated with an air of authority before turning to leave. Du Qingchen furrowed his brow. If the workday ended at 8, he truly could not comply, as he had to escort Wang Lingying to and from work every day. He had positioned himself as Wang Lingying's personal bodyguard. Thus it was inconceivable for him to remain here until 8. Wu Bo, noticing that Feng Bing had walked away, kindly reminded him, Hey, brother, did you see that? Captain Feng is deliberately targeting you, so be cautious. Indeed, he added, take my advice, go buy him a pack of cigarettes later, and if you behave a bit better, he surely won't target you anymore. We've all been through this. Zhang Kuei chimed in. Du Qingchen was taken aback. Is there such a rule? Certainly, Zhang Kuei replied. After all, he is a relative of Manager Liu. We can't afford to provoke him, and our livelihoods depend on his word. Our treatment is quite decent. With bonuses and everything, it totals nearly 10,000. Spending 1,000 or 800 a month is manageable. Zhang Kuei sighed. Despite this, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Who wishes to squander their hard-earned money? 1,000 or 800 is still a significant sum, nearly equivalent to half a month's living expenses for an ordinary family. Du Qingchen smiled and said, Is that so? No worries, I just arrived. We can discuss it later. In his eyes, Feng Bing was of no consequence, not even worth mentioning. Regarding Feng Bing accepting favors from subordinates, Du Qingchen had no intention of reporting it. He was merely a temporary security guard, not truly committed to this role. As long as Feng Bing did not provoke him, they could coexist peacefully. And he had no desire to engage with such a minor figure. Ah, good morning. Suddenly, someone greeted Du Qingchen. Zhang Kuei and Wu Bo's eyes brightened in astonishment. At the entrance stood a stunning beauty, with long legs, an elegant figure, and exquisite features. It went without saying that it was Gao Xiaodong. Du Qingchen nodded and replied, Good morning. Could you take me to find Lingying? Gao Xiaodong threw a flirtatious glance at Du Qingchen. This was clearly a tease. Unfortunately, Du Qingchen saw through her intentions and ignored her, saying, I just started at the company yesterday and am not very familiar with it. Perhaps you should ask someone else for directions. You Gao Xiaotong, seeing that Du Qingchen was not falling for her charms, stomped her foot in displeasure. Fine. I'll find my way myself. With that, she elegantly departed. Zhang Kuei and Wu Bo watched her figure disappear at the elevator before returning to their senses. Casting Du Qingchen an odd look. Do you know her? Wu Bo inquired. I happened to meet her yesterday. We aren't too familiar. She seems to be the new financial director, Du Qingchen shrugged. The two were startled, shivering at the revelation. Zhang Kuei gave Du Qingchen a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother, you are impressive. The financial director asked you for directions, and you actually turned her down. What a missed opportunity. Wu Bo lamented, Xiaodu. I sense you were about to have a stroke of luck. I saw her throwing you flirty glances. Du Qingchen nearly stumbled at this remark. Oh, spare me. Flirtatious glances? That woman is quite eccentric. You all should steer clear of her. Achoo. Gao Xiaodong let out a sneeze. Goodness. Early in the morning, who was speaking ill of me? Wang Lingying, across from her, chuckled in disbelief. Could you please be mindful of your image? You are, after all, the chief financial officer and a vice president of the company. How could you still resort to such coarse language? I understand you are a goddess and may find it hard to accept, but I am no goddess. I am a mere mortal with a penchant for mischief. I refuse to be a goddess, perpetually maintaining a facade. It is simply too exhausting. Gao Xiaotong wrinkled her nose. All right. I have already informed the mid to senior management about the meeting. Come, let me introduce you to them, and you can officially commence your duties. Fine. You are my superior now, so I shall heed your every word. Don't be silly. We are good sisters. Yet you remain my boss. In private, we are sisters. Gao Xiaodong is a walking contradiction, her personality ever-changing. In private, she is lively and playful, yet in public, she embodies the essence of a queen. Following Wang Lingying's introduction, Gao Xiaotong delivered a succinct inauguration speech. Her eloquence, knowledge, and insights easily captivated the attendees, while her past achievements garnered genuine admiration and reverence from her colleagues. We have a remarkable talent joining us. This sentiment echoed among the crowd. After the meeting concluded, Gao Xiaodong was escorted to her office. Although she held the title of vice president, she also served as the chief financial officer, which meant her office was situated within the finance department, a spacious and well-lit area, meticulously arranged according to her preferences. Wang Lingying eagerly anticipated her arrival and had already prepared extensively. During the lunch break, Wang Lingying visited Gao Xiaodong's office and cheerfully inquired, "So, are you satisfied? You know I don't care much for such things." Gao Xiaodong was preoccupied with reviewing the company's previous financial reports, casting a brief glance at Wang Lingying before returning to her work. "By the way, please refrain from disturbing me unless necessary. I need to familiarize myself with the company's financial condition." Wang Lingying, amused, did not leave but instead approached Gao Xiaodong from behind. "Oh," she exclaimed, staring in astonishment at Gao Xiaodong's computer screen. "How do you have his photo?" Gao Xiaodong replied, "What photo?" "Your screensaver," Wang Lingying elaborated. "What about it?" She frowned. "Isn't that Du Qingchen?" Gao Xiaodong burst into laughter. "Come on, are you joking? That is the prince of my dreams, as you well know. Are you saying this is the shadow?" Wang Lingying's gaze remained fixed on the computer. "Of course, I must tell you. I paid a considerable price to have a friend procure this for me." As Gao Xiaodong spoke, her eyes sparkled with infatuation as she gazed at the photograph on the screen, a picture of a man, turned sideways, his features obscured, exuding an aura of solitude. Wang Lingying gazed oddly and said, "Why do I constantly feel that this is Du Qingchen? Don't you have a sense of familiarity?" Gao Xiaodong frowned. "Really? Now that you mention it, I do see a resemblance. Could he possibly be a shadow?" Wang Lingying chuckled. "Well, that would be amusing. Your Prince Charming is right here. And your opportunity has arrived." It was rare for her to joke like this. Gao Xiaodong pouted. "You mustn't disgust me. If it truly is him, I would rather leap from this 10th floor. It's too distressing, so please, do not mention it again." All right. I was merely jesting. They just share a likeness." Wang Lingying replied with a smile. Just as they were conversing, there was a knock at the door, and unexpectedly, Hu Hao entered, cradling a large bouquet of roses. Lingying, Hu Hao greeted with a charming smile, donned in a tailored suit that exuded an air of affluence. Wang Lingying was taken aback. She never anticipated Hu Hao would actually come. After he had declared he would not give up yesterday, here he was presenting flowers today. The thought of having experienced something similar in the past sent a wave of trepidation through her. "What brings you to my company?" Wang Lingying complained. Gao Xiaodong chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, Hu Hao, this is a workplace. You can't come here every day to bother Lingying. We are classmates. Let us not make this more extreme than necessary." She felt a sense of responsibility, having made a mistake the previous night, and wanted to assist her friend today. "I like her. Love should be proclaimed loudly. Is there a problem with that? No one has the right to deprive me of my pursuit of love, right?" Hu Hao, unperturbed, insisted on pushing the roses into Wang Lingying's hands, saying, "Let us have dinner together after work tonight." Wang Lingying, startled, quickly retreated a few steps. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "I'm busy. I have a business meeting with a client tonight. You can leave now, and in the future, you must not come to my company again, or I will truly be upset." "All right, I shall return tomorrow," Hu Hao declared with nonchalance before gracefully exiting. The two women exchanged glances. "He is coming back?" Wang Lingying suddenly felt a surge of irritation. She tossed the roses into a nearby trash bin, exclaiming, "Are the security guards merely decorations? This infuriates me. I must pay a visit to the security office." Gao Xiaodong offered, "I'll accompany you." After taking a few steps, Wang Lingying halted. "Wait, let us go down after he leaves." She rushed to the window and waited until Hu Hao drove away in his luxury car before she and Gao Xiaodong descended together. Upon arriving at the security office, they found Du Qingchen engaged in lively conversation with two security guards. Upon seeing Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong enter, the guards straightened up in alarm, greeting them, "Good day, President Wang." Du Qingchen was perplexed. Sensing Wang Lingying's displeasure, she appeared quite furious. Indeed, Wang Lingying wasted no time in voicing her frustration. "Are you all just for show? The company expends such substantial resources to support you all, merely for the purpose of engaging in idle chatter while at work?" Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei hung their heads low, too intimidated to utter a word. They felt unjustly treated, utterly perplexed as to what transgression they had committed. "What exactly is happening?" Du Qingchen inquired. Wang Lingying shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Do you not require visitors to register upon entry? Is it permissible for anyone to invade my office and cause a ruckus while you stand idly by?" "Ah?" Du Qingchen was taken aback, his mind a muddled haze. "Hu Hao just came by again," Gao Xiaodong reminded him. Du Qingshan's countenance shifted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Noticing his sour mood, Wang Lingying suddenly felt that perhaps it was inappropriate for her to vent her frustrations here, forgetting that Du Qingshan was also an employee. At that moment, Feng Bing rushed in, breathless. President Wang, President Gao, what brings you here? This was Wang Lingying's first visit to the security office, a territory that belonged to Feng Bing. He was utterly bewildered as to what had transpired to incite the ire of this beautiful president. Feng Bing, do you still wish to retain your position as captain? How could you allow such individuals to enter? Wang Lingying reprimanded him. Feng Bing felt wronged and entirely confused. President Wang, could you kindly clarify where our work has faltered so that we may rectify it? Tomorrow, someone will be delivering flowers, and you must prevent him from ascending. But do not offend him. If he manages to reach upstairs, our bonuses for the month will be forfeited. With that, Wang Lingying turned to leave. However, Gao Xiaotong remained behind. She beckoned to Du Qingshan, come here. Du Qingshan furrowed his brow, wondering if there was something amiss. Just come over, I won't bite. Gao Xiaotong replied. The security guards exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the new vice president's intentions. Du Qingshan, feeling resigned, took a few steps closer, arms crossed. What is it? Just do as you're told and stop with the excessive chatter, Gao Xiaotong instructed. He complied, positioning his body sideways, adjusting the angle to precisely 45 degrees towards the ceiling. Then a fraction to the right. Perfect, now stand there and do not move. As Gao Xiaotong spoke, her expression grew increasingly animated. She pulled out her phone, glancing at the screen, then back at Du Qingshan, repeating this several times. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of anger. From now on, you must refrain from adopting such poses and gestures, particularly in my presence. It is absolutely unacceptable. Do you understand? Du Qingshan, sweating profusely, watched as Gao Xiaotong stormed away in a huff, feeling both amused and bewildered. This woman has truly lost her mind. Her dedication to her beloved is excessive. If only she knew that her idol spent every day in close proximity to her. Du Qingshan shivered at the thought. The others regarded Du Qingshan with peculiar expressions. Once the two presidents departed, Feng Bing took the opportunity to taunt him. Du Qingshan, do you even know how to do your job? How could you allow such chaos within the company, permitting someone to breach the sanctity of President Wang's office? It is utterly outrageous. Du Qingshan, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, I am not one to engage in trivialities. If you insist, why not come and obstruct him tomorrow? What is your attitude? You're still not accepting criticism, are you? Feng Bing retorted, visibly agitated. Du Qingshan suddenly chuckled and remarked, Captain Feng, you possess quite the authority. Are you aware of who Hu Hao is? I care not for his identity. If Manager Wang has given the order, it must be executed. Our duty as security personnel is to ensure peace and safeguard the company. Spare me your grandiloquence. That Hu Hao is none other than the young master of the Hu family. Do you dare to obstruct him? Du Qingshan scoffed. Feng Bing's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly recalled that Wang Lingying had mentioned the necessity of stopping him without offending. The realization struck him. He was indeed the young master of the Hu family. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Feng Bing fumed with indignation. He genuinely lacked the courage to confront Hu Hao. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei were equally taken aback. Ignoring Feng Bing, Du Qingshan lit a cigarette and settled onto a nearby sofa. Remember this. If you allow him in again tomorrow, all of your bonuses for this month will be forfeited. If the boss is displeased, you can forget about having an easy time. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei displayed expressions of dismay. This situation was undoubtedly precarious, and they did not dare to offend the young master of the Hu family. Feng Bing stormed out, muttering insults. Brother, you truly possess courage. Are you really prepared to confront him to the end? Zhang Kuei sighed, shaking his head. Du Qingshan replied, Am I not being accommodating? As long as he does not overstep or challenge my boundaries, I have little inclination to engage with such a petty individual. Wu Bo lamented. Captain Feng is placing us in a perilous position. What shall we do if young Master Hu arrives tomorrow? I've heard that the Hu family's assets are worth billions. With a mere word, we could find ourselves dismissed. Did you not hear Manager Wang say we must not offend him? How can we obstruct him? Zhang Kuei echoed Wu Bo's discontent. Du Qingshan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Since Manager Wang does not welcome him, we certainly cannot allow him entry. I shall take care of it tomorrow. You? Zhang Kuei cautioned. My friend, I advise you to reconsider. If you offend Manager Wang, we might face mere dismissal. But should you offend the young master of the Hu family, we will find ourselves without a foothold in Jiangnan City. Du Qingshan merely smiled, offering no further explanation. The following morning, Du Qichen arrived at the security room. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei pointed towards a Ferrari parked not far away, their expressions tense as they said, "Look, brother, your moment to shine has arrived. That must be the young master of the Hu family." Du Qichen glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and nodded. "Indeed, he has come." With that, he strode outside, positioning himself at the entrance like a guardian. His colleagues exchanged anxious glances, their eyes betraying a mix of trepidation and sympathy. Hu Hao spotted Du Qichen, his demeanor darkening as he clutched a bouquet of roses and attempted to enter. Du Qichen extended his hand, halting him. "Please present your identification badge." "Kid, you are deliberately seeking trouble, aren't you?" Hu Hao scoffed. "Last time we dined together, you opposed me. I chose not to hold it against you, yet here you are, brimming with audacity, truly considering yourself a figure of importance. Be gone." The tension between the two was palpable from the very outset. Not far off, Wu Bo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do they know each other?" Zhang Kuei replied, "Who knows? It's truly baffling what Du Qichen is up to. The company has a policy that prohibits entry without an employee badge." Du Qichen did not spare a glance at the other party. "What are you pretending to be ignorant of? Are you unfamiliar with my identity? You dare to obstruct me? You possess quite the audacity. Do you truly believe I won't take action against you?" Hu Hao's expression darkened. Du Qichen calmly responded, "I am merely adhering to protocol. Without a work badge, I cannot allow you entry. And what if I insist on entering?" Hu Hao retorted with a cold smirk. Du Qichen remained composed. "What would that accomplish? You simply cannot enter. I shall put that to the test. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being unkind. A mere security guard dares to impede my path. You truly do not know the meaning of danger." "Then do try," Du Qichen replied. Just then, Feng Bing suddenly rushed over from a distance. He had been observing the situation for some time, secretly hoping to create difficulties for Du Qichen. However, if this matter were mishandled, he, as the head of security, would bear the responsibility. Seeing the potential conflict between Du Qichen and Hu Hao, he felt compelled to intervene. "Young Master Hu, please calm down." Feng Bing, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, approached with bowed head. "Who are you?" Hu Hao arrogantly inquired. Feng Bing hastily replied, "I am the head of security here. My name is Feng Bing. Is this person your employee? What kind of nonsense is this, daring to obstruct me? If you do not have him step aside, believe me, I can ensure you won't survive in Jiang'an City," Hu Hao declared boastfully. Feng Bing wiped his forehead. "If young master Hu wishes to deal with us, it would certainly be a simple matter. However, you must understand our position. We are merely following orders. How about you call General Manager Wang first? With just one word from him, we will allow you entry immediately. What do you say? General Manager Wang is my classmate and, moreover, my girlfriend. Is there a problem with me bringing her flowers? I simply wish to surprise her. You lot, who lack discernment, actually dare to use her to pressure me. It is utterly absurd." Hu Hao scoffed coldly. Feng Bing appeared troubled, flustered, and anxious. Du Qichen smiled calmly. "General Manager Wang is your girlfriend? Might I suggest you maintain some decorum? Do you not realize that many men have uttered similar claims before your arrival? You are neither the first nor the last. Such is the consequence of General Manager Wang's beauty. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and apologize to young Master Hu." Feng Bing urged, exasperated. Du Qichen mockingly replied, "If you choose to be a lapdog, that is your affair, but you have no right to impose upon me. Moreover, even if you wish to be a lapdog, you ought to recognize your master. Are you not aware of who pays your salary? Individuals like you, if placed in the past, would undoubtedly be labeled as traitors." "Ah, Du Qichen, it appears you are truly uninterested in maintaining your position. Very well. I shall observe how you manage this situation. I will subsequently report to the higher authorities and ensure your dismissal. A mere security guard. Speaking with such arrogance, let us see how long you can maintain this bravado." With that, Feng Bing stepped aside and addressed Hu Hao, saying, "Young Master Hu, I would permit you entry, but he refuses. This fellow is quite the rebel. Handle him as you see fit. I shall not involve myself further." He distanced himself from the predicament. Hu Hao regarded Du Qichen and inquired, "Is it worth it to act this way? I have not contemplated the value of it." "I simply find you displeasing and refuse you entry," Du Qichen replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall insist on entering. Step aside." As Feng Bing spoke, he surged forward, clutching a rose in his left hand while his right hand aimed to strike at Du Qichen. Having undergone martial arts training from a young age, he had already reached a formidable level of physical prowess. While he may not be extraordinary within the realm of ancient martial arts, he was certainly a match for any ordinary opponent in the secular world. Thus, he was confident that a single strike could severely injure Du Qingshan. Though his strike appeared casual, he was acutely aware of its true power. However, his hand was suddenly seized by Du Qingshan. Pain shot through his wrist, rendering his entire arm numb. His expression shifted as he aimed a kick at Du Qingshan. Du Qingshan, disinclined to entangle himself with such individuals, preferred to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, he yanked, causing Hu Hao's body to collide uncontrollably into him. Stepping forward slightly with his right foot, Du Qingshan met him with his right shoulder. Bang! Hu Hao was sent staggering backward, retreating a full 10 meters before finally halting. A sharp pain coursed through his chest, and blood surged to his mouth, altering his complexion dramatically. When he looked at Du Qingshan again, he noticed a flicker of disdain and a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Hu Hao was gripped by terror. That gaze was profoundly unsettling. He had only witnessed such a look from one other person, a name well known in the realm of ancient martial arts. And the memory lingered vividly in his mind after all these years. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. Although Feng Bing's face turned pale with fear, he could not suppress a sense of schadenfreude. To him, Du Qingshan had committed an egregious error. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei rushed out, equally bewildered. Only Du Qingshan remained as composed as ever. He cast a glance at Hu Hao and remarked coolly, "Aren't you leaving yet? You shall regret this. For opposing me will not end well for you." With a barrage of curses, Hu Hao departed in his vehicle. Du Qingshan subtly gestured toward a direction where a figure clad in green gradually faded into the crowd. "Young man, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. I suggest you promptly complete your resignation procedures and flee as far as possible. Do not involve us in your mess. You dared to confront the scion of the Hu family. You must be quite audacious," Feng Bing reprimanded with a mocking tone. Du Qingshan cast a look of disdain in his direction. "If you continue to prattle, do you believe I shall refrain from dealing with you as well? Greetings, young man. Just you wait. What a lack of decorum. You disregard my words, and even those of Mr. Wang. This is utterly lawless." Feng Bing's face turned a shade of green with anger. Du Qingshan showed him no respect whatsoever. "Leave," Du Qingshan said coldly. Feng Bing cast a fearful glance at him before turning away, heading straight for the elevator, clearly intent on reporting him. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei ushered Du Qingshan into the security room. "Brother, I truly admire your audacity. You really did strike him," Wu Bo remarked sympathetically. Zhang Kuei sighed. "No one can save you now. I suspect Feng Bing is going to Mr. Wang. You should brace yourself. Thank you for your concern. It's fine. At worst, I'll leave the security job," Du Qingshan replied with a smile. He could see the genuine care in their expressions. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei exchanged resigned glances. In less than 10 minutes, the phone in the security room rang. Zhang Kuei answered, patting Du Qingshan on the shoulder. "Brother, I wasn't he wrong. Feng Bing indeed went to complain. Mr. Wang wants to see you in her office." Wu Bo joined in, reassuring him, "It's all right. If you're not welcome here, there are other places for you. We never liked Feng Bing, and if you need a witness, I will certainly stand by you. Moreover, regardless of where you go in the future, we will remain friends. I genuinely admire you. Let us have a drink together sometime." "All right, thank you." Du Qingshan smiled nonchalantly and headed towards the elevator. Soon, he arrived at Wang Lingying's office. Feng Bing was already there, and upon seeing Du Qingshan, he could not help but feel a sense of triumph. "You may leave. I need to ascertain the situation," Wang Lingying stated expressionlessly. "Understood, Mr. Wang. I'll take my leave," Feng Bing replied, bowing slightly, appearing exceedingly humble. However, as he departed, he couldn't resist casting a triumphant glare at Du Qingshan. "Close the door," Wang Lingying instructed. Du Qingshan shut the door and walked to the window, gazing at the opposite building. Suddenly, a flash of light from across the way caught his eye, and his expression changed as he lunged toward Wang Lingying. Before she could react, he tackled her to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 4 bullet holes appeared in the wall behind them. Had Wang Lingying still been seated, she would have surely suffered a fatal shot to the head. "What are you doing?" Wang Lingying exclaimed in shock. Du Qingshan, his face darkened, replied, "If you wish to live, keep silent." Wang Lingying opened her mouth to retort, but, seeing the unprecedented ferocity in Du Qingshan, felt a flicker of fear. She hesitated, her mouth agape, yet she dared not speak or move, pinned beneath the desk by Du Qingshan. Their positions were so intimate, drawing her thoughts back to fragmented memories of that night. These days, those images haunted her mind, and despite her desperate attempts to forget, they remained indelibly etched in her memory. After a while, Du Qingshan voluntarily released Wang Lingying, helping her to her feet before approaching the window to draw back the curtains. It's all right now, he reassured her. Wang Lingying, still filled with doubt, inquired, what on earth happened? Du Qingshan gestured towards the bullet holes in the wall behind her, saying, take a look for yourself. Turning around, Wang Lingying was struck with terror, her scalp tingling in fright. She had never imagined that the scenarios depicted in films could manifest in her own life. Someone was attempting to assassinate her. Her complexion drained of color and her body trembled involuntarily, but she quickly regained her composure, swallowing hard before speaking. Who could be so ruthless as to want me dead? Was it someone sent by the Hu family? Aside from the Wei family, she could hardly think of any enemies. The last public humiliation she had inflicted upon Wei Haiyang had certainly embarrassed the Wei family, and retaliation from them would be understandable. However, Du Qingshan shook his head. No. They have no reason to kill you. If anyone were to be targeted, it would surely be me. Then who could it be? I haven't offended anyone. Wang Lingying's brows knitted tightly. Du Qingshan moved to the window, pulled back the curtains, and gazed at the rooftop across the way, contemplating for a long moment before suddenly stating, I don't know if it's the Wei family, but it must be connected to them. The assassin didn't truly intend to kill you. Otherwise, before I arrived, he had the perfect opportunity to shoot you. What do you mean? Wang Lingying asked, confused. It's quite simple. The assassins sought to test my reaction. Their true target is still me. Du Qingshan narrowed his eyes and explained. Wang Lingying, now worried, remarked, that puts you in great danger. Perhaps you should leave Jiangnan City and lay low for a while. A flicker of pride crossed Du Qingshan's eyes as he replied. It won't be so easy for them to take my life. They've already sent an assassin, and you remain so confident? Wang Lingying retorted, exasperated. You need to concern yourself with that. However, you should refrain from opening the curtains again. Better safe than sorry. You must switch to another office. Du Qingshan asserted with an air of authority. Wang Lingying did not oppose him. With her life at stake, she found no grounds to argue. But you must also be careful. I know, he replied. An awkward silence fell between them. Du Qingshan broke the tension, asking, what did you want to discuss with me? Wang Lingying regained her focus. You don't know? About Hu Hao? I heard you got into a fight with him. Wang Lingying frowned. Du Qingshan responded. If you don't wish to see him, I want to let him in. There was just a minor conflict. Can you elaborate on what happened? Wang Lingying did not scold him too harshly. Du Qingshan hesitated for a moment before recounting the events in brief. We're already in quite a predicament. The Wei family's retaliation has yet to arrive, and now you've offended the Hu family. If Grandma finds out, she'll likely be furious enough to fall ill. Wang Lingying sighed. Are you blaming me? Du Qingshan fixed his gaze upon her. You must understand my difficult position. Wang Lingying softened her tone. Du Qingshan remained silent, asking, so how do you intend to handle this matter? His expression conveyed utter indifference, inciting a deep irritation in Wang Lingying. However, she was not unreasonable. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, do you truly believe I would overlook your actions? Feng Bing has already approached me with grievances. If you choose to disregard this, he will not relent. Du Qingshan responded. Wang Lingying continued, no matter how we address this situation now, it is futile. You have irrevocably offended the Hu family. It matters little, for we have already antagonized the Wei family. Adding the Hu family to our list of adversaries would merely exacerbate matters. As for Feng Bing, I have received numerous reports concerning him from security personnel. I shall inform the HR department to terminate his position shortly. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of security captain to prevent any further disruptions on your part. Are you jesting? Du Qingshan was genuinely taken aback. He had anticipated a furious outburst from Wang Lingying for having struck Hu Hao, yet to his astonishment, she had instead appointed him as captain. He wondered, would Feng Bing be furious upon learning this news? Suddenly, he found himself eagerly anticipating Feng Bing's reaction. It promised to be quite entertaining. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Oh, and do not work late tonight. I will prepare a delightful meal for you when I return, Du Qingshan cheerfully suggested. Upon seeing his bright smile, Wang Lingying, now seated, replied nonchalantly, this evening, I have made plans to enjoy skewers with Xiao Tong. Perhaps you should head home first. I haven't relished skewers in quite some time. Do take me along. Du Qingshan replied with a grin. Wang Lingying, fully aware that Du Qingshan was concerned for her safety, had initially considered acquiescing. However, upon witnessing the expression on his face, she resolutely stated, I cannot take you along. I will call you once I am finished. You should go now. I have work to attend to. With that, she turned her attention back to the contract in her hands, no longer casting a glance in Du Qingshan's direction. Du Qingshan, feeling a sense of resignation, stepped outside. Wang Lingying, standing behind the desk, gazed silently towards the entrance for a moment before casting her eyes on the bullet holes in the wall. Cautiously, she drew the curtains tighter before making a phone call. Please arrange for me to have a different office. Meanwhile, Feng Bing was reprimanding Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei in the security room. Do you see? That man named Du is a cautionary tale. Anyone who disobeys and dares to leave early will face his fate. The security team cannot accommodate him, nor can I. Just then, Du Jingchen entered, grinning. Who can't you accommodate? Me? Feng Bing, startled, recalled that Du Jingchen was about to be dismissed, and thus felt less intimidated. Maintaining a safe distance, he sneered, Indeed. I am referring to you. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be processing your resignation? It's too late for regrets. Even if you beg, it won't help. A stubborn fool like you will inevitably cause trouble in the security team. It's best if you leave sooner rather than later. Who says I am being dismissed? Du Jingchen casually sat down, offering cigarettes to Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei, exhaling clouds of smoke. What? President Wang has dismissed you? Feng Bing was taken aback. Indeed. Someone was to be dismissed, but regrettably, that person was not him. Just as Du Jingchen finished speaking, a middle-aged woman entered. Feng Bing. Why can't I reach you by phone? It was Lu Yaling, the human resources manager. Manager Lu, what brings you here personally? He asked, feigning nonchalance. I forgot to charge my phone last night. It's been in the office. Did you need something? Are you here to dismiss Du Jingchen? Feng Bing smiled ingratiatingly. Lu Yaling, her expression stern, replied, Dismiss him? Why would I do that? I am here to inform you that you are to proceed to the Human Resources Department to complete your resignation paperwork and settle your final salary. You have been terminated. Feng Bing nearly fell over in shock. Terminated? No, it should be Du Jingchen facing dismissal. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei, standing nearby, were equally stunned, their expressions blank. Manager Lu, surely you are mistaken? Feng Bing stammered, drenched in sweat and gripped by fear. The position of security captain was not particularly prestigious. Yet due to his relation to Lu Ziqing, the head of the security department, he had been well cared for, often reaping various benefits. Given the company's generous compensation and excellent welfare, and his lack of real skills elsewhere, he was especially concerned about losing this job. Lu Yaling stated firmly. There is no mistake. President Wang personally called to arrange this. Now, please proceed to complete your tasks. With that, she turned to leave. Feng Bing stood there, disoriented. Suddenly, Lu Yaling returned. Manager Lu, please, grant me another chance, Feng Bing pleaded, nearly on his knees. Lu Yaling did not even glance at him, her demeanor softening as she addressed Du Jingchen. Oh, Du Jingchen, President Wang has declared that you are now the captain of the security team. The Human Resources Department will formalize this shortly, but I wanted to inform you first. You may proceed with the handover. Congratulations. Du Jingchen politely remarked, Manager Lu. You have worked hard. Once Lu Yaling departed, Feng Bing completely unraveled, glaring at Du Jingchen and biting out. It's all you're doing, Du. How can you be so venomous? You must have said something to President Wang. You're insidious, and I won't let this slide. Forget about the work handover. I don't want to see you for even a second longer. Just a heads up, my temper isn't great, so if you wish to avoid a beating, you'd better skedaddle. Du Jingchen replied indifferently. Zhang Kuei suddenly called out with fervor. Exactly. Haven't you heard what Captain Du said? It's your turn now, Feng. You've extorted us plenty in the past. This is your karma. Get lost. If you don't leave now, be wary of how we might treat you. Thinking you're still the captain. Someone like you should have been ousted from the company long ago. Wu Bo chimed in. The two were united in their disdain. They had long harbored resentment towards Feng Bing, previously keeping their heads down, but now their frustrations were unleashed. Feng Bing recognized the multitude of wrongs he had committed and dared not linger, hurriedly fleeing the scene. In the security room, Zhang Kuei, though somewhat awkward, said, Captain Du. If anything arises in the future, just instruct us. Wu Bo quickly added, Yes, we will undoubtedly heed the captain's orders. If you tell us to go east, we shall not go west. Du Jingchen chuckled, Aren't you tired? Not at all, right? Is there something you need us to do? Zhang Kuei rubbed his hands in anticipation. Du Jingchen sighed, Just moments ago, you were treating me like a brother, ready to share drinks, and now you're being so formal. It's quite perplexing. I'm merely a security captain, not a high-ranking official. Is this necessary? The more you act this way, the more uncomfortable I feel. Can we not simply be brothers? Why didn't you say so earlier? You made us so anxious. Wu Bo playfully punched Du Jingchen's chest, laughing heartily. All right, you're my brother now. From now on, we'll call you Brother Chen. Indeed. We shall all refer to you as Brother Chun. We cannot let the Brotherhood suffer. Zhang Kuei added with a grin. Oh, by the way, there are a few security guards on the night shift. We should discuss when to gather and give our captain a warm welcome. Du Qingshan responded. Drinks are fine, but I'll be treating you, not the other way around. Otherwise, the conversation is moot. It's the same regardless of who pays. Zhang Kuei remarked before suddenly becoming curious. Brother Chen, what exactly happened? How did you manage to get Feng Bing fired? That was President Wang's idea, Du Qingshan replied. You must have someone backing you in the company, right? You're not related to President Wang, are you? Wu Bo inquired. Du Qingshan suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Let me share a secret with you. The two leaned in attentively. Actually, Wang Lingying is my wife, Du Qingshan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the two erupted in laughter. Brother Chen, are you dreaming in broad daylight? Ha. Indeed, it seems Brother Chen hasn't fully awakened yet. Du Qingshan laughed heartily, unwilling to offer an explanation. What? A killer shot at you? Xia Xiaodong, upon learning that Wang Lingying intended to change offices, curiously inquired about the reason. After hearing Wang's explanation, she was so startled that she jumped up in alarm. You need not be so agitated, Du Qingshan reassured. The assassin was merely testing his reaction. He had no genuine intent to kill me. Otherwise, with 10 lives, I would have perished long ago. Wang Lingying responded with calm composure. I truly admire your fortitude. Amid such a grave situation, you remain so composed. You truly fear nothing. Alas, your driver is rather unreliable. I know you have never heeded advice in the past. How have you transformed into someone who allows their bodyguard to influence their decisions? Xia Xiaong remarked. Wang Lingying appeared slightly uneasy as she replied. He is merely concerned for my safety. Xia Xiaodan, looking tense, cautioned. You must exercise more caution. By the way, your bodyguard is quite formidable. Isn't he? What is the matter? Did you not say he sent Hu Hao running? Indeed, Wang confirmed. Hu Hao has trained in martial arts since childhood. Yet he suffered defeat at Du Qingshan's hands, which attests to the bodyguard's prowess. However, I harbor no fondness for him. I would have no objections if you dismissed him. I never expected you to defend him so ardently, Xia Xiaodong stated. Xia Xiaodong was now fully aware of the events that transpired at the entrance, including the subsequent dismissal of Feng Bing and Du Qingshan's appointment as the head of security. Wang Lingying felt a twinge of guilt as she said, I currently require his protection. By the way, what brings you to me? Suddenly, Xia Xiaotong's expression turned grave. The situation at the company is dire. Are you aware of the financial status? Speak plainly. You are the true expert in this matter, Wang Lingying replied. Xia Xiaotong nodded and said, to be frank, the company's financial issues are extremely serious. The previous manager falsified accounts and embezzled over 20 million. If I am not mistaken, your uncle must have arranged for him to come on board, or at the very least, he is one of your uncle's associates. I anticipated this outcome. The reason I asked you to return was that I knew financial issues would be my greatest vulnerability. It cost me dearly to have that financial manager removed. Wang Lingying appeared to have foreseen this. You were aware all along? Xia Xiaodong queried. Are you also aware that the company has failed to recover a significant amount of material payments recently, at least around 100 million? This is highly abnormal for a company. The debt ratio has exceeded 70%, and it is bound to lead to trouble. Is it truly that considerable? Wang Lingying was taken aback. Look at this, Xia Xiaodong said, presenting a document she had compiled earlier. As Wang reviewed the sheet, her concern grew. Finally, she set it down, her brow furrowed. Among these individuals, over half are closely associated with my second uncle, while the remainder are undoubtedly friends of my elder uncle. They are plotting against you. This is intentional, Gao Xiang remarked. Your current predicament is quite perilous. They have dug a significant pit for you. What can be done? They have long sought to transfer me from this company. And since they could not find any incriminating evidence or excuses, they resorted to such underhanded tactics to ensnare me. I had anticipated this. Yet I never imagined they would employ such despicable means to replace me, Wang Lingying sighed. Gao Xiaodong inquired, what are your thoughts? You are currently my chief financial officer and the vice president of the company. I entrust this matter to you. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Wang Lingying responded with a smile. Gao Xiaodong, rubbing her forehead, remarked, I see through your intentions. You are setting a trap for me. It is quite unfair to deceive me in such a manner. I somewhat regret boarding your ship. Regret is futile. We must find a way forward, she replied. What can be done? We need to retrieve the funds, Gao Xiaotong declared confidently. Rest assured, with my silver tongue, I shall certainly recover a substantial portion of the payments. though it will require a few more days as I must familiarize myself with the company situation. Oh, by the way, did you not mention that Du Qingshan is quite formidable? I shall have him accompany me in collecting the debts. Wang Lingying remarked. That may depend on his willingness. Did you not promote him to the position of security captain? As a member of the company, you are his superior. Can he truly refuse? Gao Xiaong complained. Wang Lingying found herself at a loss for words, saying, I'll talk to him later. Gao Xiaodong suspiciously asked, It seems you are concealing something from me? Not at all. Why do you always protect him? Because he ensures my safety. I do not believe you. I have a strong feeling that you are hiding something from me. Wang Lingying felt a pang of guilt as they reverted to this topic. Wang Yang is a veteran, previously an exceptional sniper in the army. After being recruited by the Wild Wolf gang, he became one of their aces. However, he seldom appears in public. The gang members are aware of his existence. But very few, aside from the Wild Wolf himself, have laid eyes upon him. He typically refrains from intervening, as minor troubles can be handled by the numerous underlings beneath the Wild Wolf's command. Yet this time, the Wild Wolf called upon him, not to kill, but to test. After firing a few shots, half of it was intimidation, while the other half was indeed a trial. When Wang Yang spotted Du Qingshan through his scope, hundreds of meters away, a shiver ran through him. Du Qingshan's gaze was piercing. Though he merely glanced in this direction, it sent a chill down Wang Yang's spine. As if the man were standing right before him. That look was terrifying. Thus, he quickly withdrew. In the 20-story building, he carried a leather bag and opted for the stairs instead of the elevator. He first called the Wild Wolf. Boss, this man is among the best. He is not someone we can confront. Very well, return at once, came the Wild Wolf's voice on the other end. He has already noticed me. I must retreat. After a brief cry, the phone call was abruptly terminated. Wang Yang staggered and collapsed weakly, his gaze fixed on the woman in the green attire before him, filled with a mix of reverence and dread. You are the green attendant. Blood incessantly oozed from his mouth as he spoke, and a torrential flow gushed from his throat. He had been slashed. The green attendant regarded him with a detached demeanor, saying nothing, her indifference palpable. Meanwhile, in a bar in Jiangnan City, the expression of the Wild Wolf turned grim as he promptly dialed a number. Wang Yang is in trouble. You must hurry and check on him. A few minutes later, his phone rang. Have you found him? He inquired urgently upon connecting. Boss, we found him, came the response, prompting a sigh of relief from the Wild Wolf. That's good. You all return quickly. The adversary is formidable. Boss, Wang Yang has been killed. After hanging up, the Wild Wolf sank despondently onto the sofa. In front of him stood several subordinates, all elite members of his crew, each a formidable warrior of the body refinement realm, whom he had recruited at great expense. No one dared to speak. It was evident how furious the Wild Wolf was. After a moment, he slammed his palm onto the marble table, shattering it into pieces. His subordinates lowered their heads in trepidation. This display alone revealed that the Wild Wolf was also a martial artist, having reached the true Qi realm. It was no wonder he had established such a formidable reputation in Jiangnan City, surrounded by skilled fighters. A true Qi expert in such a small place was enough to command respect. To go, Wang Yang is dead, the Wild Wolf said ominously. To go. The strategist of the Wild Wolf gang and his most capable aide was a man of cunning and schemes. The rapid expansion of the Wild Wolf gang over the years could be attributed to his contributions. What? Wang Yang was killed? Tugo exclaimed, astonished. If even he could be slain, it appears our adversary is exceptionally powerful. We must exercise even greater caution. Whoever he is, he must die from this day forth. Our Wild Wolf gang shall have a vendetta against him. 3 of our brothers have perished at his hands, the Wild Wolf vowed through gritted teeth. Revenge is imperative. Since the establishment of our gang, we have never suffered such a significant loss. However, we must strategize carefully. We can only rely on wits, not brute strength, lest our losses escalate further. As long as we achieve our objective, the means are of little consequence. What are your thoughts? The Wild Wolf inquired, placing considerable trust in Tugo. After a moment of contemplation, Tugo replied, I do have a plan. At 9:30 in the evening, Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong concluded their dinner of skewers. Why not come back to the hotel with me tonight? Gao Xiaodong said playfully, wrapping her arms around Wang Lingying. Let me check your physique. It's been years since I last saw it, and I truly want to admire it. How about I give you a massage too? I guarantee you're even bigger than I am. Wang Lingying was not as fierce as she appeared. Her cheeks flushed as she opened her hand and said, Hey, could you refrain from being so lewd? After all these years, you haven't changed at all. you're still as brazen as ever. And are you just as liberated abroad? I have no interest in Western men, Gao Xiaotong replied. No, I have no interest in men at all. My affections lie solely with you. Cut it out. I don't believe a word of it. What about the person on your computer screen? Are you not even remotely interested in him? If given the chance, you'd gladly shed your clothes and throw yourself onto his bed, wouldn't you? He's an exception. But to be honest, if the opportunity arose, I would indeed like to be his woman, even if it were just for a one-night affair. That's it. You've lost your senses. You should wake up. You may never meet him in this lifetime. It's best to find a boyfriend soon to soothe your restless heart, Wang Lingying joked. It was only when she was with her close friend that she let her guard down like this. Go away. I have no interest. I'm still quite young, you know. Just then, a taxi arrived, and Gao Xiaotong waved her hand, getting into the car and leaving. Wang Lingying took out her phone, preparing to call Du Qingchen, when suddenly, a taxi halted in front of her. A seemingly honest-looking male driver called out, "Need a ride?" "No, someone is coming to pick me up." Wang Lingying waved her hand dismissively. "This place is not ideal for hailing a cab. I suggest you take one. It's quite convenient. And I'm about to finish my shift. I can even give you a discount," the man said with a friendly smile. However, the more accommodating he became, the more wary Wang Lingying felt. Although she hadn't brought Du Qingchen along tonight, she was acutely aware of her precarious situation. The Wei family had already dispatched killers to deal with Du Qingchen, and she couldn't rule out the possibility of them targeting her as well. Thus, she firmly declined. Just then, two men appeared beside her, one on the left and one on the right, each brandishing a knife against her waist. "Miss Wang, it would be wise to get in the car quickly," one of them urged. Wang Lingying's expression shifted, her body trembling slightly as she asked, "Who are you? And what do you want?" "We are from the Wolf Gang. Our boss wishes to meet you. Your parents are waiting for you, if you don't want to die. And if you don't want them to die, it would be best to cooperate. I assure you, we mean you no harm." Wang Lingying's heart sank. She realized she had been too careless tonight. With the situation escalating, she had no choice but to comply. Once in the vehicle, she took a deep breath. Attempting to calm herself, she reached into her pocket to call Du Qingchen, but the astute man beside her swiftly snatched her phone away. Planning to call the police or inform someone, he glared at her coldly. Wang Lingying replied, "No, where exactly are you taking me? You'll find out soon enough. Rest assured, you are not our target. However, if you insist on resisting and push me to act, I won't hesitate to add more lives to my tally." The man's eyes glinted with malice. Wang Lingying's face paled in fear as she said, "All right, I will cooperate with you. Are you going after Du Qingchen?" She was not foolish. She quickly considered this possibility. Indeed, it served as a means to test his sincerity toward you, the man remarked with a smile. Wang Lingying responded, "It's futile. We are merely ordinary friends. Even if you capture me, it will be of no use. He won't fall for your tricks because of me. I know him well." Despite her words, a sense of unease gripped her heart. It was precisely because she understood Du Qingchen that she recognized the effectiveness of this strategy against him. She had long heard of the notorious reputation of the Wolf Gang, and the thought of Du Qingchen potentially falling into their schemes and traps filled her with immense worry. "Your gaze cannot deceive. Now, kindly remain silent," the man said, meticulously grooming his nails with a small knife. Fear coursed through Wang Lingying. She dared not utter another word. Her mind raced with various schemes to extricate herself from the predicament, yet each was swiftly dismissed by her own reasoning. This situation and the atmosphere were unlike anything she had ever encountered, leaving her on the verge of tears. After work, Du Qingchen indeed went out for drinks with two colleagues. They were quite amiable, continuing to drink until 10 o'clock, at which point Du Qingchen graciously settled the bill, bringing the gathering to a close. Once his companions departed in a taxi, he took out his phone to call Wang Lingying. However, the call did not connect. The phone indicated it was powered off. Du Qingchen thought little of it. Perhaps her battery had died. He drove back to the villa. A couple of days prior, Wang Lingying had given him a key. Upon unlocking the villa door, he suddenly furrowed his brow. The house was empty, indicating that Wang Lingying had yet to return. Moreover, Wang Yuanluan and his wife were also absent. Well, Du Qingchen didn't dwell on it. In his mind, it was plausible that Wang Lingying was still enjoying skewers or perhaps visiting Gao Xiaodong. However, by midnight, with Wang Lingying still unreachable, he sensed something amiss. He drove directly to the hotel and knocked on Gao Xiaodong's door. After a prolonged silence, anxiety began to rise within him. Placing his right hand on the door lock, he released a surge of energy, and with a loud crash, the lock was shattered, allowing him entry. In his urgency, he did not pause to consider the implications. and upon opening the door, he was taken aback. The spacious business suite was illuminated, and a body lay stretched across the sofa, shockingly devoid of even undergarments. With a bathrobe discarded on the floor, who else could it be but Gao Xiaodong? At that moment, the sound of the door startled Gao Xiaodong awake, and upon seeing Du Qingchen burst in, she let out a startled scream. "Rogue! Help!" Gao Xiaodong's instinctive reaction echoed in the room. Du Qingchen had intended to retreat, but, upon hearing her cry, swiftly moved to stand before her, covering her mouth with his hand. "Don't scream! Don't scream!" Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his foot, followed by a kick aimed at his lower body. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have sustained a grievous injury. Then, he felt a sting on his hand. She had bitten him. Gao Xiaodong unleashed her fury upon him, seizing every opportunity to deliver the most severe blows. Du Qingchen felt a wave of frustration. It was utterly humiliating to be mistaken for a rogue in the dead of night. He immediately stepped back, leaping aside in a bid to escape through the door. Gao Xiaodong suddenly called out sharply, "Du, if you dare to run, I will call the police. If Linging finds out, she will certainly expel you." Her tone was no longer as agitated as before. It was filled with a vengeful threat. Du Qingchen's body froze instantly. He dared not flee. If word of this incident got out, he would have no way to explain it, and it would tarnish Gao Xiaodong's reputation as well. In truth, it was all a misunderstanding, he thought with a bitter smile. "You shut up. Stand there and don't move, and don't peek at me." All right. Just hurry and put on your clothes," he replied. A few minutes later, Gao Xiaodong's voice rang out. "All right, you can turn around now." Du Qingchen, still uneasy, asked, "Have you finished dressing? Now you're pretending to be a gentleman? What were you doing earlier?" "Humph, come here. If you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation tonight, I want to let this go, you scoundrel," Gao Xiaodong threatened. Only then did Du Qingchen slowly turn around, seeing Gao Xiaodong seated on the sofa in a set of pajamas. He felt a twinge of regret. Why was she wearing any undergarments? It was indeed a misunderstanding. As soon as he sat down, he began to explain. "You came here in the middle of the night, and now you say it's a misunderstanding? You've seen me in my entirety. If I hadn't reacted in time, would you have intended to do something improper?" Gao Xiaodong scoffed coldly. Du Qingchen raised his hand in a vow. "That is absolutely impossible. I have no such thoughts towards you, truly." "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm unattractive? Or that my body holds no allure for men? Do you realize how hurtful your words are?" She retorted, her voice laced with indignation. No, I mean it. I genuinely had no intention of doing anything wrong. I was just anxious to find President Wang. Her phone was unreachable, and she hadn't returned home. "You all went out for barbecue, didn't you?" "I merely wanted to ask you about it." I knocked for quite some time without any response. In my haste, I accidentally broke the door and rushed in, leading to this great misunderstanding, Du Qingchen patiently explained. Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. "What did you say? You couldn't reach Linging?" "Yes, her phone is off, and there is no one at her home," Du Qingchen replied earnestly. "But she separated from me at 9:30. She said she would call to have you pick her up. Didn't you receive her call?" Gao Xiaodong inquired. "No, I called her at 10, and her phone was already off," he said, his heart sinking. He immediately stood up. "All right, we can't waste any more time. I must leave now." "Wait." Gao Xiaodong, no longer preoccupied with the earlier incident, quickly stood up. "I will go with you to find her." "No need," Du Qingchen firmly refused. "You stay here and wait for news. Rest assured, even if I have to turn Jiangnan City upside down, I will find her." His voice exuded authority and determination, astonishing Gao Xiaodong. She gazed at Du Qingchen with a look of astonishment as he turned and left. After he departed, Gao Xiaodong vigorously shook her head. Suddenly regaining her composure, yet a wave of frustration washed over her. This scoundrel, did he truly get away with it? She muttered indignantly to herself. However, the thought of Wang Lingying still being unaccounted for filled her with concern. Tonight, she was destined for a restless slumber. Du Qingchen arrived outside the hotel, where Qingyi was already waiting. "I apologize. Had it not been for my unexpected obligation this evening, I would never have allowed her to be taken," she lamented. "Are you certain she has been abducted?" Du Qingchen inquired with a furrowed brow. Without raising her gaze, Qingyi replied, "It has been confirmed. A staff member corroborated that she last entered a taxi with 2 men. You cannot blame yourself for this," Du Qingchen reassured her. Deep down, he understood that Qingyi harbored no affection for Wang Lingying. In fact, there existed a subtle animosity between them. Her claim of having prior commitments was merely an excuse, as she was reluctant to involve herself in Wang Lingying's affairs. Perhaps she was unaware that there were individuals who would use Wang Lingying to threaten Du Qiqin. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have intervened. No, I bear responsibility in this matter, Qingyi asserted. Du Qiqin replied, our priority now is to locate her. Fortunately, the assailants are unlikely to harm her. For the time being, she is safe. Regardless of who is behind this, they will inevitably contact me, as I am their true target. But what if she is harmed? Qingyi suddenly interjected, glancing up at Du Qiqin before hastily lowering her head. Regret flooded her for voicing this concern, for she noted the grim expression that had settled upon his face. Du Qiqin, brimming with fierce determination, declared, should anyone dare to harm her, I will annihilate their entire lineage. His words were laced with a chilling intensity that sent a shiver down Qingyi's spine. Long ago, Du Qiqin had eradicated an entire family for the sake of a woman, and it was this very incident that had forced the once illustrious Du Qiqin into exile. He continued, in any case, the methods employed by these adversaries are utterly despicable. Using a woman as leverage is to gamble with the safety of the innocent. This is something I cannot abide, and they shall not escape unscathed. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was Wang Lingying's number. Du Qiqin promptly answered, maintaining a silence as the call continued. Ultimately, a chilling voice emerged from the other end. Du Qiqin, several of my brothers have perished at your hands. It is time to settle the score. Tomorrow morning at 8, meet me at the designated location. You may bring your accomplices. If you dare not come or choose to alert the authorities, be prepared to collect the remains of this woman and her parents. You will come, will you not? Who are you? Du Qiqin queried. The wolf. The wolf of the wolf gang? Indeed. A glint of menace flickered in Du Qiqin's eyes. Send me the address. I shall be there tomorrow. However, let me caution you about two matters. Speak. First, it is advisable that you do not lay a single finger on them. Otherwise, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Second, you should summon all your subordinates tomorrow. For after that, I shall ensure that the wild wolves are expelled from Jiangnan City. Ha ha! Never has anyone dared to speak so audaciously. You are the first. I await your arrival. The phone call ended, and a message arrived, the hardware warehouse in the northern part of the city. Du Qiqin's expression darkened, and his eyes narrowed. Qingyi, having followed him for many years, understood him profoundly and sensed his murderous intent. Thus, she inquired, Brother Chun, where have they been taken? Tomorrow morning at 8. To the hardware warehouse in the northern part of the city, Du Qiqin replied, enunciating each word carefully. All right, I shall go rescue them immediately, Qingyi asserted. However, Du Qiqin shook his head. If you go now, they may not even be there. Is there a military presence in Jiangnan City? Yes, 3 years ago. A regiment was stationed here, personally arranged by the Dragon King, and the commander is also one of our Azure Dragon team members, Qingyi responded, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Du Qiqin nodded, feeling a twinge of gratitude. It seemed the Dragon King had never truly disregarded him. He had spent 3 years in Jiangnan City, protected by Zhu Ke, and even had a regiment stationed here, highlighting the importance placed upon him. Who? The monkey? Qingyi chuckled. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Du Qiqin's mouth. Let us go meet him. He and Qingyi headed straight to the military camp located outside the city. Ding-ling-a-ling. In the dead of night, the red secure phone suddenly rang, startling the guard stationed beside it, who promptly answered. Yes, yes. I shall report immediately. 2 minutes later, Commander Ho Feihu was awakened by the guard. What did you say? Qingyi called. He looked bewildered. The guard replied, yes. The caller claimed to be Qingyi and asked me to inform you that she and the captain are on their way to the military camp. What? The captain is coming? Goodness. Ho Feihu leapt out of bed, hastily dressing while shouting, Guard, guard. Commander. The guard rushed in from outside. Sound the emergency assembly alarm. All stationed troops must gather in the parade ground within 5 minutes, fully equipped. Anyone in disarray or late will face military discipline, commanded Ho Feihu. The guard, taken aback, dared not hesitate and quickly set about the arrangements. Soon, the camp was filled with the blaring of alarms, rousing countless soldiers from their slumber as they rushed to the parade ground. 3 minutes later, all soldiers had assembled, excluding those participating in routine drills outside. Over 10,000 station personnel were present. On the high platform, Ho Feihu, clad in a pristine general's uniform, gazed sternly at his troops. Behind him stood the chief of staff, deputy commander, and political commissar. Everyone wore puzzled expressions, wondering why the commander had suddenly called for an assembly in the middle of the night and triggered the air raid alarm, an unprecedented occurrence. However, It is well known that the identity of the military commander is unique, having been specially appointed from the Azure Dragon Brigade. The Azure Dragon Brigade, the esteemed force of the Azure Dragon War God, stands at the pinnacle of the 4 elite brigades of the Dragon Soul, renowned and celebrated far and wide. The legendary Azure Dragon War God once achieved remarkable military feats for the Republic, single-handedly repelling the coalition of 5 nations. In that legendary battle, he wielded his sword with unparalleled skill, vanquishing 6 foreign super warriors, earning him global acclaim. Therefore, everyone holds a deep respect and admiration for Ho Feihu. Comrades, Ho Feihu proclaimed with a resonant voice, "You have been with me in Jiangnan City for 3 years. Do you know why we have brought our forces here? Now, I can reveal the reason to you." All present held their breath, including the generals behind him, who were equally curious. Jiangnan City does not require stationed troops, yet. For 3 years, this formidable unit has been deployed here without any specific mission, merely engaging in relentless training. What could be the reason? It is because we are here to protect someone who is worthy of such vigilance from our thousands of soldiers. It is none other than our army's undefeated legend, Commander Long, the Azure Dragon War God. Instantly, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Republic's military boasts millions, yet only 4 divine warriors, the Azure Dragon War God, the White Tiger War God, the Vermilion Bird War God, and the Black Tortoise War God, among countless generals. Only the Azure Dragon War God has been bestowed the title of Commander, embodying a legendary myth and serving as the true faith and deity in the hearts of countless soldiers. At this moment, the spirits of the troops were profoundly stirred. To guard Commander Long was their utmost pride. Ho Feihu, equally exhilarated, declared loudly, "Commander Long has been absent for a long time, and he has never truly left us. He has been in Jiangnan City all along, and shortly, he will arrive here for an inspection. So, I urge you to be spirited, to display your utmost enthusiasm and vigor, and showcase the might of our Iron Army. We must not allow Commander Long to think less of us. Anyone who dares to disgrace themselves before him shall be expelled from the Iron Army. We cannot afford such dishonor. Do you have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes." The voices resonated in unison. All stood like spears, brimming with excitement, their eyes shining with fervor and martial spirit. 10 minutes later, an off-road vehicle arrived at the military camp. Du Qingchen and Qingyi disembarked together. The commander of the Iron Army, Ho Feihu, along with 13,578 soldiers, stood at attention to welcome the commander, saluting. Ho Feihu's expression was grave, his face flushed with intensity as he reported loudly to Du Qingchen. On either side of the barracks, military officers lined up in formation, their appearance immaculate. Behind them, within the confines of the railing, lay the training ground, where over 10,000 officers and soldiers stood in perfect order, steel rifles firmly gripped. With a loud clap, everyone saluted Du Qingchen. "Greetings, Commander." Their voices were exceptionally harmonious and resounding, fortunate that this was a military-controlled area, far from urban districts, with no residences in the nearby kilometers. Otherwise, many would surely be awakened. Du Qingchen's expression was complex. He gazed at Ho Feihu, then at the officers and soldiers surrounding him. Initially, he felt a twinge of anger, reluctant to engage in such a grand display. Moreover, he had not entirely relinquished the memories of past events. Although the Dragon King had entrusted him with the legacy, he still harbored some resistance. Yet, witnessing the admiration, respect, and reverence in the soldiers' eyes stirred something deep within him. It was as if he had been transported back to the battlefield, where he commanded 100,000 troops, driving back a million-strong coalition into defeat. What a spectacle that was. The details of yesterday vividly replayed in his mind, rekindling the fervor in his heart at that very moment. Du Qingchen solemnly bowed to everyone. "Comrades, you have worked hard. Serve the people." The soldiers responded with a resounding cheer. They looked at Du Qingchen, and regardless of the distance or whether they could clearly see his features, they could sense the imposing aura emanating from him, a quality forged through countless bloody battles, a presence reserved for those who occupy the highest echelons of power. In truth, most of the soldiers present had never laid eyes on Du Qingchen, yet none doubted his identity. His formidable presence alone was sufficient to affirm who he was. Aside from the Azure Dragon War God, who else could possess such an overwhelming aura? Who else could face them with such calm composure? "General Ho, have the comrades rest in place. Come with me, I have matters to discuss," Du Qingchen instructed, stepping aside. Ho Feihu called out to the soldiers behind him, at ease. "Everyone." He then hurried over to Du Qingchen, a silly grin on his face. Boss, Chingu, you finally returned. It's been 3 years. If it weren't for the Dragon King's orders, I would have come to find you long ago. You're not mad at me, are you? As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, his smile wavering with emotion. Monkey, when did you become so sentimental? You're a military leader, for heaven's sake. Show some composure. Du Qingchen chided, though he too felt deeply moved. Monkey was a core member of the Azure Dragon team and one of Du Qingchen's trusted generals. They had faced life and death together numerous times, their bond forged in the crucible of war, deeper than mere brotherhood. With a grin, Monkey replied, If it weren't for the Dragon King saying you were in Jiangnan City, I wouldn't have cared if you offered me a general-s position, let alone a marshal-s. All right, I sought you out tonight for a specific purpose, Du Qingchen replied, shifting the topic. Once we resolve the pressing matters, let us find a time to have a drink and reminisce. Ho Feihu responded earnestly, Chingu, the Dragon King has commanded that our Iron Army is your personal guard. We will execute any orders you give without hesitation. Just issue your commands. My wife has been kidnapped, Du Qingchen stated. Ho Feihu's eyes widened in shock. Boss, you're married? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Observing Du Qingchen's furrowed brow, Ho Feihu's expression turned fierce. Who in the world dared to kidnap my sister-in-law? Boss, tell me who it is, and I'll take my men to annihilate them immediately. Are you familiar with the Wild Wolf Gang? The investigation conducted by Qingyi revealed that the Wild Wolf, a practitioner of true Qi, commands several formidable body refinement experts and boasts a legion of nearly 1,000 followers, notorious for their malevolence. My directive is unequivocal, henceforth. The Wild Wolf Gang must be eradicated, restoring clarity to the skies for the common folk. I assure you, regardless of his true Qi status, even if he were a master of true essence, should he provoke our military, I shall reduce him to ashes. Du Qingchen stated, I have a few additional requests. After briefing Ho Feihu, Du Qingchen departed with Qingyi. The farewell to the god of war and the dragon commander echoed behind them as their vehicle ventured far from the military camp. The resounding cheers reminiscent of a roaring sea lingering in the air. Upon returning to the city, the dawn had broken, and the two sought a modest breakfast before heading directly to the hardware warehouse in the northern part of the city. At 8 in the morning, Du Qingchen arrived punctually at the hardware warehouse. This abandoned structure spanned several thousand square meters, surrounded by demolished factories, leaving only this solitary warehouse. The interior had been stripped bare, save for a few dilapidated desks and chairs. The Wild Wolf had gathered his gang, over 1,000 strong. Aware that Du Qingchen was no ordinary adversary, his capable subordinates had fallen to Du Qingchen in the past, yet he was compelled to exact revenge. This was not only for the honor of the Wild Wolf Gang, but also to fulfill the promise made to the Wei family. A commitment worth tens of millions, an obligation highly regarded in the underworld. On either side stood hundreds of the Wild Wolf Gang's brethren, with the foremost two rows comprising over 100 armed men, while those behind wielded gleaming machetes. At the center, the Wild Wolf, accompanied by the Earth Dog and the gang's 4 great kings, 8 protectors, and 13 bodyguards, stood resolute. Behind them, Wang Yunlun and his wife bore visible signs of having been beaten, their faces marked with handprints, trembling as they dangled from ropes suspended in midair. Wang Lingying was bound to an iron pillar, devoid of physical wounds but clearly terrified, her visage pale and drawn. Outside the warehouse, several sentinels kept watch, while the large doors stood ajar. What did you say? Only 2 individuals have arrived? The Wild Wolf furrowed his brow, incredulous. He had summoned all his followers, expecting Du Qingchen to arrive with reinforcements, yet the audacity of the 2 to venture forth alone infuriated him. Let them in. Without needing further instruction, a man and woman appeared at the entrance, Du Qingchen and Qingyi. The pair strode in confidently, as the gang members brandished their firearms, pointing them directly at the duo, while others raised their intimidating blades. The display was formidable, enough to instill terror in the faint-hearted. For ordinary citizens, firearms and knives represent a grave threat, especially when faced with over 1,000 adversaries. However, Du Qingchen and Qingyi seemed utterly unfazed, boldly advancing into the fray. You truly dare to come here? Impressive. I must commend your courage, the Wild Wolf exclaimed, applauding. Du Qingchen paused, standing in the center of the warehouse as the large door behind him slowly closed. The upper sections on both sides were adorned with glass, remarkably intact, allowing ample sunlight to flood the space. Upon seeing Wang Lingying bound to an iron pillar and the Wang couple suspended high above, barely clinging to life, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Du Qingchen's eyes. Did I not remind you of 2 matters over the phone? Do you recall? He inquired of the wolf. The wolf scoffed dismissively. What did you mention? I have no recollection. I warned you that if you dared to harm a single hair on them, I would annihilate your entire lineage. Duchinchin gazed at the wolf as one would at a corpse. For reasons unknown, the intensity of his stare made the wolf feel awkward and uneasy, igniting a flicker of guilt within him. Despite this, he feigned composure and bellowed. Duchinchin, have you lost your mind? Can't you see the situation? I have over 1,000 men here, armed and ready. If you are wise, you will kneel and plead for your life. Otherwise, at my command, you will be riddled with bullets and turned to pulp by blades. Do you truly wish for death? His thunderous shout jolted Wang Lingying awake, initially in a daze. Upon witnessing Duchinchin's arrival in what seemed a certain death trap, her emotions became a tumultuous blend of complex feelings. She had long heard of the Wolf Gang's notorious reputation, which surpassed even the Wei family. These were desperate men, all wielding weapons. With Duchinchin's presence, death appeared inevitable, and she had thought he would not come to her rescue. Yet here he was, indeed. In that moment, her heart swelled with gratitude, guilt, and sorrow, prompting tears to flow freely. Why are you so foolish? Why did you come? You must leave. Hurry. She cried out to Duchinchin. He, however, would not retreat. With a pained expression, he looked at Wang Lingying and said apologetically, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. I will surely rescue you. After this, he addressed the wolf. This is a matter between men. Why involve her? Your capture of my wife and in-laws is merely a ploy to compel my presence. Now that I am here, let them go. Let them go? The wolf replied with a cold smile. Beside him, the earth dog interjected, Boss, we cannot let them go unless he kneels and incapacitate himself. Moreover, that woman must be dealt with first. If I am not mistaken, our men have all perished at her hands. We must not underestimate her. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. We cannot afford any further losses. True to his reputation as a cunning strategist, his words turned Duchinchin's expression a shade of iron gray. The wolf nodded. Indeed, if you wish for their release, you must kneel and disable your own hands, and I shall permit their escape. Please, no. You mustn't. Wang Lingying shouted. Duchinchin fixed his gaze upon the wolf, articulating each word with precision. If you release them now, I can offer you a chance to escape. This is your final warning. What nonsense. Who do you think you are? I have over 1,000 brothers by my side. Can you not discern the situation? The wolf retorted with a scoff. Duchinchin replied. So it appears you were relying on your numbers. Had you stated this earlier, we could have settled this matter. Let us see whose numbers prevail. Confusion swept over the crowd. Is it merely 2 of them? Could there possibly be more outside? The wolf cast a glance at the earth dog. The earth dog responded. Boss, I have stationed scouts outside. If anyone approaches, they will report back immediately. Do not heed his words. Laughter erupted among the crowd. After a brief moment, Duchinchin glanced at his watch and began to count slowly. 3. Laughter continued to resonate. 2. The mirth persisted. 1. Silence fell, and no one dared to laugh any longer. As Duchinchin's voice faded, a thunderous sound erupted from outside. Reminiscent of countless troops marching, the ground trembled subtly, and the roar of helicopters pierced the air. Suddenly, the shattering of glass echoed, and a group of special forces, wielding automatic rifles, stormed in from all directions of the warehouse. Gripping their weapons in their right hands and ropes in their left, they descended from above with sudden ferocity. At least 30 individuals surged into the warehouse from every angle, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, they released their ropes, their gun barrels aimed squarely at the crowd. Do not move, or face immediate execution. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang were left in stunned disbelief. The bewilderment was palpable among the gang members, as if they were witnessing a scene from a film, incredulous at the appearance of special forces. Some, seizing the moment, rushed towards Wang Lingying and Duchinchin, naively believing that capturing the 2 would grant them leverage. However, their hopes were misguided. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid succession of gunfire rang out, and 4 of the Wild Wolf Gang brothers collapsed instantly, shot dead. This was no mere spectacle. As the reality of the situation settled in, fear gripped the hearts of all present. Faced with the special forces, their usual bravado vanished, leaving them feeling like lambs awaiting slaughter. The scene was quickly brought under control. A few special forces agents leapt down from the 2nd floor, 2 shielding Wang Lingying while others encircled Duchinchin and Qingyi at the center. For rifles trained in 4 directions, the fervor in the eyes of the special forces was unmistakable. Wild Wolf swallowed hard. As a formidable practitioner of the true Qi realm, he would typically have a fighting chance against several special forces agents. With his 4 formidable subordinates, the 8 guardians, and 13 protectors, all warriors. Albeit most at the body refinement stage, he believed they could easily handle a group of soldiers. Yet, he hesitated, torn between action and caution. Confronting the military head-on meant that even if he managed to escape, he would be a fugitive for life. Just as his indecision lingered, a startled voice broke through the tension. Through the shattered glass, dozens of helicopters were seen swirling overhead, and occasionally, fighter jets screamed across the sky. Boom! The main door was suddenly breached. Not only was the door forced open, but walls in 3 directions, apart from where Wild Wolf stood, were also violently demolished. At least 6 tanks aimed their formidable cannons at the crowd, with 6 machine guns mounted atop, poised to unleash chaos. The members of the Wild Wolf gang nearly lost control of their bladders. Tanks, aircraft, special forces. What was the purpose of all this? The door was slowly pushed open, and through the gaps between the tanks, the external scene unfolded. In the 3 visible directions, an uncountable number of soldiers marched in precise formation, advancing towards them. This was the true embodiment of an unstoppable army, accompanied by military vehicles. The sound of rolling wheels and marching feet resonating like a drumbeat in their chests. The shock was unlike anything these individuals had ever experienced. What was once relegated to the realm of television drama was now unfolding vividly before their eyes. Moreover, it is unnecessary to involve so many personnel in the filming of a television drama. Before them, troops converged from multiple directions, and no matter which way one looked, soldiers surged like an endless tide. The couple, Wang Yuanluan and his spouse, who were suspended, had previously been in a state of confusion, but now they were completely alert. Gazing at the multitude of soldiers advancing towards them, they were left speechless in shock. Since last night, Ma Jinfeng had mentally cursed Du Qingshan's ancestors countless times. Yet now she dared not utter a single word of reproach, nor entertain such thoughts. Although she was unclear about the situation, she understood that these soldiers had come to rescue them, and all of this was orchestrated by Du Qingshan. What exactly was Du Qingshan's role? And how did he have connections with the military? Mobilizing such a vast number of troops was no trivial matter. One could not achieve this without significant influence. At this moment, the couple began to reassess Du Qingshan, feeling a tinge of pride in their hearts. After all, he was indeed their son-in-law, albeit an unconventional one. A throng of soldiers surged through the gates. They were special forces. The captain saluted Du Qingshan and then bellowed at the members of the Wolf Gang. All of you, place your hands on your heads and kneel. Anyone who dares resist will be executed immediately. Who would dare to stand? Did they wish to invite a bullet? Weapons were cast aside, and over 1,000 individuals knelt. Only the wolf remained standing, his expression a mix of frustration, shock, and fear. As a practitioner of true energy, being forced to kneel was indeed a humiliation for him. However, the Special Forces captain had no patience for him, leveling his weapon at the wolf and commanding, "Kneel." A gunshot rang out, the bullet whizzing past the wolf's ear. In that moment, his last shred of pride crumbled to dust. He collapsed to his knees. It mattered not that he was merely at the true energy level. Even a practitioner of true essence would be compelled to kneel. Outside, thousands of soldiers, tanks, and aircraft had mobilized. Such power could not be countered by individual might. Several Special Forces soldiers rescued Wang Yuanluan and his family, bringing them before Du Qingshan. The couple gazed at him with awe, too intimidated to speak. "Did you summon them?" Wang Lingying inquired. Du Qingshan nodded and asked with concern, "They did not harm you, did they?" "No," Wang Lingying hesitated to respond. Just then, a group of individuals entered through the gates, led by Hou Feihu. 2 major generals, a colonel, and several guards followed closely behind. They all saluted Du Qingshan with fervent admiration. Du Qingshan furrowed his brow slightly and addressed Hou Feihu. "Thank you, Commander Hou, for your assistance, but this display is rather excessive." Hou Feihu chuckled. "It just so happens that we are conducting exercises today. Maintaining order and safeguarding the peace is our duty as soldiers. We cannot shirk this responsibility. Qingyi, please escort them home." "Certainly, please." Wang Yuanluan and his spouse did not dare linger and left with Qingyi, while Wang Lingying chose to remain behind. "You seem weary. You should return and rest." "I will handle matters here and return shortly," Du Qingshan advised her. Wang Lingying, however, resolutely replied, "I will not leave. Wherever you are, I shall remain." "Very well." After the departure of Wang Yuanluan and his wife, Hou Feihu promptly approached and saluted Wang Lingying, saying, "Greetings to my sister-in-law." Wang Lingying was taken aback. her face flushing with embarrassment, at a loss for words. Do not frighten her, Du Qingchen admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Hou Feihu. Hou Feihu continued, sister-in-law. I am a comrade of Chungu. We are brothers who have shared life and death. Upon hearing from Chungu of your abduction, I immediately brought my troops to rescue you. Rest assured, none of these individuals will escape. Their audacity to kidnap you is tantamount to rebellion. I shall not let them go unpunished. Wang Lingying felt a surge of astonishment within her. She had not anticipated that Du Qingchen possessed such influential friends. Could this be the source of his confidence? However, reflecting on the many secrets that surrounded Du Qingchen, she found herself more at ease. Du Qingchen stepped forward, addressing the wolf with a calm demeanor. Do you recall the words I spoke? The wolf glanced at Du Qingchen, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes before he leapt forward, intent on subduing him. His strategy was clear: capture the leader, and escape would be feasible. Failure meant dire consequences. Unfortunately, he had misjudged his opponent. Among those present, Du Qingchen was the true superboss, a power beyond the wolf's imagination. Before he could react, Du Qingchen delivered a kick that sent the wolf flying. With a pained cry, the wolf landed 10 meters away. His formidable subordinates, for great warriors, 8 guardians, and 13 enforcers, suddenly sprang into action, hoping to seize the moment to break free or take hostages. Such audacity, however, was naive. Gunfire erupted. Every one of those who had jumped up, save for the wolf, was mercilessly shot down. The earth dog remained on the ground, trembling in fear. His head lowered even further. The wolf, in agony, twisted his face as Du Qingchen's kick shattered his dantian, rendering his martial prowess utterly useless, leaving him no different from an ordinary man. Wang Lingying felt a twinge of anxiety. This was her first glimpse of Du Qingchen's fierce and dominating side. So powerful it sent shivers through her heart. No woman could resist the allure of a man who emerges as a protector in times of peril. Though she exuded strength, she remained, after all, a woman. Hou Feihu sneered, his companions mirroring his mockery. Engaging with Long Shui was akin to courting death. I warned you, should you dare to harm a single hair on their heads, I will annihilate your entire lineage. I do not jest. Du Qingchen pronounced each word with grave intent. Without needing to lift a finger, Hou Feihu drew his sidearm and approached the wolf, pressing the muzzle against his forehead. Bang! Without uttering a word, he pulled the trigger. The wolf was slain instantly. You are the earth dog, are you not? Over the years, you have committed numerous heinous acts, many of which bear your mark. It is said you are filled with malice, so you too must meet your end. Mr. Du, elder brother, I have erred. I will never dare again. I implore you, spare my life. The earth dog pleaded, bowing in desperation. Yet, his appeals were in vain. Bang! Hou Feihu squeezed the trigger once more. With that, the upper echelon of the wolf gang lay dead, leaving behind only a rabble of disarrayed followers. Brother Chen, shall we take these individuals back? I assure you, I will handle them appropriately, ensuring they have no chance of resurgence. Hou Feihu proposed to Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen nodded. Very well, I entrust this to you. Bring them all back to the camp, Hou Feihu commanded. One by one, the captives were led away. Thank you for your assistance. We shall take our leave now, Du Qingchen said to Hou Feihu. I will drive you, Hou Feihu offered, promptly leading the way. Du Qingchen grasped Wang Lingying's hand as they exited the warehouse. Hou Feihu opened the door of a military jeep, respectfully inviting the two to board. The jeep roared to life, and the soldiers instinctively parted to create a pathway. Salute. A voice rang out, and all soldiers snapped to attention, solemnly saluting Du Qingchen. This scene was serene, dignified, and ignited a fervor within the heart. Du Qingchen felt a twinge of emotion, though he remained silent, while Wang Lingying observed the soldiers. Her heart similarly stirred. Upon their return to the villa, Qingyi had already departed, and Wang Yunlun and his wife sat on the sofa, seemingly still in a daze. Please, come in and sit, Wang Lingying cordially invited. Hou Feihu glanced at Du Qingchen, who gave a slight nod, signaling him. All right, then, sister-in-law, I shall intrude, he said. As the three entered, Wang Yunlun and his wife stood up upon seeing Hou Feihu, a touch of confusion evident on their faces. Once seated, Du Qingchen proactively poured a glass of water for Hou Feihu, which deeply touched him. Brother Chun, you are far too courteous, he exclaimed as he accepted the glass. Du Qingchen inquired, what prompted the sudden military exercise today? Hou Feihu paused, realizing Du Qingchen was signaling him with a wink. He then adopted a serious demeanor and replied, Brother Chun, having served in the military, you understand the discipline involved. This is classified information, It is imperative that today's events remain confidential, otherwise, there will be severe consequences. Oh, sister-in-law, you must also keep this under wraps. Wang Lingying quickly assured him, rest assured, we will maintain complete discretion. Wang Yuanluan and his wife echoed their agreement. After some conversation, Ma Jinfeng could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Ho Feihu, Commander Ho, how did you come to know Xiao Du? Are you quite close? Being a rather pragmatic individual, her inquiry would undoubtedly shape her subsequent attitude towards Du Qiqin. Ho Feihu replied, we served in the same battalion. We are comrades who fought together. Brother Qin even saved my life. Ah, so that is the case, Ma Jinfeng mused with a sense of satisfaction. Having a brother like Ho Feihu for her son-in-law was indeed impressive, and she felt a sense of pride. Suddenly, her perception of Du Qiqin softened. He was not so disagreeable after all. The prospect of having such a son-in-law seemed rather appealing, even if he appeared somewhat lacking in ambition. Ma Jinfeng's mind began to race with possibilities. As Ho Feihu took his leave, the family escorted him to the entrance with utmost respect. The more reverent they became, the more uncomfortable Ho Feihu felt, particularly in front of Du Qiqin, as he found the display somewhat awkward. Once inside, the family found themselves at a loss for words. The atmosphere thick with tension. Du Qiqin turned to Wang Yuanluan and said, Dad, Mom, perhaps I should take you to the hospital to tend to your wounds? No. You should focus on Lingying. We can manage on our own. It's just superficial injuries, nothing serious, Ma Jifeng insisted, pulling Wang Yuanluan away. Du Qiqin was taken aback as he glanced at Wang Lingying, who also appeared somewhat uncomfortable. I don't know what has gotten into her. You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? She asked. Indeed, he replied. Perhaps you should take a rest. Today, you need not report to work. Consider it a day off for you. As for myself, I shall take a shower and change my attire before heading to the office. In that case, I shall proceed to the company as well. Please do give General Gao a call. She may have been quite concerned about you. Wang Lingying was momentarily taken aback. She is aware of last night's events? Du Qiqin recounted the occurrences of the previous night. I will say I returned to the old residence. But please do not inform her. This matter, as General Ho has stated, must remain confidential. Understood, I will heed your advice. Wang Lingying hesitated. Her words caught in her throat, ultimately choosing silence. She called Gao Xiaodong to explain the situation, and by the time she emerged from her shower, Du Qiqin had prepared breakfast. During the meal, Wang Lingying remained taciturn until they were in the car, at which point she inquired, Is General Ho truly your comrade in arms? Du Qiqin decisively responded, Indeed. You saved his life? Yes. Although you are his benefactor, I can see that he is a person of strong character. However, he is ultimately a military leader. There is no need to trouble him further. Such favors diminish with each use. One must allocate their resources wisely. For there may come a day when you find yourself in need of his assistance, Wang Lingying advised. Du Qiqin cast a peculiar glance at Wang Lingying, feeling a sense of gratitude. If it were someone else, they might eagerly wish for him to forge a closer bond with Ho Feihu, as such a relationship could yield immense advantages if properly leveraged. Yet, Wang Lingying thought otherwise, which was truly rare. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Why should you listen to me? Wang Lingying furrowed her brow. Because you are my wife, Du Qiqin blurted out. Wang Lingying's face flushed red as she retorted. We are merely pretend spouses. You must remember that. What if one day this charade turns into something real? People can change, and I believe that eventually, you will come to love me. Du Qiqin's words rendered Wang Lingying increasingly uneasy. Would there ever be a day when her heart would flutter? Had it been yesterday, she would have rebutted without a second thought. However, after the events of the previous night, she found herself feeling inexplicably shy and uncertain. She shifted the conversation. Why does the Wild Wolf Gang want to kill you? Du Qiqin explained. Because the Wei family paid them to act. Including those two assassins who shot at me on the road and the sniper. They all belong to the Wild Wolf Gang. Wang Lingying, filled with anger, responded. The Wei family truly has no boundaries. They dare to commit murder. You must be more cautious from now on. Rest assured. I am already addressing the issues with the Wei family, and there will soon be a resolution. I had no intention of pursuing this matter too deeply. But their actions this time have crossed the line. They even dared to kidnap you. They have brought this upon themselves. Du Qiqin narrowed his eyes. A flicker of menace evident within. What do you intend to do? Wang Lingying inquired warily. Do not worry, I will not take matters into my own hands. Did you not say that violence cannot resolve issues? Hence, I shall refrain from killing them. Wang Lingying, intrigued, pondered what methods Du Qiqin might employ to resolve the troubles posed by the Wei family. However, as he remained silent, she felt hesitant to inquire further. Upon arriving at the company, Du Qingshan returned to the security room, exchanged a few words with his two brothers, and then excused himself. Just as he left, Gao Xiaotong entered the security room. Her expression was far from pleasant. "Where's Du Qingshan?" Wu Bo quickly replied, "President Gao? Brother Chen may have stepped out to buy cigarettes." "Is that so? Then I shall wait for him here." Gao Xiaotong plopped down in a chair. Wu Bo's complexion changed drastically. "President Gao, you are incredibly busy. Perhaps you should attend to your work. When Brother Chen returns, I will have him come to your office." Gao Xiaotong huffed in annoyance. "I must wait for that scoundrel today." "Scoundrel?" Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei shivered, realizing just how displeased Gao Xiaotong was with Du Qingshan. They could not fathom how Brother Chen had managed to incur the wrath of this beautiful vice president. Zhang Kuei, feeling helpless, remarked, "Mr. Gao, Chen Ge mentioned that he has some matters to attend to and may not return until this morning. Perhaps you should head back for now. We will notify him to meet you shortly." The audacity of Du Qingshan to attend to personal affairs during work hours was unacceptable. It seemed he had little regard for the company. "You must contact him immediately," Gao Xiaotong exclaimed, rising abruptly. Both Zhang Kuei and Wu Bo shook their heads in response. "We don't have his number." "What? You don't even have his phone number?" Gao Xiaotong found it incredulous. "We truly don't." Frustrated, Gao Xiaotong stormed out, heading straight for Wang Lingying's office. Observing her furious demeanor, Wang Lingying furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the matter? You seem quite agitated. Who has upset you?" "It's that scoundrel Du Qingshan," Gao Xiaotong replied, taking a seat with an expression of displeasure. "What has he done to provoke you?" Wang Lingying asked curiously. Gao Xiaotong blurted out, "Last night," but abruptly halted, stammering, "In any case, he has angered me, and I intend to cause him trouble. You might as well dismiss him. I cannot stand the sight of him." "Are you truly considering his dismissal?" Wang Lingying pondered, feeling somewhat conflicted. Ultimately, she acquiesced. "Very well. You may inform the HR department to terminate his employment." "Ah, you really intend to dismiss him?" "I was merely jesting. He is, after all, your driver and bodyguard. I noticed he was quite diligent last night, attending to your needs. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. I shall return now." With that, Gao Xiaotong hurriedly departed. Wang Lingying was left in a state of confusion, utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Du Qingshan sat in a secluded tea house within the city, where Qin Haoran stood before him. "I have met the president of the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce, Jiangnan Province Branch." Qin Haoran bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Du Qingshan regarded him and said, "All right, take a seat." Qin Haoran dared to perch lightly on the edge of his seat, carefully pouring tea for Du Qingshan as he spoke. "Last time, with so many people present, I could not reveal my identity. Please forgive me, President. According to the Chamber's regulations and at the request of the God of Wealth, 40% of my enterprises have been transferred to your name. Here's the list." He handed Du Qingshan a file folder, yet Du Qingshan did not take it. "Please manage it for me. I have summoned you today for an important task." "Do tell." "President, I wish to see the Wei family utterly ruined." Without questioning the motive, Qin Haoran immediately responded, "Understood. I shall ensure it is done." "What is the time frame?" Du Qingshan inquired. "No more than 24 hours, Qin Haoran replied without hesitation. Du Qingshan nodded. "If you require assistance, you may reach out to Wu Guoxiong. You can utilize the chamber's resources. In any case, I want the Wei family to face bankruptcy in the shortest time possible, left with nothing." Qin Haoran confidently replied, "Rest assured, President, a mere Wei family poses no challenge. I can crush them as easily as one would squash an ant." "All right, once this matter is settled, I shall reward you with points from the God of Wealth," Du Qingshan remarked. Qin Haoran's face radiated with excitement. "Thank you for your support, President." The Huangquan Chamber of Commerce is the most enigmatic and formidable commercial organization in the world, with stringent membership qualifications. Once admitted, members must relinquish 40% of their assets to the chamber and pay annual fees amounting to tens of millions. Nonetheless, joining the Huangquan Chamber remains the ultimate aspiration for countless entrepreneurs. Membership grants access to the chamber's resources, making profit generation remarkably effortless with their assistance, resulting in unimaginable annual benefits. Naturally, the chamber has a promotion system, allowing members to ascend from 1-star to 5-star status. In principle, this is the case. Yet actual ascension is akin to scaling a mountain. For instance, in Jiangnan Province, only Wu Guoxiong holds the position of a 3-star member, while Qin Haoran, after immense effort over the years, has only attained the rank of a 2-star member. The prospect of further promotion seems nearly hopeless, however. With Du Qingchen's promise of reward points, there exists a glimmer of hope for him to become a 3-star member. Such a reward is immeasurable in value. The higher the membership level, the greater the resources and support one can access. In times of difficulty, the Chamber's assistance would be significantly more substantial. Very well. I await your good news. Now, go and attend to your tasks, Du Qingchen said, dismissing him with a wave. Qin Haoran dared not utter a word of complaint and eagerly set off to make arrangements. Du Qingchen then retrieved his phone and dialed Qingyi's number. Is everything arranged? He inquired. Qingyi's voice responded, all evidence is currently being compiled. We can act as early as tomorrow. Du Qingchen hung up and hailed a cab back to the company. Upon entering the security room, Zhang Kuei appeared visibly shaken. Brother Chen, I am in awe. Du Qingchen, perplexed, asked, have you lost your mind? I truly admire you. You dared to confront the young master of the Hu family, and now you've somehow provoked General Gao, Zhang Kuei exclaimed. Gao Xiaodong? What is the matter? Du Qingchen furrowed his brow. General Gao just came looking for you, insisting you return to her office immediately. She seemed particularly irate. One might think you had an affair with her, Zhang Kuei chuckled, covering his mouth. Wu Bo shot him a glare. Hey, we're all brothers here. How can you still find this amusing? Brother Chen, hurry and meet with General Gao. Speak to her properly. A word of advice. It's better to offend a scoundrel than to cross a woman, especially one who is a vice president. Her word alone could cost us our jobs. Women, you see, require sweet words and flattery. If you can please General Gao, everything will be fine. This is my sage advice. Du Qingchen feigned calmness. What am I to fear? I shall see what has her so riled up. It's utterly absurd. Once he departed, Zhang Kuei sighed. Brother Chun is truly remarkable. I have a feeling he won't hold this captaincy for long. Wu Bo blinked. That just shows you don't understand women. Personally, I think it will be fine. I'm simply curious if a spark of romance will ignite between Brother Chen and General Gao. With a soft exhale, Zhang Kuei nearly stumbled forward. What on earth was happening? When Du Qingchen knocked on the door, he felt a flutter of anxiety within. However, there was no remedy. Having seen what he shouldn't have the previous night, he had managed to brush it off at the time. Yet, Gao Xiaodong was not so easily deceived. And now it seemed she was intent on settling the score. Come in, she called. Du Qingchen pushed the door open, closing it behind him. Gao Xiaodong sat there. Lost in thought, her gaze blankly fixed on the report in her hands, her mind seemingly elsewhere. President Gao, did you need something? Du Qingchen inquired cautiously. The boldness he had shown in the security room having vanished entirely. Gao Xiaodong snapped out of her reverie, and upon realizing Du Qingchen had finally arrived, her cheeks flushed unexpectedly. Why did you arrive so late? She demanded, rising from her seat and slapping the table. Du Qingchen could clearly see that her bravado was merely a facade, though he refrained from pointing it out. Where were you this morning? Were you deliberately avoiding me? Gao Xiaodong pressed. Why would I do that? Du Qingchen replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. You're still smiling. Gao Xiaodong beckoned him closer. What do you want? Du Qingchen asked, a wary expression crossing his face. If I ask you to come over, then come over. Why all the questions? Hurry up, I want tea bite. She retorted, her brows knitting in irritation. Du Qingchen approached, saying, we can converse from here. There's no need to stand so close. If someone walks in and misinterprets the situation, it would be quite problematic. Seeing the disdain on his face, Gao Xiaodong was infuriated. You need to explain to me what happened last night. You saw everything, and you owe me an explanation. Du Qingchen, feeling embarrassed, replied, what explanation? I've already told you, it was a misunderstanding. I saw nothing. Do you take me for a fool, or are you blind yourself? It's not my fault. Who told you to sleep without clothes? How can you blame me? You broke the door, and I had to pay for the lock. People thought a pervert had broken in. I was nearly reported to the police. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not taking responsibility for this. Du Qingchen stated bluntly, unperturbed. Responsible? You're dreaming if you think I would hold you accountable. Do you really think I would like you? You have a very high opinion of yourself, Gao Xiaodong scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. Seeing her disdainful demeanor, Du Qingchen patted his chest in relief. Well, that's a relief. You truly frightened me. Get out. I want you to leave right now. Gao Xiaodong was beside herself with frustration. She had never been so scorned by a man before. It was a blow to her pride. With his strategy working effectively, Du Qingchen felt a sense of calm wash over him. He turned to leave, casually remarking, President Gao, I shall take my leave now. However, just as he reached the door, Gao Xiaodong called out to him. Stop. Curious, Du Qingchen asked, President Gao, is there something else? Gao Xiaodong approached him, circling around as she laughed mischievously. causing a chill to run down Du Qingchen's spine. "Are you quite all right, President Gao?" "Everything is fine. I'm quite well," Gao Xiaodong said with a cheerful smile. The more she smiled, the more uncertain Du Qingchen felt. It hardly seemed like nothing was amiss. Rather, it appeared that something was indeed troubling her. "You're quite clever. I almost fell for your trick. Don't you think you ought to apologize for last night's incident?" Gao Xiaodong replied with a teasing smile. "But I'm still a virgin. You've seen my body, so you've gained while I've lost, haven't I?" Du Qingchen sighed in resignation. "All right, I apologize." "I'm sorry. I do not accept that," Gao Xiaodong replied decisively. Du Qingchen was taken aback. "What exactly do you want?" "It's simple. You owe me. If I need your assistance in the future, you cannot refuse. Otherwise, I shall inform President Wang that you are a lecherous scoundrel. And she will have you dismissed," Gao Xiaodong said with a hint of pride. Du Qingchen raised an eyebrow. He disliked feeling cornered. "Hey, I was the one at a disadvantage here. You got to indulge your curiosity, and you even embraced me. Are you really going to turn down my requests?" Noticing his displeasure, Gao Xiaodong goaded him further. Du Qingchen sighed once more. "Fine. All right. But remember, this was your promise," she said, suddenly breaking into a triumphant smile. As if her scheme had succeeded, making Du Qingchen feel quite uncomfortable. She leaned in closely, positioning herself beside him, gazing at him from a certain angle. A fleeting look of bewilderment passing through her eyes. She whispered near his ear, "Do you think my body is beautiful? I have matters to attend to. I must leave," Du Qingchen said, retreating hastily. Gao Xiaodong laughed heartily behind him. This woman is far too fierce, he thought to himself. As he stepped outside, he spotted Wang Lingying approaching from a distance. He wished to escape, but it was too late. Wang Lingying, having caught the sound of Gao Xiaodong's laughter, questioned Du Qingchen with suspicion. "What did you do to provoke President Gao last night?" "Nothing at all," Du Qingchen replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Really? I assure you, nothing happened." "Very well, you may go," Wang Lingying said. Du Qingchen had only taken a few steps when she added, "By the way, I'll be dining at the old residence tonight. You should head home after work." "All right." In a single night, the Wolf Gang was expelled from Jiangnan City. There are no secrets that remain hidden. The news swiftly circulated among certain elite circles. Many applauded and spread the word. For the Wolf Gang had long been unpopular. Yet, how the Wolf Gang met its demise remained unclear to most. The only one who might know the truth was perhaps Wei Tong. Even he was merely speculating. Just yesterday, he had spoken with the wolf over the phone, and the latter had assured him that Du Qingchen would soon be eliminated. However, when he attempted to contact him again that morning, the line was completely dead. Soon after, he heard the news of the Wolf Gang's downfall, leaving him with an uneasy feeling, as if something monumental was about to unfold. Wei Tong was not a fool. He promptly sought an investigation and ultimately discovered that Du Qingchen was perfectly fine, as was the Wang Lingying family. It was clear that the plans of the Wild Wolf Gang had failed, and their downfall was undoubtedly linked to Du Qingchen. Throughout the night, Wei Tong remained burdened with worry at the hospital. By noon, he received a cascade of unfortunate news. The company's stock plummeted, suppliers and agents began to breach contracts, and a plethora of negative reports surfaced online. All signs indicated that someone was targeting the Wei family, and the adversary exhibited extraordinary methods and power. Wei Tong attempted to retaliate, yet found himself utterly powerless to resist. Back at his office, he had smashed everything he could lay his hands on and hurled insults at anyone within earshot. However, it was all in vain. The core technical staff of the company had collectively resigned, and several senior executives were taken away by the Law Enforcement Association for questioning. Given the negative reports circulating online, Wei Tong realized that the Wei family had crossed paths with a formidable figure. The adversary's tactics suggested a ruthless intent to bring down the Wei family without mercy. The butler stood before him, head bowed, his face etched with anxiety. With a resounding crash, Wei Tong smashed his phone to pieces. That old man, even refusing to take my call, what an outrage. The old man he referred to was none other than Luan, the president of the Law Enforcement Association. At the Wang family's ancestral home, nestled within an exclusive villa district, the entire community belonged to the Wang family. The central villa, the most grand and luxurious, served as the residence of the matriarch, Grandma Jiang. At 7 in the evening, 5 tables were set for dinner. By the time Wang Lingying arrived, everyone was already seated. Grandma Jiang beckoned her to sit down, and the previous unpleasantness seemed to have vanished as if it had never occurred. The matriarch appeared to be in good spirits, at least on the surface. Wang Lingying furrowed her brow upon noticing that Hu Hao was seated beside her. "Lingying, Hu Xiao has come expressly to see you tonight." You young people should get along well. I hear you are classmates, which is splendid. The matriarch instructed everyone to begin the meal and addressed Wang Lingying. Unsure of what to say, Wang Lingying held no fondness for Hu Hao. As he attempted to speak, she replied coolly, "This is a family gathering. It would be wise for you to refrain from speaking out of turn, lest it spoil the mood for everyone." Grandma Jiang admonished, "Lingying, how can you speak to Hu Shao like that? Grandma, please don't blame Lingying. If it weren't for my studying abroad all those years ago, she wouldn't be so upset. But rest assured, I have no intention of leaving again. My parents have made it clear that my foremost task now is to find a daughter-in-law to bring home." Hu Hao chuckled, implying his intent toward Wang Lingying. Flustered and annoyed, she ignored him and quietly continued her meal. During the dinner, the Wang family members treated Hu Hao with great warmth, seemingly having already accepted him as a prospective son-in-law. Wang Lingying, however, harbored a degree of disdain for this. The decline of the Wang family is not without reason. The members exhibit a narrow vision and a lack of steadfastness in their positions. Initially, they sought to curry favor with the Wei family, yet today the Wei family teeters on the brink of downfall. It is evident that old Lady Jiang has received news of this, as she is now eyeing the Hu family. The Hu family is significantly more powerful than the Wei family. If Wang Lingying could be married into the Hu family, it would undoubtedly yield greater benefits for the Wang family. Ultimately, Wang Lingying remains merely a tool for the clan. During the meal, Wang Lingying felt exceedingly uncomfortable and lost interest after only a few bites. "Grandmother, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. I am feeling somewhat unwell," she stated as she rose to bid farewell. However, old Lady Jiang replied, "If you're unwell, you may rest here. Starting today, your family can return to the old residence." "Thank you, mother." Wang Yuanluan and his wife quickly expressed their gratitude. Wang Lingying interjected, "No, I am quite comfortable living outside. I have grown accustomed to it." "You still think of that young man? Everyone can see the predicament of the Wei family. It is likely to soon become a thing of the past. There is no need for you to maintain a facade of marriage. Tomorrow, you can conclude this union with him," old Lady Jiang stated bluntly. Wang Lingying retorted with a cold smile. "And then what? Accept your arrangements, become a mere instrument of the family once more, and be married off to a man I do not like, correct? What kind of talk is that?" Wang Yuanxin admonished. "We are family, and we all act in your best interest. Is this how you address your elders?" "Uncle, there is no need to dress your words in such fine rhetoric. We all understand the reality," Wang Lingying shot back. Wang Yuanming advised, "Lingying, as a member of the family, we must maintain unity. When the interests of the family conflict with personal desires, we should unhesitatingly prioritize the family. Do you like this understanding?" "Uncle, there is no need for grandiloquent speeches. I do not possess such lofty awareness. I am already married and have a husband, and I currently have no thoughts of divorce. Therefore, you need not further pursue me." Wang Lingying firmly declined. Wang Yuanluan could no longer restrain himself, saying, "Mother, in truth, Xiaodu is quite a decent person. I still have faith in Lingying's judgment. Perhaps you should take the time to understand him. He truly is remarkable." Ma Jinfeng quickly added, Yes, Xiaodu is not without merit. Since Lingying likes him, you should not pressure her further. Besides, Lingying is already married. Another divorce would tarnish her reputation." "Enough." Old Lady Jiang slammed the table. "Third son, after a few days of staying here, how have you become so bewitched? You have truly disappointed me." Wang Yuanluan and his wife dared not speak further. "Let us set this matter aside for now and discuss what truly matters." Suddenly, old Lady Jiang interjected, stating that the southern part of the city was set for development, with the land auction already concluded and acquired by the Hongfei Group. The Hongfei Group, as many are aware, is a truly affluent entity with assets exceeding 100 billion. Should we manage to establish a connection and secure a project, it would hold immense significance for the Wang family. However, initially, we must gather a sum of 500 million. Young master who has assured us that he will find a way to arrange some projects for us. Therefore, everyone must promptly retrieve their funds. Anyone who hinders this matter should not blame me for my lack of courtesy, regardless of who they may be. As her words resonated, the members of the Wang family present exhibited expressions of surprise, soon followed by unease. Typically, they had benefited from the company, and given the temperament of old Lady Jiang, should the funds not be amassed, she would undoubtedly insist that everyone contribute from their own pockets. Yet, who would willingly part with their own money? It would be akin to draining their lifeblood. Wang Lingying exchanged a puzzled glance with Hu Hao, inquiring, "Can you truly provide projects for our family?" Hu Hao replied with a smile, "My uncle is the project manager at Hongfei Group. Securing a project is certainly within my reach." By the way, he is quite fond of you and has asked me to bring you home for dinner sometime. When would you be available? He felt a sense of pride, believing he held the Wang family's lifeline in his hands. They were in dire need of support, and his promise felt like a lifeline. For both personal and professional reasons, Wang Lingying had to maintain a cordial relationship with him. Even if it meant feigning amiability, it mattered not. He was determined to take their relationship to a more intimate level, capturing photographs and videos to leverage against her later, expecting that she would comply without hesitation. Unfortunately, he underestimated Wang Lingying. She simply replied, "I'm busy," before turning and leaving. Old Lady Jiang was infuriated but found herself powerless against Wang Lingying. Upon returning home, Wang Lingying felt both physically and emotionally exhausted. Sitting on the sofa, she found herself lost in thought, motionless. After an indeterminate period, Du Qingchen emerged from his room, switched on the living room light, and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Lingying seated there. "When did you return?" "I was just about to call to pick you up. I came back a while ago," Wang Lingying replied, snapping back to reality. "Are you feeling unwell? Or is something troubling you?" Du Qingchen poured a glass of warm water and placed it before her. Wang Lingying accepted the glass, taking a sip. "Thank you. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. I guess you might not have eaten well tonight. Fortunately, I prepared extra dishes. I'll heat them up for you. It will be ready shortly." Du Qingchen smiled gently as he entered the kitchen. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Lingying felt a surge of warmth, a comforting sensation enveloping her heart. Soon, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen. As she was lost in thought, Du Qingchen had already set the table with the meal. 2 dishes and a soup, quite simple, yet both visually appealing and delectable, igniting Wang Lingying's appetite. "Have you eaten?" she inquired. Du Qingchen, sitting across from her with a smile, replied, "I have already eaten." "Was this prepared specifically for me?" "Yes." "Oh." As Wang Lingying began her meal, Du Qingchen sat opposite her, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at her. "Could you refrain from staring at me?" she inquired. "You are quite beautiful. I cannot be blamed for my admiration," he replied. "When did you become so smooth-tongued?" Du Qingchen touched his nose. "I am not sure. Perhaps it's been these past few days." Wang Lingying fell silent, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. A flicker of joy stirring within her. Was it not worthy of happiness to be appreciated by a man? After their meal, while Du Qingchen washed the dishes, Wang Lingying ascended the stairs to shower and don a fresh set of nightwear. Upon exiting the kitchen, Du Qingchen was surprised to see her descending from upstairs. "Aren't you going to sleep?" he asked. "Not tired," she replied, taking a seat in the living room. Feeling a bit awkward, Du Qingchen hesitated to retreat to his room and instead sat down beside her. "By the way, where are your parents?" he inquired with curiosity. "They have returned to the ancestral home," Wang Lingying answered. Du Qingchen cautiously remarked, "So? It seems the old lady has recognized the hardships facing the Wei family and has finally relented, no longer pressuring you, correct?" "Yes. Are you suggesting that we should divorce?" Wang Lingying lowered her gaze, unable to meet Du Qingchen's eyes, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Du Qingchen felt like slapping himself for bringing it up. Why mention such matters? It only dug him deeper into a pit. In truth, this life was rather pleasant. Sighing with relief, Wang Lingying, however, would not soften her words, stating, "It may need to be maintained for a while longer. Tonight, the old lady has invited Hu Hao over, intending to send me to the Hu family in exchange for benefits." Du Qingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. The old lady has truly become muddled. There is little to be done. Power can really lead one astray. She used to care for me deeply, but as the family's fortunes declined, the burden fell upon her shoulders. Sometimes I consider she must be quite weary. The more one cherishes something, the easier it is to lose oneself in it. Wang Lingying reflected. Indeed, power can easily transform an individual, Du Qingchen replied, furrowing his brow, a hint of bitterness and conflict evident in his eyes. Coincidentally, Wang Lingying noticed his expression and curiously asked, "You seem quite affected by this?" "Nothing much," he replied. "If you wish, you may share your story with me. Bottling things up can lead to troubles." Du Qingchen forced a smile. "I prefer not to discuss it. It is all in the past. Yet, some matters must be confronted. Evasion does not resolve issues, but the time for that has not yet arrived. Now, let us rest. Good night." He stood and retreated to his room, watching his silhouette. Wang Lingying fell into contemplation. That night, neither of them slept well. Du Qingchen was lost in memories of the past, while Wang Lingying pondered the future. Another beautiful day dawned. Yet for some, it would mark the darkest day of their lives. At 8 in the morning, Wei Tong had just risen and descended the stairs when someone barged in. Lu Zian, the president of the Law Enforcement Association, had arrived with his entourage. "What brings you here, President Lu?" Wei Tong inquired, frowning and speaking in a low tone. Lu Zian sighed and, with a hint of sympathy, said, "Mr. Wei, I sincerely apologize, but today I must take you back to assist in the investigation." "Must it truly be so?" Wei Tong inquired. Lu Zian hesitated for a moment, waved his hand, and a group of officers exited the room. In the living room, only the two remained. Wei Tong prepared a cup of tea for Lu Zian. And as they sat down, he began, 50 million. Lu Zian shook his head. 100 million. Lu Zian smiled faintly, remaining silent. 200 million. 300 million. 500 million. This is all my savings. You are aware that my company has suffered severe losses from yesterday until now. I seek nothing more than the safety of my family. Wei Tong sighed. Lu Zian replied earnestly, "Brother Wei, we have been friends for many years. And today I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. Do not think that even if you offered me 500 million, I would dare to release you. Moreover, your bank accounts have already been frozen, and your company will undergo bankruptcy proceedings. Several banks have already taken legal action against you. Your wife and son have also been taken from the hospital, so you must accept your fate." Wei Tong's face turned pale, his heart sinking. He had contemplated the worst-case scenario the previous night, but he never anticipated the severity of the situation. His downfall had come so swiftly. "Brother Lu, as you mentioned, we have shared a bond. I wish to know who is targeting the Wei family with such ruthlessness, compelling even you to collaborate. Surely it cannot be Qin Haoran. He is merely a pawn." Wei Tong spoke bitterly. Observing the look of anticipation on his face, Lu Zian pondered briefly before responding, "You are correct. Qin Haoran is but a pawn. As for who is truly behind this, do you truly not have any idea? Recently, whom have you crossed paths with? And with whom have you made enemies? Do you really not comprehend? The wolf pack is quite formidable. Even our law enforcement association has been powerless against them. Yet, they vanished overnight." Wei Tong's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the individual targeting the wolf pack is the same as the one targeting the Wei family?" Lu Zian nodded. Wei Tong's mind became a tumultuous whirlpool. After a moment of reflection, he began to grasp the implications, yet he found it utterly unbelievable. Impossible. It cannot be. Du Qingchun is merely an orphan. How could he possess such power? "That is because you do not understand him," Lu Zian lamented. Wei Tong trembled as he asked, "Who exactly is he?" Lu Zian hesitated to answer, saying, "It is not that I do not wish to tell you. I have my own difficulties." In his eyes, "I am but a minor character. I do not wish to attract the ire of someone so formidable. Believe me, even the highest-ranking officials in the province would tremble before him. He is a person we cannot afford to provoke, I assure you. Only a handful across the nation could stand up to him." Wei Tong nearly lost control of himself in fear. Although Lu Zian did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, it did not hinder his imagination, which only grew more fearful with contemplation. To preserve a single life is already a fortune, if blame must be assigned. It should lie with you and your father for provoking that young lady from the Wang family. Accept your fate. Once inside, strive for reform. And perhaps in 3 to 5 years, you may emerge anew. Money can be regained, but a life lost is irretrievable. Upon hearing Lu Zian's words, Wei Tong appeared to age a decade in an instant, nodding vacantly. "Very well, I accept my fate." The downfall of the Wei family came without warning, abrupt and startling. Naturally, it caused significant upheaval. Being a prominent family in Jiangnan City, with assets in the billions, they crumbled overnight. This process epitomized an old adage, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Those who had been close to the Wei family were the first to distance themselves, and many even took the opportunity to add insult to injury. As for those who might have offered timely assistance, perhaps there were a few, but their efforts were rendered meaningless. The formidable presence of Qin Haoran alone was sufficient to intimidate many, not to mention the involvement of several business magnates from the provincial capital. Assisting the Wei family at this juncture would not only be futile, but could also ensnare oneself in their misfortune. There are few fools in this world, and thus, no one was inclined to undertake such a thankless task. Old Lady Jiang was fortunate to have not allied with the Wei family. Otherwise, the Wang family would undoubtedly be embroiled in the fallout as well. The Wei family's enterprises were systematically absorbed by Qin Haoran, who could no longer maintain his previous low profile. Now, whenever Qin Haoran was mentioned, it was accompanied by a sense of trepidation. Who would have imagined that the typically affable Qin Haoran would suddenly turn against the Wei family with such ferocity? On this day, Wang Lingying had only just arrived at her office when Wang Yuanxin made his entrance. "Did my uncle come to see me for something?" Wang Lingying inquired without rising to greet him, her expression indifferent. "I merely came to check on my niece. I must say, during my brief tour, the employees here are quite diligent," Wang Yuanxin replied with a smile. Wang Lingying remained silent, aware that her uncle's visit was surely for a significant matter, most likely unfavorable to her. As anticipated, Wang Yuanxin, noticing her stoic demeanor, could not contain himself and spoke directly. "It is as follows. Your grandmother has sent me with a message. This month, the company must allocate 200 million in funds, as our group is soon to collaborate with Hanyun Group, necessitating a substantial sum." "What? 200 million? Wang Lingying exclaimed, caught between laughter and frustration. "Surely, my uncle is jesting. We are merely a subsidiary. Our annual profit barely reaches 100 million. Demanding 200 million from me is utterly unreasonable." "I expressed the same sentiment," he replied. "But your grandmother later amended her request, instructing you to prepare 100 million. You cannot defer this any longer. She was quite clear. Should you fail to produce 100 million by the end of the month, you may find yourself reassigned to headquarters." Wang Lingying's expression darkened. 100 million seems excessive, does it not? If you could assist me in recovering the outstanding debts from our clients, I could indeed manage to gather that amount. The company has always been under your management. I wish to help, but feel powerless to do so. Wang Yuanxin chuckled. Wang Lingying stated, "I have been reassigned to the headquarters. Who will take my place? Is it still my uncle?" To this, the response was uncertain, reliant solely on the matriarch's will. Furthermore, she had asserted that should the task remain unfulfilled, the position of director within the conglomerate would need to be relinquished. As she toyed with a steel pen, Wang Lingying's hand trembled slightly. While she concealed her fury, internally, she was seething with rage. It was evident that the family intended to oust her. As one of the board members, she possessed voting rights on familial matters and received a substantial annual dividend. Losing her position would not only diminish her annual earnings, but also strip her of the privilege to partake in the family's core affairs, thereby relegating her to utter marginalization. The notion of being sidelined, particularly when her father, Wang Yuanluan, was already disregarded, was intolerable. The lineage of the third branch would truly face extinction. "Uncle, do you not think this is rather insidious?" Wang Lingying could not help but remark. Wang Yuanxin laughed. "Why speak so harshly? You are destined to marry someday. The family business cannot remain under your control indefinitely. Is there truly an issue with that? Moreover, the matriarch has mentioned that should you agree to divorce and let Du Qingqin go, marrying Hu Hao instead would make you the family's foremost benefactor. In that case, the family would bestow upon you a generous dowry, and your share of the annual company dividends would never diminish. Shameless. The Wei family has become a relic of the past. There is no need for you to continue with Du Qingqin. You are far too exceptional to settle for such mediocrity as a husband. This is not only a slap in your face, but also an affront to our entire family. Hu Hao is leagues above Du Qingqin. Why endure this struggle merely for pride and familial discord?" Wang Yuanxin persisted in his counsel. "Indeed, I am fighting for my dignity. Yet, have you not regarded me as a mere pawn to barter for your interests? If I cannot govern my own happiness, then neither shall anyone else. Let me be clear, I have chosen to marry him, and divorce is not something I have contemplated. You may as well abandon that hope. What you intend to do with me is no longer of significance. I await the outcome. However, should you wish to exploit me for a strategic marriage, I must decline. If you hold Hu's family in such high esteem, why not have your daughter marry Hu Hao?" Wang Lingying asserted firmly. Wang Yuanxin, visibly irate, acknowledged that he would indeed consider marrying Wang Shui into the Hu family, yet it required mutual interest, which Hu Hao had solely reserved for Wang Lingying, showing no inclination towards Wang Shui whatsoever. "How absurd. Is this how you speak to your elders? I am your uncle. I am only looking out for your best interests." "I cannot bear this, uncle. Perhaps you should take your leave," Wang Lingying declared, effectively issuing an eviction order. With a cold snort, Wang Yuanxin stormed out, nearly colliding with Gao Xiaotong upon his exit. Once he departed, Gao Xiaotong entered, her expression one of shock as she questioned, "Lingying, I overheard your conversation just now. You have actually married Du Qingqin? Surely you jest? You heard all of it?" Wang Lingying felt a sense of frustration. "Yes, I heard everything. But I ask you, is it truly the case?" Gao Xiaotong's face was filled with tension. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lingying confessed, "At this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Indeed, I have married him. Why? Gao Xiaodong's expression was one of incredulity. Doesn't he seem to be your type? He appears rather ordinary. In a crowd, he could easily be mistaken for an average passerby. After all, you were once the belle of Jingqing University. And I've heard you were regarded as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City. How could you possibly have fallen for him? This matter is rather complex. Come, let me explain. Gao Xiaodong was exceedingly curious. Wang Lingying frowned and remarked, Are you this nosy? Come on, it's quite important. What is the crux of the issue? Gao Xiaodong had already pulled Wang Lingying to sit on the sofa. With no choice, Wang Lingying recounted the entire sequence of events, although she omitted the part about her drunken escapade with Du Qingchen. Upon finishing her tale, Gao Xiaodong was left dumbfounded. What a melodramatic story. I once read an online novel titled The Dragon's Son-in-Law, and the protagonist's story closely resembles this. It seems that life truly is a lengthy narrative. What? Someone informed me that your family intends for you to divorce him now. Why haven't you done so? The Wei family is in shambles. There is no longer any necessity to maintain this marriage, Gao Xiaodong inquired. Wang Lingying, feeling somewhat disoriented, responded, I don't wish to divorce just yet. Why? You can't possibly have developed genuine feelings, can you? Gao Xiaodong's expression was exaggerated. Wang Lingying, feeling as if her tale had been stepped on, exclaimed, I'm not being sincere. It's just that the timing isn't right. How is it not right? Wang Lingying stammered, I want him to serve as a shield. I still need him to protect me from Hu Hao. He already knows I'm married, and if I were to divorce, wouldn't he come and pester me incessantly? You know all too well what it's like to be entangled with him. Wang Lingying scrambled for an excuse. In truth, she herself was uncertain about her feelings. Yet she was resolute about one thing. She did not want a divorce at this moment. She dared not ponder the reasons behind this. Perhaps it was a matter of habit, or perhaps she felt a twinge of sentiment, but she would never admit to having been touched. Gao Xiaodong did not dwell on this for long and nodded. That does make some sense. However, you must be cautious of him. This man is not to be trusted. She offered her earnest warning. Wang Lingying paused. Is he truly as terrible as you say? I don't perceive him as particularly vile. Not wicked. If he weren't, then there would be no villains in this world. Gao Xiaodong pouted. You must not be deceived by his facade. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. All right, I understand. I will be vigilant. Wang Lingying wished to conclude the conversation. Gao Xiaodong replied, Very well, but I do not wish to stay at a hotel any longer. Then you should search for a house online. Once you've found one, I will accompany you to view it, and the company will cover your rent, suggested Wang Lingying. I do not need to rent a place. I will move in with you. I will assist you in watching over him. Otherwise, it would be too perilous for two single individuals to reside together, Gao Xiaodong stated with utmost seriousness. Wang Lingying found herself both amused and exasperated. Yet considering that Gao Xiaodong was unfamiliar with the surroundings and her parents had recently moved away, she conceded that it would be beneficial for both of them to provide mutual support. Having concluded that topic, Gao Xiaodong furrowed her brow and remarked, I overheard your second uncle's words. The family is applying pressure on you now, intending to usurp your position. Indeed, my situation has become rather precarious, Wang Lingying replied. Also frowning, I have reviewed the company's financial status. 100 million is still attainable, provided that all debts are reclaimed, she continued. But how can we recover them? I have dispatched individuals to urge payment countless times, yet they continuously offer excuses. I am truly at a loss. After all, the company's growth relies on the support of these clients. I cannot afford to sever ties with them, and they are unlikely to default entirely. They merely wish to wait until I am no longer in charge, at which point they will settle their debts, Wang Lingying lamented. Your current predicament is exceedingly perilous, beset by internal and external challenges. There is but one solution, Gao Xiaodong declared. What solution? Wang Lingying inquired. Recover the debts. Gao Xiaodong replied matter-of-factly. Wang Lingying was somewhat speechless, thinking to herself that she had expected a more ingenious suggestion. The problem is that they are uncollectible, she said helplessly. I will assist you in collecting. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. It is outrageous. This afternoon, I will go after those debts. Just watch, with my persuasive words. I assure you I will recover the funds. Once we break through with a few, the rest will follow suit. This is akin to using a small example to intimidate the larger group, Gao Xiaodong asserted confidently. Wang Lingying, however, felt a lack of faith in this plan. Are you sure you can manage? She asked. Why wouldn't I be able to? Besides, if I cannot do it, I can always enlist your husband. Ugh. I mean Du Qingchen. I will have him accompany me in this endeavor, Gao Xiaotong replied. Wang Lingying expressed her concern. If he goes, could that lead to further complications? I have come to understand Du Qingchen somewhat. Despite his courteous demeanor towards me, he is often brusque with others, and disagreements could easily escalate into violence. The Wei family and the Wolfgang are living examples of this. Very well then, please exercise caution. Many of our clients are from construction teams, and their owners often lack formal education, resolving issues in rather blunt and aggressive manners. Ensure your personal safety, Wang Lingying advised earnestly. Understood, understood, Gao Xiaotong replied, brimming with energy as she preferred decisiveness over procrastination. After exiting the office, she returned to gather some documents before seeking out Du Qingchen. What? You want me to accompany you in collecting debts? Du Qingchen instinctively recoiled from the idea of being alone with Gao Xiaotong and immediately declined. Isn't this the responsibility of your finance department? I am the head of security. Do you grasp my meaning? Indeed, you are the head of security, tasked with ensuring my personal safety, which should naturally fall within your responsibilities. Furthermore, have you forgotten the promise you made to me at the mere turn of your head? Is there no longer any sense of integrity? Gao Xiaotong pressed insistently. Du Qingchen was unmoved by this tactic. I will not go, he declared. Gao Xiaotong huffed. Is it truly so shameful to accompany me? I merely wish to broaden your horizons. And besides, this is a directive from Mr. Wang. Would you dare refuse? She might become quite displeased. Upon hearing that it was an instruction from Wang Lingying, Du Qingchen promptly shifted his stance. Very well, I shall accompany you. But let it be known that I am solely responsible for your safety. I shall not involve myself in matters of debt collection. No need for your assistance. Come with me. Gao Xiaotong shot him a glare before striding ahead. Du Qingchen obediently followed. Upon reaching the garage, just as he prepared to enter the vehicle, Gao Xiaotong snatched the keys from his hand. What are you doing? He inquired. What do you think? I will drive, she replied. You driving? I cannot say I am entirely at ease with that, Gao Xiaotong retorted with a smirk. Du Qingchen felt a bit sheepish, realizing her point was valid. When she drove, even the boldest would hesitate to sit beside her. A Porsche is indeed different. Just make sure you hold on tight, he advised, a smile gracing his lips. Are you planning to race? He teased. Just ensure you are ready. I wouldn't want you to embarrass yourself, Gao Xiaotong quipped. If you truly find yourself in such a predicament, I would feel quite embarrassed for your wife, she added. What do you mean by that? Du Qingchen asked, bewildered. Stop pretending, Du Qingchen. I must say, you have quite the audacity to have charmed my best friend, and to dare to have improper intentions towards me. You better not give me any leverage against you, or I will ensure she leaves you, she warned, exuding a playful yet serious demeanor. Du Qingchen was at a loss for words. What did she mean by improper intentions? It seemed futile to reason with a woman on such matters. So he decided to remain silent. As Gao Xiaotong navigated onto the main road, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. With a firm press on the accelerator, the car surged forward like an arrow. Du Qingchen raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms and sitting firmly in his seat, as if his body were glued to it, unaffected by the immense force of acceleration. This left Gao Xiaotong somewhat disappointed, as she had hoped to impress him with her driving prowess. Unlike Wang Lingying, who was as cold as ice, Gao Xiaotong radiated warmth and enthusiasm. Her passion for racing was unmatched. She had once sought out professional racers while abroad to hone her skills and had participated in numerous amateur competitions, winning several championships. Thus, while she may not rival professionals, among amateurs, she was undoubtedly a master. As she drove the Porsche, reaching speeds of 160 miles per hour, she maneuvered seamlessly through traffic, a natural in her element, prompting a silent nod of approval from Du Qingchen. However, for the sake of safety, Du Qingchen could not help but remind her, once the speed exceeds 120, the probability of survival in the event of a collision is nearly zero. There's no need for your reminders. You likely do not understand my prowess. I am still a virgin, untouched by the taste of a man, and I cannot bear the thought of an untimely demise. If you are afraid, beg for mercy quickly, and I shall let you down, Gao Xiaotong exclaimed with excitement. As she overtook vehicles along the way, her exhilaration only grew. This was the life she desired, brimming with passion. Unfortunately, Du Qingchen remained calm and composed. Since you fear not death, I, as a man, shall not tremble either. Go ahead and drive recklessly. I shall take a nap. With that, he indeed closed his eyes and began to sleep. Gao Xiaotong felt a surge of anger and deliberately pressed the brake several times, hoping to elicit a reaction from Du Qingchen. Yet, he remained as steady as a rock, utterly unaffected, and soon began to snore. This further infuriated her, but she found herself admiring him somewhat. After all, his composure was something she could not help but respect. In the past, many men who had ridden in her car would scream and shout in terror. Du Qingchen was a rare example of someone so unflappable. Before long, Gao Xiaodong decided to disregard Du Qingchen and focused solely on the thrill of speeding. It was exhilarating beyond measure. However, this state of affairs did not last long. As a sports car appeared in her rearview mirror, seemingly intent on challenging her, the driver slowly matched her speed, and with the window rolled down, Hu howled. One of her old classmates waved at her while steering with one hand. "Hey, old classmate, how about a race?" Upon noticing Du Qingchen seated beside Gao Xiaodong, Hu Hao's expression soured, but he managed to suppress his discomfort. "A race it shall be. Who fears whom?" Gao Xiaodong pressed the accelerator to the floor, and her car surged forward once more. Yet soon, that Ferrari caught up with her again. The window rolled down, revealing a 15 or 16-year-old beauty who gave Gao Xiaodong a thumbs up and provocatively shouted, "Hey, I say, sister, your driving skills leave much to be desired. You're crawling like a tortoise." Gao Xiaodong's face turned green with anger. How could she endure being belittled by a mere child? Yet the reality was undeniable. Despite her driving prowess, it was futile. The Ferrari was clearly modified, far beyond the capabilities of her Porsche. But yielding was out of the question. Without a word, she pressed on, accelerating fiercely. The Ferrari drew up alongside her once again, and the girl muttered something before speeding away in a cloud of dust. Gao Xiaodong's face turned a deep shade of fury as she cranked the speed up to 200. Fortunately, this stretch of road was relatively clear, allowing her to indulge in her reckless abandon for a while longer. Du Qingchen suddenly remarked, "If you do not reduce your speed, I can assure you that it will not be long before you meet your demise in a car accident. Your heart is already in disarray, and considering that their vehicle surpasses yours in quality, you will never catch up. Why engage in such folly? Additionally, I must remind you that the car does not belong to you. It is my wife's. If you wish for your own demise, that is your choice. But I am innocent in this matter. If you were to cause my death, you would carry that burden for the rest of your life, would you not?" Gao Xiaodong scoffed, "Mind your own business." Yet, despite her words, she prudently reduced her speed to 160 miles per hour, demonstrating a modicum of rationality. Du Qingchen opened his eyes with a smile. "Rest assured, if my assumptions are correct, they will be waiting for you up ahead." "Oh, and I must caution you about that young girl you encountered earlier. It would be wise not to provoke her. Do you know her?" Gao Xiaodong was taken aback, as she was still irked by the young girl in her thoughts. Du Qingchen remarked, "I am not acquainted with her, yet her name resonates in my ears like thunder. Additionally, she possesses a fiercely protective brother, a veritable powerhouse, renowned in the capital." "How do you know?" Gao Xiaodong's heart quaked at the thought of a prominent figure from the capital. Could it be someone from one of the 4 illustrious families? If that were the case, even her fiery temperament would deter her from provoking him. Curiosity piqued, she inquired. "I merely conjectured," Du Qingchen replied with a smile. "Do you believe me?" Gao Xiaodong opened her mouth, but ultimately only emitted a disdainful snort, refraining from further comment. 10 minutes later, indeed, a Ferrari was parked by the roadside, with Hu Hao groveling in a low voice, while the young woman lounged atop the engine hood, a cigarette dangling from her lips, exuding an air of defiance. Without a doubt, she was waiting for Gao Xiaodong. With a hiss, a Porsche came to a halt, and Gao Xiaodong exited, striding toward Hu Hao. "What was that about earlier?" she demanded, her expression unfriendly. The young girl exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Xiaodong. "I said your driving skills are subpar. What, are you still unconvinced? Let me tell you. I detest women like you who presume themselves superior merely because of their ample bosom. What is so impressive about that, HM?" Gao Xiaodong was nearly beside herself with indignation. Who had she wronged? Moreover, what was wrong with having a generous figure? She did not depend on anyone for sustenance. She was not lacking in financial means. "Oh, so you're merely a childish brat. I suppose that means I am older than you. Is that what's making you insecure?" Gao Xiaodong retorted without hesitation. "I'll say whatever you lack." This tactic proved devastatingly effective against women. For the young girl before her, it struck particularly hard, for it was her Achilles heel. Her disdain for women with ample figures stemmed from her own inadequacy in that regard. Leaping down from the car, the young girl flicked away her cigarette butt, glaring fiercely at Gao Xiaodong. In a few years, mine will surpass yours. And do you know who I am? How do you speak to me this way? Do you believe that a single word from me could render you utterly obliterated? I truly do not believe it." Gao Xiaodong, in a fit of anger, had cast aside Du Qingxin's warning. Beside them, Hu Hao's complexion paled, and he hastily interjected, "Gao Xiaotong, you should apologize to Miss Zhao at once." He subtly gestured for her to comply. Yet Gao Xiaotong remained unyielding. "Why should I apologize to her? She disrespected me first. If you wish to curry favor with her, that is your affair. Do not expect me to follow suit. It's no wonder Ling Ying looks down on you. Just look at how you grovel. It's truly embarrassing." Hu Hao's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Gao Xiaotong, exclaiming, You truly do not recognize your own good fortune. Miss Zhao hails from the esteemed Zhao family of the capital. Her status is exalted. To offend her is to court disaster. This is a grave miscalculation." Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaotong's expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly recalled Du Qingxin's words. While Hu Hao's assertions might be dubious, she trusted that Du Qingxin would not deceive her. "It appears that the young lady before me is truly a distinguished daughter of the Zhao family, having slipped away from the capital to indulge in some leisure." Gao Xiaotong felt a twinge of trepidation. The Zhao family is indeed a colossal entity, one of the 4 oldest and most esteemed families in the country. A mere utterance from them could render her utterly powerless. Yet she was unwilling to concede. Although fearful, she boldly stated, "So it is the young lady of the Zhao family who has arrived. However, what if you hail from such a lineage? Does that grant you the liberty to bully others? Is this the decorum of your esteemed family? Are you not concerned about tarnishing your family's reputation?" This was a clever provocation. Zhao Xiaoman had been poised to unleash her wrath, but instead, she merely chuckled coldly. "Very well. Do not claim that I am the one bullying you. Let us race. If you manage to best me, I shall apologize. Should you lose, you will kneel and beg for forgiveness." Racing? This was Gao Xiaotong's forte, and she breathed a sigh of relief, responding, "Let us compete. But we must find a suitable venue, and I demand a different vehicle. Your cars are modified, which is unfair." Agreed. Zhao Xiaoman instructed Hu Hao. "Contact a venue immediately and prepare 2 cars." How could Hu Hao dare to refuse? He promptly complied. After making a call, Hu Hao eagerly suggested, "Miss Zhao, there is a racetrack at Xihua Mountain in Jiangnan City where a group of friends is currently gathered. Shall we head there? The cars are not a problem, but the terrain there is quite treacherous. Your safety must not be compromised in the slightest." With a wave of her hand, Zhao Xiaoman replied, "Let us go there." She then turned to Gao Xiaotong. "You had best not flee. Even if you were to escape to the ends of the earth, I would find you. At that time, you will surely regret your actions. Now, we have made an agreement, and it is imperative that we compete. Today, I shall ensure you taste the bitter fruit of your insolence." Who is running away? If we are to compete, then let it be so. But if you lose, do not resort to deceit or tears, Gao Xiaotong retorted. "Very well, you have a fierce spirit. We shall see," Zhao Xiaoman replied as she entered her car, leading the way in a Ferrari. Gao Xiaotong followed suit, driving alongside and expressing her discontent to Du Qingxin. "Are you still a man? Watching someone bully me? And you do not even step out of the car." "I warned you not to provoke her," he replied. "But she was the one who bullied me first. Is it truly necessary to quarrel with a child? In my eyes, she is merely a woman, not a child." Du Qingxin, feeling helpless, said, "Are you truly going to compete with her? I must tell you, she is notorious in the capital as a formidable adversary, renowned for her exceptional driving skills and wild personality. Her obsession with racing is unparalleled. If you challenge her, your chances of losing exceed 70%. Gao Xiaotong remained unconvinced. "If she were a professional racer, I might hesitate. But her? Dream on if she thinks she can defeat me." Sweat dripped from Du Qingxin's brow as he thought to himself that the girl's brother was a true racing champion, revered as a god of the track. But he refrained from voicing that thought. Today, the desire for resolution seems rather unrealistic. He is reluctant to invite trouble, yet he cannot disregard Gao Xiaotong's safety. Otherwise, upon returning, Wang Lingying would surely blame him mercilessly. Moreover, should he choose not to accompany her today, the repercussions could be dire, with fatalities not being an uncommon occurrence. Given these circumstances, he has resolved to go. It has been quite some time since he last raced, and he finds himself yearning for the thrill. A glimmer of excitement and determination flickers in Du Qingxin's eyes. The 2 sports cars set off toward Xihua Mountain, drawing attention along the way. After half an hour, they arrive at the Xihua Mountain racetrack. This is a privately constructed racing circuit, with the track winding up from the foot of the mountain, returning along the opposite side, featuring numerous sharp turns that test the skills of any driver. It is said that the owner hails from the provincial capital and wields considerable influence, seldom appearing at the venue. This place primarily serves as a playground for affluent young people. Occasional accidents do occur, but the owner discreetly manages such incidents. Those who frequent this establishment are invariably wealthy, and many passionate racing enthusiasts come here, ensuring a steady stream of business. Gaining entry is not easily achieved for the average person. One must be accompanied by a member. For instance, without Hu Hao's guidance today, Gao Xiaodong would not have been able to enter. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd is sparse, with only a few dozen people present. Given the high costs associated with this venue, the parking lot is filled with sports cars. Gao Xiaodong's Porsche, despite its million-dollar price tag, appears unremarkable amidst the modified vehicles, whose roaring engines ignite a fervor in onlookers. Upon arrival, Gao Xiaodong feels her blood surge with excitement. She revels in the atmosphere. Zhao Xiaoman seems to be a regular here, as she is quickly surrounded by a group of admirers who affectionately call her sister man. Although she is only 16 and possesses a youthful charm, her commanding presence demands respect and deference from all. Upon learning that Zhao Xiaoman intends to race, the crowd of young men and women casts glances at Gao Xiaodong, their expressions unfriendly. Despite Gao Xiaodong's beauty, she finds no favor in their eyes, and no one dares to approach her or strike up a conversation. To them, Gao Xiaodong is merely a fool, challenging Zhao Xiaoman to a race, an act of self-sabotage. Among those present, not a single one stands a chance against her. Her driving skills are a testament to her brother's rigorous training. As the whispers of derision circulate around Gao Xiaodong, Zhao Xiaoman raises her hand and commands, "Silence." The crowd falls into a hushed stillness. With a sardonic smile directed at Gao Xiaodong, Zhao Xiaoman declares, "I will not bully you. Choose any car you wish from the lot. If you lose, do not forget to bow and apologize afterward. Let the competition begin. Should you lose, refrain from weeping and calling for help." Gao Xiaodong retorts with equal disdain, "With your abilities, you are far from winning against me. I detest idle chatter." "Then let us race," Zhao Xiaoman replies. The two cease their banter and swiftly select their vehicles. Both opt for modified Ferraris, their performance specifications nearly identical, ensuring a fair contest. "Hu Hao, get in the car," Zhao Xiaoman instructs. Zhao Xiaoman called out, causing Hu Hao to break into a slight sweat. He had previously ridden in Zhao Xiaoman's car, and despite his own passion for racing, he had been utterly nauseated during that ride, trembling as he exited the vehicle. The memory remained vividly etched in his mind. He truly feared getting back in the car, but offending Zhao Xiaoman was not an option. Reluctantly, Hu Hao climbed into the vehicle. Du Qingchun took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. Gao Xiaodong adjusted her helmet and remarked, "Hey, are you up for this? Don't embarrass yourself later. Do you want to win?" Du Qingchun inquired. Gao Xiaodong shot him an incredulous glare. "Isn't that obvious? Do you expect me to bow down and apologize to her?" "Then let us keep quiet and focus on driving," Du Qingchun replied, settling in without fastening his seatbelt, his demeanor remarkably calm, as if he harbored no fear or interest in the impending race. Gao Xiaodong felt compelled to retort, yet she held her tongue. Recalling Du Qingchun's earlier performance in the car, a fiery-haired beauty approached the starting line, flag in hand, her hips swaying momentarily before she waved the flag to signal the start of the race. The two cars surged forward simultaneously, racing toward the summit. The crowd erupted in cheers. With comparable vehicle performance, the competition hinged purely on driving skill. Whoever had a better understanding of their car and more precise control would seize victory. Both Gao Xiaodong and Zhao Xiaoman were adept drivers, making it nearly impossible to discern a clear leader in the first 1,000 meters. As they entered the first turn, Gao Xiaodong's eyes locked onto the road ahead. Shifting gears, releasing the handbrake, and steering with finesse, she executed a graceful drift, navigating the bend with precision. However, with a swift whoosh, Zhao Xiaoman's car unexpectedly pulled ahead, completing the drift first and accelerating down the straightaway with remarkable speed. Gao Xiaodong gasped, "Is this woman insane? Is she out of her mind?" Du Qingchun shook his head slightly, knowing that Gao Xiaodong was destined to lose that day. Zhao Xiaoman's temperament was bolder and more reckless. Navigating the bend was akin to a battle between two armies on a narrow path, where the bravest would triumph. The moment one felt fear, they had already lost the psychological edge. Gao Xiaodong desperately pursued, yet she had already lost the advantage. After several turns, the sight of Zhao Xiaoman's car had vanished from her view, leaving her in a state of profound frustration and disappointment. It dawned on her that her opponent was a true master of the craft. Each time Zhao Xiaoman entered a bend, it seemed as if she were engaging in an extreme challenge. One miscalculation could send her car plummeting off the edge, yet she consistently executed her drifts flawlessly. By this measure alone, Her driving skills rivaled those of ordinary professional racers. While Gao Xiaodong's skills were commendable, she was ultimately an amateur, and thus fell short compared to Zhao Xiaoman. Her face turned pale as she continued her relentless chase, acutely aware that victory was slipping away, leaving her grappling with pride and an overwhelming sense of unwillingness to concede. Finally, upon reaching the summit, Gao Xiaodong spotted Zhao Xiaoman's car, which had already descended halfway down the slope. The outcome was already determined. Gao Xiaodan tightly pressed her lips together, yet tears betrayed her resolve and streamed down her cheeks. She had lost. "Stop the car," Du Qingchen suddenly exclaimed. "What did you say?" Gao Xiaodong retorted angrily. "Stopping now means certain defeat, if you wish to win." "Then stop the car," Du Qingchen stated earnestly. He could no longer bear to witness Gao Xiaodong's stubbornness, which stirred something within him. He did not want to see her kneel before her opponent. Thus, he resolved to assist her in securing victory. Fortunately, time was still on their side. Gao Xiaodong paused. "How can we possibly win now? I will help you win. If you waste any more time, even divine intervention cannot save you. Do you truly want to kneel before her?" Du Qingchen scoffed. Gao Xiaodong slammed on the brakes. Du Qingchen swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt. "Get out of the car, quickly." After a moment's hesitation, she exited, and they exchanged positions. With no other option, Gao Xiaodong reluctantly handed her helmet to Du Qingchen. "I don't need it. You put on the helmet and fasten your seatbelt. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't soil yourself from fear," Du Qingchen said with a cheerful smile. Gao Xiaodong initially intended to retort, but at that moment, she caught a glimpse of Du Qingchen's profile, and from this angle, he bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from her memory. It was strikingly similar. She opened her mouth but remained silent, lost in thought as she secured her seatbelt. With a roar, Du Qingchen drove the car down the mountain. Within seconds, the speed soared past 100, and it continued to climb. Soon reaching 200 miles per hour, the needle still ascending. Gao Xiaodong screamed in fright, shutting her eyes as they approached a sharp turn. At such velocity, the outcome would surely be catastrophic. Regret washed over her for her earlier impulsiveness. Why had she believed Du Qingchen's fanciful words? Why had she dared to hope for a miracle that would never materialize? The car swerved dangerously, nearly tossing Gao Xiaodong out, but then it stabilized remarkably. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find that they had navigated the sharp turn successfully, speed unabated, still hurtling down the mountain. They were alive? As she regained her composure, her gaze fell upon Du Qingchen, her heart racing. The Du Qingchen before her now appeared intensely focused, as if he had transformed entirely. His demeanor evoked a fluttering in her heart. Was this truly the same ordinary Du Qingchen? Gao Xiaodong's heart throbbed with excitement, utterly captivated. A racing god. Having witnessed Du Qingchen navigate two sharp turns, she could only describe him with this term. She had watched numerous professional races and held deep admiration for the skills of those expert drivers. However, in this moment, she realized that even professional racers could not surpass what Du Qingchen had just accomplished on such treacherous terrain. This exquisite beauty of his driving left her entranced and in awe. At that moment, Du Qingchen remained oblivious to the stars of admiration sparkling in Gao Xiaodong's eyes. Otherwise, he might have regretted his impulsiveness from earlier that day. As the car maneuvered through consecutive turns without a hint of deceleration, Du Qingchen finally caught up with Zhao Xiaoman when there were merely 5 kilometers left to the finish line. With a swift motion, he overtook her seamlessly. Zhao Xiaoman, stunned, gazed at the speeding vehicle ahead, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. She pursued fervently, yet the distance between them only widened. After navigating a few more bends, she found herself completely left behind. As the car's rear gradually vanished from her sight, a sense of disorientation enveloped Zhao Xiaoman. It dawned on her that the one piloting the Ferrari was not Zhao Xiaoman herself, but rather the young man she had brought along, for reasons unknown. She felt an inexplicable familiarity towards Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen's car came to a steady halt at the finish line. Glancing over, he noticed Gao Xiaodong, pale and weakened, unable to move. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Gao Xiaodong remained silent, her body motionless. Du Qingchen assisted her in removing her helmet. "Give me a moment. I can't move. My legs feel weak," Gao Xiaodong said, a mix of excitement and helplessness in her tone. Du Qingchen smiled softly, replying, "All right, take your time to rest." Outside, the crowd gazed at them in disbelief. They could never have imagined that it would be Zhao Xiaoman who ultimately faced defeat. A large screen displayed the trajectory of both vehicles, allowing them to witness the unfolding drama in vivid detail, amplifying their shock. Earlier, Zhao Xiaoman had dazzled everyone with her performance, leading nearly a quarter of the race. Yet after the driver switch at the summit, Du Qingchen had executed a remarkable comeback. Such driving prowess was nothing short of miraculous, shattering their expectations. At last, Zhao Xiaoman's vehicle reached the finish line. Hu Hao flung open the car door, tumbling out and collapsing by the roadside in a fit of retching, looking utterly disheveled. Du Qingchen and Gao Xiaodong exited the car together, while the crowd remained in stunned silence. The last to emerge was Zhao Xiaoman, who tossed her helmet towards the front of the car and approached Du Qingchen. He did not spare her a glance, instead moving closer to Gao Xiaotong. "You lost," Gao Xiaotong stated to Zhao Xiaoman. Zhao Xiaoman scoffed. "Are you in any position to say that? Did you truly win against me? You could have sought assistance, if you have the audacity. You could switch drivers and race against my friend again." Gao Xiaotong replied with pride. Zhao Xiaoman's brows furrowed in anger. "If we were to race again, you would still lose. Here, my driving skills are unparalleled. If I falter, others would fare even worse." "Are you cheating?" Zhao Xiaoman accused, her face flushed with indignation. "We agreed to race. Now you resort to underhanded tactics, disrupting the rules. You ought to kneel and apologize." "Why should I? You should be the one to apologize. You don't think your status as a member of the Zhao family grants you the right to bully an ordinary person like me, do you?" Gao Xiaodong retorted mockingly. Zhao Xiaoman's anger intensified, biting her lip as she responded, "Spare me your theatrics. If I truly wanted to bully you, what could you do about it?" "Humph. Will you kneel or not?" Clearing his throat, Du Qingchen stepped forward and gazed at Zhao Xiaoman, stating, "Indeed, there was no prior agreement prohibiting assistance. How about this? Let us consider this match a draw, and let this matter conclude here. What do you think?" Zhao Xiaoman fixated on him with a peculiar expression, retorting, "Why should I heed your words? Is everyone from the Zhao family so domineering now?" Du Qingchen furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you emulating your brother? Has he not taught you that one should leave a line for future encounters?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoman's countenance changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Who are you?" "It matters not who I am. This matter concludes here," Du Qingchen asserted with an air of authority. Zhao Xiaoman pressed on, "Do you know my brother? Are you referring to that snot-nosed brat?" Du Qingchen chuckled, "Who I am is of little significance. Today's incident ends here, and you should vacate Jiangnan City forthwith. Otherwise, I shall summon your brother to bring you back." With a sardonic smile, Du Qingchen added. Zhao Xiaoman paled in fright, quickly responding, "No, no, I shall return." Furthermore, he advised, "In the future, be discerning in your friendships. Do not associate with every dubious character, as it brings shame." As he spoke, Du Qingchen cast a glance at Hu Hao, who lay on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Zhao Xiaoman understood and nodded vigorously. Everyone else remained perplexed, utterly bewildered by the sudden obedience of the once unruly Zhao Xiaoman, a little sorceress from the capital. Du Qingchen turned to Gao Xiaodong and said, "Let us depart." Gao Xiaodong blankly followed him into the car. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoman called out excitedly from behind, "You are the Ghost Face Racer, aren't you? I have seen your races. You are the Ghost Face Racer, my brother's mentor, correct?" Du Qingchen chose to ignore her and drove away. Inside the vehicle, Gao Xiaodong continued to gaze intently at Du Qingchen, her eyes aflame with curiosity. "Hey, how about you take the wheel?" Du Qingchen suggested, feeling awkward under her intense scrutiny. "No, you should drive," Gao Xiaodong quickly replied. Glancing at the time, Du Qingchen asked, "Shall we find a place for lunch first?" "I shall follow your lead," she responded. Half an hour later, the two found themselves seated in a quaint eatery. Gao Xiaodong fixed her gaze on Du Qingchen, an array of questions swirling in her eyes, though the fervor had notably diminished, much to Du Qingchen's relief. "If you have inquiries, please, feel free to ask directly instead of staring at me like that. It's rather disconcerting," he remarked with a wry smile. Gao Xiaodong nodded. "First, tell me, how is it that your driving skills are so exceptional?" "Well, I think they are rather average. Perhaps your own skills are so lacking that you perceive mine as remarkable. That is quite the discouraging remark. I concede that my skills may not match yours, but I have witnessed numerous professional races, and I genuinely believe your prowess is sufficient for professional competition. In fact, I believe those professional racers might pale in comparison to you." Gao Xiaodong's excitement began to resurface. Du Qingchen remarked, "In any case, I find her rather mediocre. How could someone so ordinary win the heart of that woman? Is this a veiled insult suggesting I am even less capable? Do you understand where your shortcomings lie?" "I do not. It transcends mere driving skills. What is paramount is courage and confidence." "How so?" Gao Xiaodong inquired. "Discover it for yourself," Du Qingchen replied enigmatically. Gao Xiaodong furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment before continuing, "Then answer me this. How do you know her? You seem quite acquainted. Yet she is the daughter of the Zhao family from Yinjing. By all accounts, you should not be familiar with her. Did you not perceive? She hardly knows me. She referred to you as the ghost-face racing god. I have no idea what she meant by that. Yet it was evident to all that you possess considerable knowledge of her. In this digital age, everything is accessible online. I merely harbor an interest in prominent families in the capital, which led me to gather some information. My memory is exceptional, so I retained it. It is as simple as that. So, you were merely deceiving her today? Indeed, I was. I find that rather implausible. Yet the truth remains as such. Very well. Gao Xiaodong conceded. Today has given me a deeper understanding of you. It seems you are not without merit. Your racing skills are impressive. Would you consider teaching me how to race? Du Qingchen immediately declined. Absolutely not. Why not? Is it shameful to be my teacher? Gao Xiaodong challenged. I lack the time. And I have no desire to teach you. You could not possibly grasp my level of expertise, Du Qingchen stated with a smile, his tone resolute. You hey. At the very least, I am a striking beauty. Must you reject me so decisively? I am already married. Your marriage is merely a fade, Gao Xiaodong blurted out. Du Qingchen was taken aback. Is that what she told you? Regardless, I am aware of it, and tonight I intend to move in with you both. Isn't that inappropriate? Du Qingchen frowned. Are you concerned I might interfere with your attempts to woo Lingying? Humph, I will not grant you the opportunity to disrupt her. She is far too honest and kind. I must keep a close watch on you and ensure you have no chance to act, Gao Xiaodong declared. Her expression one of vigilance. Du Qingchen chose to remain silent, opting not to respond. After their meal, the two arrived at the Qingfeng building. The Kunshan construction company operated from there, helmed by a man named Yang Kuan, who had once traversed the underworld before gradually rehabilitating himself through contracting work. Despite his efforts, remnants of his past still lingered, as evidenced by the presence of two bodyguards by his side. Initially, upon seeing Gao Xiaodong, Yang Kuan was in good spirits, for she was undeniably beautiful. However, upon learning that they had come to collect a debt, his demeanor swiftly darkened. What? You are the newly appointed financial director of the company? Yang Kuan scrutinized Gao Xiaodong, his gaze laced with aggression as he furrowed his brow in inquiry. Gao Xiaodong remarked. Indeed, I find President Yang's office to be tastefully arranged, exuding both luxury and depth. It is evident that there is a refined aesthetic at play here. I have heard that your company is flourishing, President Yang. Surely, you wouldn't make things difficult for a mere woman like me, would you? Please settle the outstanding dues. As our company is presently facing considerable financial strain. No, President Gao, you misunderstand. Despite the appearance of this office, it is merely a fade. In truth, I am just an ordinary person. While the business is thriving, the client has yet to settle their accounts. We operate on a materials and labor contract. And to be frank, I am unable to pay my workers at this moment. Therefore, once I complete the ongoing projects and receive payment from the client, I will certainly settle the accounts, Yang Kuan replied with a smile. Gao Xiaodong's expression darkened slightly. President Yang, this is rather inappropriate. According to our contract, payment should have been made by now. Alas, there is no money at hand. However, I understand that it is not easy for you to come all this way, and I hold you in high regard. How about we have dinner together tonight and perhaps sing a little to lighten the mood? I assure you that I will settle 30% of the materials payment by tomorrow. What do you say? Yang Kuan suggested cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaodong's countenance grew even more troubled. President Yang, I'm afraid that one tea suffice. Then I find myself at an impasse. It is only just that debts are repaid. Should you insist on evading your obligations, we will have no choice but to involve our legal department and pursue litigation. Gao Xiaodong stated assertively. Yang Kuan's smile gradually faded. Litigation, is it? Young lady, you seem unaware of my character. To be frank, I have little fear of lawsuits. If you believe that pursuing legal action will yield your desired outcome, I am more than willing to engage in that battle. Go ahead and sue us. You. Gao Xiaodong was at a loss. Confronted by someone so impervious to reason, she felt utterly powerless. What you? I'll say it plainly. Accompany me for one evening. And tomorrow you will receive 50% of the materials payment. If you are unwilling to make any concessions, then perhaps it would be best for you to depart. Yang Kuan sneered. Very well, we shall proceed with the lawsuit. Expect to receive a summons, Gao Xiaodong declared as she stood abruptly. Excellent. As I said, I am prepared for whatever comes next. Farewell, and don't let the door hit you on your way out, Yang Kuan retorted arrogantly. Fuming, Gao Xiaodong exited the company with Du Qingchen. Once in the car downstairs, her face flushed with anger as she turned to Du Qingshan and exclaimed, "Hey, as a man, you just stood there and watched me be humiliated by another, not daring to say a word. Are you even a man?" Du Qingshan rubbed his nose. "Did I not mention before? My sole responsibility is your safety. Recovering debts is your task. But I was humiliated. You just stood by and let it happen." Gao Xiaodong furiously challenged. Du Qingshan sighed. "Shall I go back and give him a beating to make him apologize? Do you dare?" Gao Xiaotong scoffed. Du Qingshan opened the car door, ready to exit. "Stop right there." Gao Xiaotong called out, halting him. "What now? Am I not allowed to stand up for you?" "No need. Can't you see they have bodyguards? If you go, it would only be self-inflicted misery. They might even call the police and have you arrested." Although Gao Xiaodong was angry, she did not wish for Du Qingshan to suffer and quickly called out to him. Du Qingshan returned to the car, laughing. "All right. I shall heed your advice." Gao Xiaodong suddenly sighed deeply, dejectedly stating, "I have overestimated myself. I thought that being assertive would surely lead to receiving the payment. But as it turns out, the endeavor has been fruitless, and I lack confidence in collecting the debts that follow. Take it slow. There is no need to rush." Du Qingshan casually remarked. Gao Xiaodong shot him a glare. "Who said there is no need to rush? If we can't collect the payment, your wife will be fired." "What do you mean?" Du Qingshan was taken aback. "You don't know?" "Know what?" After hesitating for a moment, Gao Xiaodong explained the company's situation to Du Qingshan. Du Qingshan furrowed his brow. "So, if we fail to collect the payment, the presidency of Lingying will be revoked?" "Exactly. And she will lose her voice in the family. My second uncle has stated that if she fails to deliver, not only will she be reassigned, but she will also lose her position on the board of directors. Now do you understand how urgent the situation is?" Gao Xiaodong sighed in despair. Du Qingshan replied, "I understand. Where are you going?" Seeing him exit the car, Gao Xiaodong hurriedly inquired, "I need to speak with General Manager Yang again. We must recover this debt." Du Qingshan replied, "What good will it do? I haven't succeeded, and neither will you. Don't get yourself beaten up," Gao Xiaodong retorted, speechless. Du Qingshan smiled. "It's fine. Just wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." With that, he re-entered the building. Gao Xiaotong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to remain in the car. Though she felt anxious, she wanted to call Wang Lingying but lacked the courage. Today was quite embarrassing. She had confidently asserted that they would collect the money. And yet Du Qingshan made a phone call in a corner of the lobby before leisurely ascending the elevator. Upon returning to Yang Kuen's office, the latter looked somewhat perplexed and frowned, asking, "Why are you back again?" Du Qingshan was no longer as discreet as before. He pulled out a chair and sat directly opposite Yang Kuen, the two facing each other across the desk. "I'm here to collect the payment." "Collect payment? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Kuen laughed in disbelief. Du Qingshan replied earnestly, "I am not jesting. You can prepare to transfer the funds now. Don't tell me you lack the money, as that would be pointless." "Are you insane?" "Xiao Wu, throw him out." Yang Kuen commanded the bodyguard. Xiao Wu was a bodyguard he had hired at great expense, a martial arts expert and a formidable figure, tall and imposing. He strode over to Du Qingshan, reaching for his neck and cursing, "Get out of here." As a result, before his hand could even make contact with Du Qingshan's body, a sharp pain struck beneath his ribcage, causing him to collapse to the ground. Several ribs had fractured, leaving him half-kneeling, his face ashen and sweat pouring down like rain. "You insolent brat." Another bodyguard, witnessing this, drew a dagger and lunged directly at Du Qingshan. The latter's chair spun around, and he retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! The bodyguard was sent flying, landing several meters away, unconscious upon impact. Yang Kuen was left in a state of shock. He was all too aware of the prowess of his two bodyguards. They were undoubtedly masters of their craft, which was precisely why he had been so arrogant. Yet now, in a single encounter, they had both been utterly defeated. It dawned on him that Du Qingshan was not merely skilled, he was exceptional. "Brother, your skills are impressive. Would you be interested in joining me? Rest assured, I would never treat you poorly." Du Qingshan responded with a sly smile. "You think you can recruit me? You aren't worthy. Enough with the useless banter. Transfer the funds now, immediately." Yang Kuen, a man of resolve, retorted coldly. "Do you really think this will secure you the money? How naive." Just as Du Qingshan was about to speak, his phone rang. After glancing at it for a moment, he placed it before Yang Kuen. "Take a look at this." "What is it?" Yang Kuen instinctively glanced at the screen, and immediately, his complexion turned ghostly pale. After scrutinizing the contents for a while, he sank into a chair, his phone crashing onto the desk with a thud. "Where did you acquire these?" His voice trembled. Du Qingshan reclaimed his phone, stating, I have no interest in engaging in a battle of wits with someone like you. One word, transfer the funds immediately, and you will encounter no issues. Otherwise, prepare yourself for a long spell in prison. With that, he stood up, ready to depart. I will transfer the funds, right now. Can you sell me this? Yang Kuan, now frantic, stood up to inquire. Without glancing back, Du Qingshan replied, you are the truly naive one. Your time is running out, and my patience is limited. Panic-stricken, Yang Kuan hastily grabbed the phone and called finance. No matter how busy you are, drop everything and transfer the funds immediately. Are you all right? Gao Xiaodong asked with concern as she saw Du Qingshan get into his car. Do I look like someone in trouble? Du Qingshan shrugged. Suddenly, Gao Xiaodong's phone rang. After finishing the call, her expression turned to one of disbelief as she stared at Du Qingshan. Did you do this? What? How did you manage it? Gao Xiaodong questioned, her face filled with skepticism. He was so resolute just moments ago, insisting I take him to court. How could he suddenly agree to settle? Quite simple, really. I appealed to their emotions and reason, and thus his conscience compelled him to transfer the funds. Du Qingshan replied with a grin. You're joking. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Gao Xiaodong shot him a disapproving glance. Du Qingshan chuckled, believe it or not. Perhaps he fears your impending lawsuit. Indeed, that is a possibility. Gao Xiaodong nodded as she drove. Could you allow me to peruse the creditor's information? Du Qingshan inquired unexpectedly. What do you intend to do? I shall assist you in reclaiming the debt. Knowing both our adversary and ourselves ensures victory in every battle. Feel free to take a look. I shall focus on driving. It is still early. Shall we visit the next creditor while the iron is hot? Perhaps fortune will smile upon us today, and we may receive further payments, Gao Xiaodong replied, starting the vehicle. Du Qingshan began to snap pictures of the documents with his phone, responding, sounds good. I shall heed your advice. Why are you taking photographs? A sharp memory pales in comparison to a poor scribbler. You have heard that saying, I presume? I will study them meticulously at home. As they spoke, he sent a message to Qingyi. Half an hour later, the pair arrived at the office of the second creditor. It was a renovation company, and collaborating with the Wang Group indicated substantial business. The owner, surnamed Jean, was named Jean Nan. Upon their arrival at the reception, the receptionist, with a peculiar gaze, asked Gao Xiaodong, are you General Gao? Taken aback, Gao Xiaodong replied, you know me? Oh, I am aware of you, mister. Jean has called ahead to instruct me to escort you to his office. Please, follow me. The receptionist, with a respectful demeanor, led the way. Gao Xiaodong, bewildered, glanced at Du Qingshan, who merely shrugged, indicating his own ignorance. Upon entering Jean Nan's office, the latter approached them immediately, his demeanor a blend of enthusiasm and trepidation. Speaking in a quivering voice, it is indeed General Gao. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive my oversight. Come, have a seat. Secretary, bring out my Dahong Pao and prepare tea for our esteemed guests. His demeanor left Gao Xiaodong even more perplexed. Mr. Jean, did you know I was coming? She inquired curiously. Yes, I was aware of General Gao's visit, but I did not anticipate your arrival would be so swift, Jean Nan replied, smiling as he took a seat beside them. Then, Mr. Jean, you are likely aware of the purpose of my visit? Indeed, it pertains to the materials payment, correct? Rest assured, I have just instructed someone to prepare the check. It will be ready shortly, Jean Nan hastily assured. Gao Xiaodong, while delighted, was also filled with questions. Mr. Jean, you are so accommodating? Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Recently, our company faced financial difficulties. However, we just received a payment for renovation yesterday. I was preparing to deliver your materials payment when you arrived. I apologize for the inconvenience of your journey. How about I treat you both to dinner tonight as a gesture of goodwill? Jean Nan was exceedingly courteous and humble, almost obsequious. Gao Xiaodong naturally declined. Soon, someone arrived with the check, which Jean Nan presented to Gao Xiaodong with both hands, respectfully stating, General Gao, I hope we can continue our fruitful collaboration in the future. We shall ensure that future materials payments are made promptly, and when you meet Mr. Wang, I kindly ask you to speak favorably on my behalf. I hold great faith in Mr. Jin's character. As such an honest client, it is only natural that we wish to maintain this relationship. And I hope our future collaborations will be even more seamless. Gao Xiaodong confirmed the accuracy of the check and happily shook hands with Jean Nan before bidding farewell. After seeing the two off, Jean Nan sat despondently behind his desk, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, still feeling anxious and unsettled. Once back in the car, Gao Xiaodong held the check and planted a fervent kiss upon it. Today has proven fortuitous indeed, having secured over 10 million. Du Qichen smiled silently. Gao Xiaodong was still caught up in her excitement and called Wang Lingying, who was equally elated, and they arranged to meet at the office. Upon returning to the company, Wang Lingying was indeed waiting at the entrance. Xiaodong, you are simply amazing. Due to the need to retrieve Gao Xiaodong's luggage from her hotel, Du Qingchen's car had already been repaired, and he drove a Volkswagen. In the back seat, the two women were abuzz with excitement, chattering incessantly. Du Qichen felt a sense of satisfaction. He cherished witnessing Wang Lingying's cheerful demeanor. As long as she was happy, he was willing to invest considerable effort. Upon arriving at the hotel, Gao Xiaodong packed her belongings while Du Qichen assisted in loading them into the car. We must celebrate tonight, Gao Xiaodong exclaimed. How about we find a restaurant to enjoy a good meal? However, Wang Lingying countered, we certainly must celebrate, but there is no need to go to a restaurant. Let us eat at home. His cooking skills are quite decent. You can cook? Gao Xiaodong inquired with curiosity. Du Qingchen chuckled. Didn't you hear her say my cooking skills are just average? Then let us just go to a restaurant, Gao Xiaodong insisted. Wang Lingying shot Du Qingchen a glare and whispered something into Gao Xiaodong's ear. Instantly, Gao Xiaodong's expression turned to disbelief. Really? Is it truly as mystical as you say? You'll find out shortly, Wang Lingying replied, not wanting to praise Du Qingchen's capabilities openly. All right, then we shall eat at home. Hey, Du Qichen. You must perform well tonight. Do not let me down, Gao Xiaodong urged. Du Qingchen replied with a grin. I still believe dining at a restaurant would be preferable. No, we are eating at home. Enough chatter. Let us hurry and find a supermarket to buy groceries, Gao Xiaodong insisted sternly. Du Qingchen refrained from arguing with her. Locating a supermarket where he purchased various ingredients before driving back home, Gao Xiaodong was escorted upstairs by Wang Lingying to settle into her room, while Du Qingchen busied himself in the kitchen. An hour later, he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, 3 meat and 1 vegetable dish, all beautifully presented, appealing to the senses. Even before they began, the aroma had both women salivating. The meal was undoubtedly a delightful experience for all, particularly for Gao Xiaodong, who praised Du Qichen's culinary skills profusely. Although Wang Lingying did not voice her compliments, her enjoyment was evident in her demeanor. After dinner, the two women watched television for a while before heading upstairs to sleep, as it was Gao Xiaodong's first time at the house. She shared a room with Wang Lingying. I've noticed that your space seems even larger than before, Wang Lingying exclaimed in surprise. There's nothing I can do. It's simply the way I am born. Envious? It is said that growing up can become a burden. Nonsense. Men are invariably attracted to women with ample bosoms. You are far too self-satisfied. In truth, you are not lacking either. Come, allow me to examine. Oh, how brazen you are, Siren. Release me. I refuse to let go. My, how soft and elastic you are. After a playful scuffle, it felt as though we had returned to our university days. Once we settled down, Wang Lingying inquired about the debt collection from earlier that day. Upon hearing Gao Xiaodong's account, she furrowed her brow and remarked, Do you not find this rather peculiar? What is peculiar? Gao Xiaodong asked. Previously, we had made numerous calls to urge repayment, yet they refused to settle. During your first encounter with Yang Kuan, he even insulted you. Yet, after he ascended the stairs, the money was promptly transferred. Moreover, regarding Jin Nan, as far as I know, he is typically quite domineering and the most evasive of debtors. Why would he treat you with such courtesy and even prepare a check in advance? Do you not find this strange? Wang Lingying analyzed. Gao Xiaodong frowned thoughtfully. I too found it odd at the time. Perhaps I was just too elated to ponder it deeply. In retrospect, it indeed seems bizarre. Based on your reasoning, it could very well be due to him. But I do not comprehend how he managed to alter Yang Kuan's attitude. As for Jin Nan, we had never met before. How could he possibly know me and him? Think back to the car ride. Did he make any calls or send messages? Wang Lingying probed. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Xiaodong exclaimed. He asked me to take a photo of the creditor's information and even sent a message. Well, that settles it. He must have contacted someone in advance, Wang Lingying realized. Gao Xiaodong protested. How could this be? How could he persuade these bosses to comply so readily? He might have some acquaintances. Wang Lingying thought of Ho Feihu. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence. After all, we only met Yang Kuan and Jin Nan today, Gao Xiaodong suggested. Regardless, I find it hard to believe he possesses such influence. Wang Lingying dared not mention Ho Feihu, but she reflected that even if Du Qingchen had a friend like him, such matters should not fall under military jurisdiction. Perhaps she was overthinking it, so she chose not to press her speculation further. Perhaps I am just imagining things. In any case, this marks a positive beginning. I hope you can continue to strive tomorrow. Let us hope so. After a while, Gao Xiaong suddenly asked, "Hey, have you fallen asleep?" "What did you say?" Wang Lingying was startled. Curiously, Gao Xiaotong inquired, "What occupies your thoughts so intently?" "Nothing really." "Nothing?" "Quite the contrary." "Surely you are not thinking of the surname Du?" "How could that be?" "Oh, why are you so agitated?" "I am not agitated. Let me tell you. You ought to be cautious of that man, and consider divorcing him sooner rather than later." Gao Xiaotong then asked, "Why are you silent? You do not harbor genuine feelings for him, do you?" "No, I find myself pondering the notion that I do not love him, yet I am dragging him along." "Is this not rather unkind? Then you can divorce him tomorrow." "No way." "Why not?" "All right, let us not dwell on this matter any further. It is time for sleep. I have but one final question for you." "Speak." "Are you not afraid that he might suddenly burst into your room at midnight and commit some ill deed?" "He is not that sort of person," Wang Lingying asserted with unwavering confidence. "You place such trust in him?" "I still have faith in his character." The following day, the three of them went to the office together. As Wang Lingying settled into her chair and raised her teacup, Gao Xiaotong burst in, flinging the door open without so much as a knock. "A grave matter has arisen," she exclaimed, brandishing a form and slapping it down in front of Wang Lingying, who was startled by the suddenness of it all. "Do not be so dramatic. You are quite alarming." "What on earth has happened?" Wang Lingying inquired. "Just take a look," Gao Xiaotong replied, her excitement palpable, her words tumbling over one another. Wang Lingying glanced down at the document, her expression shifting dramatically as her eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you jesting with me? I have only just arrived at the office, and the finance department handed me this form. From last night until this morning, all the payments for company materials have been returned, and these companies initiated the transfers themselves. You need no longer worry about your uncle usurping your position," Gao Xiaotong exclaimed with a beaming smile. Wang Lingying shared in her elation. "This is truly splendid. Do you not find it peculiar?" Gao Xiaotong asked with a grin. Wang Lingying paused, her brow furrowing. "Indeed, it is strange. These individuals have typically ignored our debt collection efforts. And even when my uncle and elder cousin attempt to recover debts, it requires considerable effort and persuasion. What has prompted this sudden change of heart? Could it truly be that Du Qingshan is behind this?" Gao Xiaotong questioned, her brow knitted in confusion. Wang Lingying contemplated for a moment. "It is quite possible. Should we not inquire with him? Perhaps he would not confess." "How could that be? He possesses such integrity. I genuinely believe he would not admit to it. Besides, are you planning to reward him?" "Reward him for what? For merely achieving a modicum of success? Furthermore, it remains uncertain if he is indeed responsible. Perhaps it was someone from your family assisting," Gao Xiaotong stated, her words betraying her true feelings. Wang Lingying, not easily deceived, chose not to believe her assertions. However, she also wished to avoid confronting Du Qingshan. It seemed unnecessary, and she truly did not want to see him, not out of aversion, but rather due to the awkwardness of their interactions. "Let us leave it be. This is undoubtedly a positive development. We shall promptly transfer 100 million to headquarters, thus fulfilling our obligations." "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately," Gao Xiaotong replied, turning to execute the transaction. Wang Lingying remained in her office, idly toying with her pen, lost in contemplation. At the headquarters of the Wang Group, in the office of the chief financial officer, Wang Yuanxin was leisurely enjoying his morning tea. As the financial director of the company, he wielded significant authority within the group. As Wang Yuanzhong contemplated the imminent return of Wang Lingying to headquarters and the power that would be in his hands, a sense of pride welled within him. His motive for dealing with Wang Lingying primarily stemmed from his son, Wang Yong. Though Wang Yong, a master's graduate from abroad, possessed commendable abilities, he paled in comparison to Wang Lingying. Ultimately, the family business of the Wang clan could not fall into the hands of outsiders. It could only belong to either the third generation's Wang Yong or Wang Yuanming's son, Wang Bo. These two were the prominent figures of the Wang family's third generation, yet they found themselves overshadowed by their cousin, Wang Lingying, a situation they deemed both tragic and intolerable. Suddenly, Wang Yong rushed in, exclaiming, "Dad, it's bad. Something serious has happened." Wang Yuanzhong frowned, admonishing, "Close the door first. Can you not be more composed? Your frenzied demeanor is quite unbecoming." After securing the door, Wang Yong, with a furrowed brow, continued, "Dad, our plan has failed. Take your time and explain clearly." "The sky isn't falling," Wang Yuanzhong retorted dismissively. Wang Yong explained, "Just now, Wang Lingying transferred 100 million to the group's account." "What? Impossible. How could she possibly acquire such a sum?" Wang Yuanzhong questioned incredulously. "I have looked into it. She has recovered all her debts. That's even more unlikely. I know all about her clients, believe me, even I struggle to collect payments from them. How could she, a mere woman, possibly intimidate them into settling up? It's simply unthinkable. Moreover, I had already given them a heads up. There is no way they would pay her. Wang Yuanzhong's demeanor shifted as he began to lose his earlier composure. Wang Yong's eyes brimmed with tears as he pleaded, "Dad, do you think I'm joking? I don't know what transpired, but our plan has truly failed. If you doubt me, you can ask the finance department or call the creditors." Without a word, Wang Yuanzhong dialed the finance department, and upon receiving confirmation, his expression darkened. He proceeded to call several creditors in quick succession. No matter how he phrased it, they all stated that they happened to have surplus funds in the company account and settled their material payments, leaving the rest unmentioned. This woman truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Wang Yuanzhong sat down, his face a mask of bitterness and regret. Now do you believe? This girl has truly opened my eyes. She has managed to turn a deadlock into a victory. Compared to her, you and Wang Bo are far behind. It's a shame she is a woman, otherwise I would genuinely welcome the idea of the Wang family's power resting in her hands. Who knows, perhaps the Wang family would flourish under her stewardship. Wang Yuanzhong reflected. With a grim expression, Wang Yong countered, "Dad, shall we simply allow her to bask in this triumph? I have my own ideas about this matter. It is imperative that we remove her from the equation, and this is both my intention and your grandmother's. We merely need to find a suitable excuse. Remain patient. I will meet with the old lady tonight to discuss this further." Wang Yuanqin waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may return now. Henceforth, unless necessary, refrain from visiting me alone to avoid igniting rumors." In the following days, Du Qingxin's life unfolded with remarkable monotony and regularity. By day, he lingered in the security office, exchanging idle banter with a few subordinates to pass the time. After work, he would return home to prepare meals for the two lovely ladies, and in the evenings, he dedicated himself to healing and cultivating his skills. The cataclysmic battle from 3 years prior had reverberated throughout the entire Western underground world, nearly costing him his life. Although his old wounds had improved somewhat, they remained unhealed, necessitating further time for recuperation. He was acutely aware that, as the days progressed, troubles and enemies would inevitably come knocking at his door. When his true identity was fully revealed to the world, countless individuals would find themselves restless. He had amassed a plethora of adversaries, many of whom harbored an intense desire for his demise. Yet, he had also vowed to eliminate a great many individuals. Those who had wronged him, harmed him, or conspired against him would find no escape. He had sworn this 3 years ago. On this particular day, Du Qingxin, as was customary, escorted the two women to their workplace. From a distance, he spotted a Land Rover with a Beijing license plate parked at the entrance, where an unremarkable-looking man leaned against the car, smoking a cigarette. Du Qingxin's brow furrowed slightly. He subtly maneuvered his vehicle into the garage before returning to the security office to greet his subordinates. "Brother Chen, there's someone outside looking for you." Wu Bo promptly informed him upon his entrance. Du Qingxin nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I understand. Keep an eye out. I shall step outside momentarily." "Of course, Brother Chen. Attend to your matters. We will hold the fort," Zhang Kuei assured him eagerly. Du Qingxin stepped out and approached a young man. Upon seeing him, the cigarette butt fell from the young man's lips, and he stared blankly at Du Qingxin, his eyes immediately reddening, as if entranced, utterly motionless. Standing before him, Du Qingxin smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not recognize me?" The young man snapped back to reality, sobbing out, "Chen Ge." He suddenly lunged forward, embracing Du Qingxin, overwhelmed with emotion and rendered speechless. After a moment, Du Qingxin gently pushed him away and took a seat in the passenger's side, directing him, "Get in the car. Why are we lingering here?" "Ah." The young man hurriedly complied. "Let us find a place to have a drink," Du Qingxin suggested, "and see if you've made any progress." "Chen Ge, how could I possibly compare to you?" The young man replied, his face flushing as he appeared somewhat flustered. If anyone who knew him had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. His name was Zhao Tianba, the most renowned second-generation heir in the capital, a formidable figure not only in martial arts but also crowned as the city's racing champion, frequently participating in professional races and boasting several championship trophies in his family's collection. Indeed, he was Zhao Xiaoman's elder brother and Du Qingxin's childhood friend, having grown up alongside him, engaged in mischief and adventures, leaving a trail of chaos in the capital. Naturally, most of his driving skills were imparted by Du Qingxin. Thus they shared a mentor-student relationship. In Zhao Tianba's heart, Du Qingchen was the closest person in the world, deserving of his utmost respect and admiration. Typically known for his reckless driving, today Zhao Tianba exhibited remarkable restraint, smoothly steering the car to a modest restaurant, consciously avoiding any display of his driving prowess, primarily out of fear of reprimand. In their earlier days of practicing driving together, he had often been subjected to harsh scoldings, and many years later, this remained a psychological shadow. Even today, despite being recognized as a racing god, he was self-aware enough to realize that compared to Du Qingchen, he was nothing. The owner of the restaurant was exceptionally kind. Although it was not yet lunchtime, he prepared several dishes for the two and served 2 plates of fried peanuts, along with a case of erguo too, a staple for their past drinking sessions. After 3 bottles, Zhao Tianba could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Chen good. They all said you had died, but I knew you wouldn't. For all these years, I've been searching for you, even traveling abroad several times. Everyone insisted you were gone, yet I refused to believe it." His drinking capacity was commendable, but today he was particularly emotional. Du Qingchen smiled gently, raising his glass in a toast, and they both drank again. "When did you return to the capital? It has changed tremendously in your absence. I seldom associate with the others now. People change, and I hold no grudges, but I no longer wish to play with them," Zhao Tianba mused. Du Qingchen remained composed, responding, "Given the significant events of the past, it is only natural that everyone, under familial pressures, distance themselves from me. I bear no resentment towards them. But I have not changed. Chen Gu, I will always be your loyal brother. That is a certainty. Come, let us toast to that." 2 brothers reminisced about their days in the capital, and when the formidable past of Du Qingchen was mentioned, Zhao Tianba's eyes sparkled with admiration, overwhelming his words. They indulged in their libations until the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, both slightly inebriated, each having consumed an ample amount of baijiu. Suddenly, Zhao Tianba blurted out, "Brother Chen, they are getting engaged." Though he did not specify who they were, Du Qingchen understood all too well. A slight furrow creased Du Qingchen's brow. Yet he remained silent, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him. Without uttering a word, he downed another glass of liquor. "Brother Chen, can you truly endure this?" Zhao Tianba asked. "I will accompany you, even into the depths of danger. Enough about the capital. I no longer wish to hear about it. You should return promptly. And in the future, refrain from contacting me. Furthermore, do not disclose my matters, as that would spell doom for both of us." Du Qingchen's demeanor was somewhat despondent. Zhao Tianba, filled with a sense of guilt, replied, "Brother Chen, I apologize for bringing this up. I simply could not restrain myself. Rest assured, I will not allow them to have it easy. One must think critically when undertaking actions. One should never risk oneself in the process. Those old grievances will eventually be settled, for I once chose to evade them. Yet, after all these years, I have come to understand that evasion resolves nothing. It only leads to an eternity of regret," Du Qingchen lamented. Zhao Tianba bit his lip and declared, "All right, Brother Chen, I will heed your advice. I await the day of your triumphant return." By the time their feast was concluded, evening had fallen. Du Qingchen received a call from Wu Bo, informing him that Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were waiting for him in the security room, seemingly quite irate. Zhao Tianba escorted him to the company entrance, feeling a pang of discontent as he watched Du Qingchen exit the vehicle. He had traveled from the capital with high hopes and excitement, only to be met with disappointment. Brother Chen remained unchanged in spirit, yet he had transformed in ways that were starkly different from before, particularly in temperament. The current Du Qingchen possessed a notably placid disposition. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong sat in the security room, observing Zhao Tianba's departure through the window, their expressions filled with astonishment. A license plate from the capital? Is he a friend of Du Qingchen? He seems to hold an impressive status, given the elite nature of that plate. Have you been drinking? Wang Lingying inquired. Her brow furrowed. Du Qingchen nodded in response. Gao Xiaotong interjected. You went out to drink during work hours? I see you have no intention of maintaining your position as security captain. This is utterly unacceptable. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei stood by, too intimidated to utter a word. The events of the day were indeed grave. Under normal circumstances, Du Qingchen would have tolerated such remarks, but today was different. After receiving news from the capital, his mood had soured, prompting him to reply coolly, You may terminate my position at any time. Instantly, Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei shuddered in fear. This was truly a confrontation with General Gao. Quite audacious indeed. However, Chen Gu, your actions seem rather disrespectful to Gao, and you are courting disaster. They await the storm's arrival. Yet, the unfolding events once again defy their expectations. Gao Xiaodong widened her eyes, yet did not erupt, as if she had seen a ghost. She stared into Du Qingshan's eyes, asking, "Are you all right? Have you been drinking? Are you starting to ramble?" "I haven't had too much to drink," Du Qingshan replied, effectively thwarting Gao Xiaoting's intentions. His refusal to concede left her feeling quite embarrassed. Indeed, Gao Xiaoting's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that? You go out drinking during work hours, and I cannot say anything about it? Tell me, why would you drink during work hours?" Gao Xiaotong was on the brink of a breakdown, her temper about to flare. "Du Qingshan, what is your attitude? You dare to retort after I say a few words? Wang, did you hear that? He clearly does not regard me." Wang Lingying, noticing Du Qingshan's discontent, refrained from admonishing him and instead inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Are you really fine?" "Really, I am fine." "Hey, what are you all doing? You're going to drive me to madness." He is retorting at me, and you won't help? Gao Xiaotong cried out in frustration. Wang Lingying said, "All right, I'll drive today. You all wait here." With that, she headed to the garage to fetch the car. Naturally, Du Qingshan, having consumed alcohol, would not contest her decision. Gao Xiaotong glared fiercely at him. Had there not been others present, she would have been tempted to scratch him. How infuriating. "Bozy, pour me a glass of water." Du Qingshan paid her no mind, carelessly occupying a chair, crossing his legs, and issuing commands with an air of nonchalance. This display left Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei both startled yet profoundly impressed by Du Qingshan's audacity. Before the two beautiful female executives, Du Qingshan showed no deference, seemingly unaffected by his blunders, particularly Gao Xiaotong, who was on the verge of exasperation. Just look at her face, it was dark as a storm cloud. Wu Bo hurriedly poured water for Du Qingshan, who gulped it down in one breath, saying, "Thank you." "Chen Ge, you are far too courteous," Wu Bo remarked, winking at him, signaling that he should apologize to Gao Xiaotong. Du Qingshan feigned ignorance. Observing his courtesy towards Wu Bo only fueled Gao Xiaoting's ire further. "Du Qingshan, do you not see me at all?" she demanded loudly. "No." The others nearly collapsed in disbelief. "Do you not know how to converse?" Du Qingshan continued with a laugh. "I do not fancy you, so how could you occupy my thoughts?" Gao Xiaotong was on the verge of insanity. All right, Du Qingshan. You have become rather arrogant. Do not forget that I possess leverage over you. You have not forgotten what happened that night at the hotel, have you? I shall inform Lingying shortly." This was her trump card. However, the weight of this statement left Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei momentarily stunned, their hearts brimming with boundless shock and curiosity. That night? The hotel? What transpired? Had they perhaps shared a bed? Du Qingshan felt a sudden heaviness in his mind. "Have you lost your mind?" He frowned and asked, "Are you afraid now? If that's the case, apologize to me immediately." "Humph, I don't believe I can't handle you." Gao Xiaotong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize to you? Moreover, I detest being threatened. Do as you please. I am indifferent. The pure shall remain pure, and the impure shall reveal themselves." Du Qingshan sneered coldly. Gao Xiaotong was utterly dumbfounded. Her trump card had failed to yield any results. Suddenly feeling hollow inside, she gazed at Du Qingshan, her anger dissipating, and curiously inquired, "What exactly happened? You seem quite upset, unable to control your emotions." Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei were left completely speechless, not angry anymore. What is going on here? Du Qingshan was taken aback, glancing at Gao Xiaotong before rising suddenly, exhaling deeply and saying, "I'm fine now. My earlier attitude was inappropriate. I apologize." He stepped outside just as Wang Lingying was driving up from a distance. Gao Xiaotong hurriedly followed him out and got into the car. Watching the three depart, Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei exchanged incredulous looks, and after a full 5 seconds, they simultaneously exclaimed, "What the hell?" Today had truly opened their eyes. They held Du Qingshan in utmost admiration, and their inner gossip flames began to blaze fervently. Inside the car, silence enveloped the three, creating a heavy atmosphere. Upon arriving home, Du Qingshan prepared dinner and retreated to his room directly. The news brought by Zhao Tianba had left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He suddenly realized that when faced with that woman, he still could not maintain his composure. At the dining table, Wang Lingying furrowed her brow. The food remained fragrant, yet the two women lacked appetite. "Hey, Lingying, do you think something has gone awry?" "This isn't like him," Gao Xiaotong asked curiously. Wang Lingying replied, "I don't know. He usually has strong self-control. What is going on today?" "I know you don't know." Gao Xiaotong shot her a glance. "I'm just expressing my concern. After all, you're married. Shouldn't you check on him?" Wang Lingying responded, "I'll ask him shortly." "Ah, you really do care for him?" Gao Xiaotong's eyes widened. "Didn't you ask me to care?" Wang Lingying said, looking down. I must remind you not to confuse acting with reality, Gao Xiaong said seriously. Marriage is the grave of love. Once a woman becomes emotional, she turns foolish and ends up suffering. Wang Lingying replied, You're overthinking it. My concern is merely that of a friend, completely normal and ordinary. Do you consider yourselves friends? Gao Xiaong inquired. This time, Wang Lingying did not hesitate in the slightest. Yes. After dinner, she indeed went to Du Qingshan's room. Upon opening the door, Du Qingshan looked at her curiously and asked, What is the matter? Wang Lingying entered the room, closed the door softly, and said, I came to see you. Du Qingshan responded with a slight O. Feeling a touch of awkwardness, Wang Lingying inquired, Do you have friends in the capital? Du Qingshan candidly replied, Actually, my family is from the capital. Do you consider me a friend? Wang Lingying asked earnestly. Du Qingshan was momentarily taken aback before responding, Of course. If you face any difficulties, feel free to tell me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, he said. No need to thank me. You have already helped me immensely and saved my life. Not just once. Assisting you is only right. Besides, according to our premarital agreement, we are meant to weather the storms together, aren't we? Du Qingshan found himself at a loss for words. Go on. What exactly happened? Wang Lingying pressed. Du Qingshan replied, It's nothing. Do you not regard me as a friend? Do you truly wish to know? Du Qingshan's gaze grew peculiar. Wang Lingying merely regarded him in silence. Du Qingshan sighed, Very well. I once loved a woman deeply. For her, I committed heinous acts, only to discover that it was all a meticulously crafted trap. I was deceived by her and suffered grievously. I believed she was dead. But she suddenly returned to life. Today, a friend informed me that she is getting engaged. Wang Lingying furrowed her brow slightly. So it's your ex who is getting engaged. No wonder you seem so despondent, your emotions teetering on the edge. But you could win her back. Aren't you the one who enjoys snatching brides? Du Qingshan felt a bead of sweat form. Such words deserved contemplation. He naturally retorted, I feel not a shred of love for her now. Why should I pursue her? It would be magnanimous of me just to refrain from seeking revenge. You no longer love her? Wang Lingying breathed a sigh of relief and asked impulsively. Du Qingshan gazed at her and smiled. Wang Lingying felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and regretted her earlier question. Please do not misunderstand, she said, her cheeks flushing, and quickly added, to Du Qingshan. Her reaction seemed like a denial that only confirmed his amusement. I have no misunderstanding, he replied, a hint of teasing in his tone. Wang Lingying felt a bit flustered. Suddenly, Du Qingshan spoke with earnestness. I truly harbor no feelings of love for anyone else, only animosity. My heart is devoted solely to one woman, and that is you. Please stop. Your affairs are of no concern to me. Whom you love is irrelevant. Just do not love me. With that, Wang Lingying fled the scene. Du Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Upon returning to her room, Wang Lingying's heart raced, and her face burned with heat. She wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, her mind replaying Du Qingshan's words. I now love only one woman, and that is you. The entire night, she lay awake, unable to find rest. In the morning, Du Qingshan prepared breakfast as usual. After a night's rest, he seemed to have regained his usual vitality. In stark contrast, Wang Lingying appeared with dark circles under her eyes, clearly having had a restless night. Are you all right? Du Qingshan asked with concern. Wang Lingying feigned ignorance, ignoring his question. Hey, Lingying, why do you look like a panda? Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Gao Xiaong inquired, glancing at Du Qingshan with a questioning expression. Du Qingshan shrugged and replied, It has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me like that. I'm just as clueless about her situation. Stop the wild guesses. I'm merely troubled by company matters, which is why I couldn't sleep. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Wang Lingying sighed in exasperation. She had intended her comment to be casual, but Gao Xiaodong took it seriously and asked, Isn't the company doing well? All the outstanding material payments have been collected, and your uncle has no current leverage against you. What is there to fret about? Wang Lingying's face flushed as she contemplated the situation and sighed. While this matter has been resolved, it is only temporary. I believe my uncle will attempt to undermine me again. My grandmother has always desired collaboration with Hongfei Group, and in the midst of this is Wu Hao. Don't be deceived by his agreeable words. Just wait. Now that the 5 billion project funds are secured, acquiring the project will not be so straightforward. Du Qingshan listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. All right. Obstacles will be overcome in due time. Whether or not you can collaborate with Hongfei Group is a matter for your family to deliberate. Your grandmother should be the one anxious. It's futile for you to worry, Gao Xiaodong reassured her. But I am still a member of the Wang family. How can I truly be indifferent? Wang Lingying sighed heavily. After breakfast, Wang Lingying ascended to the upper floor to apply makeup. She typically eschewed cosmetics, blessed with natural beauty. But today was an exception. Her dark circles were too pronounced to ignore. At the entrance, Gao Xiaodong turned to Du Qingchen and asked, "What were you two discussing in your room last night? Is that a question you would dare to ask about our private conversations as a couple?" Du Qingchen teased playfully. Gao Xiaodong scoffed. "Please, you may fool others, but not me. Your marriage is a mere fade. You must have been speaking in your dreams if you call that a private conversation." Du Qingchen smiled enigmatically, choosing silence. Gao Xiaodong muttered under her breath. After a moment, she added, "Du Qingchen, you really think you're clever, don't you? Are you not afraid that I might inform Ling Ying about what happened last time? You asked me to help you collect debts, and I have done so. If that serves as my punishment, then surely I fulfilled my end. Do you find it amusing to dredge up the past? Or is it that you've developed feelings for me?" Du Qingchen replied coolly, "You." Gao Xiaodong fumed. "Me? Like you? I think you've truly lost your mind. Rest assured, I have someone I admire, and you are simply not my type. While I must concede that you possess some merits, you are still light years away from my standards." "Well, that is good to hear. I thank you." Du Qingchen laughed heartily. Just as Gao Xiaodong was about to retort, she noticed Wang Lingying's arrival and promptly fell silent. She certainly did not want her friend to learn of that embarrassing incident from the previous night, despite her frequent threats to Du Qingchen regarding it. She secretly feared he might spill the beans. Du Qingchen gazed at Wang Lingying, who appeared even more exquisite after her light makeup, exuding a stronger aura that added to her allure. Wang Lingying felt a twinge of insecurity under his gaze and coldly remarked, "Aren't you going to drive, pervert?" Gao Xiaodong chimed in, taking pleasure in his discomfort. Unfazed, Du Qingchen acknowledged her comment and went to the car. Upon arriving at the company and entering the security room, two colleagues approached him enthusiastically. "Chenggu, we admire you. Indeed, we must commend you." Du Qingchen was perplexed. "Have you all lost your minds? Why are you flattering me so early in the morning?" "No, Chenggu, we genuinely admire you. When did you and General Gao get together? You're remarkably swift." Wu Bo grinned. Du Qingchen felt embarrassed. "Enough. One can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak indiscriminately. There is nothing between us." Zhang Kuei chuckled. "Come on, Chenggu. Don't hide it from us. Yesterday, General Gao mentioned what transpired at the hotel that night. You know what I mean, we're not fools." Du Qingchen was at a loss for words. "I am married, so please refrain from matchmaking." Wu Bo was taken aback. "Chenggu is married? Really?" "Yes. When did this happen? Why weren't we informed?" "I just got married a few days ago," Du Qingchen replied proudly, "and my wife is far more beautiful than Gao Xiaodong. Therefore, I am wholly devoted to her and would never stray." Zhang Kuei suggested, "Brother, let us invite your wife out for a meal one day to celebrate your union." "That might be a bit challenging," Du Qingchen replied. "She is quite busy and rarely dines out." "No worries. We can always bring ingredients to your home and sample your wife's cooking," Wu Bo added with a grin. Du Qingchen chuckled. "That's still not feasible. She doesn't know how to cook." "Oh, then who cooks in your household?" "Of course, it's me. A true gentleman. Chenggu, we are in awe of you." After a brief conversation, Du Qingchen's phone suddenly rang. Curiously glancing at the caller ID, he immediately furrowed his brow. Stepping outside to a secluded spot, he answered the call, which had been ringing persistently, the caller displaying remarkable patience. "Wang." The voice on the other end spoke in impeccable English. Du Qingchen, with his authentic London accent, would surely astonish Gao Xiaodong if she were to hear it. "Have you arrived in Huaxia?" "Yes, Wang. I will be in Jiangnan City tomorrow." "Wang, I miss you." Du Qingchen's frown deepened. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaodong had just hung up the phone and hurried off to find Wang Lingying. "Mr. Wang, there are no outsiders here. Just call me Lingying," Wang Lingying replied with a smile. "What has you so elated?" Gao Xiaodong's face flushed with excitement. "Lingying, great news, monumental news. You've won the lottery?" Gao Xiaodong could hardly contain herself. "Oldington is coming to Jiangnan City." "Oldington?" Wang Lingying looked perplexed. "That renowned tycoon from the investment sector? He is quite famous in London. I met him once through a friend, who informed me that he will be staying at the Starry Hotel. My friend has made a reservation for him, and tomorrow I will take you to visit him." Gao Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Wang Lingying seemed to grasp the situation but remained remarkably composed. "What relevance does a London investment mogul have to me? Why should I visit him?" Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. "Do you have any idea how challenging it is to secure a meeting with him in London? He is incredibly influential. His company has rapidly ascended to the ranks of the Fortune 500 within just a few years, investing in hundreds of enterprises with an average return exceeding 300%. And nearly no failures. If we could persuade him to invest in our company, imagine the benefits. He possesses vast resources and is a senior member of the Huangquan Business Association. Not to mention, merely dining with him would be quite prestigious. And we could glean invaluable insights into investment strategies. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Wang Lingying inquired, will he even meet with us? Of course. My friend has arranged it for us. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at the Starry Hotel, Gao Xiaotong reassured her. Very well. Then I shall accompany you to broaden my horizons. The following day, Du Qingxin dropped the two women off at the company. As Wang Lingying exited the car, she turned to him and said, oh, wait a moment. We will be down shortly, and you will take us to a place. Huh? Du Qingxin was taken aback, as he had planned to leave. In the elevator, Gao Xiaotong asked Wang Lingying, why do you want him to take us? Isn't that his job? But aren't you concerned it might be inconvenient for him? Wang Lingying replied, puzzled. What do you mean? Gao Xiaotong explained, you see, some etiquette abroad is not well understood or appreciated domestically. Oldington is a noble. If we were to greet him too intimately, he might take offense. Sweat dripped down as Wang Lingying furrowed her brow. I cannot accept this. Thus, he cannot go either. It would be better to let him drop us off and wait in the car. Without him, I feel rather insecure. Gao Xiaotong stared at Wang Lingying in astonishment. What are you staring at me for? Wang Lingying felt a chill run down her spine under her gaze. Without him, you have no sense of security? It has reached such a point. Oh dear, you are doomed. Gao Xiaotong expressed her concern. What nonsense are you babbling? I do not understand your meaning, Wang Lingying replied. Somewhat flustered. Habits can be quite terrifying. Once you become accustomed to someone's presence, falling in love with them is not far off. Gao Xiaotong remarked sagely. Wang Lingying opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. She could not disclose the events of that night to Gao Xiaotong. It was a military secret. Thus, she could only helplessly assert, in any case, it is not as you think. Rest assured, I am as unyielding as iron and will not be easily swayed. 10 minutes later, the two women gathered some company materials and stepped outside, where Du Qingxin was already waiting in the car. Where are you headed? He inquired. To the Starry Hotel, Gao Xiaotong replied. Huh, what business do you have at the Starry Hotel? Du Qingxin asked, taken aback. We are visiting a distinguished individual. Du Qingxin smirked. Is the person also surnamed Gao? Thus, you refer to them as a distinguished person? Can you not engage in a proper conversation? Gao Xiaotong retorted, exasperated. Do you know Joseph Aldington? Du Qingxin's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, he recognized the name. Is he impressive? He asked with a smile. You clearly are a simpleton. He is the head of the most renowned investment firm on Wall Street, a true legend. It is normal that you have not heard of him. Gao Xiaotong proclaimed. You speak so highly of him. Do you know him? Not yet, but we shall soon, Gao Xiaotong replied with a hint of pride. Du Qingxin teased. Why not take me along for a first-hand experience? Gao Xiaotong quickly responded. You should refrain from that. Once we arrive at the hotel, you will wait in the car. Do not disrupt our business discussions. Remember, today you are merely our driver. Understood? Understood, Du Qingxin chuckled. Do you still plan to conduct business? Given how you praise him. Do you think he would collaborate with you? That is uncertain. I have a connection who introduced us, and besides, we are, after all, strikingly beautiful. Perhaps he will be interested in collaborating with us. Gao Xiaotong shrugged. Du Qingxin laughed, ceasing his teasing and focusing on driving. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the Starry Hotel. The car stopped outside the entrance, and Gao Xiaotong and Wang Lingying exited together. You wait in the car. Gao Xiaotong instructed Du Qingxin. He waved his hand, wishing them a smooth journey. It must be smooth, Gao Xiaotong declared, shaking her fist, revealing her excitement and nervousness. After the two women entered, Du Qingxin finally took out his phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, a man swiftly exited the hotel. Directly assisting Du Qingxin in opening the car door, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. President. The man was of pure British aristocracy, tall and handsome, despite being in his 30s. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with golden hair, fair skin, and blue eyes. Du Qingxin alighted from the vehicle, waving his hand dismissively. No need for such formality, Oldington. What brings you here? Oldington's eyes sparkled with admiration as he replied, Eileen is currently in the bath. And I was instructed to welcome you. Du Qingxin frowned slightly, and said, go check on her then. As you wish, President, Oldington responded, leading the way. The two ascended in the elevator, heading straight for the presidential suite on the 18th floor. Oldington knocked on the door, which was soon opened by a stunning blonde beauty clad only in a bathrobe, who immediately leaped into Du Qingxin's arms. With a wry smile, he could only embrace her. Chun, I've missed you. Eileen gazed deeply into Du Qingshan's eyes, taking a moment before expressing her feelings, and then bestowed a tender kiss upon him. Du Qingshan slightly turned his head, allowing her a brief peck before gently pushing her away. All right, go change your clothes. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to witness my intimacy with the king? Eileen shot a glance at Oldington, speaking without hesitation. Her formidable presence made Oldington shudder at a mere glance. He plastered a smile on his face and bowed slightly, saying, Very well, I shall take my leave. King, I wish you both a delightful time. Bang. Eileen promptly locked the door and then lunged back towards Du Qingshan. Du Qingshan sidestepped, allowing his opponent to miss their target, and said with earnestness, All right, change your clothes. Observing his serious demeanor, Eileen realized that her attempts at seduction had once again faltered. Although she had faced numerous failures in the past, a tinge of disappointment lingered as she pouted. Fine. After a while, she emerged in a new outfit, exuding an air of grace and refinement with every gesture. Those unfamiliar with her background might assume she hailed from nobility, yet in truth, she was merely the sole survivor of a small town in Europe. A devastating battle had reduced her hometown to rubble when she was merely 15. Had it not been for Du Qingshan's timely appearance, she would have perished. From that moment on, she became utterly devoted to him, viewing him as her master. Yet, a remarkable life needs no justification. By a stroke of fate, Eileen encountered her current mentor, the illustrious president of the Western Supernatural Association, a formidable figure, and she became his sole disciple. Doubts arose, yet within a year, Eileen successfully activated her innate abilities, proving herself to be an extraordinary dual ability wielder. In the end, the elder president decided to groom her as the future leader of the association, silencing any dissent. Such prodigious talent commanded respect. Who would dare to question her? Having brewed a cup of coffee for Du Qingshan, Eileen gazed at him wistfully. Master, I have missed you. You should not have come to find me. Du Qingshan replied sternly. But I could not help myself. Do you know how I endured these 3 years? Aside from avenging you, my life has held no meaning. We firmly believed you were still alive, and by God's grace, I finally received news of you. How could I restrain myself from seeking you out? Even if just to catch a glimpse? I must tell you, I have missed you. Her affectionate words stirred something within Du Qingshan. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and stating, That is enough. You need not express such sentiments. I am married now, and you too shall have a future. You must not harbor feelings for me any longer. Ah, you are married? Eileen's eyes sparkled with intensity, a hint of menace emanating from her. Du Qingshan spoke with conviction. If you dare to harm her, I will end you. She is a princess. Eileen responded, I came to see her, to understand who could capture the heart of our king. Admittedly, I felt a surge of murderous intent just now, but I shall not defy your words. However, I vow I shall never love another man. When you saved me all those years ago, I swore an oath. In this lifetime, there shall be but one man for me, and that man is you. Eileen declared with utmost sincerity. Du Qingshan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, Are they all well? They are well, though they miss you dearly, Eileen replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. Your status is unique. Every move you make draws attention, especially in this realm. You must depart swiftly to avoid unnecessary troubles, Du Qingshan warned. Eileen, somewhat defiant, retorted, Are you referring to the Dragon King? He wouldn't dare to kill me, otherwise. My teacher would undoubtedly fight him fiercely, and I believe he does not wish to confront my teacher. Du Qingshan furrowed his brow and said, Do you truly want to incite a great battle? My injuries have yet to heal, and I desire to remain unnoticed for the time being. You wouldn't want to endanger my life, would you? Very well, I shall depart tomorrow. Eileen immediately acquiesced. Concerning Du Qingshan's safety, she would not hesitate. As for whether this would spark a conflict between the Ability Users Guild and the Dragon Shadow, she was utterly unconcerned. In her eyes, only Du Qingshan mattered. To her, no one in this world was more significant than him. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong sat anxiously in the VIP reception room of the hotel. The imminent meeting with the illustrious Oldington was understandably nerve-wracking. In Jiangnan City, Wang Lingying was regarded as a rising star in the business realm, while Gao Xiaodong was a notable newcomer on Wall Street. However, in comparison to a true titan like Oldington, they felt rather insignificant, gazing up at him with reverence. Were it not for a personal introduction, they would have never had the opportunity to meet him. Those who could engage with Oldington were invariably top-tier magnates or super elites in their respective fields. After a considerable wait with no sign of him, Wang Lingying turned to Gao Xiaodong and asked, Why has tea arrived yet? Gao Xiaodong took a deep breath and feigned calmness. We must remain composed. We cannot afford to lose our poise. I believe Mr. Oldington must be attending to pressing matters. It is already quite generous of him to spare us 10 minutes. Let us be patient, shall we? Wang Lingying hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Just as they finished their conversation, the door to the reception room swung open. Oldington entered, accompanied by a beautiful assistant. Upon seeing the two women, his eyes sparkled as he opened his arms and exclaimed, "Ah, my apologies for the delay. I was attending to an important guest." He embraced both women, though his gestures were not overly intimate, providing a breath of relief for the previously anxious Wang Lingying. "Mr. Oldington, I was introduced by Mr. Nietzsche. My name is Gao Xiaodong. I previously worked on Wall Street and am a devoted admirer of yours. May I take a photograph with you?" Gao Xiaodong transformed into a shy fan. Wang Lingying felt somewhat at a loss as well. "Of course. It would be my honor to gather with two such beautiful ladies. It reminds me of a saying from your esteemed country, those with fate will meet even across 1,000 miles, while those without it will not recognize each other even when face to face." Oldington exuded a formidable presence simply by sitting there. He was exceedingly elegant and gentlemanly, engaging in light-hearted banter that made him easily approachable. He was not the aloof figure one might imagine, but rather remarkably down-to-earth. After approximately half an hour of waiting downstairs, Du Qingchen finally saw Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong emerge. As soon as they got into the car, the two women began chattering incessantly in the back seat. There was no need for further discussion. It was evident that the conversation revolved around Oldington, and their impressions of him were exceedingly positive, seemingly reciprocated by his views of them. After listening for a while, Du Qingchen could not help but inquire, "Is that fellow inviting you to dinner tonight? Hey, could you be a bit more courteous?" "What do you mean by that fellow?" Gao Xiaodong retorted, clearly aggrieved. Du Qingchen shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What's the big deal? I've never been particularly polite to him. I merely wanted to ask if you truly intend to go. Are you feeling jealous?" Gao Xiaodong responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Let me tell you, do you have any idea how many people dream of dining with him?" Du Qingchen found himself both amused and exasperated. "Jealous? Certainly not over Oldington." Wang Lingying interjected, "Enough of your bickering. Let us hurry back to the office. We need to prepare an investment proposal to present to Mr. Oldington this evening." Du Qingchen offered, "I can drive you there tonight." "No need. We can manage on our own." Gao Xiaodong promptly declined. Du Qingchen clarified, "I wasn't speaking to you. You." Gao Xiaodong was visibly incensed. "Lingying, look at him. His attitude is downright hostile. What have I done to deserve this, Du Qingchen? You need to clarify." Du Qingchen replied, "You haven't offended me. If you could speak with a bit more decorum, I would naturally extend you the respect you deserve." "Respect is indeed mutual." Wang Lingying stated, "All right. You can drive us to the restaurant tonight and wait for us outside." "Very well," Du Qingchen agreed readily. Gao Xiaodong glared at Du Qingchen's retreating figure, feigning a desire to pounce on him, though it was merely a performance to vent her frustration. Upon returning to the office, Du Qingchen engaged in light banter with his two companions, as was his custom. In the evening, he drove the two women to the Imperial Hotel, the establishment chosen by Oldington for their dinner. To accommodate them, he had booked the entire venue. A display of extravagance typical of someone with his wealth, a behavior to which Du Qingchen was well accustomed. As the car came to a stop at the entrance, an assistant was already there to escort the two women to their private room. Du Qingchen reclined in the car, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a text from Wang Lingying. "Find a place to eat first." The message was brief, devoid of any overt sweetness. Yet it warmed Du Qingchen's heart. The minutiae often dictate success or failure, and they also reveal much about a situation. Du Qingchen understood that it was unrealistic to expect Wang Lingying to fall in love with him at this moment, yet at the very least, she had grown accustomed to his presence and now even expressed concern for his well-being, remembering that he hadn't eaten. This was indeed a good sign. Every endeavor follows a process, and he was in no rush. Gradually, he believed there would come a day when the clouds would part and the sun would shine through. Of course, he had truly sought a place to dine. He was even hungry. After approximately half an hour, Du Qingchen's phone rang once more. Upon glance, yet another message arrived from Wang Lingying. "Hurry, room 888. It was a vague phrase, yet it caused Du Qingchen to frown. He promptly exited his vehicle and entered the restaurant. "Sir, this venue has been reserved for the evening. If you wish to dine, please seek elsewhere." The lobby manager, accompanied by several security personnel, obstructed Du Qingchen's path. "Oh, I am not here to dine. I am a friend of Mr. Oldington. He summoned me, Du Qingchen stated casually. The manager paused, regarding Du Qingchen with suspicion. His casual attire led the manager to doubt his claim. Sir, I am unaware of how you came to know our guest's name, but I must insist you leave. Aldington is in the royal suite, isn't he? I assure you. I am indeed his invited guest. Should you impede my entry, he will be quite displeased, Du Qingchen replied with a smile. If you remain doubtful, you may inquire with him directly. My name is Du Qingchen. I believe you will personally come to greet me. His composure alleviated the manager's concerns. The fact that Aldington was dining here was a closely guarded secret. Even the security staff and waitstaff were oblivious to the guest's identity. The manager had only learned of it through a recent phone call from the owner, who emphasized the importance of attending to Aldington's needs. Du Qingchen, however, had confidently revealed both the guest's name and the suite number. What more could be questioned? Sir, I apologize for the earlier rudeness. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs. The manager insisted. No need. I can manage on my own, Du Qingchen replied. Allow me to accompany you, the manager insisted respectfully, using the formal address. Du Qingchen nodded, and soon they arrived at the suite, where 4 bodyguards stood at the entrance, along with an assistant. Upon seeing Du Qingchen, their expressions shifted, revealing anxiety and apprehension. They were unaware of Du Qingchen's identity, but they had witnessed how their employer had shown utmost respect and deference before him, nearly to the point of servility, which left them astonished. Aldington, who typically held himself in high regard, had displayed an unexpected humility that morning. Du Qingchen, however, paid them no heed and forcefully kicked the door open. The manager was taken aback and exclaimed, Mr. Du, what are you doing? Du Qingchen ignored him, fixating coldly on Aldington within. The assistant hurriedly pulled the manager aside, stating, This is not your concern. You may leave now. But no buts. The assistant shot him a fierce glare. She was equally perplexed and unable to manage the unfolding situation. Inside the suite, upon seeing Du Qingchen enter, Wang Lingying visibly relaxed, though her expression betrayed her discontent, suggesting she had been quite upset moments earlier. Even Gao Xiaodong appeared somewhat displeased, though she was making a conscious effort to suppress her emotions. Upon encountering Du Qingchen unexpectedly, Aldington was taken aback, his demeanor betraying a sense of unease. Opening his mouth, he caught Du Qingchen's significant glance and quickly modified his greeting. Mr. Du, what brings you here? Gao Xiaodong and Wang Lingying were momentarily stunned. Mr. Du? Did they know each other? They gazed at Du Qingchen, momentarily at a loss for words. Du Qingchen inquired of Wang Lingying, Did he intimidate you? Wang Lingying shook her head, then nodded, adding, He wanted us to accompany him to bed. Du Qingchen turned to Gao Xiaodong, stating, If I were not here tonight, do you comprehend the fate that would befall you? Gao Xiaodong attempted to retort, opening her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for a counterargument. Indeed, it was fortunate that Du Qingchen was present. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of escaping through that door. Aldington, unable to comprehend the Chinese language, felt a sense of bewilderment. However, as he observed Du Qingchen's furious gaze approaching him step by step, an ominous premonition washed over him. Today, he sensed he was about to meet his downfall, having committed an egregious error. With a swift motion, Du Qingchen delivered a resounding slap across Aldington's face. Immediately, Aldington's cheeks swelled, and several broken teeth were expelled from his mouth. He was in a pitiful state, covering his mouth, yet dared not evade the confrontation. Pointing at Wang Lingying, Du Qingchen declared, Do you know who she is? She is my wife. How dare you suggest she accompany you to bed? In an instant, Aldington fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. The woman of a king? Was she not akin to a princess? Oh, how foolish he had been. His mind buzzed, terror gripping him as he pondered whether he had any chance of survival. A palpable fear of death enveloped his heart. Wang Lingying's face flushed crimson. Du Qingchen, in the presence of others, had unequivocally declared their relationship. She ought to feel anger, yet instead, she found herself stirred by his commanding presence. This was the second time she had witnessed Du Qingchen's intimidating demeanor, the first being at their engagement banquet. Considering Aldington's status, a new wave of anxiety washed over Wang Lingying, fearing that Du Qingchen might provoke a catastrophe. She hastily urged, Du Qingchen, what are you planning to do? He merely made a slight verbal offense. Please, do not take it too far. Let this matter end here. Gao Xiaodong, pale-faced, chimed in, Yes, mister. Aldington was just joking with us. Let it be. Du Qingchen's fury slightly subsided, yet he continued to glare coldly at Aldington before instructing the two women. You may leave for now. Wang Lingying protested. No, you must come with us. She understood Du Qingchen's temperament all too well. while he was generally manageable. When it concerned her, his wrath would not spare anyone. Du Qingchen reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall not harm him. I merely wish to have a word with him. You both may step outside." His tone was laced with a chilling intensity, leaving Gao Xiaodong speechless. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Lingying acquiesced. "Very well, we shall wait at the door. Please, do not act recklessly. If you dare to harm him, I will be very displeased." With that, she and Gao Xiaodong exited. The door was securely locked by Du Qingchen, leaving no one else in the private room. Aldington, drenched in sweat and filled with shame, knelt before Du Qingchen, trembling as he pleaded, "My lord, I truly did not realize she was the princess. I beg for your forgiveness." Du Qingchen took a seat, his demeanor icy as he remarked, "You still retain this wretched disposition, which profoundly disappoints me. Tell me, do you believe I could spare you?" Despairing, Aldington, with a resolute heart, declared, "If the king wishes for my death, I have nothing to say. I have offended the princess, and my sins are unforgivable." As he spoke, he astonishingly produced a gun from seemingly nowhere, aiming it at his own forehead. Ready to end his life. "Put it away," Du Qingchen commanded coldly. Aldington paused, bewildered. "Isn't it my fate to die?" Du Qingchen replied, "Should you perish here, would you not bring trouble upon me or attract the attention of those outside?" Then I shall take my own life when I return," Aldington lamented. "Enough. For the sake of your years of loyalty to me, I shall spare you today. I hope you learn your lesson. If you wish to indulge with women, I have no objection, but you must not lay a hand on the women of this country. Moreover, do you truly lack for women? Is coercion and intimidation truly so entertaining?" Du Qingchen admonished. Aldington exhaled a sigh of relief. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death was exhilarating. Just moments ago, he had prepared himself for demise, never expecting that the usually resolute king would grant him mercy. Such a thing had never occurred before. The previous king was always decisive and ruthless, showing no mercy to enemies. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life." "Rise," Du Qingchen replied. At the doorway stood Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong, flanked by 4 bodyguards and an assistant. The expressions of the group mirrored their apprehension, clearly having witnessed the unfolding events within the room. Strangely, none made a move to enter. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong exchanged glances of suspicion and concern. But the silence within the room persisted. After a while, the door swung open, and Aldington approached the 2 women, bowing deeply. To both ladies, I express my profound apologies for my earlier remarks. I hold great faith in the potential of your company, and should you agree, I am willing to invest $1 billion. That's unnecessary," Wang Lingying interjected, cutting Aldington off. $1 billion, a staggering sum. With such funding, the company could instantly ascend to industry dominance, and with Aldington's resources and connections, its future would be exceedingly bright. However, Wang Lingying had her own principles and boundaries. She was not inclined to collaborate with someone of his ilk. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. She maintained her composure and decisively rejected his investment proposal. Gao Xiaodong, visibly pained by the loss of such an opportunity, felt constrained to voice her dissent, especially with Wang Lingying having made her stance clear. Having spent many years abroad, she understood Aldington's previous insolence, though she found it unacceptable. Yet, did Wang Lingying err in her judgment? She did not believe so. Aldington gazed at Du Qingchen with a pitiable expression, inciting in Du Qingchen an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. "You dare to mention a sum of $10 billion? Are you attempting to instill terror?" It was indeed a display of extravagant wealth, was it not? Had he not heard her clearly? Du Qingchen shot him a sharp glare. Aldington promptly nodded. "I understand completely. Mr. Du, I apologize for my offense today." He bowed once more to Du Qingchen. With a dismissive snort, Du Qingchen retorted, "I do not wish to see you again tomorrow. I will return home tonight." Aldington assured him of his compliance. "Let us depart," Du Qingchen instructed, leading the 2 women away. Once back in the car, Gao Xiaodong could not restrain her admiration, exclaiming, "Du Qingchen, I never expected you to possess such audacity. That is Aldington, and you dared to confront him. Do you realize that had he not been so reasonable, you could have faced dire consequences?" Du Qingchen paid her no heed. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Have you turned mute?" Gao Xiaodong fumed. Only then did Du Qingchen respond with indifference, "I care not who he is. Anyone who dares to disrespect my wife will face my wrath. If it weren't for your pleas today, He left the statement hanging, causing both women to shudder simultaneously. Wang Lingying cleared her throat and inquired, "Do you know him?" Du Qingchen replied, "I do not." "I find that hard to believe," Wang Lingying countered. Du Qingchen absent-mindedly touched his nose. "Do you truly think I could know him?" Gao Xiaodong chimed in. If you didn't know him, that would be absurd. Wang Lingying's mind was in a whirl, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. She diverted the conversation, asking, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I'll just prepare some noodles when I get home." "Are you both satisfied?" Du Qichen queried. Wang Lingying replied, "I'm not hungry." Gao Xiaodong complained, "But I am starving." "Then let us find a place to eat," Wang Lingying suggested. Du Qichen hesitated. "Why doubt? I can cook at home." "It's too late for that. You needn't bother," Wang Lingying retorted. Du Qichen chuckled, feeling somewhat smug. Even the Ice Queen seems to be thawing. Yet, his moment of charm was fleeting as Wang Lingying quickly added, "It's simply a waste of time. I'm hungry and wish to eat now without further delay." Du Qichen laughed heartily. "Very well. Concern is concern, yet you women are so coy in your pretenses." Gao Xiaodong cast a worried glance at Wang Lingying, sighing repeatedly. Wang Lingying's face flushed slightly, feeling awkward, and turned her head away, unwilling to speak further. After selecting another restaurant, the three enjoyed their meal before heading home. The entire experience unfolded in tranquility, as though nothing had transpired that evening. However, upon returning home, the two women began to interrogate Du Qichen while watching television. "You truly do not know Aldington?" Gao Xiaodong questioned skeptically. Du Qichen reiterated, "I do not." "That still seems off. If he does not know you, why would he fear you so? He was struck by you yet chose to kneel. That makes no sense." Gao Xiaodong rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Wang Lingying also fixed her gaze on Du Qichen, as they sought a plausible explanation from him. Du Qichen coughed and remarked, "Perhaps he is simply a coward, having never encountered someone as formidable as myself. He has 4 bodyguards outside. Do you believe you could overpower them? Why did the bodyguards and assistants not intervene?" He continued, "He is quite reasonable and aware of his mistakes. Hence his request for your forgiveness." Regardless of the skepticism expressed by the two women, Du Qichen steadfastly maintained that he did not know Aldington. It was not a deliberate concealment. Rather, the circles he once inhabited were worlds apart from theirs, realms that did not belong to ordinary people. The more one knew, the more perilous it became. Ultimately, the two women were successfully deceived by Du Qichen. They may have harbored doubts, yet considering his esteemed status, it seemed only natural that he would not know someone of Aldington's caliber. Thus, the matter was put to rest. After a while, Du Qichen prepared to retire to his room, but at that moment, the door was suddenly flung open, and a stunning blonde walked in. Adorned in a princess gown that radiated elegance, she was undeniably beautiful, her allure distinctly different from that of the two women, infused with a strong Western charm. Indeed, it was the dragon maiden, Aileen. Du Qichen frowned, while Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were taken aback by the unexpected visitor, exchanging glances of confusion. "Who are you?" Wang Lingying inquired. Eileen's expression was inscrutable as she cast a fleeting glance at Wang Lingying, her eyes shimmering with a hint of blue light. In that instant, both Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled and they softly collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to slumber. "Aileen." A flicker of anticipation crossed her face. "How did you find your way here?" Du Qichen asked, his irritation evident. Aileen explained, "I simply wished to meet the princess. She is truly exquisite, more beautiful than I, is she not?" Observing her melancholic demeanor, Du Qichen refrained from causing her further distress, replying honestly, "You are both beautiful. Now that you have seen her, might you take your leave?" "I will depart shortly," Aileen assured him, stepping closer to Du Qichen, her voice soft and wistful. "But may I request that you accompany me to gaze at the stars, just as we did years ago, holding me as we admired the night sky?" Du Qingchen's thoughts drifted back to those years past. At that time, Aileen was merely a young girl, recently rescued from the ravages of war. Her heart fraught with fear and darkness after witnessing the destruction of her town. She had already begun to suffer from severe post-traumatic stress. To aid her recovery, Du Qingchen often took her out to stargaze. Together, they would contemplate the cosmos, and he even imparted to her a sacred text, one that had never before graced this world, containing the greatest secrets of Du Qingchen's life. Ultimately, due to that text, Aileen evolved into a gifted individual, later being personally taken under the wing of the elderly president of the Gifted Association. Aileen. She had approached Du Qichen, tugging at the hem of his garment. At this moment, she no longer exhibited her usual regal demeanor. Instead, she appeared pitiful, akin to a lost child. Du Qinchen's heart softened. "Very well. Thank you, Wang. Could you take me for another flight?" Erin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Du Qichen smiled gently, ruffling her hair, a gesture so natural that Erin closed her eyes. Her face alight with bliss, as if transported back to a time long past, a period that marked the pinnacle of her happiness. As they stepped outside, Du Qingchen wrapped his arm around Aaron, his entire being emanating a faint glow. In an instant, he soared into the air like a majestic rock, vanishing into the night. Once again, they found themselves atop Shihua Mountain, the hour deep into the night, a time when no one would venture here for a race. The sky was studded with stars, and Du Qingchen and Aaron sat side by side, gazing at the celestial expanse. They remained silent, seemingly lost in their own reveries. The night sky was enchanting, and the distant cityscape was equally mesmerizing. The moonlight bathed the scene in a gentle glow, creating a warm atmosphere. Aaron nestled closely against Du Qingchen, resting her head on his shoulder, her golden hair brushing against his ear. He did not shy away, for he had never harbored any ill intentions toward Aaron, viewing her merely as a little sister. Suddenly, they both withdrew their gaze and turned to face another direction. A man stood 20 meters away, his expression one of fury as he fixed his gaze upon them. He appeared to be in his early 20s. With striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, handsome in a black trench coat, topped with a felt hat. "Aaron, you traveled all this way just to find a man. You have truly disappointed me," the man exclaimed. Aaron furrowed her brow, rising to her feet as she coldly addressed the man. "John Radnor, how dare you follow me?" Du Qingchen remained silent, quietly observing the man across from him. "Kid, Aaron is my woman. Do you realize the foolishness of your actions?" John Radnor sneered at Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen found the situation amusing and replied, "Am I the foolish one, or are you? It seems you are a member of the Ability Association, John Radnor. A 4-star ability user, a recently emerged talent. Am I correct? Do you know me?" John Radnor was taken aback. "Since you belong to the Ability Association, you should be aware that this land is your forbidden zone. Daring to come here is the epitome of folly," Du Qingchen remarked with a smile. "Are you referring to Longyin? I've heard that Longyin has 4 war gods. 3 years ago, the Azure Dragon fell in battle, and I have yet to encounter the remaining 3. But trust me, in my eyes, they are far from impressive. I fear them not. The only noteworthy figure in Longyin was the Azure Dragon, but alas, he is dead. I only lament that we never had the chance to cross paths. Otherwise, I would have shown him my prowess." John Radnor boasted arrogantly. Du Qingchen smiled slightly. "Even the president of your Ability Association would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. You need not feel regret. For today you have crossed paths with me." "What do you mean?" John Radnor asked, perplexed. "I am the one you refer to as the Azure Dragon." Du Qingchen smiled and said, "What? You are the Azure Dragon?" John Radnor was taken aback, staring intently at Du Qingchen, exclaiming, "You must be mistaken. The Azure Dragon has long since perished. Wong, he must be eliminated today, or it will lead to dire consequences. If he departs alive, your identity shall be irrevocably exposed." Aaron was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "Are you confident?" Du Qingchen inquired. "No, I shall handle this myself," she asserted. "With Aaron present, there is no need for Wong to intervene. What does it matter if he is a 4-star Esper? To kill him will be as effortless as turning my hand." Aaron was brimming with self-assurance. Du Qingchen chuckled. "Very well, then let your performance commence." Their dialogue had already confirmed Du Qingchen's identity. A young man who commanded such respect from Aaron could only be the Azure Dragon. He should have realized this sooner. It was said that the Azure Dragon once saved Aaron's life. Suddenly, John Radnor felt a surge of panic. Despite his bravado, he harbored deep-seated apprehension towards the Azure Dragon. The battle from years past, where Du Qingchen had slain countless formidable foes, facing 100 alone, including not just Espers but also mages and soul devourers, was still etched in his memory. Du Qingchen had dispatched dozens, including several extraordinarily powerful figures, yet he himself had survived. Was this not testament enough of his might? The Azure Dragon still lives. If this news were to reach the Western world, it would undoubtedly stir monumental upheaval. In an instant, this 4-star Esper made a decision. He must flee. There could be no risk taken. This was the East, and with Aaron, also a 4-star Esper. Alongside the Azure Dragon, if discovered by the Hidden Dragon organization, there would be no return. However, he had scarcely begun to move when his body began to grow ethereal. In a fleeting moment, he was disassembled into countless particles, vanishing without a trace. As if he had never graced this world, every remnant of his existence was obliterated. A 4-star Esper, undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse, had been eradicated in the blink of an eye. Du Qingchen shivered. Aaron's strength surpassed his imagination. She was a rare dual Esper. The hypnosis she had previously employed on Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong was one of her abilities. The means she displayed now was not from her other power. What did this indicate? It suggested that Aaron commanded at least 3 different abilities. In this world, few had ever wielded 3 powers simultaneously. She was truly one of a kind. Suddenly, Aaron collapsed to the ground, her complexion pale, as if she had suffered a grave illness. "Are you all right?" Du Qingshan hurriedly helped her up. Aaron, looking exceedingly frail, replied, "I employed forbidden techniques, resulting in a half-month period of weakness during which I cannot utilize any abilities. Or I will suffer backlash." Backlash. Du Qingshan had heard of such occurrences. The stronger the ability, the more pronounced the period of weakness. At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby, "Then you shall not return." As the 2 individuals looked up, they beheld the striking figure of Zhuge, clad in leather, descending gracefully before them, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Du Qingshan instinctively shielded Eileen behind him, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze upon Zhuge. "Do you intend to kill her? Are you unaware of the organization's regulations? She has trespassed onto our territory and has slain a 4-star ability user. If word of this spreads, it could instigate a catastrophic conflict between our ancient martial world and the Ability Association, with dire consequences. Are you truly willing to protect her?" The murderous intent emanating from Zhuge intensified. Eileen, trembling with trepidation, glanced at Zhuge, clutching Du Qingshan's garment with a look of vulnerability. She was acutely aware of Zhuge's formidable prowess. Under normal circumstances, she would not fear her, but in this moment, genuine fear gripped her. Zhuge's reputation was notorious, as many powerful figures from the West had met their demise at her hands upon encroaching into the East. This woman, though undeniably beautiful, was a veritable she-demon, ruthless and merciless in her killings. Du Qingshan argued, "If you kill her, it will indeed trigger a war. You know she is the next president of the Ability Association. Her death would provoke that Ability King into a frenzied retaliation, effectively severing the future and hope of the association. I am unconcerned with such matters. You need not remind me of the organization's rules. As for whether the Ability King will lose his mind, that is beyond my concern. Should he dare to invade the East, I shall confront his vengeance myself. Besides, I do not fight alone," Zhuge replied coldly, offering no concessions. Du Qingshan, feeling increasingly vexed, protested, "But I cannot stand idly by and watch you kill her. I will ensure she leaves immediately. That is not permissible. Today, I must end her life. Do not attempt to hinder me. Your injuries have not yet healed, and you are in no position to stop me." Zhuge's voice was frigid. "Lady Zhuge, we are all part of the same family. Must we escalate matters to this extent?" Qingyi suddenly appeared before Du Qingshan. Zhuge fixed her gaze on Qingyi, sneering. "Have you forgotten your own standing? Do you intend to betray the organization?" "I would never," Qingyi quickly retorted. "However, I cannot allow anyone to harm Qinggu. This is also the Dragon King's command. Little Qingyi, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" "You overestimate your abilities," Zhuge mocked. "I know I cannot stop you. But I will resist with all my might," Qingyi declared resolutely. She adhered to a singular principle. Anyone who opposed Du Qingshan would become her adversary. The atmosphere was tense, the prospect of conflict imminent. Du Qingshan sighed deeply. "Are you forcing my hand? This must be his intention as well, correct?" Zhuge regarded him silently, offering no response. "Very well," Du Qingshan said, retrieving a dark green ring from his pocket and slipping it onto his finger. Suddenly, his expression shifted, a brilliant light igniting within his eyes as he gazed at Zhuge with astonishment. "Do not inquire of me. I know nothing. Apart from the revered Dragon Kings of the past, none are privy to the secret of this ring. Perhaps one day, you shall uncover it." Zhuge's murderous aura dissipated entirely. With his left hand raised high, Du Qingshan appeared to be performing a sacred ritual. Zhuge's demeanor turned solemn as she knelt on one knee, prompting Qingyi to do the same. Eileen watched curiously as she observed the ring upon Du Qingshan's finger. "Are you satisfied now? Rise," Du Qingshan sighed. He understood this was the Dragon King's intention to summon his army. With the energy of the Dragon Soul, regardless of whether it was Eileen or John Ladna. Once they entered this realm, they would undoubtedly be monitored. Yet, the Dragon Soul remained inactive until Eileen killed John Ladna, at which point Zhuge suddenly appeared. For Eileen, Du Qingshan had no choice. This was the moment he officially became the heir to the Dragon King. He could only resign himself to fate. Years ago, his unwillingness had driven him away, and now, after much wandering, he found himself back at the starting point. Perhaps this was destined from the very beginning? Du Qingshan spoke to Zhuge. "Surely, there is a message for me? He wishes for you to return when you have the opportunity. There are matters he needs to discuss with you," Zhuge replied. Du Qingshan felt a twinge of concern but refrained from asking further, saying, "Very well. We will address this matter later. I will return to see him at the appropriate time. Zhu Kei nodded and gracefully departed. You must return at once. Leave now. Du Qichen instructed Eileen. She wore a reluctant expression but ultimately nodded in resignation. See her to the airport, he directed Qingyi. Qingyi acknowledged with a nod. Upon returning to the villa, Du Qichen found the two women awake, engaged in conversation on the sofa despite the late hour. Their expressions turned peculiar upon seeing him enter. Where have you been? Gao Xiaotong inquired. Is there something you need? Du Qichen responded, maintaining a distance from Gao Xiaotong. His stance was not born from any disdain, but from a simple desire to respect Wang Lingying's feelings by keeping a distance from other women while they all cohabited. Gao Xiaotong was incensed. Hey, how can you speak to me like that? Are we enemies? No. Then why are you so rude? Have you ever shown me respect? Du Qichen countered. Gao Xiaotong was taken aback. Feeling a pang of guilt, she huffed and fell silent. Did someone visit tonight? Wang Lingying asked. Du Qichen calmly replied, No. You both were chatting the entire time. I went for a night run. Night run? Spare me the nonsense. Gao Xiaotong could not help but retort. Du Qichen chose to ignore her comment. All right, perhaps we misremembered, Wang Lingying said, not doubting Du Qinchen's words as she shook her head. After waking, their memories were fragmented, unable to recall what had transpired. This was one of Eileen's abilities, hypnosis. Good night, Du Qichen said. Good night. Wang Lingying replied as she led Gao Xiaotong upstairs. Back in his room, Du Qichen gazed at the ring in his hand, his expression grave. After a considerable pause, he tucked the ring away. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, sleep eluded him. He pondered the events of the night, a sense of anxiety creeping over him. The demise of a 4-star ability wielder is no trivial matter. Even though John Radner has been utterly dismantled, should someone choose to investigate, they could still trace his movements. Consequently, Erin might find herself entangled in complications. Though her mentor's protection ensures her safety, this incident might redirect the attention of former adversaries towards Jiang'an City. It is likely that her exposure will come sooner than anticipated. Anxiety serves no purpose. She must swiftly restore her cultivation. Reliance on others is futile. All strength must come from within. When one becomes formidable, there is no fear of adversaries. Suddenly, Du Qichen seemed to recall something. He donned his ring once more. And a fleeting emerald glow shimmered briefly before vanishing. Closing his eyes in meditation, he eventually opened them after a while. 7 colored lotus seeds? He murmured. In the capital city, a majestic manor stands in the western suburbs, once the residence of a renowned prince from history. Within its grounds lies a small courtyard adorned with red bricks and green tiles, complete with flowing waters, pavilions, and rock formations. At this moment, a woman sits in a gazebo, playing the guqin. Clad in a flowing green gown, she possesses an ethereal beauty. Her figure, features, and demeanor are truly exceptional. This is Nangong Wanner, the most beautiful woman in the capital. She is well-versed in the arts, earning her the title of the capital's foremost talented woman. Her fiancé, Du Qifeng, is equally remarkable, being the heir of the Du family and a disciple of an ancient sage from Kunlun Mountain. Among the younger generation in the capital, none rival his influence and martial prowess. The music emanating from the guqin is haunting. Suddenly, a string snaps. A crimson line appears on her alabaster fingers, blood oozing forth. A stark contrast. Yet, Nangong Wanner maintains her composure, devoid of any expression of pain, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the broken string, as if in a trance. A girl of about 16 or 17 rushes in from a distance, exclaiming, "Oh no, miss, your finger is bleeding again." Without hesitation, she produces a bandage, expertly tending to Nangong Wanner's wound. The latter allows Xiaozhu to assist her, a hint of melancholy reflected in her demeanor. "Miss, are you all right?" Xiaozhu inquires cautiously. "I am fine. Are there any interesting happenings outside lately that you could share with me?" Nangong Wanner asks. She has scarcely stepped outside in 3 years. Xiaozhu beams. The young master has returned to the capital. It is said he has come specifically to propose to you. Many have flocked to their home, eager to pay their respects to him. He is truly in high spirits now. It is rumored that an elder from Kunlun Mountain has come, underscoring the significance of your impending union. Enough about him. Is there anything else of interest? Nangong Wanner interjects with a slight frown, interrupting Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu hesitates, unsure of how to proceed. She cannot fathom why her mistress appears so indifferent upon hearing news of her fiancé. If she were in Nangong Wanner's position, she would have eagerly sought out Du Qifeng. To become his wife would surely be a blessing earned from a previous life, the ultimate fulfillment for any woman. Is there nothing of interest? If so, I shall prepare lunch, Nangong Wanner stated as she rose. She was accustomed to cooking for herself in the courtyard. She had cultivated some Chinese cabbage, garlic sprouts, and other seasonal vegetables, tending to them with her own hands, watering and fertilizing them. Though she was merely in her 20s, her life resembled that of an octogenarian, evoking both confusion and sympathy. Xiaozhu remarked, I heard that the wastrel from the Zhao family has declared his intention to disrupt your engagement banquet with your fiancé. Negongwana halted, turning her head with curious intrigue. Why? I don't know, Xiaozhu shrugged. You know how reckless that scoundrel is. No one can predict his whims. Negongwana replied, then investigate his recent whereabouts and acquaintances. I require every detail of his life for the past month. If funds are needed, withdraw from the account. I only want results, and I expect it within 24 hours. Her tone left no room for dissent, and she turned to leave. Xiaozhu, seemingly accustomed to such tasks, acknowledged her request and departed. Later, as the afternoon shift concluded, Du Qingchen noticed the absence of Wang Lingying and frowned. Is she still working overtime? Gao Xiaotong shot him a glance and said, You're not seriously in love with her, are you? If that's the case, it would be wise to give up sooner rather than later. Du Qingchen, displeased, retorted. What do you mean by that? She was taken home by her family. The Wang family is hosting a family dinner tonight. Gao Xiaotong entered the car, seated in the back, and muttered to herself, Some people are truly tragic. They aren't even qualified to attend a family dinner. TSK. Du Qingchen, unwilling to engage in banter, drove back to the villa. A little over 10 minutes later, he emerged with a bowl of noodles. Upon seeing this, Gao Xiaotong expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey, are you joking? Noodles for dinner? What else do you want? Du Qingchen replied nonchalantly, not lifting his gaze. What else do you wish to eat? At least prepare a couple of dishes. This is far too simple, she protested. If you want to eat, go serve yourself. If not, then forget it, he retorted without reservation. Gao Xiaotong sat to the side, indignantly exclaiming, I won't eat. Who has noodles for dinner? The quality of life is appalling. You should cook for me. Am I your wife? Du Qingchen asked seriously. You wish. Gao Xiaotong replied. Then am I your servant? Du Qingchen interjected, I am neither your man nor your servant. Why should I cater to you? It's a privilege to have something to eat at all. If I didn't pity you as a girl, you wouldn't even have noodles. Yet here you are, acting entitled. He continued eating. Gao Xiaotong pouted, her chest heaving with agitation. Throughout her life, she had never endured such ridicule. In school and in society, her talents and appearance had garnered her nothing but flattery. Yet here, before Du Qingchen, she found herself not only unprivileged but also targeted. Yes, she felt as though she was being singled out. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Du Qingchen was under no obligation to serve her. She is merely a temporary resident here, legally speaking. Du Qingchen holds half the ownership of this place, while she is just a guest. Yet, her heart feels an overwhelming sense of grievance. Gao Xiaotong, however, is quite reasonable, refraining from any unreasonable outbursts as she prepares to order takeout on her phone. Yet the aroma of the noodles constantly invades her senses, and ultimately, she cannot resist. Swallowing hard as her stomach emits a rumble. Du Qingchen looks up and remarks, Is your stomach growling? Gao Xiaotong's face turns crimson. You must have misheard. Du Qingchen chuckles. In truth, the noodles I made are quite delectable. Just think, if my cooking is so delicious, how could the noodles be any less? Gao Xiaotong maintains a stern expression. I'm not interested. If you wish to eat, then do so. Consider it a favor to me, Du Qingchen replies with a smile. Gao Xiaotong rolls her eyes, stands up, and haughtily declares, Then I shall grant you this favor. I am curious to see if you are merely boasting. It's just a bowl of noodles. How impressive could it possibly be? Despite her words, she strides into the kitchen, quickly grabs the bowl of noodles, takes a small taste, and her eyes suddenly light up, barely suppressing her urge to voice her admiration. Yet, she cannot bring herself to praise Du Qingchen. The atmosphere isn't right, and a significant shift in attitude would be quite awkward. Emerging with the noodles, Gao Xiaotong savors every bite. Du Qingchen finishes his meal, glances at her, and offers a resigned smile. Banter aside, he doesn't harbor any dislike for her, especially considering her return from abroad to assist Wang Lingying. This bond is one he intends to remember. Meanwhile, the family banquet at the Wang residence has concluded. Wang Lingying is summoned to a room by the elderly matriarch, where only the two of them are present. Please, take a seat. Grandma Jiang gestures toward a chair beside her. Wang Lingying sits down, her interest waning. Do you remember your childhood? The matriarch inquires. Wang Lingying feels a bit dazed, gazing at her grandmother, nostalgia washing over her. Once, her grandmother was so gentle and affectionate. Now, while she still appears kind, the depth of her genuine emotions seems considerably diminished. Indeed, power and habit can be formidable forces. I remember. You used to dote on me so much, Wang Lingying replies. The matriarch sighs, over the years, you've grown. Do you feel that I no longer cherish you? Wang Lingying remains silent. Without your support, the Wang family would have crumbled long ago. The matriarch's words strike a chord with Wang Lingying, filling her with emotion. This assessment of her is lofty, suddenly bringing tears to her eyes. The Wang family has not arrived at this point lightly. When your grandfather entrusted the family to me, I could not bear to see it decline, for he would never rest in peace beneath the earth. Thus, over the years, I have tread carefully, facing both internal and external challenges that were far from the simplicity you perceive. Had I been too indulgent with you, your uncles would have caused chaos long ago. Harmony within the family is essential for prosperity. You must understand the burdens I carry, dear Grandma. Wang Lingying is rendered speechless by emotion, her heart a tumult of feelings. The elderly lady waved her hand and said, allow me to finish speaking. Marrying into the Wei family was a decision made out of necessity. I understand that this sacrifices you for the sake of the Wang family. But who else can I rely on? Your cousins? Your uncles? They're all unreliable. Ultimately, it is we women who must come to the rescue of the Wang family, which is indeed a profound tragedy. The Wei family is finished, and I breathe a sigh of relief that you no longer have to marry into it. However, regarding how, I still hope you will consider it seriously. If you are unwilling to marry him, your grandmother will not force you. Thank you, Grandma, Wang Lingying quickly replied. The elderly lady continued, nevertheless, for now, we must utilize him, so you need to maintain a good relationship with him. He has been visiting me quite frequently lately, and I have found myself unable to refuse him, which is why I agreed on your behalf. Tomorrow evening, you will go out for dinner with him. He will come to pick you up from the company. Do not let Du Qichen find out, lest it cause another ruckus. Wang Lingying's expression shifted, her earlier gratitude evaporating significantly. I only said we should stabilize him for the time being. We must secure the project from Hongfei Group. Your uncle-in-law is the project manager there, and we cannot circumvent him. You cannot refuse. Consider this a plea from your grandmother. The elderly lady's face bore an expression of earnest entreaty. Wang Lingying had prepared herself to firmly decline, but upon seeing her grandmother's demeanor, she ultimately could not bring herself to do so. Very well, but this shall be the last time. I cannot guarantee success. I will merely share a meal with him. I will never treat my marriage as a bargaining chip for familial gain. Grandma, please do not hold it against me. Having resisted once, I can only choose to resist to the end. The elderly lady nodded in understanding. Upon returning home, Wang Lingying found Gao Xiaodong and Du Qichen dining together. However, Gao Xiaodong's attitude had undergone a remarkable transformation. She no longer expressed any grievances and appeared to enjoy her meal, even engaging in conversation with Du Qichen. It seemed that for once, the two were harmoniously coexisting. Lingying, you're back. Hey, Du Qichen, why don't you feed your wife? I bet she would love it. It's absolutely delicious. Du Qichen felt a blush of embarrassment at her words, as they could easily be misconstrued. Wang Lingying shook her head, saying, no need. I'll head upstairs to rest. I'm rather tired today. As she ascended the stairs, looking despondent, Du Qichen furrowed his brow slightly. Wang Lingying had returned from the old residence, and something felt amiss. Her spirits were low, and her mood somber. Gao Xiaodong, perceptive as ever, noticed this change and blinked, asking, what is going on? How would I know? Can't you check on her? I cannot go to the second floor. That is my forbidden zone. Gao Xiaodong gleefully watched Du Qichen, saying, didn't we agree earlier that starting tonight, we would coexist peacefully? As long as you don't provoke me excessively, we can certainly get along, perhaps even become friends. All right. Du Qichen readily agreed. Then, as friends, how about I go up and gauge the situation? Gao Xiaodong proposed with a sense of triumph. Du Qichen replied, if she wants to say something, she will. If she doesn't, asking is futile. That makes sense. In the capital city, after listening to Xiao Zhu's report, Nangong Wanner remained silent for a considerable time. Miss, are you all right? Xiao Zhu inquired cautiously. Nangong Wanner replied nonchalantly, I'm fine. Xiao Zhu continued, I've heard that the heir is about to achieve the transcendence stage. Transcendence? Nangong Wanner exclaimed in astonishment. Where did you hear such news? Everyone at home is talking about it, and people outside are discussing it as well. Do not indulge in baseless rumors, Nangong Wanner stated. Achieving the transcendent stage is not so easily accomplished. Xiao Zhu remarked, but the heir is a genius. Nangong Wanner, slightly displeased, said, Do not mention him in my presence again. Additionally, find a place. I wish to meet Zhao Tianba. Ah? Xiaozhu was somewhat bewildered. Why do you want to see him? He has spoken ill of you outside. Did you not hear what I said? Nangong Wanu expressed her impatience. Xiaozhu, frightened, stuck out her tongue. All right, I will arrange it immediately. She pondered to herself, what is going on with the miss? Has she not left the house in 3 years? And now she intends to go out? Nangong Wanu took out her mobile phone, a relic from a decade ago, lacking in functionality aside from making calls and sending texts. She dialed a number. Who is it? I'm currently busy having fun. Don't disturb me. This is Nangong Wanu. Zhao Tianba's voice held a note of surprise. You are Nangong Wanu. Oof, what do you want with me? We are not acquainted. In the face of Nangong Wanu, Zhao Tianba appeared considerably more cautious, though his tone could not conceal his disdain. Once, he revered her as a goddess, treating her with utmost respect, but now she was the woman he loathed the most. Nangong Wanu spoke with indifference. Let us meet. Me? Zhao Tianba scoffed. Why should I meet you? Who do you think you are? Others may indulge you, but I, Zhao Tianba, have nothing to discuss with you. I wish to see you, Nangong Wanu reiterated. Zhao Tianba's complaints abruptly ceased. Do you have something to say? Are you afraid to meet me? Humph, why would I be afraid to meet you? Do not be so presumptuous, he retorted. I will send you the address shortly. Await my message. After stating this, Nangong Wanu hung up, providing Zhao Tianba no chance to refuse or prattle on. Half an hour later, in a tea house, Nangong Wanu met Zhao Tianba. Regardless of the animosity harbored in their hearts, Zhao Tianba ultimately arrived. In the presence of Nangong Wanu, he still found her breathtaking. Her elegance and beauty justified her title as the fairest maiden of the capital. The key was her formidable aura, which rendered even Zhao Tianba, the ruffian of the world, somewhat restrained, preventing him from acting too brazenly. He furrowed his brows and asked, if you have something to say, do so quickly. I do not wish to waste time. You threatened to ruin my wedding banquet? Zhao Tianba frowned. Do you have evidence? Have you seen him? Nangong Wanu abruptly shifted the topic. Zhao Tianba was caught off guard, his expression shifting slightly. I do not understand what you are talking about. Your sister took a trip to Jiangnan City, and subsequently, you followed suit. Upon your return, you boldly declared your intention to disrupt my wedding banquet. There is no need for rebuttal. I am aware that he is in Jiangnan City. Nangong Wanu fixed her gaze upon Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba suddenly chuckled. Are you trying to deceive me? How has he been? Nangong Wanu inquired. Zhao Tianba felt a surge of irritation. He found himself struggling to keep pace with Nangong Wanu throughout the exchange. He felt as though he were being led by the nose, which left him quite vexed. I cannot comprehend your words. It seems your years have not treated you kindly. Have you been tormented by the pangs of conscience, unable to find peace? Are you frightened? Nangong Wanu stood up. Farewell. With that, she departed without hesitation. Zhao Tianba's frustration deepened. What is the meaning of this? Are you toying with me? This is utterly perplexing. Upon exiting the tea house, Nangong Wanu entered her vehicle, with Xiaozhu sitting anxiously beside her. Although the young lady appeared calm, Xiaozhu could sense her inner turmoil. Once home, Nangong Wanu instructed Xiaozhu. Go inform the Du family that the engagement is off. Xiaozhu was taken aback. Miss, you cannot be serious. Everyone knows that you and the young master are on the verge of engagement. Why would you wish to call it off? She struggled to understand. The young master is a dragon among men. Countless women admire him and dream of marrying him. Why would you cancel the engagement? Because I do not like him. And I refuse to proceed. Is that acceptable? Nangong Wanu raised an eyebrow. Xiaozhu hesitated. Miss, I believe you should reconsider. If this gets out, many will be embarrassed. And your father will surely be furious. Do you think I am afraid? Nangong Wanu replied resolutely. I have made my decision. Your task is merely to carry out my orders. As for the consequences, Nangong Wanu, will bear them alone. At that moment, Nangong Wanu exuded an air of undeniable authority. The following morning, Wang Lingying descended the stairs with dark circles under her eyes. Du Qichen noticed and felt a sense of unease. It appeared that Wang Lingying was harboring secrets from him. However, since she refused to divulge anything, he could not pry further. The meal was consumed in silence, and after escorting the two women to their workplace, Du Qichen remained in the security room. As the workday ended, Du Qichen did not see Wang Lingying in the garage and curiously asked Gao Xiaodong, Where is she? Let us go? Gao Xiaodong replied as she entered the car. Where is she? Du Qichen pressed again. Gao Xiaodong responded, You seem quite concerned about her. She is my wife. Du Qichen replied. Gao Xiaodong sighed and said, Sometimes, I find you quite annoying, yet at other times, I find you endearing, like now. What do you mean? He inquired. You are fully aware that she does not love you. Why persist in this way? You are too invested, and should a divorce occur in the future, it will only wound you, Gao Xiaotong said earnestly. Du Qingqin replied nonchalantly, who knows what the future holds? For now, I am her husband, and it is only natural for me to care for her. You still haven't told me why she hasn't come down. Gao Xiaotong furrowed her brows. Do you genuinely wish to know? Du Qingqin remained silent, yet her stance was unmistakable. She had been taken away by Hu Hao. Gao Xiaotong remarked. Du Qingqin's expression darkened, her heart brimming with indignation. Wang Lingying is secretly dating Hu Hao? What does she take him for? Gao Xiaotong hurriedly interjected. Are you all right? Don't misunderstand. She has her own struggles. Do not overthink it. Though she may not love you, she harbors a greater disdain for Hu Hao. If she detests him, why meet him? Du Qingqin scoffed. Sensing her discontent, Gao Xiaotong elucidated. It's her grandmother who is pressuring her. Last night, I spoke with her. Her grandmother arranged for her to meet Hu Hao, to dine with him tonight. The old lady's intentions are crystal clear. She wants Lingying to secure a collaboration with the Hongfei Group. Her uncle is the project manager. This is an insurmountable hurdle. Without his assistance, the Wang family's strength alone would not suffice to obtain the project. Du Qingqin's mood remained bleak. Are you truly worried about her? Gao Xiaotong inquired. Du Qingqin shook her head. I naturally trust her, but I do not trust your old classmate. Gao Xiaotong furrowed her brows, seemingly in a quandary. Finally, she gritted her teeth and declared, Fine, I'll go all out. Let us drive. I know where they are headed. What do you intend to do? Just go find her like that? Du Qingqin asked hesitantly from the side. Exactly. Aren't you jealous? Then you should directly disrupt their dinner, Gao Xiaotong replied. Is that really appropriate? It's merely a performance. Wouldn't my actions seem petty? Du Qingqin blushed with embarrassment. Of course, she wanted a more direct approach. Yet rushing in like that would surely infuriate Wang Lingying. Wouldn't it be too awkward? Gao Xiaotong chuckled. It seems you possess a modicum of rationality. That reassures me. I know which private room she is in. We can take the one next door. If anything arises, we can rush in to rescue her at any moment. After a while, Du Qingqin curiously asked, I'm quite intrigued. What? Gao Xiaotong blinked in surprise. Aren't you quite disdainful of me? Why assist me? Hu Hao is your classmate, and a scion of the Hu family, affluent beyond measure. Weren't you also trying to matchmake them? You have no reason to help me. Du Qingqin queried. Gao Xiaotong pouted. Do you think I lack principles? Lingying's happiness is, to me, paramount. Let us not even mention the previous incident. And by the way, is Hu Hao's driving skill better than yours? Teach me a few tricks later, and it won't be in vain that I helped you. Deal. This time, Du Qingqin did not decline. Gao Xiaotong was somewhat taken aback. Wow, you agreed so readily. You mustn't forget. Du Qingqin smiled. I never go back on my word. Now that's more like it. I'm growing fonder of you, Gao Xiaotong exclaimed excitedly. Du Qingqin teased. Don't fall for me. I already have someone I like. TCH, that is not what I meant. This was a couple-S restaurant. As Du Qingqin and Gao Xiaotong entered, they were promptly greeted by a server who presented various packages. It was evident that they were perceived as a couple, which made Du Qingqin somewhat uncomfortable. In contrast, Gao Xiaotong appeared quite at ease, directly informing the manager of her desire for the exclusive 666 private room, expressing that money was of no concern. With wealth comes influence, and this modest request was quickly accommodated. Inside the private room, Gao Xiaotong ordered a love-themed package, and the ambience was decidedly cozy, adorned with red candles and roses, while the wall paintings exuded an intimate allure. It was indeed a couple's sanctuary, easily capable of enveloping lovers in its charm. Gao Xiaotong remained unfazed by the setting, having become accustomed to being forthright in matters of the heart. Her affections were already claimed, rendering her generally indifferent to romantic advances. Du Qingqin, however, felt distinctly uncomfortable with the arrangement. He could easily envision that the adjacent room was similarly decorated, where Wang Lingying and Hu Hao were seated. This thought filled him with discontent. Straining his ears, he indeed caught snippets of Hu Hao's voice. Gao Xiaotong inquired, Can you hear what they are saying? Du Qingqin, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded. But why can't I hear anything? My hearing is quite sharp, she remarked. Du Qingqin offered a perfunctory response. While dining, Gao Xiaotong suggested, If everything seems normal on their end, we should discreetly follow them after our meal and ensure she gets home safely. If anything arises, we will rush to her aid at once. Du Qingqin tacitly agreed to her plan. Approximately 10 minutes later, Du Qingqin suddenly stood and walked towards the door, his expression dark and foreboding. Noticing his demeanor, Gao Xiaotong hurriedly followed. Du Qingchen knocked on the door, but there was no response. He placed a hand near the lock, channeling his energy to unlock it, and the door swung open with a resounding click. Inside, he beheld Hu Hao kneeling before Wang Lingying, a jewelry box in hand. While she was backed against the wall, her face a mixture of panic and humiliation. The scene spoke volumes about the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Du Qingchen and Gao Xiaodong unexpectedly appear, Wang Lingying's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she cast a startled glance at Du Qingchen, uncertain as to why he was there. "We are dining next door," Gao Xiaodong shrugged nonchalantly. Hu Hao, upon spotting Du Qingchen, immediately erupted in anger. Rising to his feet and exclaiming, "Du Qingchen, why are you always lurking around? You seem to appear everywhere." Du Qingchen had no intention of engaging in banter. He approached and seized Hu Hao by the throat, rendering him defenseless. With a forceful thrust, Du Qingchen pinned Hu Hao against the wall, his face reddening as he gasped for breath, struggling to vocalize, "Du Qingchen, what do you intend to do? After repeatedly harassing my wife, do you truly believe your status as the Hu family's heir grants you any significance? Today, I shall end you." Du Qingchen articulated each word with chilling clarity, his grip tightening. Hu Hao's complexion shifted to a ghastly hue, his legs flailing and hands desperately clutching at Du Qingchen's wrists, attempting to pry them away, yet it was futile. In Du Qingchen's grasp, he was as powerless as an ant. Gao Xiaodong was utterly terrified. She had repeatedly urged Du Qingchen to refrain from acting impulsively, yet unexpectedly, he attempted to take Hu Hao's life. Overcome with anxiety, she found herself at a loss for words. Wang Lingying, equally pale with fear, frantically shouted, "Do not kill him. Let him go, quickly." Du Qingchen remained unmoved, teetering on the brink of explosive rage. While this was not a case of Wang Lingying's infidelity, it was a situation that could easily strip any man of his composure, let alone him. Emir Hu Hao, if killed, might escalate the situation, drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives at this critical juncture. The circumstances mirrored those of years past, when he had been ensnared in a trap, leading to his eventual exile abroad. It was neither an escape nor a glorious affair. Yet, he found himself unable to rein in his emotions. Wang Lingying called out again, "Du Qingchen, let him go. If you dare to kill him, I will never forgive you. I will file for divorce immediately." Du Qingchen's body trembled slightly, the grip on Hu Hao loosening until he finally released him. Hu Hao crumpled to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly, his complexion pale and devoid of color, his heart brimming with terror. Just moments ago, he had truly feared for his life, sensing death was but a breath away, a sensation he had never encountered before. Steeped in despair, the relief of surviving was sweet, yet within, he remained engulfed by fear of Du Qingchen. "Get lost." Du Qingchen barked coldly. Hu Hao speechless, staggered out of the private room in a panic. Du Qingchen turned to Wang Lingying, his eyes filled with disappointment. To save Hu Hao, she had dared to threaten him, which filled his heart with bitterness. Upon seeing the look in Du Qingchen's eyes, Wang Lingying felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, as if pricked by a needle, evoking a sense of pain. She could not meet his gaze and lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. An apology? She could not find her voice. The atmosphere grew awkward. Gao Xiaodong, too, was uncertain of what to say. Du Qingchen turned and exited without uttering a word. Watching his receding figure, Wang Lingying suddenly felt a sense of panic, as if something precious was slipping away from her grasp. She opened her mouth but could not summon the words, her hand reaching out without knowing what she intended. "Lingying, I'm sorry. Tonight's events are entirely my fault. I was worried you might be bullied by Hu Hao, which is why I came with her," Gao Xiaodong said, her face flushed and voice timid. "You were next door?" Wang Lingying inquired. Gao Xiaodong nodded. Wang Lingying was again at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, she lifted a glass of red wine from the table and gulped it down fiercely. "Let us go," she declared, stepping out first. However, after just 2 or 3 steps, she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Gao Xiaodong quickly rushed to support her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let us go," Wang Lingying replied, pushing her away. Gao Xiaodong felt awkward and increasingly guilty. Had it not been for her, such events would not have transpired this evening. Yet, had Du Qingchen not arrived, Wang Lingying would have undoubtedly faced peril tonight, would she not? She felt a tinge of grievance. Downstairs, Du Qingchen awaited in the car, having not departed alone. The 2 women entered the vehicle and Du Qingchen drove them home. Throughout the journey, silence reigned, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Upon their return, Du Qingchen silently retreated to his room, his mood evidently dismal. "Lingying, about tonight's incident," Gao Xiaodong wished to clarify matters with Wang Lingying. However, Wang Lingying interrupted her, saying, "Enough, it's no fault of yours. But I am not in a good place right now. I would prefer not to converse. Could you please retire for the night? And you? Aren't you going to sleep? I wish to be alone for a while." Wang Lingying sank into the sofa, her body slumping as if weighed down, exuding a sense of solitude. Gao Xiaodong hesitated. Her words caught in her throat, ultimately letting out a sigh as she ascended the stairs. After lingering in the living room for an extended period, Wang Lingying's thoughts remained a tumultuous chaos, prompting her to finally knock on Du Qingchen's door. Du Qingchen did not open the door. "Who is it?" "It's me. Is there something you need?" Du Qingchen's voice carried a hint of coldness. Wang Lingying bit her lip and replied, "I wish to have a conversation with you." "Whatever you have to say can wait until tomorrow." Du Qingchen dismissed her outright. Wang Lingying insisted, "If you do not open the door, I shall stand here until dawn." With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Du Qingchen looked at Wang Lingying, his brow furrowed. "What are you trying to do?" Wang Lingying pushed past him and stepped inside. Du Qingchen stood at the threshold, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. He contemplated closing the door, but felt it inappropriate, as the events of the night had seemingly created an even greater chasm between them, a feeling that left him troubled and despondent. "Close the door," Wang Lingying said. Du Qingchen hesitated for a moment before shutting the door. Facing each other, they stood merely 2 meters apart. Then, they both lowered their heads simultaneously, rendering the atmosphere even more awkward. After a brief silence, Wang Lingying took the initiative to speak. "I apologize." "Why are you apologizing to me?" Du Qingchen inquired. Wang Lingying explained, "I was not protecting him tonight. I simply did not want you to make more enemies. I told you, a single Hu family is more formidable than 3 Wei families combined. I did not wish to bring you trouble." "Is this not due to the task your grandmother entrusted you with?" Du Qingchen bitterly replied. "No," Wang Lingying countered. "I agreed to dine with him for my grandmother's sake. But I never expected he would take me to such a place. I did this for the family, and I hope you can understand." Du Qingchen found it hard to comprehend, thus he remained silent. "I told my grandmother this would be the last time. I must fulfill my commitments to others. That is why I went tonight. What would have happened if I had not intervened?" Du Qingchen smiled wryly. Wang Lingying immediately responded, "It would not have unfolded as you imagine. I still possess a sense of shame. Although our marriage is one of convenience, I would never engage in infidelity. I have my own principles and lines I will not cross, and this is something I had prepared for in advance." In her hand appeared a spray bottle, pepper spray. Du Qingchen found himself wanting to laugh. Would this be effective against Hu Hao? After all, he had trained in martial arts since childhood. It might deter an ordinary predator, but against a trained fighter it held little weight. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for at the very least, Wang Lingying currently exhibited a willingness to acknowledge her mistakes. That was all he sought, an acknowledgement. "I apologize for keeping this from you. I assure you, such incidents will not occur again, and from now on, I shall not meet with any men without your knowledge." Seeing Du Qingchen's lack of reaction, Wang Lingying grew anxious and finally uttered that phrase. Du Qingchen felt a flicker of emotion. Such words from Wang Lingying were indeed rare. How proud she was. When had she ever humbled herself like this? Du Qingchen smiled, and that smile left Wang Lingying somewhat perplexed. "What are you laughing at?" "I am quite pleased." "Are you no longer angry?" "Though I initially felt little anger, I would have recovered by tomorrow even without your apology." "Humph. Were you deliberately putting on a disdainful face for my sake?" Wang Lingying glared at Du Qingchen. Immediately, Du Qingchen suppressed his smile and assured her, "Rest assured. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, inform me, and I shall resolve them all for you. With me by your side, even if the heavens were to fall, not a hair on your head would be harmed." Was this a vow? However, Wang Lingying was unconvinced, letting out a cold huff before turning to leave. She had achieved her objective. Lingering further felt too awkward for her. Upon returning to her room and lying on the bed, Wang Lingying felt a scorching heat upon her face. Reflecting deeply, she realized that in her entire life, she had never lowered herself to apologize to a man in such a manner. Is this truly who I am? She repeatedly questioned herself. Why had she transformed in this way? She could not fathom it at all. The next day, Du Qingchen drove the 2 women to the company. During the journey, the 2 remained silent, yet Wang Lingying took the initiative to discuss some work-related matters with Gao Xiaodong, appearing as if nothing had transpired. The atmosphere was no longer as awkward as it had been the previous night. Hu Hao had faced Du Qingchen's rebuke before, but this time, the Hu family remained quiet. As days passed, Wang Lingying, who had once harbored concerns, gradually set the matter aside. Since that day, the elder had not contacted her again. On this day, Wang Lingying received a call from the elder, notifying her of a family meeting that evening. Although she initially considered declining, the elder insisted that the meeting held great significance and specifically requested that Du Qingchen accompany her. This left her no choice but to comply, while also piquing her curiosity about the matter, which warranted such solemnity from the elder. Du Qingchen, however, seemed indifferent. After work, he drove Wang Lingying there, commenting, "The elder probably hasn't given up. It must be related to Hu Hao." Wang Lingying replied, "It should concern the project with Hongfei Group. We shall face whatever comes. There's no need for us to speculate wildly." Du Qingchen laughed heartily. Wang Lingying shot him a glance. "You certainly are nonchalant." Instantly, Du Qingchen felt a bit embarrassed to continue laughing. Upon arriving at the Wang family's old residence, they found nearly 30 family members gathered. Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jifeng were also present, both wearing expressions of worry. "Lingying, you certainly take your time. The whole family has been waiting for you," Wang Yuanming remarked. Wang Lingying responded, "Uncle, I apologize. There was traffic." "Humph, you could have left earlier to avoid the traffic," Wang Yuanming continued to chide. At that moment, Wang Yuanming's son, interjected, "Cousin, it is only right for the elders to admonish you. Why so many excuses? Is it so difficult to admit your mistake?" Wang Lingying frowned. Subsequently, Wang Yong seized the opportunity to chime in, "Indeed, the whole family waits for you. What kind of behavior is that?" Du Qingchen's expression darkened. Accepting admonishment from elders was one thing. Two peers began to chatter, which was rather excessive. Was it merely a matter of arriving a few minutes late? Must the matter be dragged on indefinitely? Besides, who has decreed a specific arrival time? It is nothing short of creating trouble out of thin air. Perhaps noticing the displeasure on Du Qingchen's face, old Madame Jiang cleared her throat, interrupting the others. "All right, Lingying, please find a seat." This was a designated meeting hall, somewhat antiquated in style. The elderly matriarch sat regally in a grand chair, resembling a sovereign queen. Below her were 2 rows of chairs, reminiscent of the seating arrangement among the heroes of Liashan. Aside from a few prominent family members, most younger relatives could only stand behind the elders. As a representative of the new generation of the Wang family and a board member of the conglomerate, Wang Lingying was entitled to a seat, albeit positioned at the end. With Wang Yong and Wang Bo seated ahead of her, she settled down, while Du Qingchen stood behind her. The matriarch declared, "Let us be concise. Today, our primary focus is on our collaboration with Hongfei Group." Wang Lingying perked up her ears. "Our Wang family has been on a downward trajectory in recent years. As time progresses, new generations emerge to replace the old. Do any of you truly wish to see the Wang family fade into obscurity? I believe no one desires such a fate. So what should we do?" Pausing, the matriarch continued, "We must seize this opportunity. You are all aware of the formidable strength of Hongfei Group. This represents a chance for our Wang family. Securing a project with them means establishing a connection. And while profit is one aspect, the influence, resources, and benefits we stand to gain are far more significant. Therefore, I have been emphasizing that collaboration with Hongfei Group is our paramount concern. Everyone must prioritize the family's interests. When sacrifice is required, it must be made." Almost everyone cast furtive glances at Wang Lingying. The matriarch's words were clearly directed at her, as anyone could discern. Du Qingchen remained unfazed. Wang Lingying's expression darkened. "It turns out we sought Hu Hao because his uncle is the project manager at Hongfei Group, master who has also agreed to assist us in securing the project. However, a few days ago, Du Qingchen injured him, and this is not the first time, is it?" The matriarch questioned, directing her gaze at Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen replied nonchalantly, "It is indeed true. He intended to harm my wife, and he deserved it." Many were on the verge of expressing their outrage, but the matriarch suddenly raised her hand, signaling for silence. She turned to Du Qingchen and said, "Du Qingchen, I will say this once more. If you divorce my granddaughter, I can offer you 10 million. What do you say?" Du Qingchen chuckled. "Here we go again. Do you not find this amusing? I have stated clearly that if Lingying wishes to divorce, I will comply. But no one else shall force us apart." Du Qingchen scoffed. The elderly lady addressed Wang Lingying, saying, "Lingying, the Hu family has sent me a message today. If you marry into the Hu family, the collaboration with Hongfei Group will surely be secured. I am aware that you harbor no feelings for Du Qingchen. Why not seize this opportunity to divorce? For the sake of our family's interests, you would not refuse me, would you? Grandmother, I recall responding to you just a few days ago. Is it truly amusing for you to pressure me once more?" Wang Lingying retorted indignantly. "This is not merely my pressure. It is reality that compels me." Should you agree to the divorce, I assure you I will not treat you unfairly. You may present any conditions you desire, the elderly lady expressed with earnest sincerity. And what if I refuse? Wang Lingying replied coldly. The elderly lady's expression grew stern. Laden with menace, have you truly considered this? For the sake of an outsider, you wish to sever ties with your family? Are you prepared to forsake the entire family's welfare? You bear the Wang surname. Do not forget that. The atmosphere was tense and charged. Wang Lingying inhaled deeply and replied solemnly, Grandmother, I must decline your proposal. Very well, excellent, truly excellent, the elderly lady retorted harshly. I shall not be swayed. For the future of our family, do not blame me for being merciless. Second, bring forth the evidence. Wang Yuanxin offered a cold smile as he produced a file and tossed it before Wang Yuanluan, proclaiming, Third, behold the fruits of your endeavors. Startled, Wang Yuanluan stammered. What is this? Third, you have indeed outdone yourself, embezzling 8 million in public funds. The evidence is irrefutable. What do you have to say for yourself? Wang Yuanxin scoffed. What? Embezzlement? I did not. You slander me. Besides, I am merely a logistics supervisor, a position of little authority. How could I possibly embezzle funds? This is absurd. Wang Yuanluan defended himself. Review these documents, and you will no longer maintain such claims, Wang Yuanxin remarked, rolling his eyes. Wang Yuanluan opened the file, revealing so-called evidence that incited escalating anger and fear, rendering him speechless in his fury. You are slandering me. This is a frame-up, he exclaimed, exasperated. The elderly lady slammed her palm on the adjacent mahogany table, asserting, Third, at this juncture, do you still dare to argue? Do you truly believe I am blind to your misdeeds? Over the years, can you assert that you have not profited from the company? Wang Yuanluan cast a fearful glance at the elderly lady and replied, Mother, I admit I have taken some benefits, yet they amount to scarcely 2 million. Moreover, both eldest brother and second brother have done the same. I have taken the least among the company. Why should I be burdened with 8 million? Since you have admitted to some wrongdoing, our discussion becomes simpler. The elderly lady disregarded him and turned to Wang Lingying, stating, Wang Lingying, heed my words, you now face two paths. Either you divorce and marry into the Hu family, or I shall cast you out from the Wang family, leaving you and Du Qingshan to seek your own happiness. However, tomorrow, your father will be taken away by the enforcement committee, and he will face imprisonment for several years. I cannot concern myself with that. Mother, I am your own son. You cannot treat me in such a manner. Wang Yuanluan cried, on the verge of tears. You may indeed be my beloved child, yet among these people, who does not share a bond of blood with me? Are you not all descendants of this old woman? The Wang family belongs to all. If you dare to be greedy, have you not contemplated the consequences? While I might choose not to hold you accountable, you have borne a fine daughter. Why should she not make a small sacrifice for the family's benefit? In a household as distinguished as ours, how many women possess the privilege to choose their own happiness? Such is fate. The elderly lady spoke with a heartless tone. This is a threat. Wang Lingying trembled with anger, her eyes filled with despair. The old woman's maneuver was indeed ruthless, to curry favor with the Hu family. She would use her own son as a pawn, coercing Wang Lingying into compliance. All eyes turned towards Wang Lingying. Is the choice truly so difficult? Perhaps others would not think so. The elderly lady continued, If you divorce, I shall still fulfill my earlier promise, granting Du Qingshan 1 million. Should you remain obstinate? Starting tomorrow, you will no longer belong to the Wang family. The villa, the car, everything you possess will be reclaimed by the family. Wang Lingying's nails nearly dug into her flesh as she trembled. This choice weighed heavily upon her. Divorce? She was unwilling. Not divorcing? Her father would face imprisonment. A bitter complexity enveloped her emotions. Du Qingshan had initially intended to remain uninvolved, yet the old woman's cruel tactic compelled him to step forward and shield Wang Lingying. Elderly lady, I understand that you do not acknowledge me. This need not be debated. Perhaps one day, you will regret the decision you made today. I do not share that sentiment. Du Qingshan replied with a smile. I comprehend the lengths you go to for the Wang family. Yet it does not signify my endorsement of your methods. Quite the contrary, I find them distasteful and repugnant. Nevertheless, I can offer a third option. What do you mean? The elderly lady scoffed. Do you not seek to acquire the Hongfei Group's project? Let us make a wager, shall we? Du Qingshan calmly suggested. The elderly lady shook her head. Given the circumstances, I am not inclined to engage in such games. You have not even proposed the terms of the wager. And yet you refuse. Are you afraid? Du Qingshan taunted. Do not try to provoke me. Fine, I shall listen to your third option. What shall we wager? The elderly lady snorted derisively. Du Qingchen declared, I believe, without reliance on the Hu family, Ling Ying can secure the collaboration. Here is my proposal. Grant her 3 days. If she fails to obtain the Hongfei Group's partnership in that time, I will voluntarily divorce her without your needing to pay 1 million. However, if she succeeds, you shall cease all attempts to undermine or pressure their family, and you shall not interfere in our marriage any longer. How could she possibly secure the Hongfei Group? Young man, you must be dreaming. Wang Yuanqin mocked. Wang Yuanming followed with a cold laugh. Indeed, if she could achieve that, would we be here deliberating so painstakingly? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, more family members began to mock them. Du Qingchen suddenly exclaimed, silence. His commanding presence sent a chill down their spines, compelling them to obey. Do you think that if you are incapable, others must be as well? If you wish to deride us, you shall have to wait 3 more days. Your petty mockery only serves to highlight your own ineptitude. It is now clear to me why the formidable Wang family relies on my wife for support, such a collection of incompetents. His words struck all members of the Wang family like a thunderbolt. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and as they prepared to retort, Du Qingchen turned to the matriarch and asked, What do you say? Are you willing to wager? The elderly lady squinted. 3 days hence, if she fails. Will you truly initiate a divorce and relinquish a compensation of 10 million? Rest assured, a man of his word does not falter. Very well, I accept your wager. You have but 3 days. Du Qingchen concluded, seizing the bewildered Wang Lingying and departing. No one dared to impede their exit. Once in the car, Wang Lingying seemed to regain her senses and stared at Du Qingchen, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? I do. Du Qingchen replied calmly. I have stated that I will assist you with every obstacle. I believe in your capabilities, and you must also have faith in yourself. Your task now is to prepare the proposal and negotiate with Hongfei Group. Wang Lingying was exasperated, pressing her forehead in disbelief. You are driving me to madness. Do you truly think that with our family's standing, we would be of interest to them? Even if an opportunity arose, would Hu Hao's uncle grant us a chance? Do you not find this utterly absurd? There is no impossibility. If we have a vision, we must strive to make it a reality. As for success or failure, who can predict? Miracles may occur. There are no miracles. Such things do not exist. You have yet to try. How can you be certain that there will be no miracle? Moreover, even if we fail, that will only be a matter of 3 days from now. It is too late to dwell on it. You have 3 days left. Push forward. I have faith in you. With that, Du Qingchen started the car and drove away. Wang Lingying was so furious she felt as though she might be ill. She opened her mouth yet found herself unable to counter Du Qingchen's assertions. Though she recognized the absurdity in his words, they somehow resonated with a semblance of logic. She shut her eyes and let out a long sigh, wishing to utter not a single word more. Upon arriving home, Gao Xiaotong was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Noticing their return, she approached Wang Lingying and inquired, What new tricks is your grandmother playing? Wang Lingying, burdened with her thoughts, remained silent. You must speak up, Gao Xiaotong urged, growing anxious. With a resigned sigh, Wang Lingying said, I am in deep trouble. You may soon find yourself unemployed. What? Gao Xiaotong furrowed her brows. Do not frighten me. Everything seemed fine during the day, and now you drop this bombshell on me right after I've just arrived. Du Qingchen chose not to linger on their conversation, retreating to his room to place a call to Wu Guoxiong. President, do you have any instructions? Wu Guoxiong asked with utmost respect. Du Qingchen got straight to the point. I need you to acquire Hongfei Group immediately. Can you manage that? Acquire Hongfei Group? Wu Guoxiong was taken aback and said, Chairman, why do you want me to acquire Hongfei Group? Du Qingchen replied, What? Is it beyond your capability? Then I shall have the god of wealth handle it. Chairman, please do not hang up. Allow me to explain. Wu Guoxiong quickly interjected over the phone. Du Qingchen, somewhat impatient, urged, Speak. Chairman, ISNT Hongfei Group yours? Why must I acquire it? This time it was Du Qingchen's turn to be stunned. What did you say? Hongfei Group is mine. Wu Guoxiong understood. Du Qingchen was completely unaware. Chairman, it turns out you truly did not know. No wonder you asked me to acquire it. The god of wealth informed me last time that Hongfei Group has already been transferred to your name. You are now the chairman of Hongfei Group. Du Qingchen was both amused and exasperated, realizing that after all this, Hongfei Group belonged to him. Subsequently, Wu Guoxiong provided a brief overview of Hongfei Group. The company primarily engages in real estate development and also invests in various other sectors. The current executive president is Shun Mingting, a Ritterni PhD. Known for her strong and somewhat enigmatic presence, even the top officials of Jiangnan City find it difficult to meet her. After hanging up, Du Qingchen quickly received a text message from Wu Guoxiang. Dialing the number in the message, he was soon connected. "May I ask who you're looking for?" "Are you Shen Mingting?" Du Qingchen inquired. "Indeed. And who might you be?" Shen Mingting's tone was cold, yet carried a hint of aggressiveness, truly embodying the essence of a strong woman. "I am Du Qingchen." "Ah, you're the chairman?" Shen Mingting exclaimed in surprise. "Chairman, you finally contacted me. I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Du Qingchen felt a bit embarrassed. "You know of me?" "The God of Wealth has informed me that I returned from abroad primarily to assist you." "Oh, I am a newcomer to the organization." Shen Mingting spoke with great reverence, her tone laced with enthusiasm. Du Qingchen recognized that she was likely another one of his admirers. Clearing his throat, he said, "I will come to the company tomorrow to discuss some matters with you." Yes, Chairman, I will personally welcome you at the entrance." "No need for that. I prefer to keep my identity discreet, operating with low profile. Do you understand my meaning?" Du Qingchen advised. Shen Mingting immediately responded, "Understood." After hanging up, Du Qingchen couldn't help but smile. Since Hongfei Group was his, the task became considerably simpler. He would certainly delegate the project to Wang Lingying. That was a given. But there was also room for a thorough maneuver. The Wang family had indeed overstepped this time. If they were not given a minor lesson, they would undoubtedly become even more audacious. The next day, Du Qingchen took a taxi to the company to maintain a low profile, heading straight to Hongfei Group. Hongfei Group was undeniably a colossal entity in Jiangnan City. Even the currently rising star, Qin Haoran, could not be compared to Hongfei Group. Upon arriving at the base of the corporate building, Du Qingchen was halted by the security guard. His attire, rather mundane, seemed to starkly contrast with the opulence of the high-rise office. Nevertheless, the security personnel exhibited a commendable level of professionalism. After a brief registration, they permitted him entry. Without inquiring at the front desk, he directly ascended to the 18th floor via the elevator. Upon disembarking, he was once again intercepted, this time by two vigilant security guards. "Who are you here to see?" one inquired. "I am here to see Shen Mingting," Du Qingchen replied. "Do you have an appointment?" "I do. Please allow me to inform her." After confirming through the intercom, the guard's demeanor softened considerably, even bordering on respectful. "Ah, it's Mr. Du. Please wait a moment, Ms. Shen is on her way to greet you." No sooner had the words left his lips than a professional woman emerged around the corner. She appeared to be in her 30s, striking in both appearance and stature, clad in a tailored suit with a notably low-cut neckline and two buttons of her blouse undone, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin and a deep neckline. Her hair was elegantly coiffed, exuding a formidable presence. She approached with a brisk gait, her gaze both fervent and appraising as she cast a glance at Du Qingchen before bowing deeply. "Mr. Du, please this way." "Let us proceed," Du Qingchen replied nonchalantly. Shen Mingting led the way to her office. The two security guards exchanged astonished glances. They had been following Shen Mingting for quite some time and had never witnessed such humility and deference from her before. It would certainly raise eyebrows if others were to witness this interaction. Upon entering the office, Shen Mingting gestured for Du Qingchen to take a seat, promptly closing and locking the door behind them, which left Du Qingchen feeling somewhat uneasy. While he held a degree of admiration for Shen Mingting, he harbored no further intentions. Standing before him, Shen Mingting radiated a blend of reverence and fervor, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "It is an honor to meet you, Chairman, my king." "Enough of that. You may regard me as merely an ordinary friend." Du Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. "I dare not, nor can I," Shen Mingting quickly retorted. "If I say you can, then you shall," Du Qingchen asserted with an air of authority. "Understood," she replied, bowing her head. "Now, could I trouble you for a drink?" Du Qingchen asked with a smile. Shen Mingting promptly prepared a cup of coffee for him. As he savored the beverage, he gestured to the chair beside him. "Please, have a seat." Shen Mingting settled into the chair, albeit with an air of restraint, leaning slightly forward, inadvertently revealing an alluring expanse of her neck. A sudden flutter in his heart caused Du Qingchen to avert his gaze, shifting his attention as he spoke. "All right, let us discuss the company." "Of course, Chairman." Following this, Shen Mingting elaborated on the company's affairs, casting a tentative glance at Du Qingchen. He frowned slightly and remarked, "I do not appreciate your rigidity in my presence. I have heard you are a formidable woman with a strong character, yet I do not perceive that. Chairman, you are my idol. In your presence, I find it challenging to be at ease. However, I shall strive to improve and hope you do not form a negative impression of me." she responded earnestly. As she spoke, Shen Mingting took a deep breath and straightened her posture. I have a matter to discuss with you today, she stated. Please, go ahead, President. Du Qingchen urged. From now on, refer to me as Mr. Du. I prefer to keep my identity concealed, including the fact that this company belongs to me. I wish for this information to remain confidential, he added. Shen Mingting was taken aback and replied, Understood, Mr. Du. Are you implying that you will not be frequently visiting the company? Indeed, I will not be present often. You will have full authority over all affairs of the group. Unless there is something of utmost importance, there is no need to consult me, Du Qingchen clarified. Shen Mingting nodded gratefully. Thank you for your trust. I shall not disappoint you. How much do you know about my situation? I mean, regarding the circumstances in Jiangnan City, Du Qingchen inquired. Shen Mingting responded. I have conducted my research. That is good to hear. Tomorrow, my wife will be coming to discuss a collaboration with you. Please prepare a contract for 10 billion. Du Qingchen stated plainly. However, ensure she does not realize it is due to my influence. Do you comprehend? Shen Mingting acknowledged. I understand. I have also kept an eye on the Wang family's situation. 10 billion is their maximum capacity, and I will draft the contract tonight, ready for her arrival tomorrow. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Du Qingchen said, preparing to depart. Shen Mingting, filled with anticipation, asked, May I have the opportunity to invite you to dinner sometime? We shall see. Since fortune has brought you here, we will have ample time to engage in dealings. He replied. All right, allow me to accompany you, she offered. No need, lest we attract undue attention. Du Qingchen waved off dismissively as he left with a casual grace. Shen Mingting watched him depart, her eyes gleaming with excitement and admiration. The following day at work, Du Qingchen arrived at Wang Lingying's office. Is there something you need? Wang Lingying asked, taken aback. She appeared rather fatigued. Du Qingchen furrowed his brow. Are you still unhappy about the Hongfei Group situation? How could I possibly be happy? Wang Lingying replied with a hint of reproach. In the future, refrain from taking matters into your own hands. My affairs are not to be meddled with. Are you still blaming me? He retorted. Let it go. At this point, what good is blame? I have prepared a plan, whether we thrive or fail. We must exert our utmost effort. The pursuit is in our hands, while the outcome lies with fate. Come, let us head to the Hongfei Group. Wang Lingying rose, grabbing a file and stuffing it into her bag. Du Qingchen smiled. Do not lack confidence. You must believe in yourself. I am certain you will secure this contract. Such reassurances are futile. The odds are nearly zero. Let us proceed. Wang Lingying dismissed. Du Qingchen drove Wang Lingying to the Hongfei Group. As they arrived at the entrance, a sarcastic voice called out from behind. Oh, Lingying, are you here to discuss a project with my uncle? They turned to see Hu Hao swaggering towards them. As he approached, he noted Wang Lingying's displeasure and found delight in it, boasting, Do you really think this collaboration can come to fruition? Wang Lingying's heart sank upon seeing Hu Hao. She was acutely aware that her chances were dwindling and replied with a cool indifference, Hu Hao, what do you mean? My intentions are quite clear, he retorted arrogantly. Divorce and marry me, and I will take care of the project matters. If you remain obstinate, I assure you, you won't even have the opportunity to meet my uncle, let alone discuss any cooperation. Wang Lingying, infuriated, exclaimed, You are despicable. For the sake of love. I see nothing despicable in my actions. Besides, in this day and age, who cares about others' opinions? The victors write history. That is the natural order of things. Hu Hao's audacity was remarkable. Du Qingchen, unable to bear the scene, scoffed. It seems you are eager for a beating, aren't you? Instantly, Hu Hao stepped back a few paces and said, Fine, I won't engage with you. Without my permission, you won't even have the chance to enter this gate. After saying this, he signaled to two security guards, stating, Hey, you two, they are not good people. If you let them in, my uncle will be very displeased. So handle it accordingly. This was clearly a threat. The two security guards were well acquainted with him, knowing he was the nephew of Zhuo Changdong, the project manager. A person they dared not cross. Consequently, their expressions darkened as they regarded Du Qingchen and Wang Lingying with disdain. Are you going to heed his words? Are you really not letting us in? Du Qingchen inquired. One security guard replied, Do you have an appointment? Without an appointment, you certainly cannot enter. Wang Lingying's face darkened significantly. Let's go back. Du Qingchen grasped her hand. Why the haste? Let's wait a bit longer. What more is there to wait for? Shall we continue to embarrass ourselves here? Wang Lingying retorted sharply. Du Qingchen smiled. Just wait a moment longer. There might be a surprise. He refrained from further explanation. Instead, addressing the guards, We have an appointment with your manager Shen. How amusing. An appointment with manager Shen? Listen to him ramble. This guy is just living off others. Who would believe him? Hu Hao sneered. Perhaps they came to stir up trouble. Just as Du Qingchen was about to respond, a middle-aged man approached from a distance. Upon seeing Hu Hao, he asked, Xiao Hao, what brings you here? Uncle, I came to discuss the project. Father sent me to sign the contract, Hu Hao replied, casting a triumphant glance at Wang Lingying. Unsurprisingly, this middle-aged man was Zhuo Changdong, the project manager of Hongfei Group. Zhuo Changdong chuckled. Wasn't this already settled? Come. Let's go to my office for some tea. I happen to have a fine can of tea leaves to take back for your father. Hello, Manager Zhuo. I am Wang Lingying from Wang's group. May we have a word? Wang Lingying, also unwilling to concede, grasped at any glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, Zhuo Changdong merely glanced at her and remarked, You are that ungrateful girl from the Wang family. Xiao Hao's affection for you is a stroke of luck you could never have earned. How dare you refuse and still hope for collaboration? I suggest you abandon this foolish dream. Wang Lingying's face flushed crimson. Hu Hao laughed heartily. Did you hear that? You should just give up on this. Du Qingchen touched his nose and inquired, I would like to ask, when did the Hongfei Group become your domain? And who exactly are you? Zhuo Changdong glanced at Du Qingchen, frowning as he responded, Matters concerning the project are, of course, under my jurisdiction. Do you really think you have the authority to meddle here? Du Qingchen chuckled lightly, I apologize, but perhaps the decision does not rest with you, as you may soon find yourself relieved of your position as project manager. Who do you think you are, speaking so presumptuously? Hu Hao scoffed. Zhuo Changdong added with derision. If one did not know better, they might mistake you for the chairman of our group. Young man, this is no place for you. It would be wise for you to leave, or I shall have security escort you out. The two security guards appeared eager to act. Wang Lingying's face turned pale. She had not anticipated that her attempt to support Du Qingchen would lead to such an embarrassing outcome. It felt as though she was willingly offering her face for a slap. The humiliation was overwhelming, and she wished desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Yet, Du Qingchen remained unfazed, addressing the two security guards, You are merely security personnel. I advise you to refrain from wielding authority that does not belong to you. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in unfortunate circumstances. This matter does not concern you, does it? The two guards hesitated momentarily. Zhuo Changdong barked, What are you waiting for? Get them out of here. I'm sorry, sir. But you need to leave immediately and not disrupt our work, one of the guards said, his tone noticeably impolite. Du Qingchen sighed, One reaps what one sows. Stop pretending to be something you're not. Hu Hao declared arrogantly. Today, consider this a minor lesson. Don't think that just because you possess some skills, you are significant. You are merely a minor character. Do you believe being her man elevates your status? What a joke. In my eyes, the Wang family is nothing. Du Qingchen merely regarded him with a mocking smile. Hu Hao then turned to Wang Lingying, saying, Lingying, now you see, only I can assist you. He is simply unworthy of you. If you reconsider now, it's not too late. You desire the project, do you not? If you choose to be with me, I can secure it for you immediately. Who speaks with such bravado? Suddenly, Shin Mingting appeared at the entrance. She had received Du Qingchen's message and rushed over, having already listened for a while from within the doorway. Director Shin. Zhuo Changdong's expression changed, and he addressed her with utmost respect. The two security guards were now sweating profusely. Director Shin. Shin Mingting approached Wang Lingying with a warm smile, extending her hand and saying, Miss Wang, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Wang Lingying's face registered shock. She had long heard of Shin Mingting's illustrious reputation and knew her to be a formidable woman. However, due to her own social standing, she had never imagined she would have the opportunity to meet someone as exalted as Shin Mingting. To her surprise, Shin Mingting was so approachable, exhibiting no hint of arrogance. Even slightly bending forward, Wang Lingying felt utterly bewildered. Extending her hands, Wang Lingying was taken aback as she shook hands with Shin Mingting. Hello, Miss Shun, she said. Miss Wang, I have long admired your esteemed name. Today, witnessing your beauty in person, it is evident that the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City is truly deserved. However, I believe you are not merely a vision of beauty, but also a woman of remarkable talent. The Wang family's current standing owes much to your contributions. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shin Mingting exuded a formidable aura, rendering Wang Lingying somewhat tongue-tied. Fortunately, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Shin Mingting reached out to Du Qingchen with a smile. Mr. Du, it is a pleasure to meet you. You and Miss Wang are indeed a match made in heaven. Congratulations on marrying such an exceptional woman. Du Qingchen replied with a smile. Thank you. I feel fortunate as well. Meanwhile, Wang Lingying cast a sidelong glance at Du Qingchen, aware that she could not interject at that moment. In public, it would be inappropriate to create tension, especially since he was complimenting her. Now, if you would kindly wait a moment, let me handle these matters before I escort you both to my office, Shen Mingting said, turning her attention to Zhuo Chandong. Shen Mingting's expression suddenly turned icy. Zhuo Chandong's heart raced. He maintained a lofty demeanor in public, yet before this superior, he felt utterly powerless. He lowered his head, filled with trepidation, afraid to utter a word. Zhuo manager, since when did Hongfei Group come under your dominion? Shen Mingting confronted him directly. Zhuo Chandong awkwardly forced a smile. Miss Shen, you misunderstand. I would never presume such authority. No need for explanations. I observed all of your recent actions. And I must say, I am profoundly disappointed. I have nothing further to say to you. Leave at once. I no longer wish to see you. Shen Mingting addressed him with unwavering decisiveness. Her assertiveness was paramount, especially with Du Qingchen, the influential figure lurking nearby. Every action she took felt precarious. As she feared displeasing him, Zhuo Chandong's face drained of color, his legs trembling as he stammered, Miss Shen, please let me explain. There is nothing to explain. Go to the finance department to settle your wages. However, I hope you have not acted against the company's interests behind my back. If I uncover any wrongdoing, you will face dire consequences. Now, leave. Shen Mingting's voice was cold and resolute. Zhuo Chandong comprehended that his fate was sealed. Aware of Shen Mingting's temperament, he dared not utter another word and swiftly exited to settle his wages. Meanwhile, Hu Hao was left in a state of bewilderment. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. Shen Mingting was unexpectedly cordial and warm towards Wang Lingying. Moreover, his uncle's job had been jeopardized as a result of these circumstances, all stemming from his actions. He shuddered at the thought of how his family would react once they learned of this situation. He couldn't bear to contemplate the consequences. Are you Hu Hao? The young master of the Hu family? Yes. Ms. Shen, it is an honor to meet you. Hu Hao quickly endeavored to ingratiate himself. Shen Mingting dismissed the attempt with a cold indifference, stating, regrettably, for me, becoming acquainted with you is my greatest humiliation. I hereby formally inform you that Hongfei Group will not collaborate with the Hu family. I will directly halt the project promised to you by your uncle. Henceforth, your family will be placed on our company's blacklist, and we shall never engage in partnership. Without further addressing Hu Hao, Shen Mingting turned to the two security guards and commanded, you two, leave at once. The guards wore expressions of dismay, nearly moved to tears. Shen Mingting paid them no mind and courteously invited Du Qingchen and Wang Lingying to ascend the stairs together. Upon reaching the office, Wang Lingying's emotions remained tumultuous. Shen Mingting's demeanor left her in shock and confusion. As they were about to discuss collaboration, she endeavored to compose herself. The opportunity to meet Shen Mingting was rare. Yet it did not guarantee a signed contract, for the Wang family was considerably weaker in comparison to Hongfei Group. Cautiously, she produced her proposal and presented it with both hands, saying, General Manager Shen, this is the proposal crafted by our company. I beg you to spare a few moments to review it. I realize our company may not meet your expectations, and there will undoubtedly be many stronger competitors. However, I wish to express that if we could collaborate with your esteemed company, I would devote myself wholeheartedly to ensuring the project's success and would not let you down. To her astonishment, Shen Mingting did not accept the proposal, waving her hand with a smile and stating, there's no need for me to review the proposal. Wang Lingying's heart plummeted. Indeed, it seemed there was not even a shred of opportunity. Her expression grew slightly despondent as she stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. This proposal had taken her over a month and a half to create, and she was quite proud of it. Yet, Shen Mingting retrieved a contract from her drawer and directly handed it to Wang Lingying while smiling, Miss Wang, I have complete confidence in your character and abilities. Please take a look at this contract. If there are no issues, we can proceed to sign it now. Should you have any additional requests, do not hesitate to mention them. We can make adjustments until you are satisfied. Wang Lingying was stunned. Were they really signing a contract so swiftly? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, General Manager Shen, you must be joking. Absolutely not a jest. You should first review the terms of the contract. Shen Mingting replied with a smile. Wang Lingying glanced at Du Qingchen, who nodded, indicating she should examine the contract's content first. She took a seat and began to read intently. However, as she continued, her heart raced with anxiety. The contract was exceedingly generous for the Wang family. It was akin to receiving free money. Could such fortune truly exist? With incredulity etched across her face, she stared into Shen Mingting's eyes, exclaiming, General Manager Shen, you are jesting, are you not? I assure you, I am not joking. Our company seal is already affixed. Once you sign, the contract will take immediate effect. Shin Mingting affirmed. However, why is that? The conditions are exceedingly generous, and with so many competitors, why would you choose our Wang Group? They possess far greater strength than we do. I fail to comprehend. Although Wang Lingying was internally astonished, she maintained a semblance of calmness. She needed to clarify the reasons. Otherwise, she would truly hesitate to sign this contract, even if it was merely a letter of intent. Unusual circumstances often harbor hidden motives. Hongfei Group is not a charitable organization. It cannot simply bestow money upon her. Every situation inevitably has its rationale. Shin Mingting, with a hint of admiration, remarked, Miss Wang, you are indeed astute, remaining composed and rational under such circumstances. I commend you. You flatter me, Miss Shun. I feel quite embarrassed, Wang Lingying replied. Well then, do you have any further questions? Feel free to pose them all at once, and I shall address them comprehensively. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Lingying inquired. I recall that I did not schedule an appointment with you prior to my arrival, yet it appears you recognize me and have been waiting specifically for me. You even prepared the contract in advance, with terms that seem almost like a gift to us, which is quite perplexing. Nodding, Shin Mingting explained. You are aware that I am the executive president of Hongfei Group, but the true owner is not me, it is the chairman. I received a call from him yesterday, instructing me to proceed in this manner. Now you can comprehend, I presume. The chairman? Wang Lingying gasped, but I do not know your company's chairman. Why would he bestow such generous benefits upon me without reason? In truth, the chairman has never visited the company, and I have not met him. We communicate solely by phone. Therefore, I cannot explain why he knows you or why he would grant you such advantages. What I can assure you is that he must know you well and holds you in high regard. Perhaps you are acquainted with him. In the future, you may have the opportunity to inquire in person. Shin Mingting uttered these words without a hint of shame, discreetly glancing at Du Qingchen, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Lingying furrowed her brow. He knows me? Indeed, he knows you quite well, Shin Mingting affirmed. Wang Lingying pondered for a moment, utterly unable to deduce who the individual could be. She was acquainted with numerous business leaders, yet none could reach such heights. The chairman of Hongfei Group was a figure of immense wealth, akin to a god standing upon the clouds, one she could only look up to in awe. Very well. Miss Wang, why overthink this? The contract is laid out before you in black and white. If you have no objections, please proceed to sign, Shin Mingting urged. Wang Lingying glanced towards Du Qingchen. He shrugged and remarked, I have no objections. Since someone is willing to offer benefits, there is no need for you to decline. Moreover, signing the contract will allow you to fulfill your obligations, and we can discuss future matters later. Hearing his perspective, Wang Lingying gritted her teeth and said, All right, I will sign. There was no alternative. Time was of the essence. Tomorrow marked the deadline, and if she failed to secure this contract, her grandmother would undoubtedly use it as leverage to compel her to divorce. There was no choice, despite the myriad of mysteries still lingering in her mind. Wang Lingying ultimately signed her name decisively. To a pleasant collaboration, Shin Mingting extended her hand. To a pleasant collaboration, Wang Lingying echoed. Wang Lingying extended her hand to shake with her. Shin Mingting then suggested, Miss Wang, if you have time, we could have lunch together to celebrate. There's no need for a meal. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Du Qingchen interjected. Wang Lingying felt a twinge of displeasure. What an honor it would be to share a lunch with Shin Mingting. Yet, Du Qingchen's dismissive remark left her feeling somewhat downcast, as he had not considered her feelings at all. Moreover, this was a contract worth 10 billion. She had hoped to discuss the project with Shin Mingting. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Shin Mingting had already replied, All right, let us reschedule for another time. Very well, President Shin, I shall take my leave now. Wang Lingying said as she bid farewell. Allow me to see you out, Shin Mingting offered. No need, thank you. Shin Mingting escorted them both to the company's exit, attracting considerable attention along the way. Once in the car, Wang Lingying let out a long sigh, reclining in her seat, closing her eyes, yet her heart was in turmoil. She had maintained her composure earlier, but now she felt an overwhelming urge to sing out in joy. She had arrived with little hope. Yet the contract had been signed with remarkable ease. It was an immense surprise. The Wang family had been saved. She felt a deep sense of relief. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said to Du Qingchen, Am I dreaming? Did we truly secure the contract? Why don't you pinch yourself to find out? Du Qingchen laughed. It's hard to believe. How could the chairman of Hongfei Group possibly know me? Who is he, really? Du Qingchen chuckled inwardly and replied, If you're unsure, I know even less. Regardless, we've finally signed the contract. Surely my grandmother will no longer pressure me to divorce, she mused. Absolutely. It's better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Your grandmother has handled this poorly, Du Qingchen retorted. Wang Lingying huffed, no matter what. She is still my grandmother. Even if she is at fault, it is not for you to say. And let me warn you, we will eventually divorce. I simply detest the feeling of being coerced. Don't think I've grown fond of you. Sigh. She was indeed stubborn. Though her heart did not align with her words, she showed no mercy in her speech. Fortunately, Du Qingchen understood her well and did not take offense. He knew better than to respond at that moment. Upon returning to the company, Du Qingchen resumed his duties as the head of security. Wang Lingying immediately shared the good news with Gao Xiaodong. So, his scheme has backfired. Even his uncle was dismissed? Gao Xiaodong laughed heartily, finally regaining her fierce demeanor. Wang Lingying nodded. Indeed, Hao never anticipated this turn of events. I doubt he has anything left to threaten our family with now that we have established a connection with Hongfei Group. Even if the Hu family harbors resentment, they will think twice before retaliating. But don't you find it peculiar? Gao Xiaotong inquired. Are you referring to President Shen's attitude? I have already explained this. She is merely acting on orders. My point is, how could the chairman of Hongfei Group extend such generous benefits to you? This, I cannot fathom. Wang Lingying's gaze flickered slightly. I suspect it is because he harbors feelings for you. What would you do if one day he suddenly appeared before you? If he pursued you, would you acquiesce? Gao Xiaodong blinked playfully. Wang Lingying's face flushed. What are you saying? What status does he hold that he would even consider me? Oh, but you are currently the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City. Why wouldn't he be interested? Furthermore, if he had no such intentions, why would he offer you assistance? Are you not deceiving yourself? You must confront reality. I am curious. Would you feel a spark? Gao Xiaodong giggled. Wang Lingying found herself momentarily lost in thought. Would she truly feel a spark? Previously, she had always aspired to find a man more accomplished than herself. According to Shen Mengting, the chairman of Hongfei Group was not only young and capable but also handsome, truly exceptional. In the past, Wang Lingying might have indeed felt a flutter. Yet now, she was married. She had a husband. Even if Du Qingchen was rather ordinary, he was still her nominal spouse. At that moment, the first person who came to her mind was Du Qingchen. Reflecting on the past 3 years, it was undeniable that Du Qingchen had rescued her from peril on numerous occasions, including just the other night at the old residence when she felt utterly helpless and despondent. It was Du Qingchen who stepped forward. Was she touched? Certainly. Yet, was this feeling truly a spark of affection? Her thoughts became tangled, and clarity eluded her. Hey, are you all right? Why are you in a daze? I am asking you something, Gao Xiaodong inquired again, noticing her distraction. Wang Lingying snapped back to reality, responding, these are mere figments of imagination. Let us not discuss them. I am just curious. I am already married. So, does that mean you have feelings for Du Qingchen? Gao Xiaotong exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Lingying quickly countered. How could I have feelings? Stop making wild guesses. Hurry back to work. I must share the good news with my grandmother. After making a phone call to her grandmother, the latter was overjoyed and immediately instructed Wang Lingying to bring the contract to the old residence. An hour later, Wang Lingying met with her grandmother. As she scrutinized the contract in her hands, her grandmother could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming with immense satisfaction, Ah, splendid. The Wang family is saved. Lingying, you have truly made a significant contribution to our family. Name your reward. The old lady was genuinely thrilled. However, Wang Lingying was hesitant to ask for too much. Replying, Grandmother, I am also a member of the Wang family. It is my duty to secure this contract for our family. I do not seek any reward. I simply hope that in the future, you will recognize Du Qingchen and not look down on him too much. He possesses many admirable qualities, and his encouragement was instrumental in my ability to approach Mr. Shen. At the mention of Du Qingchen's name, the old lady's expression soured slightly. She waved her hand and said, All right, I'm in a good mood today, so let's not mention him. You can head back for now. I will inform you about the family meeting where we will discuss the project in the southern city. Okay, Grandmother. I shall return now. Yes. Do take care and rest well. You've worked hard. As Wang Lingying stepped out and got into the car, she felt somewhat dazed. Had she just spoken on his behalf? They were clearly a pretend couple. Why did she desire the approval of her family? What an excellent opportunity to assert her demands. Yet she had relinquished it and even defended him. What was happening? She shook her head, bemused and amused. No sooner had Wang Lingying left than her brothers, Wang Yuanxin and Wang Yuanming, returned to the old residence. Upon seeing the matriarch, Wang Yuanxin eagerly inquired. Mother, did you just say the contract has been signed? Grandmother Jiang handed over the contract she held and smiled. Take a look. Here it is. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances after reviewing the document, their expressions one of astonishment. This contract can't possibly be fake, can it? Wang Yuanming blurted out. The matriarch shot him a glare. Do you think Ling Ying would dare present a forged contract to deceive me? Is she foolish, or are you? Wang Yuanming's face flushed as he replied. I merely find this utterly incredible. She refused the Hu family's terms. How could she obtain the contract? Furthermore, the clauses are exceedingly beneficial to us. Any rational person would not offer us such advantages. It's akin to giving us money to spend. Indeed, the contents of this contract raise significant doubts. Perhaps I should call Zhuo Changdong to clarify the situation, Wang Yuanxin suggested. The matriarch interjected. There's no need for that. Zhuo Changdong has already been dismissed. This contract was personally negotiated between General Manager Shun of Hongfei Group and Ling Ying. What? Zhuo Changdong has been dismissed? Wang Ling Ying knows Shen Mingting? Wang Yuanxin exclaimed. His face a picture of shock. The matriarch reflected. I never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Ling Ying mentioned that when she went, Hu Hao was also present. She recounted the unfolding events. The brothers were utterly flabbergasted. So, does that mean the chairman of Hongfei Group has taken a liking to Wang Ling Ying? Wang Yuanming asked. The matriarch smiled. If that is indeed the case, it would be a fortuitous development. However, who can say for certain? That chairman is quite enigmatic and has never made an appearance. Regardless, the contract is signed now. A 10 billion project, if managed well, could yield profits beyond that. More importantly, our collaboration with Hongfei Group means that even if the Hu family harbors discontent in the future, they cannot undermine us. Wang Yuanxin chuckled. You are right, mother. Wang Lingying has indeed accomplished something significant this time. By the way, who do you intend to assign to oversee this project? Lingying, of course, she negotiated it. The matriarch replied matter-of-factly. Wang Yuanxin immediately objected, absolutely not. Second son, what do you mean? The matriarch asked, puzzled. Wang Yuanxin turned to his brother, eldest brother. What do you think? I also find it inappropriate, Wang Yuanming quickly concurred. The elderly lady felt a tinge of discontent within her heart, yet she refrained from revealing it. Now, do enlighten me with your reasoning, she inquired. Wang Yuanxin replied, it's quite simple. She is already married, and I find Du Qingchen's intentions questionable. I cannot entrust this project to Ling Ying. It is far too vital for our family, the Wang family, and must remain firmly under our control. There can be no room for error. Indeed, it is better to be cautious than to face dire consequences. Our relationship with Ling Ying has been quite strained of late. Frankly, were I in her position, I would harbor discontent as well. Should she develop ulterior motives, the Wang family could find itself in an irretrievable predicament. Wang Yuanmin stated solemnly. The elderly lady fell silent. She was no fool and understood the motives of her two sons. They were attempting to marginalize Wang Lingying, which indirectly meant sidelining the third branch of the family, yet their concerns were not entirely unfounded. The Wang family must be governed by its own kin. Rumors had already circulated that Wang Lingying was the family's greatest benefactor, and if she were to gain control over this project, any future mention of the Wang family would inevitably revolve around her. This was a scenario the elderly lady was unwilling to accept. After a brief pause, she finally asked, whom do you believe would be the most suitable to oversee this? Neither brother responded immediately. Why the silence? The elderly lady scoffed. Wang Yuanxin gritted his teeth and said, Wang Yong has been honing his skills within the company for quite some time. If we entrust the project to him, he will undoubtedly execute it admirably. Wang Bo has also been gaining experience since returning from abroad. I believe he is equally capable. Wang Yuanmin stood his ground without yielding. These two brothers represented the third generation of the Wang family. The elderly lady pondered for a moment before saying, it is not out of the question to entrust them with this responsibility, but how shall we address the situation with Ling Ying? Wang Yuanxin felt elated at her words and replied, it was they who proposed the wager, and now that they have triumphed, absolving the third branch from blame is already a considerable reward. What more is required? She is now a board member and independently manages a subsidiary. Her power is substantial and cannot be allowed to expand unchecked. A family's growth, much like that of a nation, requires a balance of power. Very well. Let Wang Yong serve as the project leader, with Wang Bo as his deputy. This project shall be entrusted to these two brothers, the elderly lady concluded decisively. Noticing Wang Yuanmin's discontent, she continued, although there is a distinction between their titles, they must consult one another on all matters. We are family, and unity is paramount. We must not provide others with fodder for ridicule. Otherwise, do not blame me for retracting power later. This shall serve as a test for them. I do not have many years left to live. I must ensure a suitable successor for the Wang family. Make sure to convey this clearly to them." The two brothers dared not voice any dissent and readily agreed. That evening, Wang Lingying returned to the ancestral home accompanied by Du Qingshan. It was a celebration banquet. Wang Lingying was seated at the main table, while Du Qingshan had to dine with the servants. "Grandmother, why is Du Qingshan seated over there?" Wang Lingying asked, her expression darkening. The elderly lady furrowed her brows and remarked, "It is only out of respect for you that I allowed him to attend the banquet. You have accomplished a significant feat this time, so let us not dwell on this matter any further. We are all in the same hall, after all. Now, let us commence with the meal." After the third round of drinks, the elderly lady finally spoke. "The successful acquisition of the Hongfei Group is largely due to Lingying's efforts, which brings me great satisfaction. I hope that every member of the Wang family can learn from her and contribute their due share to the family. This is an opportunity we must seize. To ensure the smooth execution of our collaboration, I have deliberated carefully and have ultimately decided that Wang Yang will serve as the project team leader, with Wang Bo as the deputy leader. You are to visit the Hongfei Group tomorrow to discuss certain issues with General Manager Shen regarding the project. You must unite as one and refrain from engaging in deceitful rivalries. This project is vital to the future of our Wang family. We cannot afford to fail." Everyone congratulated the two brothers enthusiastically. However, Wang Yunlun and his wife appeared taken aback, their expressions clouded with displeasure. They had assumed that since Wang Lingying had secured the project, it was only fitting that she should oversee it. Yet, that was not the case. Wang Lingying's countenance darkened, and she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It was indeed a public slap in the face. The betrayal felt akin to burning bridges and pulling up ladders. It was as if they considered her a fool. It was profoundly disappointing. In stark contrast, Du Qingshan remained unfazed, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Such occurrences had long been anticipated in his mind, as he had seen through the Wang family's dynamics. "Grandmother, may I inquire why I have been excluded from a project that I secured?" Wang Lingying ultimately could not contain her indignation and asked, her voice laden with grievance. The room fell silent, all eyes trained on her. Wang Yuanxin cleared his throat and replied, "Lingying, indeed, you negotiated the contract. But the Hongfei Group chose to sign with us because they recognized the capabilities of the Wang family, which has little to do with you personally. Furthermore, given the scale of this project, it is not guaranteed that you could manage it effectively. Your grandmother is acting in your best interest. Indeed, cousin, you are now a director on the board and manage a subsidiary. Your schedule is already so demanding. Where would you find the energy to oversee this new project? You cannot monopolize all the power. It is only fair to delegate some responsibilities so that we too may have the opportunity to shine. Is that unreasonable?" Wang Yong interjected. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo remarked without hesitation, "Precisely. For a project of this magnitude to be entrusted to a young lady, it would surely falter. We are all working for the family. With our collective efforts, your involvement is unnecessary." Wang Lingying, known for her stubbornness, felt that had the elderly lady offered her some comforting words, she might have acquiesced, for she harbored no selfish motives, merely a sense of frustration. However, now that she was under attack from the group, her temper began to flare. "Why should a project I secured be handed over to you? Is this not an egregious affront?" She resolved to stand her ground and fight for her rightful place. Observing the elderly lady, Wang Lingying remarked, "Grandmother, it is disheartening that you only recognize me as a member of the Wang family when you require my assistance. Once the task is accomplished, you cast me aside. Do you truly not regard me as one of your own? How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner?" Wang Yuanming interjected with a cold scoff. Is there no respect for age or hierarchy left? Subsequently, the Wang family members began to criticize Wang Lingying. Even Wang Yuanluan and his wife, who attempted to support her with a few words, found themselves mercilessly rebuked. Du Qingshan, unable to endure the situation any longer, was about to speak, when unexpectedly, the elderly lady abruptly hurled her wine cup to the ground. The sound resonated throughout the room, silencing everyone. With a stern expression, she surveyed the gathering and said in a calm yet authoritative tone, "What? Do you all consider me to be dead? Is there no semblance of decorum remaining? If anyone dares to misbehave again, you shall be expelled." Who would dare to retort? In the Wang family, the matriarch's word was law, and no one would challenge her authority. She then turned her gaze towards Wang Lingying and stated, "Lingying, I must express my displeasure with your words. You are my granddaughter, and I have never viewed you as an outsider. You have indeed accomplished something commendable, and I have acknowledged your efforts and even inquired if you desired a reward, which you chose to forego. So what is the issue with entrusting the project to your cousin? They also require opportunities. Furthermore, you have mitigated your father's accountability. It suffices that I did not involve him in the enforcement committee. What more do you wish for? Wang Lingying's face flushed with indignation, momentarily rendering her speechless. Additionally, I shall grant you 2 million as a reward. This matter is settled, and no further discussion is necessary, the elderly lady decisively concluded, not allowing Wang Lingying a chance to defend herself. With a sigh, Wang Lingying responded, I shall forego the 2 million. Give it to someone else. I hope you will not regret this decision later. If you wish to participate in the project, it is not impossible. Simply divorce tomorrow, and you will become the deputy leader of the project team, assisting Wang Yong. What do you say? The elderly lady suddenly proposed. I will not divorce. Wang Lingying retorted vehemently, her anger palpable. Then there is nothing more to be done. A married woman is like water spilled. You must bear the consequences. The elderly lady replied, her frustration evident. Wang Lingying rose, addressing Du Qingchen. Let us return home. Du Qingchen glanced at the elderly lady and smiled. Grandmother, I hope you will not have regrets. We shall see. Wang Lingying, halt at once. The elderly lady knocked a bowl off the table, causing it to crash to the floor. Wang Lingying paused. Without turning back, she inquired, is there something else, grandmother? You are not permitted to leave. If you must go, let him depart alone. The elderly lady's temper flared. And if I insist on leaving? Wang Lingying replied coldly. If you dare step out that door, I shall banish you from the Wang family, and you shall have no ties to us henceforth. How could the elderly lady show weakness, delivering an intimidating threat? Sweat. To be cast out of her own home? Wang Lingying's body trembled, as if she were a stranger to her grandmother. Her expression radiated profound disappointment, and her gaze fell upon her relatives, who were filled with mockery and glee. At that moment, it seemed that Wang Lingying had finally untangled the knots within her heart. With a hint of bitterness, she said, Grandmother, this isn't the first time you've uttered such words. Do you truly wish to expel me from the Wang family? The elderly lady snorted derisively, making her stance clear. Wang Yuanluan and his wife hurriedly interceded, saying, Mother, please don't hold this against Lingying. She is still just a child. Indeed, Mother, you mustn't let your anger affect your health. Be quiet. Look at this so-called good daughter you've raised, showing me no respect, utterly disregarding me. This old woman. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. If she dares to leave tonight, she shall sever all ties with the Wang family. From now on, she must never use the Wang name to deceive others. Wang Lingying was infuriated, on the verge of collapse. Du Qingchen, witnessing this, stepped forward to support her, offering consolation. Do not let anger consume you, nor dwell too heavily on sorrow. This is an opportunity to see their true faces. Liberation will come sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they will ultimately lead to your demise. Very well, grandmother. Since you wish to cast me out, I shall sever all connections with the Wang family from this moment forth. Let us depart. Wang Lingying enunciated each word clearly before turning to leave. Naturally, Du Qingchen followed closely behind. Upon reaching the door, he turned back to the elderly lady, smiling as he said, Elderly lady, the humiliation you inflicted upon my wife today will be repaid in full. Soon, you will come to regret this. Do not come seeking us then. Wang Yuanluan and his wife exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They recognized Lieutenant General Ho and understood that Du Qingchen had a formidable ally. They believed his words, after all. They had witnessed thousands of soldiers mobilized before. If Du Qingchen truly sought to leverage military power against the Wang family, a miracle might indeed occur. They remained silent. It was only after Du Qingchen and Wang Lingying had departed that the crowd began to murmur in various discussions. Once in the car, tears streamed down Wang Lingying's face. Yet she refrained from making a sound. Du Qingchen offered her a few tissues, saying nothing in consolation. Wang Lingying did not require comfort. She quickly dried her tears, restoring her usual composure. I apologize for the distress you've endured, Du Qingchen said. Regardless of your situation, it is they who have wronged me. Besides, you know my temperament. I handle my own affairs, especially those concerning my family. Please do not interfere, Wang Lingying replied in a low voice. Du Qingchen acknowledged her words. This was the Wang Lingying he knew. No matter how wronged or tormented she felt inside, she would not easily reveal her emotions. I want a drink, Wang Lingying suddenly declared. Very well, Du Qingchen replied. Half an hour later, The two arrived at a bar. They found a secluded booth, ordered some drinks, and Wang Lingying downed 3 glasses in quick succession, leaving Du Qichen astonished. Very well, you may consume the remaining wine at your leisure. Should you indulge further, I shall find myself intoxicated, and I harbor no fondness for inebriation. Sigh. Du Qichen was both amused and exasperated. It was you who insisted on drinking. I had intended to accompany you in revelry, yet the tale has concluded before it even began? This is rather absurd. Nonetheless, the more disciplined Wang Lingying became, the more he admired her resolve. Subsequently, Du Qichen began to sip her drink slowly. Wang Lingying, meanwhile, found herself lost in contemplation as she gazed at the dance floor. There, a myriad of enchanting maidens swayed to the rhythm of the music, their fair forms illuminated by the flickering lights, long tresses cascading in a mesmerizing dance. The air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke and alcohol, while elegantly adorned women frolicked amidst the men, teasing them with flirtatious banter. A courteous waiter weaved through the throng of patrons, and a dashing bartender deftly juggled his tools, creating an atmosphere that was free-spirited, fervent, ambiguous, and unrestrained. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. She recalled the last time she had succumbed to drunkenness at a bar, leading to reckless escapades with Du Qichen. The mere thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly, a delicate rose tint enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Such a subtle display of intoxication only served to draw the gaze of many male patrons toward her. In any setting, a woman of striking beauty invariably captures the attention of men. Wang Lingying was not merely beautiful, she was breathtakingly so. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow as a middle-aged man approached. He was robustly built, evidently a man of physical prowess, with pronounced temples and a scar adorning his face, imparting an air of menace. Yet, at that moment, he wore a lecherous grin, his desires laid bare in his eyes. Beautiful lady, I am known as Biao Ge. This establishment is under my protection. Just now, my companions wagered that you would not share a cup of wine with me. I bet you would. You wouldn't let me lose, would you? He licked his lips as he spoke. Wang Lingying retorted with a single word, leave. Despite her silence, the events of the evening had soured her mood. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a place. She seldom frequented nightclubs, and even during social engagements, she avoided such venues. Biao Ji's expression darkened, and he sneered. So, you're refusing to show me some respect? Wang Lingying turned her head away, choosing to ignore him and make her stance clear. Share a drink with you? A toast? Humph. Du Qichen glanced at Biao Ge, her fingers gliding lightly along the edge of the table, the solid wood appearing as though it had been sliced by a sharp blade. A corner severed like a piece of tofu. Biao Ji's pupils contracted, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes, and the earlier smile vanished, replaced by a serious and respectful demeanor. Are you truly unwilling to depart? Du Qichen inquired without lifting her gaze. Biao Ge clasped his fists, replying, the mountains remain unchanged. The waters flow green. I have no patience for those who speak harshly, nor do I wish to engage in idle chatter with someone like you. If you do not leave within 3 seconds, you shall regret it. Du Qichen interrupted. Speak harshly? There is no need for such pleasantries. They hold no significance. Biao Ge turned and left, vanishing in mere seconds. Du Qichen continued to sip his drink, while Wang Lingying sat with her arms crossed, quietly observing him. After a while, feeling increasingly awkward, Du Qichen rubbed his nose and smiled sheepishly, asking, why are you staring at me? Why are you being so kind to me? Wang Lingying inquired, her emotions appearing rather complex. Without hesitation, Du Qichen replied, because you are my wife. It came naturally, without forethought. Wang Lingying was slightly moved, yet this time, unusually. She refrained from reminding him of certain matters, instead saying, if you continue to treat me so well, I truly worry that one day I may grow accustomed to your presence. You know, habits can sometimes be quite terrifying. What is there to fear? I look forward to that day. Du Qichen laughed, feeling genuinely pleased that Wang Lingying finally acknowledged his efforts. This was a good sign. It indicated that with perseverance, even this woman could be swayed. I spoke of habits, not of feelings, Wang Lingying interjected. No worries, feelings will come in time, Du Qichen asserted confidently. Wang Lingying hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. Speak your mind. I am not new to your criticisms. I have grown accustomed to them. Du Qichen chuckled. I can give you a chance. If you can make my heart stir, we can make it real, Wang Lingying stated directly, reflecting her character. Du Qichen could scarcely believe his ears, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked, what did you say? I said nothing. I'm leaving, heading home. Wang Lingying rose to depart. Du Qichen had no choice but to follow, feeling a profound sense of regret. What a splendid opportunity, now lost. Well, perhaps not entirely lost. As they drove away, a BMW emerged from the shadows, speeding ahead. Inside the BMW, Biao was alone, a handgun resting in the passenger seat. His greatest source of confidence. Though wary of Du Qingshan, he could not resist the urge to follow. With a gun in hand, he felt invincible. After all, what could a skilled opponent do against a bullet? He was unwilling to let the prize slip away. Yet, not 50 meters down the road, a thunderous bang erupted as the car's roof seemed to be struck by a heavy object, shaking the vehicle. Biao Gu reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes. Gripping his gun with one hand while opening the car door with the other, swiftly exiting and turning to aim at the roof. But the roof was empty. Biao Gu immediately lunged to the side. However, he barely managed to move half a meter before he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. Bang! His body landed several meters away. Sensing that numerous bones had been broken, the gun flying from his grasp. He struggled, but was unable to move. Lifting his gaze, he found himself face to face with a woman who had appeared before him, leaving him momentarily dazed. The young woman, clad in a flowing robe, appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting, seemingly no more than 17 or 18 years of age. Her expression was as frigid as ice, and she regarded Biao Gu with an air of indifference. "Who are you?" "We are not acquainted, nor do we share any grievances," Biao Gu stammered. His gaze filled with trepidation, swallowing hard, unable to meet her icy stare. "Do you think you are worthy to challenge him?" A flash of cold light flickered momentarily. A slender line appeared at Biao Ji's throat, quickly turning crimson as blood surged forth. He was slain in an instant. The young woman in green vanished into the shadows of the street. "You have finally returned." "Oh, Lingying, have you been drinking?" Gao Xiaodong supported Wang Lingying, furrowing her brow. "I may have indulged a bit too much. I wish to rest," Wang Lingying admitted, casting a guilty glance at Gao Xiaodong, her eyes evasive. She had been cast out from her family, and the company would surely no longer allow her to remain in charge, thus Gao Xiaodong would also suffer the consequences. It was she who had urged Gao Xiaodong to return, and now, not long after, her own situation had deteriorated. Why drink so much? Fine, go rest quickly," Gao Xiaodong remarked without further thought. Du Qingshan inquired, "Shall I escort you upstairs?" "No," Gao Xiaodong immediately protested, warning Du Qingshan with a vigilant expression. "The second floor is your forbidden zone. You are absolutely not permitted to set foot there." She escorted Wang Lingying to her room to sleep. Du Qingshan shook his head, smiling as he returned to his own quarters. Once he closed the door, he called Xin Mingting, uttering only a single sentence. "The Wang family has indeed turned against us. Proceed with our original plan." The next day, Du Qingshan rose early, preparing a delightful breakfast. During the meal, Wang Lingying was troubled, while Gao Xiaodong remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding her friend. Upon arriving at the office, Wang Lingying summoned Gao Xiaodong to her office. "Why have you called me so early?" Gao Xiaodong asked curiously as she took a seat. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Lingying was about to clarify her situation when the office door was abruptly thrust open. Wang Yuanxin strode in, followed closely by his secretary and Wang Lingying's secretary. "What are you doing? Did you not see that I am in a meeting with President Wang? Leave." Gao Xiaodong feigned ignorance of Wang Yuanxin, reprimanding him rudely. "You are Gao Xiaodong?" Wang Yuanxin approached them, looking down from his elevated position, and smiled. "You may not fully grasp the situations. I am now in charge of this company. Wang Lingying has been dismissed, and from now on, you will serve under me. If you wish to resign, I will not hinder you. However, if you choose to stay and assist me, I welcome you. I have heard you are a Ritterni with commendable abilities. I am eager for talent, and as long as you perform well, I assure you will not be treated poorly. However, you must temper your temperament. Especially towards your new boss, you must show sufficient respect." "What?" Gao Xiaodong was utterly astonished. This news was so sudden, catching her completely off guard. Yet she managed to frown and respond, "Have you been drinking? It's broad daylight." Wang Lingying fixed her gaze on Wang Yuanxin, her voice icy. "You truly cannot wait. Can you? You are no longer a member of our Wang family. Should you not take your leave? Who would entrust the family business to an outsider?" Wang Yuanxin, basking in his recent triumph, had regained control of the company and held the position of financial director within the group. His son was currently in charge of a billion-dollar project, and his branch was enjoying unprecedented glory. "Since that is the case, I have nothing more to say. I shall take my leave." Wang Lingying expressed her guilt to Gao Xiaodong. "I am sorry, Xiaodong. I can barely secure my own position now. It is my fault that you are implicated. If you wish to stay, with your abilities, I would rather not." Gao Xiaodong abruptly stood, waving her hand dismissively. I return to assist you, not for a mere salary. I am not lacking in funds and will not bow to the whims of certain individuals. Even if I retire and cease working, I shall live comfortably for the rest of my days. Who cares? I might as well resign. Wang Lingying intended to say more, but Gao Xiaotong embraced her shoulders and smiled. Do not worry. If one door closes, another will surely open. We are sisters united. And together we can overcome any obstacle. Once we leave the company, we can rise again. Come, let us gather our belongings and depart. Very well. The two began to pack their things. Wang Yuanqin, seated in his executive chair, sipped coffee brewed by his secretary, a smug smile on his face. Oh, by the way, Wang Lingying, the company has decided to reclaim the vehicle registered in your name, so you may need to take a cab home. Your grandmother has stated that if you are willing to divorce Du Qingchen and return to apologize, she might consider forgiving you. That is out of the question. Wang Lingying seethed through gritted teeth. The two swiftly finished packing and descended the stairs. Du Qingchen was already informed and awaited them in his Volkswagen Magotan. As they entered the vehicle, Wang Lingying once again apologized to Gao Xiaodong. Hey, how many times must we go over this? I have said I do not mind. This could be an opportunity for a break. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly rise again. Let us return home first and talk. Gao Xiaodong maintained her composure, genuinely unconcerned about the job. She was not lacking in wealth, a small fortune of millions to her name. As she had stated, even if she never worked again, she would live well. Once home, Gao Xiaodong offered Wang Lingying comforting words. Wang Lingying did not weep or create a scene. She remained calm. Though her expression betrayed her inner turmoil, it was entirely reasonable for her to feel sorrow and frustration. Du Qingchen, seated nearby, could no longer hold his tongue and said, Do not be disheartened. There may still be a turn of events. Who is disheartened? Who do you think is disheartened? Do I appear to be disheartened? Gao Xiaodong questioned vehemently. All right, I misspoke. I shall remain silent. Is that satisfactory? Du Qingchen raised his hands in surrender, realizing that arguing with women was not the mark of a true gentleman. In the current situation, it was best to wait and see. The Wang family's punishment of Wang Lingying was surely far from over, and Du Qingchen was prepared to observe. At noon, Du Qingchen prepared a sumptuous feast, yet unfortunately, both women had little appetite and consumed only a meager portion. Shortly after the meal, an unexpected visitor arrived, Wang Yuanming. Upon seeing her uncle, Wang Lingying frowned and inquired, What brings you here? Are you feigning ignorance? Have you forgotten that this villa is a family asset? It is to be reclaimed. And I am here to inform you that you must vacate within 3 days, Wang Yuanming replied with a smug grin. He continued, Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, your bank account has been frozen. As of today, you will possess nothing. You may find this adjustment somewhat disconcerting, but worry not. Such habits take time to cultivate. However, transitioning from luxury to simplicity is far more challenging than the reverse. Don't be deceived by your former glory. Your family's support once afforded you a certain prestige. Now that you have distanced yourself from them, you will come to realize that society is not as benevolent as you once imagined. You will experience firsthand the adage that money can take one anywhere, while the lack thereof renders one immobile. Haha, are you finished? If so, might you take your leave? Du Qingchen rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Wang Yuanming, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. Wang Yuanming scoffed, replying, Do not forget. All of this is your doing. If it weren't for your meddling, we wouldn't be in this predicament. You are the true culprit. Du Qingchen saw no merit in engaging with such a person. He advanced toward Wang Yuanming step by step. The latter's expression shifted as he recalled that Du Qingchen was no benign character. It was said that even the young master of the Hu family had suffered at his hands. His skills were formidable. What do you intend to do? He retreated, attempting to maintain a facade of bravado. What do you think? I plan to teach you a lesson. Du Qingchen retorted coldly. You dare? Wang Yuanming, now visibly shaken, stepped back in fear. Enough. Wang Lingying interjected. Let him go. Du Qingchen paused, fixing Wang Yuanming with a steady gaze, and said, In the future, be mindful of your words. At your age, you must have heard the saying, words can bring calamity. Remember this. Today, out of respect for my wife, I shall overlook your insolence. But heed my warning. Wang Yuanming exhaled in relief, unwilling to further engage in a war of words with Du Qingchen. He turned to Wang Lingying, his tone softening. Lingying, do not hold it against your uncle. You are my niece, and we are kin. I do not wish to act thus. But your grandmother has been greatly distressed by your actions. This matter, you needn't say more. I will certainly vacate within 3 days. even if it means sleeping on the streets or huddling in a bridge underpass. I will not remain here. Wang Lingying interrupted impatiently. Wang Yuanming hesitated, his words faltering, before finally turning to leave. I am infuriated. I have never encountered such shamelessness, especially from family. Their actions are utterly ruthless. Lingying, we need not have such relatives. It is truly intolerable. How could they commit such heartless acts? Gao Xiaotong exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Wang Lingying sat in silence, as if drained of all strength. Xiaotong, you should go, she said after a while. Gao Xiaotong looked taken aback. What did you say? Are you asking me to leave? Indeed, I find myself utterly destitute. I apologize for the distress I have caused you. You should not have to endure such hardships alongside me. With your capabilities, entering any Fortune 500 company would be effortless. There is no reason for you to remain here and suffer with me. I have lost all confidence in the future, Wang Lingying sighed, her voice laced with melancholy. Gao Xiaodong scoffed. You think I came back because you called? I'll come and go as I please. How do you perceive me? Moreover, my salary has yet to be settled. You cannot expect me to be at your beck and call. Wang Lingying found herself at a loss, staring at her. Gao Xiaotong seated herself beside her, embracing her and suddenly grinning playfully. Did I startle you? I'm merely teasing. We are the best of friends. When you find yourself in trouble, would I abandon you? That would be utterly ungrateful. So, please, do not try to persuade me otherwise. At this moment, I will certainly not leave. I intend to share both the joys and hardships with you. Adversity is but temporary. You must have faith in yourself. But I currently have no place to stay. After years of toiling for my family, I am now left with nothing. My salary card is frozen. It is truly disheartening. Wang Lingying lamented. I may be financially stable. Let us buy a house tomorrow, and I will cover the expenses, Gao Xiaotong declared boldly. The affluent little lady, so extravagant and willful, Wang Lingying quickly interjected. How can I allow you to spend your money on a house? You will not remain in this small place forever, and I cannot let you spend a single cent. It would weigh heavily on my conscience. What is yours is mine. Are we not still best friends? I can afford this little expense, Gao Xiaotong replied nonchalantly. How about this? I will call a friend to borrow some money, and we can rent a place. Wang Lingying suggested. Borrow money? I have funds. Why would you need to borrow? That seems unnecessary. I do not wish to spend your money, Gao Xiaotong insisted. I do not mind. I have the means, she reiterated. But you are the one I called back. Now I am asking you to spend money. What sort of predicament is that? Am I not putting you in a difficult position? At this point, Du Qinchin, who had been quietly observing, interjected. May I say something? Both women turned their attention to him. What do you wish to say? Gao Xiaotong asked, her expression wary. Are you contemplating leaving Wang Lingying now that she is in a bind? Rolling his eyes, Du Qinchin retorted, Are you out of your mind? Do you think I am the kind of person? Whether she has money or not is of no concern to me. Do you believe I am driven by financial gain? Although Gao Xiaotong had merely jested, she did not genuinely harbor such thoughts. Her acquaintance with Du Qinchin had been brief. Yet she had gleaned enough about his character to trust him. What do you want to say, then? She inquired. Du Qinchin addressed Wang Lingying, honestly. There is no need to buy or rent a place. I have a house available. If you do not mind, you may move in with me. As for living expenses, you need not worry. I will take care of everything. What you should focus on now is how to make a comeback. A comeback? With what resources shall I achieve that? Uncle is right. Without the Wang family, I am nothing. No one will regard my worth, and without money, I find myself utterly constrained, Wang Lingying lamented. Do you remember what I told you last time? Du Qinchin said earnestly. Wang Lingying was momentarily perplexed. Du Qinchin had spoken many words to her. Which one was he referring to now? I said that any difficulties or troubles you encounter, I will resolve for you. So there is no need for concern. Just take a few days to rest. I will assist you, he stated with such naturalness that it was undeniably comforting, fostering an instinctive trust in his words. Thank you. Wang Lingying surprisingly expressed her gratitude to Du Qinchin. We are family. There is no need for formality. It is my duty, Du Qinchin replied with a smile. Hey, could you two refrain from flaunting your affection here? Have you considered the feelings of a single dog like me? Gao Xiaotong protested. Du Qinchin and Wang Lingying exchanged awkward glances. Do you have a house? Gao Xiaotong suddenly inquired. Du Qinchin nodded. Yes, someone gifted me a property recently, though I have yet to visit it. Then let us go see it tomorrow. Gao Xiaotong decided. Wang Lingying opened her mouth as if to decline, but ultimately held back, inexplicably asking, Is the house spacious enough to live in? Du Qinchin chuckled. It should be ample. It's quite spacious. He jested. After all, it was a gift from Wu Guoxiang, a unique property in Jiangnan City. Though I haven't seen it, It surely isn't small. Then let us go check out the house tomorrow, Wang Lingying affirmed. Du Qingchen replied, all right. Gao Xiaotong surveyed the faces of the two, sighed, and remarked, they say true feelings are revealed in adversity, and honestly, you both resemble a married couple. Wang Lingying's face flushed as she said, all right. Let us gather our things quickly. We need to move soon. I don't wish to stay even a day longer. With that, she ascended the stairs first. What is wrong with her? Is she shy? Gao Xiaotong asked Du Qingchen. The latter shrugged, indicating he was unsure. Gao Xiaotong fixed her gaze on Du Qingchen's eyes. What kind of enchantment have you cast on her? I have an ominous premonition. What premonition? Du Qingchen inquired. It seems she is developing feelings for you. Uff. Du Qingchen's forehead broke into a sweat. Was this truly a bad omen? This was, in fact, splendid news. In the capital, the renowned beauty Nagong Wanner not only possessed striking looks, but was also adept in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In the pavilion, she appeared like a celestial being adorned in a flowing white dress, her ethereal presence accentuated by her porcelain-like fingers gliding gracefully over the strings of the zither, releasing a haunting melody that resonated in the air. Outside the pavilion, a handsome young man stood, utterly entranced. Clad in a Taoist robe, he exuded elegance, embodying a sense of otherworldliness. His eyes sparkled with pure admiration. He stood as if he had melded with the very atmosphere, undeniably present yet almost ethereal. He was Du Qingchen's elder brother, Du Qifeng, a disciple of the ancient immortal of Kunlun Mountain. In the realm of ancient martial arts, there exist 9 prestigious sects and 3 revered sanctuaries, among which Mount Kunlun stands as one of the latter. The old immortal, having attained profound enlightenment 30 years ago, rarely graces the world with his presence and has not descended the mountain for decades. Nevertheless, tales of him continue to circulate in the martial world. The old immortal is regarded as the supreme being of the ancient martial arts community, the sword god of the sword god sect, the ascetic monk from the Temple of Heavenly Sounds, and the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul organization collectively form the 4 greatest masters of the East. The extent of their prowess remains a mystery, yet each possesses the capability to astound the entire ancient martial arts realm. Du Qingfeng's exceptional talent is underscored by the old immortal's rare decision to take him as an apprentice. At merely 30 years of age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm, on the cusp of enlightenment. Even the leaders of the 9 sects regard him with a measure of reverence. Consequently, in recent years, Du Qingfeng has emerged as the most illustrious figure in the capital. The Du family, being the foremost among the 4 ancient clans, provides him ample justification for his pride. However, he is anything but arrogant. On the contrary, he exhibits profound humility, maintaining a low profile and avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Moreover, few would dare to oppose him, as his status as the heir of the Du family and the cherished disciple of the old immortal commands widespread admiration and respect. His reputation is exceedingly high, and he is held in great esteem by the public. At this moment, standing outside the pavilion, Du Qingfeng refrains from interrupting Nagong Wanner's performance, choosing instead to quietly appreciate her artistry. As the final note lingers in the air, it is evident that her skills have reached an impressive level. Any so-called musicians outside would surely feel a sense of shame upon hearing her. Du Qifeng smiles and offers a compliment before entering slowly. At that moment, Xiaozhu, who had been behind Nagong Wanner, finally regains her composure. As if she has just noticed Du Qifeng, a glimmer of admiration flashes in her eyes, and she excitedly exclaims, "The son-in-law is here. I shall prepare tea for you right away." Nagong Wanner does not object. Soon, the tea set is arranged, and Nagong Wanner waves her hand, saying, "Xiaozhu, you may leave. I shall brew the tea myself." With the guqin removed, she invites Du Qifeng to take a seat and begins the tea-making process. As the foremost talented woman in the capital, Nagong Wanner exhibits remarkable aptitude in the art of tea. Observing her prepare tea is akin to witnessing the creation of a masterpiece. The entire process flows seamlessly, exuding an indescribable beauty. "Please, Qingfeng go," she says with a radiant smile, pouring tea for him. Du Qingfeng savors a sip, allowing the flavors to linger for a few moments before slowly swallowing. He feels refreshed and invigorated, nodding in approval. "Your tea-making skills have indeed improved, Wanner." "Thank you, Qingfeng go. Are you free this evening? Perhaps we could take a stroll together, or you could visit my home. I have brought back some fine items from the sect that you might like to choose from." After a brief exchange, Du Qifeng suggests. "Not really. You know I seldom venture out," Nagong Wanner replies with a smile. Du Qifeng counters, "Yet, to my knowledge, you recently ventured out to meet Zhao Tianba." Unfazed, Nangong Wana responds nonchalantly. It seems my every move cannot escape your keen observation. I did not seek someone to monitor you. It was merely a coincidence that someone informed me. Is that so? Du Qifeng suddenly inquired. Wana, when did we first meet? Shanggong Wana replied. The first time we met was when I was 7 years old. Indeed, nearly 2 decades have swiftly passed. I often recall our childhood. Back then, you wore 2 little braids and loved to follow me everywhere. Du Qifeng began to reminisce, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Nangong Wana chuckled. Yes, during those times. Whenever I was bullied, you would always be the first to come to my aid, and each time we returned, you would face punishment. At that time, I wondered if I might one day be fortunate enough to marry you. Little did I know that my dream would finally come true. Du Qifeng laughed. Nangong Wana did not share his laughter. She spoke earnestly. Qifeng, are you tired? Not at all. I feel quite well, he replied. Yet, you appear weary. Throughout your life, you have worn a mask before others. I dare say, no one knows you better than I do. And I can see that you bear a heavy burden. Nangong Wana sighed. Du Qifeng's smile faded. Sister Wana, living in this world is inherently challenging. It is not easy, is it? You have done nothing wrong, he reassured her. Nangong Wana continued. When I was younger, I admired you greatly. But as I grew older, I realized my feelings for you were not rooted in love. Sister Wana, Du Qifeng's expression grew somber. She added, some say that liking someone, finding compatibility, and being together are 3 distinct matters. Do you understand how significant our marriage is? It holds great importance for both the Nangong family and our Du family. Du Qifeng stated seriously, yet, I still have regrets. Do you comprehend the immense pressure you are about to endure? I understand, Nangong Wana said, her emotions suddenly intensifying. You know who I love. Du Qifeng furrowed his brow, but you can never be with him. He has passed away. Even if he were alive, he would never forgive you. For if not for your involvement, what happened back then would not have occurred. Thus, I shall bear the weight of my conscience for a lifetime. Nangong Wana's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Du Qifeng declared, we must look forward. The person who cares for you the most and loves you dearly is me. Marry me, and I shall make you the happiest woman in the world. I cannot, Nangong Wana stubbornly replied. Du Qifeng felt a sense of oppression settle over him. Does your opposition hold any value? Do you wish for my demise? Nangong Wana gazed at Du Qifeng and stated, I am prepared. Du Qifeng was taken aback. But he assured her, I will not force you, yet I am unwilling to relinquish you. What shall we do? I do not know, Nangong Wana said. Her heart heavy. Is he still alive? Du Qifeng suddenly blurted out. Nangong Wana lifted her head in shock. I have already come to a conclusion. Throughout these years, I never truly believed that he was dead. Du Qifeng's emotions were somewhat agitated. That individual was the only thorn in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been immensely proud, for in comparison to his peers, he was invariably the most exceptional one. Until that fateful day when that person awakened from a car accident in the hospital, and the entire world transformed. I do not understand what you are saying. Nangong Wana replied with an air of composure. Du Qifeng rose to his feet. All right, give it some more thought. After all, there are still a few days until the engagement. I do not need to ponder. I regret it. You know my character. Once I make a decision, I do not change it lightly, Nangong Wana promptly responded. Du Qifeng had already stepped outside the pavilion. His body came to a halt, but soon, he lifted his foot and walked away. He moved slowly, yet he did not utter a word nor glance back. Morning arrived. The Wang couple arrived at the villa. I said, Du Qifeng, do you not have a friend who is a military commander? With such a significant incident occurring, you must seek his assistance. If he is willing to intervene, I believe the situation will surely turn around. Ma Jifeng initially scolded Du Qifeng but could not help but offer him advice. Mother, Commander Ho is quite busy with official duties. We cannot approach him every time something happens. Please, do not say any more. Wang Lingying's expression changed as she immediately intervened. That was Du Qifeng's last card. How could it be used so easily? Moreover, in her view, although Commander Ho was Du Qifeng's comrade and had spoken kindly last time, when it truly mattered, one could not guarantee his assistance. After all, he had mobilized the military previously. What more could be done? Face is something that diminishes with each use. Du Qifeng did not argue. But now, you are almost out of places to stay. What will you do? Ma Jifeng lamented. You seem to have forgotten what Commander Ho said last time. Military secrets, Wang Yuanluan reminded. Ma Jifeng huffed, glared at Du Qifeng, and then pulled out a bank card, handing it to her daughter, saying, Your mother usually does not save money, This is all our savings, around 5 to 600,000. This is my retirement fund. So take it and use it. If it is not sufficient, find a smaller house and pay the down payment. Du Qingchen was taken aback. Ma Jifeng was actually willing to part with money, even her retirement fund. This was truly unexpected. He suddenly realized that he did not know much about this mother-in-law, perhaps. As Wang Yunluan said, she was indeed harsh in speech but warm-hearted, a classic case of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. To be honest, Du Qingchen had not held much affection for Ma Jifeng, but at this moment, he found her quite admirable. At least, she genuinely cared for her daughter. Wang Lingying's expression shifted, and she quickly returned the card. I cannot accept this money. It is your retirement fund. No matter how difficult my situation becomes, I cannot use it. Take it. I cannot bear to see you sleeping on the streets, Ma Jifeng insisted, shoving the card back. However, Wang Lingying returned it once more. Mother, truly, there's no need for concern. We have already devised a solution, and we shan't end up on the streets. Please refrain from being obstinate. I know you too well. Do not cling to your pride. Your bank card has been frozen by your grandmother. For now, take this and make do with it. Once your grandmother's temper subsides, we can speak a few kind words, and all will be well. Let us endure for a little while longer. The mother and daughter engaged in a gentle tug-of-war. Du Qingchen, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Mother, we have found a house. Please take this money back. I have sufficient funds here. You? Where did you acquire a house? Wang Yuanluan inquired. Mother, a friend gifted me a house in the Phoenix Mountain Villa area. We are about to go view it. Why not join us, so you won't worry? Du Qingchen explained. What? The Phoenix Mountain Villa area? The Wang family exclaimed in unison. Astonished. Surely, you jest. The Phoenix Mountain Villa area? That is unequivocally the most expensive villa district in all of Jiangnan City. A friend truly gifted you a house there? Ma Jifeng could scarcely believe her ears. Indeed, she do. You are not teasing us, are you? Wang Yuanluan added. Du Qingchen touched her nose. How could I dare to jest with you all? I merely mean to say, your friend wouldn't be joking, would they? One would hope not. We shall see. Du Qingchen replied. Very well, let us go see it together. Du Qingchen, should you deceive us, you shall face dire consequences. Humph, let us go. Ma Jifeng declared angrily, pulling Wang Yuanluan along as they exited. Gao Xiaong inquired, is property in the Phoenix Mountain Villa area truly that exorbitant? An ordinary villa there sells for over 20 million. Wang Lingying remarked, then turned to Du Qingchen. Are we really going? This is quite the rush to relocate. Indeed, we should take a look. I have no idea if it is furnished, and I have never been there myself, Du Qingchen replied. All right, then let us go see, Wang Lingying conceded. We must go. Ma Jifeng would never agree otherwise. Du Qingchen drove her Volkswagen, and the group squeezed into the car, discussing various tidbits about the Phoenix Mountain Villa area along the way. Primarily led by Gao Xiaodong's inquiries. It is truly a haven for the affluent. I have heard that the properties there are in short supply. Ordinary people cannot even purchase them, as they are not publicly for sale. What makes them so costly? Because a renowned feng shui master once published an article stating that the feng shui of Phoenix Mountain is exceptional. While we may not comprehend such matters, the wealthy certainly do. Is it merely due to feng shui? To reside in the Phoenix Mountain villas is a mark of status. Has your Wang family not secured a property there? Though the Wang family could acquire a villa, our family is quite substantial. We possess our own villa community. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. The mountain rises approximately 1,000 meters above sea level, with villas nestled harmoniously along its slopes. From a distance, Phoenix Mountain resembles a soaring phoenix. The entire mountain was encircled by tall walls and electrified fences, with several security teams patrolling the perimeter 24 hours a day. At the entrance, 7 or 8 guards were on duty. Du Qingchen's car was halted. In such a place, a Volkswagen was indeed a rare sight. Those who could afford a villa here typically had fortunes exceeding 100 million, driving luxury vehicles priced over $1 million. Du Qingchen and Wang Lingying exited the vehicle. Do you have a pass? The security guard inquired politely. No, Du Qingchen replied. Then you cannot enter. You are not a resident here. Entry is strictly prohibited. If you are visiting a friend, please call the homeowner to come and escort you. Thank you for your cooperation, the guard stated rather curtly. I am the homeowner here. I just haven't visited until now, Du Qingchen asserted. You are the homeowner? The guard's face was filled with skepticism as he glanced at the Volkswagen Magoten and then scrutinized Du Qingchen's attire, already beginning to smirk inwardly. Indeed, Du Qingchen confirmed. What number villa? The guard asked. I'm not sure. I only know it is at the summit, Du Qingchen responded. At that moment, Several guards burst into laughter. Just then, a red Ferrari pulled up nearby, and Wang Yong stepped out with a beautiful girl, approaching Du Qingchun with a grin. "Oh, isn't this the king of soft rice? Failed to become our Wang family as son-in-law, and now you've come here to deceive us again, claiming a villa at the summit. Do you even know how many villas are at the summit?" "I do not," Du Qingchun replied, shaking his head with a smile. "There is only one, the first villa, which has remained uninhabited. Do you know how much that villa is worth? At least over 100 million. The key is, even if you won the lottery, you could not buy that house. It is not for sale, do you understand? You are inflating your claims. Be careful not to burst your own bubble. Ha ha ha." Wang Yong mocked. Wang Yuanluan and his wife, along with Gao Xiaodong, also alighted from their vehicle. "Xiaoyong, how can you speak like that?" Wang Yuanluan said, somewhat displeased. "Oh, I see Uncle San is here too. You don't actually believe your son-in-law's nonsense, do you? Let me tell you, he has nothing but a jinx. If it weren't for him, your family wouldn't be in such dire straits today. TCH, do you really think you can afford a home here? How gullible can you be?" Wang Yong had little respect for his uncle. The expressions of Wang Yuanluan and his wife darkened. If they had heard that there were houses at the foot of the mountain, they might have been shocked but could accept it. After all, 2 million was not an unconceivable sum. However, the first villa at the summit was not for sale. It was the most luxurious residence in Jianan City. How could anyone possibly gift it to Du Qingchun? That was sheer nonsense. Now, their faces flushed with embarrassment, they struggled to refute Wang Yong's taunts. "What brings you here?" Wang Yuanluan shifted the topic. Wang Yong replied with pride, "Oh, perhaps Uncle San is unaware, but I own a property here. I brought my girlfriend to take a look." "Is there a problem with that? You bought a house here?" Ma Jinfeng exclaimed. "Where did you get the money to buy a house? Moreover, the houses here were sold out long ago. They are not for sale. How could you possibly acquire one?" Wang Yong chuckled heartily, saying, "Your inadequacies do not determine mine. After all, I possess a residence here. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the security personnel. They are well acquainted with me." "Brother Wang, your girlfriend is truly stunning. You may proceed inside," one of the security guards remarked, attempting to ingratiate himself. Feeling somewhat elated, Wang Yong noticed Du Qingchun's beaming smile and chose not to confront him, which only spurred him on further. "No rush, no rush. I wish to hear someone continue boasting. Du Qingchun, are you not the owner of this estate? Why not enter, then? Ha ha, dear, what splendid fortune today. A grand spectacle awaits us at the threshold." The woman beside him cast a disdainful glance at Du Qingchun and remarked sarcastically, "There is no shame in lacking wealth. But to flaunt oneself in poverty is indeed a disgrace." Wang Lingying trembled with anger, unable to restrain herself. "Wang Yong, you ought to speak with some decorum. You have no right to utter such words. Even if he is embarrassed, it is of no concern to you. Mind your own business and refrain from this tiresome spectacle." "Is this your territory?" Wang Yong retorted without hesitation. "As far as I know, your family has reclaimed your residence, leaving you homeless. I, at least, am an owner here. On what grounds do you presume to dictate my actions?" "I refuse to leave." Du Qingchun smiled at Wang Lingying, saying, "No need to rush. Let him gawk. Is it not his desire to witness my misfortune? Perhaps soon he shall find himself the subject of the greatest jest. What significance does owning a villa hold?" He shook his head, his expression rife with disdain. "It is certainly preferable to sleeping on the streets. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps you should plead with me. I possess several properties and could rent you one. The rent must not go unpaid." Wang Yong laughed uproariously. Du Qingchun, uninterested in engaging further, retrieved his phone and stepped aside to place a call to Wu Guoxiang. What was said remained unheard by others. Upon returning, Du Qingchun addressed Wang Yuanluan, "Father, mother, do not be upset. It is not worth your time to engage with such individuals. I assure you, I have not deceived you. In a few moments, someone will arrive to assist us. Shadu, at this juncture, you must cease your games. If there is no truth to this, we shall leave immediately," Wang Yuanluan whispered. Ma Jifeng added, "Indeed, I do not wish to become a laughingstock here. It is far too embarrassing." Du Qingchun insisted, "I truly have not misled you. Just wait a few moments. It will be swift." Wang Yong interjected, "Du Qingchun, show me your entry. I am eager to see how you will spin this tale today." "Do you truly wish to witness my misfortune?" Du Qingchun inquired. "Is that what you desire?" Wang Yong nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. I am particularly keen to observe. If it turns out I am the legitimate owner of Villa Number 1, then you shall become the greatest fool of all. Sometimes, one must not act too ruthlessly. If you are indeed the master of Villa Number 1, then the entirety of Phoenix Mountain belongs to me, and I would kneel to you and call you father." Du Qingchun laughed. Have you lost your senses? I would never wish for a son like you. You would surely be the death of me. Wang Yong's face flushed crimson. You simply dare not wager. If you fail to prove your claim shortly, you shall kneel before me and call me father. Do you dare? I ask you, do you dare? Wang Yuanluan, infuriated, retorted, Wang Yong, will you never cease? Do you even acknowledge my presence? He added, third uncle. Do not adopt the demeanor of an elder. It holds no sway over me. Wang Yong snorted disdainfully. Very well, I accept your challenge, Du Qingchen said with a smile. The crowd, wanting to dissuade him, found themselves too late. Wang Lingying cast him a fierce glare, disappointment etched across her face. She too believed that even if Du Qingchen were not lying, he must be mistaken. If Commander Ho were to offer him a villa, that would be entirely plausible. But the top villa on the mountain was an impossibility. Wang Yong, elated, immediately declared, then hastened to provide proof. I have no time to waste here. No rush. Within 10 minutes, if I cannot enter, I shall concede defeat willingly. Du Qingchen asserted confidently. Very well, I shall await you for 10 minutes. Wang Yong replied with a huff. All eyes turned toward Du Qingchen. Some expressed sympathy, others pity, and some relished the prospect of witnessing his downfall. Gao Xiaotong sidled up to Du Qingchen and whispered, Du Qingchen, you haven't lost your mind, have you? Such jesting is ill-advised. Do you recall the last time at Qinglong Mountain? Du Qingchen suddenly inquired. Gao Xiaotong froze momentarily. Have I ever deceived you? He pressed. Her eyes brightened as realization dawned upon her. She recalled the racing incident at Qinglong Mountain, where she had believed defeat was inevitable. Yet Du Qingchen had claimed he could help her win, and she had doubted him. Ultimately, he had performed a miracle, securing her victory. Reflecting on it now, she recognized that Du Qingchen had never been one to make empty boasts. Whatever he uttered, he would surely deliver. Gao Xiaodong felt a sense of relief. Noticing Wang Lingying's intent to speak, she quickly grasped her arm and whispered, Do not speak. Let us simply observe the unfolding drama. Sighing inwardly, Wang Lingying acquiesced, very well. Let us watch. She anticipated witnessing Du Qingchen's embarrassment. Yet she could have easily walked away, in her eyes, remaining only invited humiliation. However, she was unwilling to leave, nor could she. After all, Du Qingchen was her husband, if only in name. He had supported her countless times, steadfastly by her side during her most perilous moments, making it impossible for her to act with such heartlessness. Was it merely about losing face? She reasoned that it was not her first experience of embarrassment. In her current predicament, she had already become the subject of ridicule behind her back. What more was there to fear? Ma Jifeng felt exceedingly displeased. Were it not for Commander Ho's influence, she would have already lambasted Du Qingchen. Now she was seething. But fortunately, Wang Yuanluan was there to offer her quiet comfort. Very well, protect him if you must. Soon I shall join you in this spectacle of disgrace. Wang Yuanluan smiled wryly. Time passed by, second by second. Perhaps less than 5 minutes had elapsed when a middle-aged man rushed out from the entrance, visibly out of breath and drenched in sweat. Mr. Wu. Several security guards called out to him promptly. Wu Haijun, the property manager, was somewhat well known in the city, primarily because it was common knowledge that this villa estate was developed by the wealthiest individual in the province, Wu Guoxiong. Wu Haijun, a cousin of Wu Guoxiong, had long been his companion in the business world. Although he was not particularly exceptional, even as a modest property manager, few in Jiang City dared to disregard his presence. For instance, Wang Yong and Wang Lingying recognized him. Upon seeing him suddenly emerge, they were taken aback. Wang Yong immediately approached him with a smile, greeting, Hello, Mr. Wu. And you are? Wu Haijun inquired politely. I am Wang Yong, son of Wang Yuanxin. Wang Yong replied modestly. However, the previously cordial Wu Haijun's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of indifference. He merely acknowledged Wang Yong with a brief "oh," before inquiring of the security personnel, Where is Mr. Du? The security guard, visibly confused, responded, I am unaware of any Mr. Du. Wasn't it said that you had detained Mr. Du? Wu Haijun turned, scanning the scene, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Du Qingchen. Not lacking in intelligence, he quickly deduced Du Qingchen's identity and approached him with utmost respect, bowing slightly as he asked, Might I inquire if you're Mr. Du Qingchen? All present were left astonished. The manner in which Wu Haijun addressed Du Qingchen indicated a clear deference, and the collective anxiety among the security guards began to mount. Meanwhile, Wang Yong felt a surge of unease, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. Indeed, Du Qingchen replied nonchalantly, My sincerest apologies, Mr. Du, as you have never visited Phoenix Mountain. This is my first encounter with you. The guards, not recognizing you, have inadvertently offended you, and for that, I extend my heartfelt apologies, Wu Haijun said, bowing once more. Wang Yong was nearly rendered speechless. What was happening? Was this man, who seemingly relied on others, a friend of Wu Haijun? Yet, even if they were friends, such a show of respect seemed unwarranted. Du Qingchen replied, "It's quite all right. Ignorance is no crime. I indeed had not visited before, and had it not been for recent occurrences, I would not be here now." He then turned to Wang Yong with a smile, saying, "As per our wager, does this mean you are now obliged to kneel?" The Wang family, including Gao Xiaodong, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. It appeared that Du Qingchen was indeed the owner of Villa No. 1, leaving them in a state of incredulity. Wang Yong's face flushed crimson as he clung to the last shred of hope, retorting, "What do you mean I lost? You just stated that you were the owner of Villa No. 1, correct? How can you prove it?" Upon hearing this, Wu Haijun grasped the situation and coldly admonished Wang Yong. "Who do you think you were to question, Mr. Du? Surely, I can provide verification." "Indeed. The owner of Villa No. 1 is Mr. Du." Sweat beaded on Wang Yong's brow as he swallowed hard, his face flushed with disbelief. Why? How could this be? He had already considered himself quite impressive for being able to purchase a villa here, and yet, Du Qingchen, the very son-in-law that the Wang family had long sought to rid themselves of, had quietly acquired the illustrious Villa No. 1 on Phoenix Mountain. Rumor had it that someone had offered 200 million for the property, yet the previous owner had refused to sell. Could it be that Du Qingchen was indeed the mysterious master of Villa No. 1? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yong was unwilling to accept this reality. However, the words of Wu Haijun compelled him to believe, leaving no room for doubt. "Wang Yong, have you heard? Villa No. 1 belongs to Du Qingchen. Your arrogance has brought disgrace upon our family." At this moment, Ma Jifeng was overjoyed. Villa No. 1 on Phoenix Mountain was the crown jewel of real estate. Its allure was the talk of the town, and who could have imagined that it now belonged to her son-in-law? She had never felt such pride before. Just moments ago, she had looked at Du Qingchen with disdain, and now she wished to rush over and embrace him in celebration. He had truly brought her honor. Perhaps a mere embrace would suffice, as anything more would be excessive. Nevertheless, she felt the need to express her pent-up emotions, especially after witnessing Wang Yong's contemptuous demeanor. Her restraint was commendable. Wang Yong's face turned pale, his teeth clenched, rendered speechless. "I warned you not to go too far. You thought I would become the subject of ridicule. But now, who is the true fool?" Du Qingchen remarked with a smile, his tone light and airy, as if offering friendly advice. Yet, to Wang Yong's ears, it rang with mockery, a stinging slap to his pride. "Impossible!" Wang Yong suddenly exclaimed. "You must know each other. Your call was prearranged to deceive me." "Yes, that must be it. I have seen such tricks before." Instantly, the attention shifted back to Du Qingchen. Wang Yong's words were not without merit, as even Wang Lingying entertained the notion. Du Qingchen sighed, "Your imagination is quite remarkable, but alas, I am not you, and lack your underhanded schemes. You refuse to accept the truth until it is thrust upon you. What will it take for you to believe this house is mine? I have heard that the owner of Villa No. 1 is from the provincial city. It could never belong to you," Wang Yong asserted with renewed confidence. "You are well informed. Yet what you do not know is that the previous owner has recently gifted this villa to Mr. Du," Wu Haijun retorted with a sardonic smile. Du Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Leave us be. I shall not stoop to your level. We must enter now. Not so fast. You can't back out of this wager now. Did you not claim that Villa No. 1 was yours? Come, let me behold your deception. I am eager to see how long you can maintain this charade." Wang Yong was insistent, believing that Du Qingchen was merely feigning confidence. Du Qingchen, amused, replied, "Very well. Then follow us." Subsequently, Du Qingchen drove ahead, with Wang Yong closely following, and Wu Haijun bringing up the rear. They swiftly arrived at the mountain summit. From this vantage point, one could behold the entirety of Jiangnan City. The view was splendid, replete with gardens, swimming pools, and golf courses. Every conceivable amenity was present. Truly, it was a residence befitting a king of real estate. Although it was merely a 3-story villa, the surrounding facilities were extravagantly luxurious. In front of the villa lay a vast parking lot, and everyone disembarked. Except for Du Qingchen, all were akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Their eyes wide in wonder, struggling to take in the sights. This mountaintop was the private domain of the owner, inaccessible to ordinary folk. For a guard post was stationed at the summit to ensure security. As such, it was a rare occurrence for anyone to visit this place. Du Qingchen had already retrieved the key, striding toward the entrance, while the group trailed behind, cautious not to draw too close. Wang Yong swallowed hard. attempting to maintain his composure. Click. The villa's grand door swung open, truly opened by him. At that moment, a weight lifted from the hearts of all present. Should anyone still harbor doubts regarding the identity of the villa's owner, they would be nothing short of foolish. Previously, Wu Haijin had no opportunity to hand Du Qingchen the key, and such a key would never be casually entrusted to another, as it represented a fortune worth hundreds of millions. Wang Yuanluan and his wife were left speechless, struggling to breathe. Gao Xiaodong gave Du Qingchen a thumbs up. Wang Lingying's eyes widened, utterly at a loss to express the shock that engulfed her. She realized she could no longer discern Du Qingchen clearly. This place had absolutely no connection to Commander Ho, indicating that Du Qingchen's acquaintance must be an individual of immense wealth. Wang Yong was nearly paralyzed with fear. The woman beside him was equally mortified, too embarrassed to alight from the vehicle. Du Qingchen turned to Wang Yong and inquired, "Do you have anything else to say? Or are you preparing to kneel and beg for mercy?" Wang Yong trembled, his face flushed, unable to utter a word, his mind a tumult of confusion. He loathed himself for not having known when to retreat. He now found himself trapped in a dilemma. Should he resort to underhanded tactics? He was one of the heirs of the Wang family, unable to afford such disgrace. Would he truly kneel? He would return home to face the wrath of his kin, likely losing his claim to inheritance. The Wang family would never allow someone with a tarnished reputation to assume a leadership role. Wang Yong was at a loss. Wang Yunlun hastily interjected, "Xiao Du, I think it would be best to let this go. We are all family, after all. Allow him to leave." Ma Jinfeng retorted indignantly. "What are you talking about? Did he treat you like a third uncle? Did you forget how he slapped you in the face just moments ago? If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut." Wang Yuanluan replied angrily, "His shame is our shame too, never having witnessed him lose his temper before." Ma Jinfeng opted not to argue further, wearing an expression of displeasure. Du Qingchen concluded, "Very well, since you have interceded, Father, I shall grant him clemency today. Wang Yong, remember, mercy begets mercy. You may leave now." Wang Yong felt too embarrassed to linger any longer, promptly returning to his vehicle and hastily departing with his girlfriend. He truly wished to tour the villa, yet he felt unworthy to do so. At present, his sole desire was to report this matter as swiftly as possible. The revelation that Du Qingchen was the owner of Villa No. 1 at Phoenix Mountain would undoubtedly astonish many. "Thank you, Mr. Wu," Du Qingchen expressed to Wu Haijin. Wu Haijin promptly responded with polite humility, "Mr. Du, you honor me. As my esteemed client, should you have any needs in the future, please do not hesitate to call me directly. I assure you I shall attend to your requests. Here is my business card. I would be delighted to treat you to a meal sometime. It would be a privilege to befriend you." He presented the business card with both hands. Du Qingchen accepted it, smiling. "I shall invite you for a meal when time permits." "Oh, I could not possibly impose. I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude upon your family's house viewing. The villa has already been renovated and is ready for immediate occupancy. However, should you find the decor unsatisfactory, I can arrange for renovations according to your specifications." "No need. Thank you." With that, Wu Haijin departed. Du Qingchen led the group into the villa. Upon entering, they were instantly captivated, as if their entire mindset had transformed. A profound sense of noble superiority enveloped them. It felt as though they were in a grand palace, embodying emperors or empresses. The opulence was staggering, with every element exuding elegance and prestige, rendering it beyond reproach. Everything before them resembled exquisite works of art, evoking a hesitance to touch anything, lest they mar its beauty. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed repeatedly. Even Gao Xiaodong could not suppress a gasp of awe. Everything here, including the everyday items, had been meticulously prepared, truly requiring nothing more than to move in with their belongings, as though it had been custom-tailored for Du Qingchen. Wang Yuanluan and his wife gazed in wide-eyed wonder. Wang Lingying stood entranced, staring at the surroundings, as if caught in a dream, overwhelmed by the surrealism of it all. Yet, Du Qingchen remained unfazed amid all this splendor. To him, the villa was merely adequate, for he possessed genuine palaces abroad, with at least a dozen villas far superior to this one. In fact, he was not entirely satisfied with it. However, contemplating the matter, he acknowledged that in a small place like this, Wu Guoxiong had indeed put forth some effort. After a thorough inspection, the group returned to the exterior of the villa. Wang Yuanluan cautiously inquired, "Xiao Du, is it true that this villa was gifted to you by a friend?" Du Qingchen nodded affirmatively. "Your friend is exceedingly generous. This is the finest and most expensive villa at Phoenix Mountain, valued at over 100 million. Why such generosity?" Wang Yuanluan asked with curiosity. Du Qingchen awkwardly replied, "In truth, I am not very familiar with him. I merely assisted him once, and he gifted me this villa. Perhaps, to him, it is of little consequence. Besides, a house is merely a place for people to reside. Whether it is of finer quality or lesser, it makes little difference. Ma Jifeng beamed. Regardless of how you acquired this villa, it belongs to you now. Have you completed the paperwork? It's all taken care of. Splendid. So, may we move in? Ma Jifeng asked with eager anticipation. Du Qingchen nonchalantly remarked, there are plenty of rooms here. You are welcome to move in. As we are all family and should reside together. Wang Lingying cast a grateful glance in his direction, while Gao Xiaotong frowned slightly. She harbored a dislike for Ma Jifeng. But since the house belonged to Du Qingchen, she felt she could not voice her objections. Wang Yuanluan cleared his throat and stated, for the time being, we will not be moving in. Why? Do you still wish to return? Ma Jifeng exclaimed, growing anxious. Wang Yuanluan explained. The old lady is still in a state of anger. If we were to move in, it would only exacerbate her ire. At her age, we must not provoke her further. Once she calms down, I will need to persuade her to allow Lingying to return to the Wang family. We can discuss it then. After all, we are family, and the bonds of blood are unbreakable. In time, all grievances will fade. Du Qingchen felt a sense of gloom. Return to the Wang family? He was decidedly averse to the idea. Wang Lingying raised an eyebrow and interjected, Father, Mother, please refrain from involving yourselves in this matter. Even outside the family, we can thrive. And how do you intend to do that? Currently, you have no financial means. Have you considered the annual property fees for this villa? What you just said holds true. The size and cost of a house are merely for shelter, to shield from the elements. Do not rejoice too soon. Life demands your own efforts. Without money, even the finest home serves no purpose, Wang Yuanluan admonished sternly. Du Qingchen without funds? He certainly possessed wealth, though he was uncertain of its exact amount, but it was more than sufficient to last multiple lifetimes. However, this was not the moment to disclose that. Wang Yuanluan was not entirely wrong. He simply did not know Du Qingchen well enough. The latter had good intentions, being an elder, and it was inappropriate to counter his words. Wang Lingying, unable to argue further, conceded, very well, you may handle it as you wish. Let us depart now. We should return home. Wang Yang will undoubtedly inform the old lady of your situation, and I must return to clarify matters to avoid further complications, Wang Yuanluan sighed. Once the family returned to their previous residence, Wang Yuanluan and his wife promptly took a taxi home. Upon arriving in the living room, Du Qingchen said, Are we moving now? Come upstairs with me, Wang Lingying suddenly announced. Du Qingchen was taken aback. Wang Lingying had already ascended the stairs. Reluctantly, he followed her upstairs. Arriving in her room, she closed the door and her expression turned serious. Is that house truly yours? Did I not mention it? He replied. Who gifted it to you? A friend, he answered. Is it something you cannot disclose? I simply do not wish to discuss it. I am not well acquainted with him, Du Qingchen said, his demeanor calm. How well did he know Wu Guoxiong after all? In truth, they were hardly familiar. In the past, Wu Guoxiong would not have even been deemed worthy of meeting him. A mere villa did not weigh heavily on his mind. Have you agreed to any conditions with him? Wang Lingying asked earnestly. Du Qingchen paused. What do you mean? I am aware of your remarkable skills. However, should he request that you engage in unlawful activities, you must not acquiesce. A house can be returned to him. And while one may be swayed by favors, I trust you understand that we can always rent if we lack a home and earn if we are short of funds. Yet, I wish to shield you from being exploited by others and becoming their mere instrument. Wang Lingying exclaimed with palpable agitation. Du Qingchen, caught between laughter and tears, felt an overwhelming warmth within. Were it anyone else, they might have been taken aback by her unexpected concern, yet Wang Lingying remained steadfastly considerate of Du Qingchen's well-being. Such loyalty was indeed a rarity. Du Qingchen felt immensely fortunate for their serendipitous encounter, recognizing that meeting Wang Lingying was the most beautiful twist of fate in his life. A woman of her caliber deserved his utmost devotion. Thank you, he said with profound emotion. Wang Lingying's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her face away. I am not jesting. Rest assured, I am not one to compromise my principles for the sake of a house. Your apprehensions are unwarranted. You may move over with peace of mind, Du Qingchen replied earnestly. Wang Lingying pondered for a moment, then asked, Is there anything else you wish to convey? Understanding her implication, Du Qingchen sighed. The moment is not yet ripe. We shall discuss it later. Very well, you may leave, Wang Lingying said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Meanwhile, in the Wang family estate, the matriarch listened intently to Wang Yang's report. What did you say? They have relocated to Phoenix Mountain? The number 1 villa belongs to Du Qingchen? The news astonished the elder lady. Wang Yuanxin frowned. How can this be? The owner of number 1 villa has always been a figure shrouded in mystery from the provincial capital. When did it become Du Qingchen? He has no connections. Who would gift him a villa? I can assure you, I witnessed him unlock the villa myself, and Wu Haijun treated him with great courtesy, Wang Yong hurriedly clarified. What led you to that place? The matriarch inquired suddenly. Wang Yong hesitated, lowering his gaze with a hint of guilt. I happened to accompany a friend on business there. Though I may be aging, my sight remains sharp. Should you dare to deceive me, do you understand the consequences? People may err, but they must recognize their mistakes and possess the courage to admit to them. The matriarch admonished sternly. Wang Yong trembled slightly, on the verge of confessing. When Wang Yuanxin interjected, Mother, I purchased a house there. The matriarch narrowed her eyes. Second son, it appears you have quite a sum at your disposal. Mother, this money is the result of our family's frugal living over the years. Not a single cent has been taken from the company. If you doubt this, you may have the accounts examined, Wang Yuanxin asserted resolutely. The matriarch snorted in disdain. Examine the accounts? Wang Yuanxin has managed the family finances and would never leave a trace of wrongdoing. An investigation would only fracture the bond between mother and son. Internal discord cannot be permitted within the Wang family. That is my boundary. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. Handle the sale of the house. Our family is in dire need of funds. Otherwise, should we summon Ling Ying back? Wang Yuanxin hastily responded. Bring her back? What would that say about our dignity? Would that not portray us as yielding to a junior? I comprehend your meaning. Although Du Qingchen possesses the esteemed number 1 villa, what of it? It was merely a gift bestowed upon him. Even if they have a place to reside, what does it signify? They likely struggle to pay the property fees. It is imperative that we create some obstacles for them. Even if we wish for her return, she must endure some hardships. Otherwise, how shall we manage her in the future? If those beneath her emulate her, how will the Wang family maintain control? The elderly lady nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Let it be so. A little hardship will do her good. Xiaoyong, tomorrow. You and Xiao Bo shall proceed to Hongfei Group to finalize the contract. Wang Yong nodded in response. Very well, I have prepared adequately. I had already arranged to meet for discussions at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hu Hao's circumstances have become quite dire. He has been confined for several days now. Fortunately, today he was summoned by his father. Upon encountering Hu Canaan, Hu Hao dared not express any defiance, bowing his head in silence. What? Still not convinced? Hu Canaan sat on the sofa, his expression grave. He remained quite upset after several days. Due to Hu Hao's actions, Zhuo Chandong had been dismissed, leaving Hu Canaan with no choice but to integrate Zhuo into his own company. The most significant setback, however, was the abrupt cessation of cooperation between Hongfei Group and the Hu family. This represented the gravest loss. In Jiangnan City, the Hu family is undoubtedly a colossal entity, however. In comparison to Hongfei Group, they are merely a robust ant. For the sake of a woman, do you comprehend the magnitude of the losses incurred? Hu Canaan admonished. Hu Hao refrained from responding. The crux of the matter is that she is a married woman. You are truly infuriating me. Hu Canaan continued his tirade. Hu Hao felt a surge of resentment. Initially, he had sought to wed Wang Lingying, and Hu Canaan had wholeheartedly endorsed the notion, fully aware that his father intended to seize the Wang family through this union. Such tactics were not unfamiliar to Hu Canaan. Yet now, he dared not voice this fact. Some matters, though understood, are best left unspoken, even between father and son. When trouble arises, one must bear the consequences. Do you know that General Manager Shun has a secretary? I am aware. I provided her with 1 million to assist you. Your sole task moving forward is to devise a means to win over Shin Mingting. Ideally, you should capture some photographs that could be used for coercion. Of course, it would be best if you could genuinely marry her. Do you grasp my intent? Hu Canaan spoke in a low tone. Hu Hao was taken aback. Win over Shin Mingting? She is a queen in her own right, rumored to be as aloof as Wang Lingying. I tremble at the thought of approaching her. Yet, as he considered Shen Mingting's enchanting visage and her alluringly mature figure, Hu Hao felt a stirring desire. Father, is this endeavor feasible? What, are you afraid? Hu Canaan glared at him. Hu Hao admitted, a bit. Each time I see her, I feel a sense of trepidation. What is there to fear? How could I, Hu Canaan, have produced such a feeble son? You have even studied abroad, yet lack this minimal courage. How can I entrust the Hu family to you in the future? Did I not mention that I have already bribed her secretary? There will always be opportunities for you two to encounter each other. Do you not possess martial skills? If you cannot even manage a heroic rescue of a damsel in distress, begin with a gentle approach. If that fails, resort to force. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, then what use are you to me? I must inform you that this affair is known only to you and me. Should you fail, I shall have no hopes left for you. Father, I will certainly handle it well. Hu Hao suddenly became somewhat agitated. This is a test. It must be accomplished. The crux of the matter is that Shun Mingting is an extraordinary woman. If I can win her over, even if it is just for one night, I believe I would have gained immensely. At 9 o'clock, Wang Yong and Wang Bo arrived at Hongfei Group and, as promised, met Shin Mingting. Hello, Director Shun. Shin Mingting did not extend her hand, but instead pointed to a nearby sofa and said, "Please sit." Her demeanor was quite frosty, which caused the Wang brothers to feel apprehensive. However, they dared not express their discontent given her status and position. Sitting down obediently, Wang Yong articulated their intentions. To his surprise, Shin Mingting interrupted him before he could finish, asking, "Are you implying that the future collaboration between us and the Wang family will be handled by the two of you?" Wang Yong nodded. "Yes, Director Shin, rest assured. Our family possesses extensive experience in construction and has numerous successful cases. We will ensure a fruitful collaboration." Is the Wang family truly that formidable? Shin Mingting's smile was enigmatic. Do you believe I am drawn to your family's strength? Many enterprises wish to collaborate with us. Your family was not originally in my considerations. Do you know why we chose to work with you? Wang Yong was taken aback, feeling a sense of urgency as he replied, Director Shun. I value Miss Wang Lingying's character and abilities, not the Wang family. Therefore, we will only acknowledge Miss Wang. You may leave. If you wish to sign a formal contract, let Miss Wang Lingying come in person. Shin Mingting finally laid her cards on the table. Wang Bo hurriedly interjected, Director Shun. You may not be aware, but our family has many enterprises and projects, and my cousin has fully entrusted us with this project as per the family's decision. Indeed, negotiating with us is the same. We are more suited to oversee this project, Wang Yong added. Shin Mingting waved her hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. Please return. Without seeing Miss Wang, the previous contract is void. If you had thoroughly reviewed the contract's terms, you would understand what I mean. Wang Yong's face turned ashen. He realized that the situation had become rather complex. The two brothers exchanged glances, feeling utterly at a loss. To be honest, my cousin has been temporarily expelled from the Wang family due to a transgression. Wang Yong could only speak candidly. That has nothing to do with me. But the fact that even someone as virtuous as Miss Wang was cast out by your family reveals the extent of your family's folly. I am beginning to seriously question whether collaborating with you is indeed the right decision. Indeed. Shin Mingting promptly expelled them. The two brothers returned home, dejected. Upon encountering the matriarch, Wang Yong immediately reported the situation. Grandmother, Wang Lingying has gone too far. She must have called Shin Mingting to speak ill of us. It is truly disheartening, especially since she also bears the Wang surname. Her actions lack any sense of boundaries. Do not forget. She is no longer a member of the Wang family. Wang Yuanqin shot a glare at his son. Experience speaks volumes. Currently, Shin Mingting recognizes only Wang Lingying, and the prior decision to expel Wang Lingying from the household stands as the most foolish of choices. The pressing matter now is how to secure the formal contract for the project, which undeniably involves Wang Lingying, as she was the one negotiating the collaboration. To exclude her is not only unprincipled, but also invites unnecessary trouble by disparaging her. He felt a twinge of disappointment towards his son. Failing to grasp the crux of the matter is a grave mistake for a leader. Indeed, the matriarch's expression darkened considerably, yet she remained silent for an extended period. Grandmother, what shall we do now? Director Shin only acknowledges Wang Lingying and shows us no respect. I believe we must invite our cousin back, Wang Bo suggested wisely. His words more palatable this time. This project collaboration is of utmost importance to the family, thus any misstep is unacceptable. Yet, at this juncture, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. How can we persuade your cousin to return, and on what grounds would she assist us? The matriarch posed her concerns. Wang Yuanqin proposed, perhaps I should make the trip myself. If that fails, we can appoint her as the deputy leader of the project group to coordinate between Wang Yong and Wang Bo. After all, without her, we cannot proceed with the project. Securing the contract is our priority. Once the formal contract is signed, we can consider reassigning her. Very well, then hasten to act. I await your good news. The matriarch waved her hand, appearing somewhat weary. Wang Yuanqin sighed, feeling a tightness in his chest. Yet, he was astutely aware of the matriarch's sentiments. Such an arduous task must fall upon his shoulders. It would be unthinkable to have her bow before Wang Lingying. The matriarch has always valued her dignity and would never lower herself to plead with a younger relative. Father, are you truly going to invite her back? Wang Yong inquired quietly as they exited. Wang Yuanxin replied, for now, we have no choice but to bring her back. However, family interests outweigh all else. Set aside your personal thoughts for the moment. Wang Yuanxin, irked, chose not to engage further and drove away. By virtue of his status, he successfully entered the Phoenix Mountain Villa area, but as he neared the summit, he was halted once more. The security here was unyielding and did not recognize him, showing him no courtesy. In desperation, Wang Yuanxin had to call Wang Lingying. However, she did not answer the call. After pondering briefly, he redirected his call to his third brother, Wang Yuanluan. In the villa, Wang Lingying, who had received several consecutive phone calls, felt a tinge of displeasure. Having just enjoyed lunch, the three of them were lounging on the sofa watching television, yet the atmosphere was rather somber, akin to ministers exiled to their hometowns. Struggling to adjust to such a leisurely existence. Why aren't you answering the phone? Gao Xiaotong inquired curiously, who is calling? My second uncle, Wang Lingying replied. What does he want? Hasn't he already severed ties? Gao Xiaotong was taken aback. Du Qingchen chuckled, if I'm not mistaken. He.S. likely calling to ask you to return. I won't go back, Wang Lingying asserted immediately. However, she hesitated and asked Du Qingchen, how do you know? It's simple. They cannot manage Hongfei Group, so naturally, they will come to seek your assistance. But do keep in mind, their invitation is merely a means to exploit you. Once the project is underway, they will promptly cast you aside. Your second uncle is quite astute and ruthless. He is capable of anything. Cannot manage Hongfei Group? Wang Lingying exclaimed in surprise. Didn't they sign the contract? That was merely a letter of intent, which is of no consequence. A formal contract still needs to be signed, Du Qingchen replied with a smile. So, what do you think? Will you consider returning? Wang Lingying frowned. What does returning now signify? Am I to be summoned at will and discarded at their convenience? That would devalue me immensely. I refuse to go back. Du Qingchen recognized her stubbornness. Despite her resolute words, she was still a sentimental person. Not to mention, Wang Yuanluan and his wife were still at the Wang family residence, making it impossible for her to truly disregard the matter. Would you heed my advice? Du Qingchen said earnestly. What do you wish to convey? You may return to the Wang family, but it should not come at such a low cost to you. Otherwise, allow me to handle it when the time comes. How does that sound? Du Qingchen suggested. Wang Lingying did not respond immediately. Gao Xiaotong interjected, they must be shown some consequences. They can't simply bully you and act as if nothing has happened. Du Qingchen, if someone dares to bully your wife, you must not let it go lightly. Absolutely. Who would dare bully my wife? I would never let them off the hook. Du Qingchen declared promptly. Who is your wife? Wang Lingying shot him a disapproving glare. Du Qingchen immediately wilted, awkwardly chuckling. Soon, Wang Lingying's phone rang again. She glanced at the screen and frowned. It's my father. See. I told you your second uncle is quite cunning. Answer it. Let him come up so we can meet him, Du Qingchen said with a smile. After Wang Yuanluan finished the call, he nodded towards Du Qingchen. It is indeed as you said. He has come as a mediator. Du Qingchen made a call to the gatehouse, and a few minutes later, Wang Yuanxin arrived at the villa. Upon reaching the summit, he was awestruck by the scenery. And as he entered the villa, his unease deepened. He had never resided in such a place. Casting a somewhat envious glance at Du Qingchen, Wang Yuanxin put on a smile and addressed Wang Lingying. Lingying, my dear niece, the matriarch asked me to check in on how you are faring. Wang Lingying completely disregarded him. No, among the three in the living room, not a single person acknowledged his presence, let alone invited him to take a seat. This created a rather awkward situation. If circumstances permitted, Wang Yuanxin would have preferred to turn around and leave, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, he could not do so. He was acutely aware of the significance of his mission on this occasion. Therefore, he set aside his pride, mustered his courage, and sat down, continuing. Your grandmother merely possesses a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. That night, in a fit of anger, the words she spoke were merely out of exasperation. Do not take them to heart. As you can see, today she has been subtly concerned for you, and I have come to persuade you to return. You must also understand her genuine intentions. She truly cares for you. However, she has always valued her pride, and it is unlikely she would come to ask you herself. As for your second uncle, with his thick skin, it has fallen upon me to make this visit. A chuckle escaped Du Qingchen's lips. At that moment, Wang Yuanxin's composure faltered. What are you laughing at? He inquired. a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Yet, he dared not be as disrespectful to Du Qingxun as he had been before, for this mansion belonged to him, even if it was a gift. Du Qingxun's wealth had undoubtedly surpassed 100 million. Selling the villa alone would account for that fortune. Unbeknownst to him, Du Qingxun's standing had significantly risen in the eyes of the Wang family. I find it quite amusing. Just a couple of days ago, it was you who expelled my wife from your home, and now you come here saying such things. Are you not the least bit embarrassed? Du Qingxun remarked, crossing his legs and smiling leisurely. Wang Yuanqin's face flushed with embarrassment as he stubbornly replied, Du Qingxun, I recognize that there have been misunderstandings between us. However, my visit today is indeed at the behest of the elder lady, and I come with sincerity, implying that he was there to plead for her return. Du Qingxun retorted without hesitation. Plead? How can you use such a term within a family? After all, Ling Ying is also a member of the Wang family, is she not? Why should she return? Du Qingxun inquired with a smile. Wang Yuanqin found himself at a loss for words. Should he speak honestly? That seemed rather embarrassing. Should he fabricate a story? Du Qingxun's expression, the man was fully aware of everything. After all, what? Has the Hongfei Group's project become unattainable? Du Qingxun quipped. What kind of talk is that? Wang Yuanqin countered. If you wish to invite my wife back, you ought to demonstrate some sincerity. Do not sugarcoat your words. When one seeks assistance, they must adopt the proper attitude, rather than maintaining an air of superiority as if they were a senior. Is that not rather foolish? Du Qingxun mocked. Wang Yuanqin could no longer maintain his facade, his expression darkening as he said, Indeed, I will speak plainly. As long as Ling Ying agrees to sign the contract, the elder lady has stated that not only can she return to the family, but she can also join the project team as Wang Yang's assistant. You shall have your villa and your cars returned to you. Wang Lingying's countenance grew somewhat grim. Had the truth finally come to light? It was truly disheartening. Du Qingxun raised an eyebrow. Have you finished speaking? Wang Yuanqin replied, I have. Very well. You may leave now, Du Qingxun said dismissively. I am conversing with my niece. Your presence is irrelevant. The matter ultimately hinges on my niece's attitude. Who do you think you are? Do not assume that merely residing here elevates you above others. Besides this house, what do you possess? You are nothing. Wang Yuanqin, feeling irate, began to retaliate. Du Qingxun chuckled. Old chap, you still fail to grasp the situation. Why not inquire about her stance? Wang Yuanqin turned to Wang Lingying. Wang Lingying replied coldly, He is my husband. I have the authority over my own affairs. What did you say? Wang Yuanqin was taken aback. He knew Wang Lingying's character all too well. She was renowned for her assertiveness, which is precisely why he remained wary of this niece. Are they not a makeshift couple? Yet, the current atmosphere was anything but that. Did you not hear clearly? I will decide on her matters. You may discuss this with me. Du Qingxun declared with pride. Wang Lingying shot him a disapproving glance. I have made myself quite clear. As long as she assists us in securing the Hongfei Group project, she shall be admitted to the project team. The house, the car, and everything else will be hers, and she can naturally return to the family. Wang Yuanqin proclaimed from his elevated position. Du Qingxun erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Do you not find yourself amusing? Are you a jester sent by a monkey? Do you not understand the significance of the Hongfei Group project to the Wang family? If it were not for this, would you even be here? The crux of the matter is, you continue to hold yourselves in such high regard, truly believing the Wang family to be mere pawns. Is that so? I regret to inform you. We shall not comply. Kindly take your leave. In that moment, Wang Yuanqin was left bewildered. To him, this was a tremendous opportunity. Yet Du Qingxun had dismissed it without a second thought. This was simply unacceptable. He glanced at Wang Lingying, who affirmed, My stance remains the same. When seeking favors, one ought to adopt a certain demeanor. The humiliation I endured that night cannot simply be overlooked. I refuse to accept your charity. Seek assistance elsewhere. Ungrateful. Wang Yuanqin leapt to his feet, seething with anger. The very notion of you negotiating is a farce. While it is not impossible for her to return to the Wang family, you lack the standing to facilitate such discussions. Let the matriarch come personally. Should she extend an apology to my wife, we may have something to discuss. Otherwise, do not return. Furthermore, I shall not grant you access each time. This place is not one you can enter at will. Depart. Du Qingxun commanded with authority. You leave before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I shall ensure you exit on a stretcher. Do you believe me? Du Qingxun sneered. Wang Yuanqin let out a cold snort and turned to leave, genuinely incensed. Well done. Gao Xiaodong gave Du Qingxun a thumbs up. Indeed, Du Qingxun replied with a smile. Wang Lingying's expression was complex, and she remained silent. Outside, Wang Yuanxin, having entered his car, drove a few dozen meters before regretting his decision as he approached the checkpoint. How would he explain this to the matriarch? She had stated that the project was of utmost importance. His previous demeanor seemed to have been the issue. On what grounds would they return? At this juncture, Du Qingqin and Wang Lingying would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to assert their demands. If it were oneself, one would not easily acquiesce. After pondering for a moment, he drove back to the summit and knocked on the door of Villa Number 1. Upon his unexpected return, Du Qingqin appeared entirely unfazed. Have you come to a conclusion? He inquired with a smile. Seeing that grin, Wang Yuanxin inwardly cursed him as a sly fox. However, at that moment, his demeanor was considerably more subdued and composed than before. Speak, Du Qingqin. What must be done for you to return? Wang Lingying gazed at Du Qingqin, rubbing his nose. Du Qingqin replied, First, let the old lady come with people to apologize. Everyone who has offended my wife must be present. But she is your grandmother. Can you truly bear that? Wang Yuanxin's expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't it you who invited me to propose conditions? If this cannot be fulfilled, then there is no need to discuss further. You may leave. Du Qingqin was unimpressed and asserted firmly. Wang Yuanxin's expression fluctuated before he gritted his teeth and said, Very well, continue. That's all. What? That's it. Wang Yuanxin was taken aback. Gao Xiaodong and Wang Lingying exchanged puzzled glances with Du Qingqin. Next, I shall speak with the old lady. Discussing matters with you is futile, so I shall refrain for now, Du Qingqin stated indifferently. Wang Yuanxin attempted to speak again, but Du Qingqin issued an ultimatum. You may take your leave. Wang Yuanxin departed in disgrace. Wang Lingying wished to voice her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. Anything she said seemed inappropriate. She had consented to let Du Qingqin take the lead. Yet despite her despair regarding the Wang family, she could not bring herself to be harsh. Du Qingqin offered no words of comfort. He believed some matters did not require excessive indecision. Things ought to unfold as they must. Kindness invites exploitation, and gentleness invites being ridden upon. In the Wang family's ancestral home, Wang Yuanxin, Wang Yuanming, Wang Yong, Wang Bo, and a cadre of core family members gathered. The old lady remained seated in her imposing chair. After listening to Wang Yuanxin's embellished report, everyone expected her to erupt in fury. However, she did not. A stormy cloud loomed over her face, yet she remained silent for an extended period. The others fell into an uneasy silence. Grandmother, Wang Lingying has gone too far. She has completely disregarded your authority. Wang Yong could no longer contain his complaints. Indeed, for her to demand your personal apology is outrageous. She is merely a maid who has been cast out by you. Even if she had great merit, she is still a junior. How can she be so audacious as to pressure you? I believe it is that scoundrel Du Qingqin who is instigating this. They're overestimating themselves, thinking that without them, our Wang family could not acquire the Hongfei Group. This is extortion, and we must not concede. Otherwise, they will only become more brazen. The Wang family, working for the clan, should not be haggling like this. It is simply absurd. If we were to apologize, it would become the greatest joke, and we would be ridiculed by outsiders. Without the Hongfei Group, our Wang family would still thrive. Is everything said? The elderly lady suddenly spoke. The crowd below immediately fell silent. Her authority was such that no one dared to challenge it. Observing her descendants, she sighed inwardly. The family's decline was not without reason. Look at them, each one short-sighted, oblivious to the precarious state of the family. Who among them truly considered the family's welfare? Arrogantly perched on their high horses, they were nothing short of a tragedy, a farce. It was indeed fortunate that the family had survived to this day. The elderly lady remarked softly. Many did not grasp her words. She offered no explanation, turning to Wang Yuanxin and asked, Second son, what is your intention now? Shall we abandon the Hongfei Group? Wang Yuanxin, not foolish by any means, understood her sentiments well. Otherwise, he would not hold such power. Without much deliberation, he replied, Mother, the projects of Hongfei Group are crucial for our family's development. Securing them would advance our family and help us escape our current predicament. Otherwise, the crisis will be difficult to resolve. Several families have had their eyes on us, constantly making small moves, and now many are laughing at our misfortune. And then? The elderly lady inquired. We must secure it, Wang Yuanxin asserted. She then turned to her eldest son. Eldest, what is your opinion? Wang Yuanming replied. I defer to mother's judgment. Very well, I shall personally go and apologize. You will accompany me, and we shall go now. The elderly lady stood up, leaning on her cane. The group was taken aback. She truly intended to apologize? If word of this got out, they would be ridiculed. Yet, who would dare oppose her decision? Even those who had been the most vocal moments ago could only grit their teeth in silence, unwilling to defy her. The group drove to the Phoenix Mountain Villa area. Upon receiving the security's notification, Du Qichen allowed them entry. Wang Lingying expressed surprise. They really came? Would they dare not show up? If they did not, it would mean the Wang family is truly beyond saving. Du Qichen replied with a smile. Should I go out to greet them? Wang Lingying asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Du Qichen paused. Why would you need to greet them? They are here to apologize to you. Why be courteous? I know you're soft-hearted, but don't worry, let me handle the reception. Just don't overdo it. Grandmother is old and in poor health. Don't provoke her too much, Wang Lingying warned. Du Qichen acquiesced, sighing inwardly. You are always so kind. Fortunately, I am here to protect you. No one shall bully you. Soon, elderly Lady Jiang arrived at the villa with a group of clan members. Just as when Wang Yuanqing first arrived, everyone was utterly astonished, especially upon entering the villa. The self-important Wang family members widened their eyes, stunned by the grandeur of the villa. Even the elderly lady could not help but glance around in awe. She had arrived quite swiftly. Du Qichen sat on the sofa, showing no intention of rising. Wang Lingying, with her back to the others, contemplated turning around, but Gao Xiaodong clung to her shoulder, incessantly whispering warnings in her ear. Do not turn back. If you do, you shall lose. Let him make a fuss. If he wishes to play the villain, let him. Du Qichen, I must concede. I previously underestimated you. Very well, if you wish to converse, I am here now. Let us engage in dialogue, the elderly lady stated, taking a breath. Wang Yong assisted the elderly lady in settling onto the sofa. Given her advanced age, Du Qichen did not press her. The elderly lady glanced at Wang Lingying, who, unwilling to meet her gaze, feigned interest in a magazine. Du Qichen smiled and remarked, Madam, did your son not clarify matters for you? I mean, if you intend to bring someone to apologize to my wife, it is imperative to extend that apology first. It holds great significance, as your attitude will dictate whether our ensuing conversation proceeds smoothly. You, Wang Yuanqing could not restrain himself. Du Qichen, do not be excessive. The lady is advanced in years and, in any case, is your elder. Her presence here already signifies considerable respect, so do not overreach. Respect? What respect do you possess at present? Du Qichen scoffed. If an apology is not forthcoming, then kindly take your leave. I have no desire to converse with you. The elderly lady, feeling her dignity slip away, turned to Wang Lingying and asked, Lingying, do you not have anything to say to your grandmother? Wang Lingying bit her tongue to maintain her composure, raised her gaze to the elderly lady, and with an impassive expression said, This matter shall be discussed by my husband. He is correct. You cannot summon me at will and dismiss me just as easily. Lingying, how dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Wang Yong admonished. Du Qichen immediately threatened in a cold voice, and how do you speak to my wife? Should you dare to utter another disrespectful word, you shall face the consequences. Damn it, here you are, acting imperiously, seemingly oblivious to your own identity. The elderly lady rebuked Wang Yong. Silence yourself. Your voice has no place here. Though I may be old, I am not yet deceased. Matters of the family are still under my purview. Grandmother, I merely slap him. The elderly lady was genuinely enraged, directing her ire at Wang Yuanqing. With a resounding crack, Wang Yuanqing struck his son across the face, the pain striking deep within his heart. Yet he could not refrain from the act, unless Wang Yong wished to forfeit his inheritance of the Wang family legacy. A red mark blossomed on Wang Yong's face, swelling painfully, and he stifled a cry, covering his face in silence. A flicker of mockery crossed Wang Bo's eyes. Du Qichen, are you satisfied now? The elderly lady asked in a grave tone. What does that have to do with me? Du Qichen retorted. I have suddenly realized, your verbal prowess is quite commendable. The elderly lady mocked. Thank you for the compliment, Du Qichen replied, feigning ignorance. Very well, I extend my apologies to you. The elderly lady rose, slightly bowing. The faces of the Wang family members changed abruptly. The elderly lady had never engaged in such actions before. Wang Lingying was also touched. She had not anticipated that the old woman would behave in such a manner. She cast a pleading glance at Du Qichen, who, in turn, looked at the elderly lady and sincerely remarked, Madam, you truly have my utmost respect. The Wang family owes its current state to your invaluable contributions. The lady settled down, her expression rather somber, and sighed. But I am old and do not know how many years I have left. Grandma, you will surely live a long and prosperous life. Wang Lingying could not help but interject, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hearing you call me grandma brings me great joy. My decision to expel you from the family a few days ago was a hasty one fueled by anger. We are family. There is no need to hold grudges. Come back. The Wang family needs you. Before Wang Lingying could respond, Du Qingchen interjected, Wait, madam. Playing on emotions serves no purpose. The wrongs you have committed and the humiliation inflicted upon my wife cannot simply be erased with a few words. Since you have offered an apology, let us discuss the terms. Discuss what? The elderly lady inquired, frowning. You wish for her to return, but you merely seek to acquire the Hongfei Group. We certainly have conditions. Go on, she replied. The conditions are straightforward. First, everything that rightfully belongs to my wife must be returned to her. Second, you recently registered a new company specifically to undertake projects with the Hongfei Group, correct? Very well, she shall be the legal representative of that company. Henceforth, all matters pertaining to the projects will be decided solely by her, and no one shall interfere. Du Qingchen stated with utmost seriousness. This statement left everyone bewildered. Preposterous. The elderly lady was the first to react, her discontent evident in a cold laugh. Du Qingchen, do you take me for a fool? Making her the legal representative would effectively grant her independence. Would that still be considered a Wang family enterprise? Wang Lingying lowered her head, acknowledging that the latter point had been tacitly accepted earlier. Her intention was merely to seize power, not from a desire for dominance, but from a clear understanding of the project's significance to the Wang family. She did not wish to disappoint the Hongfei Group. If the project were secured only to be jeopardized by internal strife within the Wang family, she would bear the blame, facing dissatisfaction from the Hongfei Group as well. Most crucially, the opportunity for the Wang family's resurgence would be lost. If she could not wield authority, the outcome was all but predictable. The Wang family members were also filled with righteous indignation. Du Qingchen remained composed, stating, in name, it would certainly belong to the Wang family. This arrangement is primarily to ensure the project's successful completion. You are aware that the Hongfei Group is willing to award the contract to the Wang family due to Lingying's capabilities. Yet, you come to plead for her return solely to secure the contract. We must guard against your intentions to dismantle the bridge once crossed. Furthermore, do you truly believe it appropriate to exclude her from managing this project? If you were to make her a mere assistant and later cast her aside once the project commences, would that not be your calculated plan? We are not naive. This is our bottom line. If this cannot be agreed upon, then there is no need for further discussions. It was clear that she could not serve as the legal representative. The elderly lady spoke with indignation. Du Qingchen, I am well aware of your intentions. I never expected you to be so ambitious, seeking to usurp the Wang family. I will not yield to your designs. If it comes to it, the Wang family shall withdraw from this project. That would be preferable to seeing our legacy fall into your hands. We shall take our leave. The Wang family members departed in a huff. In the living room, Wang Lingying gazed at Du Qingchen with a complex expression. Your grandmother is quite formidable. No wonder she has maintained control over the Wang family for so many years. Even in her departure, she did not hesitate to stab me in the back, inciting internal strife among us. Du Qingchen chuckled heartily. Gao Xiaodong's countenance turned peculiar. Du Qingchen, you don't truly aspire to seize control of the Wang family as she suggested, do you? I realize you possess considerable acumen. The Wang family seems to be at your mercy. A bead of sweat formed on Du Qingchen's brow, and his laughter faded. The Wang family's modest assets held no allure for him. Were it not for his understanding of Wang Lingying's character, he could easily have invested 100 billion or even 1,000 billion in her. Wealth is merely a superficial concern. He harbors loftier ambitions. I trust in his integrity. He is not that sort of person, Wang Lingying suddenly interjected. Du Qingchen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Lingying would not only refrain from doubting him, but would also come to his defense. In that moment, he was filled with gratitude. Rest assured, a mere Wang family holds no significance for me, Du Qingchen replied. Gao Xiaotong blushed. Your bravado is quite impressive. One might think you were a billionaire. Such grandiloquence is not typical of an ordinary affluent individual. Now that the negotiation has collapsed, what shall we do? Wang Lingying shifted the topic. Gao Xiaotong addressed Du Qingchen. This mess is your doing. You must take responsibility. I understand your desire to assist the family, but my stance remains unchanged. The Wang family is currently beset by both internal and external crises, teetering on the brink of collapse. If you wish to salvage it, you must leverage this collaboration with Hongfei Group to consolidate power. You must oversee the project alone. Those two cousins of yours are more likely to hinder than help. And then what? It's quite simple. If they refuse, we shall proceed independently, registering a new company to secure the project. Later, we can partition the project and distribute it. With profits, we can maintain control and perhaps extend some benefits to the Wang family, depending on your disposition. Du Qingchen spoke with unwavering confidence. He had already anticipated this course of action. Wang Lingying frowned. You are being overly fanciful. Start a company? Do we have the funds? For such a substantial project, without at least 10 billion, we cannot proceed. As for finances, I can devise a plan. And how do you intend to do that? I will find someone to lend it, Du Qingchen replied. However, Wang Lingying firmly rejected the idea. I categorically oppose this. This matter does not concern you, and I do not need you to devise solutions for me. There is another option. You could negotiate with Hongfei Group, secure a contract, and then approach the bank for a loan. Du Qingchen proposed another idea. Gao Xiaotong immediately responded, this method is quite good, feasible. Is it truly feasible? Wang Lingying expressed some doubt. Of course, there is one prerequisite. Hongfei Group must still be willing to cooperate with you, Gao Xiaotong rationally remarked. Wang Lingying was uncertain. I have been expelled from the Wang family. Will President Shin still work with me? You should meet her tomorrow. I believe she will be willing. After all, she values you as a person, not the Wang family behind you. If she agrees to cooperate, we can proceed to register the company, Du Qingchen said. Gao Xiaotong added. Yes, at that time, I will invest 20 million. I will put all my savings into this. Lingying, we sisters must unite and work together. This is what you said. Wang Lingying was so moved that she could not speak, ultimately nodding vigorously. This was Wang Lingying's second meeting with Shin Mingting. Yet she could not help but feel somewhat anxious. The words she had prepared seemed to evaporate, as if Shin Mingting's piercing gaze could see through her very soul. Thus, she candidly stated, I apologize, President Shun. I may disappoint you. Perhaps you are unaware, but I am no longer considered a member of the Wang family. I have been expelled from the clan. I am already aware of this matter. When representatives from the Wang family approached me to sign a contract, I understood. Therefore, I declined them. I made it very clear last time that the chairman values you as a person, not the Wang family. Did you come today for something specific? Shin Mingting remained courteous. I just wanted to inform you that I will likely be unable to participate in the renovation project in the south of the city. I do not wish to waste your company's time, so I came to let you know. Also, thank you for your appreciation and recognition. Please extend my gratitude to the chairman, Wang Lingying said with a tinge of regret. Shin Mingting smiled. I am well aware of the situation with the Wang family. Do you not wish to change the current state of affairs there? Wang Lingying was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind those words. Among the entire Wang family, you are the most outstanding one, the only one I find worthy. Here, take a look at this contract. Shin Mingting handed Wang Lingying a document. Wang Lingying, puzzled, took the contract and glanced over it, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, What? You are willing to let me handle the project? Yes, I mentioned that the chairman values you as an individual. I have reported your situation, and the chairman is still willing to cooperate with you. You can establish your own company to manage this matter, Shin Mingting clarified. But I have no money. This is a 10 billion project, and I am currently broke, Wang Lingying responded honestly. Let me correct you. It is not a 10 billion project, but a 50 billion project. What? 50 billion? No, I cannot take that on, Wang Lingying hurriedly replied. Shin Mingting, however, smiled. You must not underestimate yourself. What challenges do you foresee? I lack funds, which is one issue, and managing a 50 billion project is beyond my capabilities, Wang Lingying admitted candidly. You are very honest. This is what one might call self-awareness. Money is manageable. With this contract in hand, you can apply for a loan at the bank. I firmly believe that any bank would eagerly extend credit to you. As for your capabilities, I have great confidence in you, and you must also possess self-assurance, trusting that you can excel. However, Miss Wang, this collaboration presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Reflect upon your past dreams. Do you wish to lead a life of mediocrity? If you can successfully execute this project, the Wang family will no longer hold any superiority over you. If you aim to save the Wang family, accepting this project is your only avenue. We are both women, and I fully comprehend your sentiments, but why should women be precluded from achieving great things? Broaden your perspective. Do not underestimate your worth. Shin Mingting spoke with earnestness. Wang Lingying felt conflicted. Indeed, such an opportunity may only arise once in a lifetime. If successful, it could transform her life. She certainly harbored dreams. Yet while dreams are exquisite, reality can be harsh. She envisioned expanding her company and often recalled her grandfather's last words. She desired to revitalize the Wang family. And this was her singular chance. Shin Mingting continued. This project must be undertaken solely by you, not assigned to the Wang family. My suggestion is that you manage the company and can subcontract portions of the work, retaining only a segment of the project for yourself. This way, you can tend to your family responsibilities. Her words resonated deeply with Wang Lingying. If you lack confidence in yourself, how can you expect others to believe in you? Shen Mingting challenged her. Do you mean to say the chairperson misjudged you? Are you truly someone who cannot rise to the occasion? I am willing to give it a try. At last, Wang Lingying consented. That's the spirit. Sign here. This is a letter of intent. Once your company is registered, we will draft a formal contract. The project in Shenan has a tight timeline. We cannot afford further delays, Shen Mingting stated. Wang Lingying, without hesitation, swiftly affixed her name. This matter is now settled. Upon exiting the company and returning to the car, Wang Lingying felt as though she were in a dream, tightly clutching the contract. She was somewhat exhilarated, yet she strove to maintain her composure. It seemed the deal had been finalized. Du Qichen, driving, inquired, did the negotiations go well? Wang Lingying nodded, but I signed a contract worth 5 billion. Oh, splendid. It appears they have great faith in you, Du Qichen replied nonchalantly. Wang Lingying fixed her gaze upon him and asked, Aren't you at all worried that I might mishandle this? It's a 5 billion contract. Am I capable of managing it? I have never doubted your abilities, and I am certain you will handle this matter adeptly. Besides, you have me. I will always support you. You can do this. Keep pushing forward. Du Qichen encouraged her with a fist pump. In that moment, Wang Lingying's heart finally found tranquility. She gazed deeply at Du Qichen and said, Thank you. A family, what is there to be thankful for? I am your husband. Assisting you should be expected. Du Qichen chuckled. Wang Lingying instinctively wanted to retort, yet when she opened her mouth, she ultimately remained silent. The atmosphere was rather pleasant, and she could not bring herself to disrupt it. Upon returning home, the three of them deliberated and decided that Gao Xiaotong would invest 20 million to register the company. Everything proceeded smoothly, and on the same day, they completed the process, naming the company Lingtong Industrial Company Limited. Du Qichen found it amusing. The name, derived from the collaboration of two women, was indeed fitting, as it contained a character from each of their names. That evening, Du Qichen prepared a feast to celebrate. The following day, he accompanied the two women to Hongfei Group to sign the formal contract. With his presence, everything went seamlessly. In the ensuing days, Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong sought out office premises and rented a floor as their workspace. Wang Lingying became the chairwoman and general manager of the company, while Gao Xiaotong took on the role of HR manager and deputy general manager. Du Qichen also received a promotion, becoming the security department manager. The trio, unaccompanied by any other associates, successfully launched the company. Gao Xiaotong posted recruitment information online, while Wang Lingying took the contracts to secure a bank loan. Hongfei Group also announced the news on their official website. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout Jiangnan City. Previously, there had been whispers suggesting that Wang Lingying had severed ties with the Wang family, yet many remained skeptical. Now, the truth was laid bare. The rumors were indeed accurate. She had not only distanced herself from the Wang family, but had also founded her own company, securing an order worth 50 billion. It was akin to a sudden leap into prominence, making her the most dazzling star in Jiangnan City. However, many claimed that Wang Lingying had relied on her beauty to obtain the order, alleging that the hidden owner of Hongfei Group was taken by her charm. After all, how could someone who had been cast out from her family, with no financial resources, manage to secure such a substantial order? Numerous rumors circulated online, with varying accounts. Although Wang Lingying felt disheartened by this, she chose not to dwell on it. She believed that the innocent would clear their names, while the guilty would reveal their true nature. Currently, she had neither the energy nor the inclination to concern herself with such gossip, as she was already overwhelmed with the pursuit of a loan. After 3 consecutive days of visiting banks, her loan applications had all been rejected. On this particular day, Wang Yuanluan and his wife visited the villa at Phoenix Mountain once again. Du Qichen graciously entertained them, and after dinner, the family gathered on the sofa to chat. Observing his daughter's furrowed brows, Wang Yuanluan sighed and said, Lingying, why not return home? Your grandmother has asked for you. Wang Lingying frowned and inquired, Did she? Yes, he replied. Your grandmother mentioned that the Hu family has contacted several prominent families in Jiangnan City to collectively pressure the banks. Although you have secured the contract, not a single bank will grant you a loan. If you return, the family will devise a solution together, and you will have full authority over the entire project. Wang Yuanluan urged. Ma Jifeng added, indeed, this is excessively challenging for you. This is a 50 billion project, and you currently have no funds. How will you manage? If this drags on, what will happen if the chairman of Hongfei Group becomes displeased and voids the contract? They cannot be expected to wait indefinitely. Gao Xiaotong hesitated to speak, while Wang Lingying remained silent. I disagree, Du Qingchen suddenly declared, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. The couple, Wang Yuanluan and his wife, no longer dared to be as brusque with him as before. Ma Jifeng raised an eyebrow and asked, on what grounds do you oppose? Can you procure the funds? This requires billions, not a trivial sum. I will find a way regarding the finances. I can borrow from friends, Du Qingchen replied. He had already mentioned this to Wang Lingying several times, yet she remained resolute in her refusal this time as well. I do not want your money, Wang Lingying stated firmly. Du Qingchen offered a wry smile. We are family. What is yours is mine. Consider it a loan. Family, have you forgotten our agreement? Wang Lingying's words left Du Qingchen somewhat disheartened. He had hoped their relationship had improved, but the prospects seemed bleak. Wang Yuanluan cleared his throat and interjected. Peace and harmony are paramount. A harmonious family flourishes. We can discuss this matter calmly. If Xiao Du can indeed secure the funds, there is no need for you to be overly concerned about appearances. I believe Xiao Du is right. Can you really obtain the money? Gao Xiaotong inquired. Du Qingchen nodded. It should not be a problem. How much can you secure? 20 billion should be feasible. He refrained from stating too large a sum, fearing it might alarm them or raise doubts. Furthermore, if he claimed 50 or 100 billion, Wang Lingying would be even less likely to agree, primarily due to his status. I think it sounds plausible, Gao Xiaotong remarked. Everyone looked at Wang Lingying, but she remained obstinately firm, stating, I will not lend you a single penny. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. I will visit the bank tomorrow. I refuse to believe it cannot be done. Moreover, I already owe you enough. I do not wish to incur further debt to you. I cannot repay such a favor. This was her candid sentiment. Regarding her marriage to Du Qingchen, she had always held the reins. Although her perception of him had shifted, she was unwilling to compromise herself out of gratitude, until genuine feelings were established, until they had crossed the threshold of a true marriage. She would not use Du Qingchen's money, as it would lead her to lose her sense of self. She was determined not to rely on anyone, especially him. If it cannot be done, then so be it. Leaning on others was not an option for her, particularly with Du Qingchen. Her views might be extreme, perhaps even misguided. Yet that was simply who she was. Du Qingchen understood this well. He sighed and said, All right, then I will accompany you to the bank tomorrow. What are you going for? Do not worry about it. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Du Qingchen replied. Yao Xiaotong quickly added, Fine. The three of us will go to the bank together. With my silver tongue, I refuse to believe that the Hu family can dominate everything. Wang Yuanluan and his wife exchanged glances. Clearly, today's advocate had not performed well. The effort yielded little effect. The following day, Du Qingchen drove the two women to the bank. In the car, Wang Lingying appeared anxious and asked Gao Xiaotong, Which bank are we going to? She was utterly devoid of confidence, having endured a series of devastating setbacks in recent days. Logically, securing a loan should have been a straightforward endeavor with the contract from Hongfei Group in hand. However, the reality proved to be quite the contrary, as no bank was willing to extend a loan. This clearly illustrated the immense power wielded by the Hu family, whose pressure alongside several prominent families exerted a significant influence. Unfortunately, the major banks had deep-rooted business relationships with these influential families, and none were inclined to offend them over Wang Lingying. The potential repercussions of any inquiry from above were simply too great to bear. Banks must survive and profit, relying heavily on the collaboration of these affluent families. Such is the harsh truth. Let us try Huaxia Bank. Du Qingchen interjected. Is that a viable option? Wang Lingying furrowed her brow. Huaxia Bank is the largest bank in the country, with a profound official background. They would hardly entertain our request. It would be wiser to explore other options. Trust me, it will work, Du Qingchen asserted confidently. I've already been there, and they wouldn't even see me, Wang Lingying replied. Don't worry. If we can't secure the loan today, I'll write my name backward, Du Qingchen declared with unwavering assurance. Gao Xiaotong shot him a disapproving glance. What would that be? Qingshan Du? Du Qingshan dismissed her with a glance, driving straight to Huaxia Bank. He exited the car with the two women and approached the entrance, only to be promptly intercepted by the lobby manager. Miss Wang, I've already informed you. Our president has instructed that he will not see you. Why have you returned? Zhang Song said with evident impatience. Du Qingshan glanced at the name tag on the man's uniform and remarked, Manager Zhang, please deliver this to your president. I am certain he will agree to meet with us. With that, he removed a signet ring from his finger and handed it over. Zhang Song eyed the ring with curiosity. You're not jesting, are you? Do you know our president? I do not, but if you present this to him, he will certainly grant us an audience, Du Qingshan replied with confidence. Very well, please wait here while I notify him, Zhang Song said, taking the ring and heading upstairs. What was that? Gao Xiaodong asked, intrigued. You're not toying with him, are you? Do you think I have the luxury of time for such games? Du Qingshan retorted, casting her a disapproving look. Just trust that I can assist you in obtaining the loan. Why question it further? This was his way of silencing them. Wang Lingying, initially curious, now felt compelled to remain silent. Gao Xiaotong, still unconvinced, muttered, I refuse to believe that the branch president of Huaxia Bank would grant you any special consideration. Seriously, you think a mere signet ring is so mysterious? I suspect you are merely here for amusement. Don't let me witness a farce. Though she was indeed curious, she couldn't help but feel the urge to undermine Du Qingshan. It was simply out of character for her to refrain from voicing her skepticism. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhang Song emerged from the elevator, accompanied by a bespectacled man. The man, likely in his 50s, exuded an air of sharp intellect. He was none other than the branch president, Xia Hoyan. Xia Hoyan hurriedly approached the three individuals, offering a slight bow to Du Qingshan, and, with a hint of excitement, inquired, May I ask your esteemed surname, sir? My surname is Du. Oh, Mr. Du. It is a pleasure to meet you. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Here is your item. It is too precious, and I must return it to you. With both hands. Xia Hoyan reverently returned the ring to Du Qingshan. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong stood by, utterly astonished. The ring had indeed captured the attention of the bank president. What could this ring possibly signify, and what origins did it possess? Such musings provoked endless contemplation. Mr. Du, please follow me to my office for a discussion. Xia Hochun warmly invited. He led the trio to his office on the upper floor, hastily preparing tea for them, displaying a remarkable hospitality. As he served the tea, Xia Hochun addressed Du Qingshan, Mr. Du, please feel free to express any needs you may have. Xia Hoen will certainly attend to them. Du Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, gesturing towards Wang Lingying. I have no matters of my own, but my wife does. She mentioned wanting to secure a loan from your esteemed bank. Yet you seem to have overlooked this. Is that correct? Xia Hoyan's expression shifted dramatically. She is your wife? Du Qingshan nodded. Ah, Miss Wang. Had I known you were Mr. Du's wife, I would never have failed to meet with you. Even if you lent me 100 times my courage, I would not dare to refuse you. Rest assured, I have heard about your situation. Although there are pressures from various parties attempting to prevent us from granting you a loan, with Mr. Du present, your loan request is undoubtedly secure. May I inquire how much you wish to borrow? Our Jiangnan City branch currently has a maximum fund allocation of 500 billion, but that is no obstacle. If you require more, I can promptly report to headquarters. 1 trillion can be transferred to your account by the end of the day, and it would be entirely interest-free and permanent. Xia Hoyan declared, his demeanor one of eager flattery. Du Qingshan remained calm and composed. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were left utterly dumbfounded. 1 trillion, interest-free loans, and permanently so. What astonishing maneuver was this? What bank offers such services? This was akin to bestowing money freely. Even if a bank had ample funds, such operations were unsustainable. What, after all, is the essence of a bank? It is to generate profit. How could they operate under such terms without incurring colossal losses? 1 trillion, even if they did nothing with it. Simply saving it would yield astronomical interest annually. It felt surreal. The two women exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe their ears. Gao Xiaodong finally exclaimed, Manager Xia, you cannot be jesting, or perhaps I misheard. You were saying we can secure 1 trillion? And it is interest-free? You have heard correctly. Today, we can facilitate 1 trillion. Should you require further funds, our headquarters will undoubtedly find a way to allocate them, all interest-free and essentially without limit. Both women nearly fainted at the revelation. They were truly taken aback, beginning to question whether Xia Hoyan had lost his senses. I still do not fully comprehend, President Xia. What is the rationale behind this? Wang Lingying swallowed hard and inquired. Xia Hoyan, with a humble smile, replied. This, he glanced at Du Qingchun, observing the latter's slight shake of the head, and continued. This is confidential. I am not authorized to disclose it. However, we can indeed offer you a loan. The two women turned their attention towards Du Qingchun, who shrugged, indicating his lack of knowledge on the matter. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong whispered amongst themselves for a moment, and ultimately, Wang Lingying stated, very well. I require a loan of 5 billion. This is a contract we have recently signed with Hongfei Group. You may take a look at it. And we can use this as collateral. She was not a greedy woman, thus, for the 5 billion project, she only sought to borrow 5 billion. Xia Hoan shook his head and chuckled. I shall not review this documentation, nor is it necessary. I have already instructed someone to prepare the relevant contracts. And we can sign shortly. However, I must inquire, do you truly only require 5 billion? Perhaps you might consider borrowing a bit more? Wang Lingying, bemused, thought to herself. Is this how business is conducted? Interest-free, and yet he insists I take more. No, 5 billion is quite sufficient, she quickly replied. Xia Hoan, though slightly disappointed, nonetheless had the contracts prepared, and soon enough, both parties finalized the agreement, with the 5 billion transferred to Lingtong Industries company account. The three were graciously escorted outside by Xia Hoyan. Mr. Du, Miss Wang, Miss Gao, should you encounter any financial difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. As I mentioned, we shall provide you with all the necessary funds, interest-free, without any upper limit, Xia Hoyan reminded them. Du Qingchun said with irritation, I must remind you, President Xia, that the bank is not your private enterprise. It is unacceptable for you to continually incur losses while consistently handing out funds to us. His tone was far from courteous. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong were taken aback, fearing President Xia's displeasure. However, to their surprise, Xia Hoyan merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying, Mr. Du, you are indeed correct. Your presence here signifies your regard for us. And I have become overly enthusiastic. How about I treat the three of you to dinner tonight as a gesture of friendship? No need. Goodbye. Du Qingchun decisively declined, departing with the two women. Once they were back in the car, the two women in the back seat engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly disregarding Du Qingchun. It wasn't until they returned home and settled on the sofa that they began to scrutinize Du Qingchun as if he were a suspect, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. Where did this ring come from? Du Qingchun remained silent. Lingying, take a look at this ring. It's stunning, and there's a green glow pulsating within it, Gao Xiaotong remarked. But Wang Lingying ignored her. Hey, Du Qingchun, what is the story behind this ring? Gao Xiaotong pressed. I don't understand what you mean. Why did President Xia meet with you upon seeing the ring, and even offer us an interest-free loan with no repayment cap? You must provide us with a reasonable explanation. She inquired curiously. Du Qingchun rubbed his nose. I cannot explain. Is it a secret? This ring must be some sort of token, right? But I fail to comprehend what kind of token could prompt Xia Hoyan to act in such a manner. It's tantamount to giving us money. Could such fortune truly exist? Gao Xiaotong urged. Please tell us. We are on the verge of desperation. Regardless of Gao Xiaotong's persistent inquiries, Du Qingchun remained mute. This matter was simply beyond explanation. Wang Lingying intervened to alleviate the tension, saying, All right, Xiaotong, you should not press him any further. This situation is clearly sensitive, and he likely has his reasons for keeping it private. Du Qingchun cast a grateful glance at her. Wang Lingying shifted her gaze, her expression somewhat conflicted as she stated, Tomorrow, I will go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to have you registered as the legal representative of the company. Why? Du Qingchun was taken aback. The reason we are able to secure a loan is entirely due to you. Therefore, it is only fitting for you to be the legal representative, Wang Lingying explained. I disagree, Du Qingchun replied firmly. Why not? Wang Lingying asked. Du Qingchun asserted, because I do not need it, and this money is a loan to you. Not a gift. I have not played a significant role in this. They are merely interested in the company's prospects, which has nothing to do with me. Do you not find that statement rather absurd? I do not, and I absolutely will not agree to this. Please do not bring it up again. Du Qingchun was resolute. He had no need to take on this role. He was already financially secure. Everything is aimed at fulfilling Wang Lingying's dream. Du Qingchun harbors no other intentions. Were it not for consideration of Wang Lingying's feelings, he could instantly make her the wealthiest woman in the world if she were willing. Faced with Du Qingchun's unwavering stance, Wang Lingying, feeling helpless, stated, You must receive a share of the company. Xiaotong and I will each hold 20%, while you will hold 60%. This is non-negotiable. Du Du Qingchen, growing impatient, replied, I have already expressed that I do not require it. If you continue this way, I may become irate. You, Wang Lingying retorted angrily. I owe you a great deal already. How can I repay such a significant favor? I do not wish for this. Do you understand? Then I will take 10% of the shares. You will hold 60%, and Gao Xiaodong will possess 30%. If you cannot accept this distribution, then I shall forego even my 10%. Can we not become ensnared in such trivialities? Our immediate priority is to expedite the company's operations, Du Qingchen declared. All right. Let us not quarrel any longer. We shall proceed as he suggested, Gao Xiaotong interjected. However, I believe that my 30% is rather excessive. I would be content with 11%. As long as her share surpassed that of Du Qingchen's, Gao Xiaotong felt satisfied. This was her bottom line, as she sought to assert dominance over him. For some time, she had desired to overshadow Du Qingchen, yet her efforts had been in vain. On good days, he would indulge her, but most of the time, Du Qingchen showed no mercy, offering no leniency when it came to confrontation, which often left her feeling quite vexed. Wang Lingying affirmed, let us adhere to his proposal. This matter is settled for now. Now, let us deliberate on the company's operational issues. What? Huaxiao Bank granted her a loan of 5 billion, and it is interest-free? In the Wang family's ancestral home, the matriarch nearly leapt from her seat upon hearing the news. Some matters are simply beyond concealment, especially since Xia Hoyan had not made any deliberate attempts to hide it. Thus, the news quickly spread throughout Jiangnan City. Madame Zhang's expression darkened considerably. Despite not having sought out Wang Lingying recently, she had been monitoring her closely. The Wang family could not possibly disregard those projects. In her view, even if Wang Lingying secured the contracts, without funds, all efforts would be futile. 5 billion in projects would require at least 3 billion to commence effectively. Madame Jiang had long since made arrangements with Hukanan and several other prominent families to exert influence on the bank, firmly believing no institution would lend to Wang Lingying. Indeed, for the first 3 days, Wang Lingying faced numerous obstacles. Even with the contract in hand, she could not secure a single penny. The matriarch was confident in her stance. She had already conferred with Hukanan, planning that once Wang Lingying voluntarily returned to the Wang family, the 5 billion project would be jointly undertaken with the Hu family. Everyone desired a share of such a substantial pie. The Wang family could not consume it all. Yet now, with Wang Lingying's newfound wealth, she could independently pursue her projects, which was certainly unsettling news. If we fail to take action now, we shall find ourselves with nothing but an empty bamboo basket, and the substantial opportunities in the southern city will slip irrevocably from the Wang family's grasp. Moreover, the Wang family will be the subject of ridicule. Did you not strive tirelessly to expel Wang Lingying from the family? And now, who shall reap the benefits? The world will undoubtedly declare the Wang family a bunch of fools, forsaking such a monumental project and driving away talent. Second brother, have we made a grave mistake? The elderly matriarch's gaze shifted, and she finally sank into a despondent silence. Wang Yuanqing's expression mirrored her complexity as he lowered his head and said, had we foreseen this outcome, we would never have pressured her so hastily. I take full responsibility for this misjudgment. Our family desperately needs this project. The matriarch sighed deeply, lamenting, had we not cast her out in the first place? Would we not now find ourselves inundated with offers for collaboration? How have we fallen into such dire straits? Wang Yuanqing dared not utter a word, for he was the mastermind behind Wang Lingying's expulsion. Very well, I shall seek her out, the matriarch resolved. Her demands seem rather excessive. Can we truly accommodate them? Wang Yuanqing interjected hastily. Can we afford to refuse? We have no choice but to settle for less. He continued, last time it was a 10 billion order. This time it's 50 billion. Might her demands change? The matriarch shot him a sharp look and replied, I have stated that we must secure this project. Even if it means merely subcontracting it, there exists immense profit, and that is non-negotiable. Any demands that are reasonable can be accommodated. Wang Yuanqing's complexion shifted. Very well. I have made my decision. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a moment. This time, you need not accompany me. The matriarch waved her hand, as if she had suddenly aged several years. Lingtong Real Estate had only recently been established, yet it had already gained considerable notoriety in Jiangnan City. Such is the power of capability. Just days ago it was an empty shell, now its assets have exceeded 50 billion. And it holds a project contract worth 50 billion in the southern New District, fostering a strong alliance with Hongfei Group. An upgrade from a mere bird gun to a cannon. Wang Lingying promptly purchased the entire building, a decision reached through consensus among the three shareholders. Additionally, the company swiftly acquired two luxury vehicles, a Land Rover designated for Du Qingchen and a Bentley for transporting guests. Gao Xiaotong posted a recruitment notice online, and applicants flooded in, while Wang Lingying busied herself accommodating numerous industry leaders from Jiangnan City. While several prominent families could ally, the multitude of rivals was beyond their control. A fool who does not profit is a disgrace, as those in the construction contracting industry would say. For them, the mantra is clear. If there is money to be made, that is the path to pursue, with little regard for broader vision. Most of Wang Lingying's previous clients had now flocked to her, eager to partake in the Southern New District project. Following Du Qingchen's advice, Wang Lingying selectively met with a group of individuals, yet none could finalize contracts, all responses echoing the same refrain: we await notification. Both Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong were tirelessly engaged, while Du Qingchen found himself with ample leisure. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei had heard the news and rushed to offer their support. The three men were engaged in lively banter within the security room on the ground floor, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Chun, I never anticipated that the three of us would reunite again. You must look after us from now on, said Wu Bo, as he handed Du Qingchen a pack of cigarettes. Du Qingchen chuckled, no need for such gestures. The company does not condone this sort of thing. If you continue like this, what distinguishes me from Fengbing? As long as you all perform your duties diligently, you shall not suffer any losses. You need not regard me as a superior, we are all brothers here. Wu Bo grinned. This is not a bribe, but rather an expression of brotherly affection. Indeed, Chun, this is just a tribute from a brother to you, added Zhang Kuei, as he too presented a pack of cigarettes. Du Qingchen, both amused and exasperated, reluctantly accepted them, saying, let this be the last time. All right, Chen's word is final. However, I heard a rumor that you are indeed Mr. Wang's wife. Is there any truth to that? Wu Bo inquired curiously. Du Qingchen replied, did I not mention that earlier? Goodness, the rumor is true. Boss, you're not being fair. We thought you were jesting. When it comes to charming women, I only admire you, Chen. Mr. Wang is the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City, and you managed to win her over. Impressive, truly impressive. Zhang Kuei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Du Qingchen beamed with pride. Chun, allow me to treat you to drinks this evening, Wu Bo said, with an ingratiating smile. Offering unsolicited flattery is suspect. If you have something to say, just say it. As I mentioned, we do not engage in such antics. Du Qingchen replied with a laugh. Wu Bo responded, we simply wish to learn how to attract women. You mean you want to learn how to live off a woman? Du Qingchen chuckled. The brothers nodded vigorously. If one can indulge in such luxuries, it is indeed a skill we covet, they replied. Indeed. To be able to bask in the comforts of Mr. Wang is a true talent, nothing to be ashamed of. At that moment, the phone in the security room rang. Zhang Kuei answered, then turned to Du Qingchen, saying, Chen, your wife wants to see you in her office. Du Qingchen rose, glancing at the envious expressions of his companions. Choosing not to elaborate, he bore a silent burden. Did they truly believe he had succeeded? Success was far from his grasp. He merely bore the blame. A few minutes later, Du Qingchen entered Wang Lingying's office. The atmosphere was tense. Wang Lingying sat expressionless behind her desk, while Gao Xiaotong lounged on the sofa, wearing a cold smirk. Nearby sat the matriarch of the Wang family, old Madame Jiang. Upon witnessing this scene, Du Qingchen surmised the situation. With a smile, he asked, my dear, what do you need me for? Wang Lingying shot him a glare but refrained from rebuking him, saying, you are also a shareholder in the company. She is here to discuss a partnership, so your presence is required. I wish to hear your thoughts as well. Old Madame Jiang furrowed her brow upon hearing Wang Lingying's address, casting a look of disdain towards Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen laughed heartily. In our family matters, can I not take charge? Wang Lingying was even less pleased, questioning the appropriateness of discussing such things in front of outsiders. Yet she remained unperturbed, merely nodding lightly. Very well. Du Qingchen felt a surge of satisfaction within him. He paid no heed to the elder woman's obvious disdain as he settled onto the sofa and addressed her directly. You have come in person to request the return of my wife to the Wang family, have you not? The absence of others accompanying you suggests a willingness to compromise on your part, and your approach is notably humble. However, circumstances have shifted. I am open to discussion, but the terms this time will differ significantly from the last. You must prepare yourself for that. The elderly lady clenched her teeth and replied in a low voice, very well, go on. As you have seen, although our company is newly established, we possess significant projects in the South City District. attracting numerous potential collaborators. We are not short on funds, and the Wang family can no longer provide us with anything of value. Do you still believe you can persuade my wife to return? You were the ones who cast her aside and even conspired with the bank to deny us loans. Did you truly think we would capitulate? What a regretful miscalculation that must be. Seizing the opportunity, Du Qingchen pressed on, though he refrained from being overly harsh. After all, the elderly woman was Wang Lingying's grandmother, and some matters required a delicate touch. He continued, "What benefits can you offer my wife? Should she choose to return to the family, I would be willing to pass the position of head of the family to her, on the condition that she elevates the Wang family to the ranks of esteemed households. With 50% of your company's profits surrendered to the family." Du Qingchen could not help but laugh, finding the proposition utterly ridiculous. On what grounds? He retorted. The elderly woman's face flushed with anger, her body trembling in indignation. Wang Lingying cast a concerned glance at her grandmother before lowering her head. "Lingying, is it true that you are so heartless? You are a member of the Wang family, even if I have erred. I am willing to apologize and transfer the position of head of the family to you. What more do you desire? Must you allow him to humiliate me? Who does he think he is? Does he deserve you? In my eyes, he is nothing but a waste." The elderly lady erupted in fury. "Excuse me, madam. Could you speak with a bit more civility? Have you forgotten that you are the one seeking assistance? It seems you are accustomed to reprimanding others, looking down upon everyone. Who, exactly, do you deem worthy? By belittling Du Qingchen, you are insulting our entire company. He is a shareholder now. Do you wish to continue this discussion or not?" Gao Xiaotong countered without restraint. The elderly lady wore a grim expression, her gaze fixed solely on Wang Lingying. Wang Lingying turned to Du Qingchen, though she said nothing. Her message was unmistakably clear. Du Qingchen remarked, "Very well, matriarch. Whether Lingying returns to the family or assumes the role of the Wang family's head is her prerogative. It is her choice. However, regarding the allocation of half the company's profits to the Wang family, as a shareholder, I must object." Gao Xiaotong echoed his sentiments. Du Qingchen continued, "The company can provide you with a project worth 500 million to undertake. Beyond that, I fear it may overwhelm your capabilities. I assure you that your profits will exceed those of others by at least 10%. Nevertheless, should you mishandle the project, do not blame us for severing ties." This was the utmost concession Du Qingchen could offer. He was indifferent to money, yet the Changnan project was of paramount importance. Hongfei Group belonged to him, and he could not disregard the company's interests. Every action must adhere to certain principles. He then turned to Wang Lingying. The matriarch appeared discontent and also looked at Wang Lingying, asking, "What do you have to say?" I concur with his opinion. As for returning to the Wang family, I require further contemplation. Regarding the position of family head, please consider another candidate. It no longer concerns me. After much hesitation, Wang Lingying ultimately made her decision. The matriarch's face fell with disappointment. "Lingying, can you truly not forgive your grandmother? Please excuse me. I have matters to attend to," Wang Lingying replied, avoiding the matriarch's gaze as she turned to leave. "Matriarch, you should return. If you wish to cooperate, send someone to sign the contract. If this 500 million order does not meet your expectations, there is no obligation to pursue it." Du Qingchen then exited. He did not descend immediately, but instead approached the balcony outside the restroom. Wang Lingying stood on the balcony, gazing downwards. "Do you think I am heartless?" Du Qingchen softly inquired as he approached her. "It is none of your concern. This is my decision. And you have done nothing wrong," she replied, her voice tinged with an unmistakable tremor, revealing her tears. "I shall not oppose any of your decisions." Du Qingchen sighed. "In comparison to your happiness, everything else pales." Wang Lingying turned to look at him, seemingly attempting to see through him. Du Qingchen met her gaze, his eyes strikingly clear. "Thank you," Wang Lingying expressed, touched. Du Qingchen smiled faintly. "I aspire for everything to be achieved through my own efforts, which is why I have been somewhat resistant to your assistance. The family's situation is rather intricate, and I am reluctant to assume control." "I understand," Wang Lingying explained. "If my words have ever wounded you, I beg your forgiveness." "No, you are overthinking it." In the end, Matriarch Jiang relented. She could not jeopardize the family's interests merely to satisfy her pride. Consequently, the following day, the Wang family sent Wang Yuanluan to sign the contract. "Dad, why is it you?" Wang Lingying expressed her surprise. Wang Yuanluan exclaimed with excitement, "My dear daughter, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude. You've done remarkably well. I now possess a voice within the family. Last night, during a meeting, your grandmother appointed me as a director on the board, and I have been entrusted with overseeing the entire project in the Southern District. Naturally, I will be the one signing the contracts. Is it possible to secure a few more projects? With a quiet sigh, Wang Lingying felt somewhat helpless. Whether it was to compensate and placate her or to leverage Wang Yunluan's newfound authority, she knew she must remember this favor. It was indeed the best choice to have Wang Yunluan sign the contracts and manage the projects. The Wang Yuanxin and Wang Yuanming factions had long-standing grievances with Wang Lingying, and had she chosen someone else, they might have faced disdain. Wang Yunluan, however, was different. He was her biological father, and what could she do? All right, Dad. I sincerely hope you can overcome your previous vices and seize this opportunity. I will not be returning to the Wang family for the time being. But I do not wish to see the family truly decline, Wang Lingying cautioned. Wang Yunluan's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "Rest assured. I have already rid myself of the gambling habit. From now on, I will dedicate myself to my work and strive to show everyone my worth." He brimmed with confidence for the future. However, compared to his two elder brothers, he felt woefully inadequate. Wang Lingying chose not to elaborate further, having just signed a contract worth 10 billion. At this point, the Wang family had secured a share of the pie. Upon hearing the news, the matriarch secretly rejoiced and later encouraged Wang Yunluan to call Wang Lingying back to the old residence for a celebratory dinner. Wang Lingying, however, declined. She had no desire to set foot in the old house again, as she felt deeply disillusioned with the family. In the following days, Wang Lingying signed contracts with over a dozen companies, and the Lingyong group flourished spectacularly. The prominent families of Jiangnan failed to gain a share, while a few managed to acquire some projects from the Hongfei group, but the Hu family emerged empty-handed from this contest. Hu Hao faced considerable criticism for mismanaging a promising situation, and he had recently toned down his behavior, refraining from approaching Wang Lingying again. But would the Hu family truly swallow their pride? Certainly not. That afternoon, Wang Yong drove from the company to a rural leisure farm on the outskirts of the city, where he was met by someone who led him to a quiet room. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see the man sipping tea, Hu family head, Hu Canaan. Pouring tea with a smile, Hu Canaan said, "Young Master Wang, please have a seat. Among the entire Wang family, you are the only one I find worthy of my attention. I have long wished to converse with you, but I've been rather busy. Today, I finally found the time." Wang Yong was pleasantly surprised. Typically, he had no opportunities to meet Hu Canaan, a top-tier magnate in Jiangnan City, whose mere footfall could send ripples throughout. He had never anticipated receiving such esteem and recognition from Hu Canaan, which momentarily left him feeling elated yet hesitant. Wang Yong was not foolish. Thus, he refrained from sitting down immediately. Instead, he hesitated and said, "Master Hu, had I known it was you, I might not have mustered the courage to come. As you are aware, our families have become estranged of late. It is your grandmother who forbids you from associating with the Wang family, is it not?" Hu Canaan, fully aware of the situation, replied with a calm smile. Wang Yong fell silent, and his silence was an implicit acceptance. It was hard to believe that an elderly woman nearing her end could instill such fear in you. "I find it astonishing how timid you are. No matter how domineering she is, how long can she maintain that power? Do you not aspire to one day command the Wang family and sit in her stead?" Hu Canaan spoke rather bluntly. Wang Yong's expression shifted, revealing his unease. "Rest assured, the location I have chosen for our meeting is sufficiently discreet. No one will know we have met, nor will they suspect anything. If you truly possess ambition and aspirations, I encourage you to sit down and converse. I assure you, it would be tremendously advantageous for you. Should you choose to leave, it would indicate I have misjudged your character, and we can pretend this encounter never occurred." Hu Canaan remained as composed as ever. Among the younger generation, Wang Yong was indeed an exceptional individual, yet when compared to an old fox like Hu Canaan, he paled significantly. Thus, he opted to take a seat. The allure of Hu Canaan's words was simply too compelling. How could he not wish to become the family head? His ongoing rivalry with Wang Lingying stemmed from the fact that she stood in his way. Both father and son had meticulously plotted their path toward the position of family leader. "Indeed, you are worthy of my regard. I believe the Wang family, under your guidance, will surely ascend to new heights and revive its former glory," Hu Canaan said as he poured tea. "Come, let us enjoy some tea together." "I am unworthy of such praise, Master Hu," Wang Yong replied. "Please, do not call me Master Hu. It feels rather distant. Just refer to me as Uncle Hu. We can be friends across generations," Hu Canaan said amiably. Wang Yong sipped his tea and addressed him as Uncle Hu. After a brief period of casual conversation, Hu Canaan steered the discussion toward Wang Lingying, commenting, "Wang Lingying is truly heartless. I have heard that your grandmother personally sought her return to the family. Yet she remained unyielding. She has always been that way, Wang Yong replied curtly. She is far too self-assured. It is said that your grandmother once promised her that should she return, the position of family head would be bestowed upon her. I trust you are aware of this? Hu Kainan spoke in a low tone. Wang Yong's expression changed dramatically. You were unaware? Hu Kainan exclaimed with surprise. Ah, that is understandable. Your grandmother would never divulge such matters to you. It is unfortunate that you remain in the dark, while you and your cousin are embroiled in fierce competition. Little do you know that your grandmother is prepared to pass the family legacy to a woman who is already married. Wang Yong remained silent. Yet his countenance betrayed his inner turmoil. Indeed, he was enraged. Although Wang Lingying had temporarily refused, her return was merely a matter of time. The Wang family is vast and prosperous. How could she not be tempted? Her current aloofness was nothing more than a fade of pride. Thus, for you, she represents your greatest threat. Are you truly willing to concede defeat? Hu Kainan prodded. Wang Yong murmured, Uncle Hu, I am filled with ambition yet constrained by my capabilities. We expelled her from the family. Yet who could have foreseen that she would venture out on her own and gain the favor of that enigmatic chairman from Hongfei Group, who bestowed upon her a contract worth 50 billion. Now, countless individuals are clamoring at her company's doors, seeking collaboration. What can I possibly do? Furthermore, that Du Qingqian possesses formidable martial skills, which young master who has personally experienced. He is exceedingly rude and brutish, akin to a rogue. To confront Wang Lingying, one must first contend with my grandmother, a hurdle he cannot circumvent. I have no desire to sever ties with him. To be candid, I harbor a slight fear of him. This individual is not to be underestimated. My grandmother has mentioned that we previously misjudged him. Wang Lingying's current success is undoubtedly linked to him, to a significant extent. Wang Yong spoke with a hint of dejection. This man is indeed quite vexatious. However, his triumph shall not last long. Hu Kainan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Wang Yong's heart trembled as he began to grasp Hu Kainan's implication, excitement coursing through him. He lacked the courage to confront Du Qingqian, but if the Hu family intervened, the situation would be entirely different. After all, the Hu family is the foremost clan in Jiangnan City, possessing immense strength, making it effortless to deal with a mere Du Qingqian. Should anything befall Du Qingqian, Wang Lingying would be bereft of a layer of protection, simplifying her defeat considerably. Wang Yong exclaimed with enthusiasm. She is currently embroiled in fierce conflict with Hongfei Group, making her downfall no easy task. However, it is not impossible. The prerequisite is to establish connections with many influential individuals, such as yourself. Hu Kainan replied with unwavering confidence. No, you may not yet be powerful. But if you dare to dream, I can elevate you to great strength. For instance, you could assume the role of the Wang family's head. And then we could collaborate on endeavors as equals. Hu Kainan stated. The old matriarch is still in good health, even if, well, who can predict the future? All I can say is that I will strive hard, Wang Yong remarked. The old matriarch's health may not be guaranteed. Her longevity is not solely determined by fate. Hu Kainan whispered. Wang Yong was taken aback, fear flickering in his gaze as he stared at Hu Kainan. Hu Kainan held his gaze, stating, I see ambition in your eyes. A man without ambition is no man at all. Once the old matriarch passes, I will assist you in becoming the family head. Wang Yong's heart raced, his body trembling slightly, caught in a whirlwind of excitement and conflict. To harm the old matriarch? Wasn't that precisely Hu Kainan's implication? This was a grave matter. If word got out, his future would be irrevocably ruined. In the past, he would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. Yet circumstances had changed. Hu Kainan had just mentioned that the old matriarch intended for Wang Lingying to steer the Wang family's future, a notion he could never abide. Rest assured, this matter is known only to heaven and earth, you and I. It shall remain a secret from any third party. Furthermore, I will assist you in gaining the loyalty of certain individuals from the Wang family. Once the matriarch passes, I shall ensure you become the object of collective admiration. In truth, I could approach Wang Bo. I am confident he would not dismiss my proposal. The reason I seek your collaboration is that I find you to be more ruthless. In these times, one cannot stand firm without a certain degree of ferocity. I hope you do not disappoint me, for if you do, I shall indeed be quite angered. Hu Kainan's words were a blend of coercion and temptation. Wang Yong felt a surge of anxiety. Given that Hu Kainan had the audacity to voice such a proposition, he was evidently unafraid of rejection. Should this information circulate? It would tarnish the Hu family's reputation. How might Hu Canaan retaliate against him? Contemplating this, Wang Yong finally resolved to speak cautiously. What must I do if we were to collaborate? It is quite simple. Bribe those who attend to her, and gradually introduce this substance into her meals. Hu Canaan produced a small red porcelain vial from his pocket. What is this? Wang Yong's face turned pale with fear. This is a drug developed by the medical Immortal Valley, known as 100 Days of Joy. 100 Days of Joy? Wang Yong frowned. It sounds somewhat akin to an aphrodisiac. Hu Canaan clarified. This drug is colorless and tasteless. It aids in sleep and is similar to a sedative. However, it induces chronic poisoning. In fact, it does not even take 100 days. Sometimes, effects can manifest in as little as 30 days. By then, the individual may pass away without an identifiable cause, their body gradually succumbing to decline. Thus, even if she dies, no one would suspect poisoning. After all, she is already quite old. With age comes the inevitability of death. What difference does it make? You mentioned this is a product of the medical Immortal Valley? Wang Yong inquired, curiosity piqued. You are familiar with the medical Immortal Valley? Naturally. It is one of the 9 great sects of the ancient martial world. Indeed, I need not conceal anything further from you. Our Hu family has established a connection with an elder from the medical Immortal Valley. Otherwise, we would not have access to such a drug. So, do you possess the courage to proceed? Hu Canaan smiled slightly. Wang Yong did not respond immediately. He hesitated. Or perhaps he had already made up his mind but was reluctant to voice it. After all, such actions contravene moral principles, and should the matter come to light, he would face scorn from his kin and ridicule from the masses. Hu Canaan seemed to perceive Wang Yong's inner turmoil. He placed the red vial before him and set down a pre-prepared note beside it. I shall take my leave now. Contemplate this at your leisure. Should anything arise, contact me at this number. It would be wise for you to prepare a new card, just in case. Wang Yong remained silent. After Hu Canaan departed, he lifted the small porcelain vial from the table, his hand trembling slightly, his heart restless, yet his gaze was resolute, a faint glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. What did you say? Du Qingchen fixed a piercing gaze upon Gao Xiaotong, furrowing his brow. Gao Xiaotong, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned closer and said, I am suggesting that after work, you accompany me to handle a matter. You can go alone. Why insist on my presence? Du Qingchen declined. Recently, he noticed that Gao Xiaotong consistently sought him out, sometimes even bringing him fruits and offering milk tea. In essence, her kindness made him increasingly wary, as he did not wish to foster any misunderstandings with Wang Lingying. Moreover, he harbored a suspicion that Gao Xiaotong had ulterior motives, perhaps laying a trap for him to unwittingly fall into. There was something decidedly unusual about her behavior. With a pitiful expression, Gao Xiaotong pleaded, I truly have something I need your assistance with. Please have mercy on me. I assure you, I would not deceive you. I stake my integrity on it. She raised her hand in solemn oath. Dubious, yet intrigued, Du Qingchen finally inquired, Is Lingying aware of this matter? Yes, I informed her. She is attending a banquet. Gao Xiaotong replied promptly. What banquet? Du Qingchen asked, curiosity piqued. One hosted by the city. You needn't speculate unnecessarily. It's attended by municipal leaders. So there are no safety concerns, she reassured him. After a moment's contemplation, Du Qingchen relented. Very well, but this is a one-time exception. Agreed. I will meet you at 5. Gao Xiaotong exclaimed joyfully, hastily departing as if to avoid any change of mind from him. A sense of foreboding washed over Du Qingchen, as though he were unwittingly stepping into a pitfall. Brother Chen, you've succumbed, Wubo remarked, giving a thumbs up. Zhang Kuei added, when it comes to courting, if Brother Chen claims the second position, no one can claim the first. What courting? This is being courted, he retorted. Indeed, indeed. Gao is the one making the advances. But Brother Chen, you ought to be cautious. Watch for fires in the backyard. Yes, yes, they are all stunning beauties. If it were me, I would undoubtedly embrace them both. Brother Chen, you must persevere. We take pride in you. The two brothers exchanged banter, overwhelming Du Qingchen with their jests. What nonsense. My relationship with Gao is entirely above board. There is no impropriety. Right, right? And about that hotel incident, heh. Rest assured, Brother Chen, we are brothers. Your affairs shall remain confidential. Indeed, we shall keep our lips sealed. Even unto death, we would never betray you. Du Qingchen was left speechless by their antics. At 5 o'clock, Gao Xiaotong indeed came to find Du Qingchen. As they got into the car, he curiously asked, What is it that you need? Accompany me to a blind date. He nearly fell over in shock. A blind date? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Why would you need me for that? I am not your guardian, Du Qingshan replied awkwardly, adding, furthermore, did you not previously claim to have someone in your heart? Were those mere fabrications? Who said that? I am merely being coerced. This person was introduced by my mother. In fact, he is a childhood friend. Everyone in my family, including relatives and friends, believes we are meant to be together. Oh, his father and mine served in the same unit. As a veteran yourself, you understand the unbreakable bond of camaraderie among soldiers. Gao Xiaodong explained. That's quite commendable. I wish you all the best. With a temperament like yours, if someone is willing to marry you, you should agree quickly. Lest you find yourself single in the future, Du Qingshan remarked with a chuckle. Gao Xiaodong's brows furrowed in anger. Are we still friends? Not at all. You must be joking. I simply believe I am not suited for this. Are you afraid he may bring you harm? Surely not. You two have known each other since childhood. He wouldn't resort to drugging you and dragging you to a hotel, would he? Du Qingshan laughed heartily. Gao Xiaodong was left speechless, her face flushed with indignation. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Are you expecting me to be your shield? Du Qingshan asked earnestly. Gao Xiaodong nodded. Yes, you will pretend to be my boyfriend and outshine him in every aspect. What is he? A doctoral student, a university professor. Oh dear. Du Qingshan rolled her eyes. You're digging a pit for me. How am I supposed to handle a professor? He is just a bookworm. I don't like him anyway. If it comes to it, you can find ways to undermine him. You can manage that. I feel awkward, after all. We grew up together. So you want me to take on the villain's role? Precisely. I've realized you are quite cunning. Women are like that, Gao Xiaodong replied nonchalantly. Du Qingshan conceded. After some discussion, Gao Xiaodong parked the car in front of a shopping mall. Her phone rang. She answered it with irritation. What is the rush? Are you trying to hurry me to my death? I said I'd be there shortly. If you don't want to wait, just go home. She abruptly hung up the call. Du Qingshan, taken aback, asked, Is that your attitude towards him? It must be. I've been like this since childhood. Gao Xiaodong ushered Du Qingshan out of the car. Are we here? Du Qingshan looked around. Not yet. Follow me. I need to change your outfit. You are far too casual. Mind you, you are now a shareholder in the company, with assets amounting to 500 million. You cannot dress like this. People might mistake you for a security guard, Gao Xiaodong insisted. Du Qingshan replied, I am, after all, a security guard. Besides, one's identity need not be defined by clothing. His words were indeed sincere. In his past, regardless of his attire, those who knew him dared not underestimate him. Most would even look up to him. Unfortunately, his philosophy did not resonate with Gao Xiaodong. Women can be quite persistent. They refuse to relent until their goals are achieved. Ultimately, Du Qingshan had no choice but to comply with Gao Xiaodong's demands, purchasing 2 outfits at the mall, with Gao Xiaodong footing the bill. Once dressed in a suit, with no tie and the top button of his shirt undone, Du Qingshan exuded a sense of rebellious charm. Yet his demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He became an entirely different person, undeniably handsome. Several salespersons were visibly excited, with 2 of them even eagerly requesting Du Qingshan's WeChat. In the end, however, Gao Xiaodong, like a protective hen, shooed the girls away. Once back in the car, Gao Xiaodong gazed at Du Qingshan several times. Is something wrong with my appearance? Du Qingshan asked, feeling a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose. Suddenly, he recalled a saying that resonated profoundly. What saying? People rely on their attire, just as horses depend on their saddles. Can I interpret that as a compliment on my looks? No, just that you're passably decent. You ought to dress better and take care of yourself. Perhaps one day, your wife will genuinely fall for you. Really? Just teasing you, Gao Xiaodong chuckled. Du Qingshan's expression darkened. This woman was quite vexing. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Gao Xiaodong felt a twinge of anxiety. She took a deep breath and then linked her arm with Du Qingshan's. He felt awkward and whispered, Is this level of intimacy necessary? When performing, one must go all out. You think I enjoy clinging to you? You're taking advantage and playing coy. Let me make this clear. First, no wild thoughts. Second, you must utterly devastate him, ensuring he gives up on me. Gao Xiaodong warned sternly. Du Qingshan was speechless. Initially, Gao Xiaodong's close hold on him, her chest occasionally brushing against his arm, made it hard for him to dismiss any inappropriate thoughts, especially considering that she was an undeniable beauty. Her assets were even more impressive than Wang Lingying's, enough to distract any man. Furthermore, why was there a need to crush someone who bore no ill will? He chose not to argue, deciding to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Xiaodong rapped on the door. Soon, a bespectacled man opened it. His initial joy faded upon seeing Gao Xiaodong and Du Qingshan entwined. He stood there dumbfounded, jealousy burning in his eyes. Zheng Ming, do we not recognize each other? Gao Xiaotong blinked and smiled. What this? Aren't you the one inviting me to dinner? Are you not going to let us in? Zheng Ming stepped aside, allowing them to enter. The private room was warmly decorated, with a dazzling bouquet of roses adorning the table. Du Qingchen recalled their previous visit to a couple's restaurant with Gao Xiaodong, feeling somewhat uneasy. Once seated, Gao Xiaodong finally released his arm and introduced him. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Du Qingchen, and this is my childhood friend, Zheng Ming. Hello, Du Qingchen offered politely with a smile, extending his hand. Zheng Ming scoffed, ignoring the gesture. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. How could he shake hands with his rival? I want to befriend my competitor. A handshake is unnecessary, Zheng Ming bluntly stated. Sweat. Du Qingchen was nearly flabbergasted. Had the battle commenced already? Was it a bit too soon? Moreover, this personality was rather overwhelming. It was all too direct. Gao Xiaodong was quite accustomed to this and remarked, Zheng Ming, we are childhood friends, almost like siblings. You must not speak carelessly. My boyfriend might get jealous. After saying this, she discreetly stepped on Du Qingchen's foot beneath the table. A subtle reminder for him to be prepared for a confrontation. Brother Ming, I have heard from Xiaodong that you have taken great care of her since childhood. I must thank you for that. However, from now on, I will be the one looking after her. You can rest assured. I guarantee she will not suffer any grievances. Oh, by the way, when we get married, Brother Ming, do remember to be our best man. Consider this an early invitation, Du Qingchen said with a smile. Gao Xiaodong's cheeks flushed slightly. Married? You must be joking. Zheng Ming's expression darkened further, and he scoffed. You marrying her? Have you lost your mind? Do you truly think you are worthy of her? Du Qingchen maintained a calm smile. What do you mean by that, Brother Ming? Why do you believe I am unworthy of her? What do you do for a living? Zheng Ming inquired. Gao Xiaodong interjected swiftly. He is my boss. I work for him. Yes, she is my secretary, Du Qingchen joked. When the rest work, she handles it. When the rest none, she still handles it. This phrase almost instantaneously sprang to mind for the three of them. Gao Xiaodong felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. And her foot began to move again beneath the table, but Du Qingchen was already prepared, and her attempts were in vain. Zheng Ming's face turned a shade of green with anger, and he reproached Gao Xiaodong with disappointment. Xiaodong, what can I say? If Uncle Gao finds out about this, how furious do you think he will be? You are bringing shame upon him. Hey, my affairs are none of your concern. Furthermore, you are not allowed to speak of my situation here to my family. Otherwise, we shall sever ties, Gao Xiaodong stated solemnly. Zheng Ming was clearly affected by her words. Glaring at Du Qingchen with resentment, you two are simply incompatible. You must break up. On what basis? Du Qingchen responded, visibly displeased. Because you are unworthy of her. Zheng Ming asserted confidently. Du Qingchen's displeasure intensified. Having been deemed unworthy of marrying Wang Lingying, he faced derision from the Wei family, the Wang family, and the Hu family alike. Now, a complete stranger, knowing nothing about him, boldly declared such hurtful sentiments. Whether he was worthy or not was his own affair, one that had nothing to do with Zheng Ming. Du Qingchen scoffed coldly. Zheng Ming retorted, how can it not be related? I have an engagement with her from our childhood. Wait. Du Qingchen looked astonished at Gao Xiaodong. This revelation was rather shocking. Gao Xiaodong had actually been engaged since childhood. Hey, Zheng Ming, are you done yet? That doesn't count. What era are we in? Who still believes in such things? You are a PhD. Please don't be so antiquated. Gao Xiaodong exclaimed, clearly agitated. This topic was her greatest fear. Anyone who mentioned it would incur her wrath. Zheng Ming, feeling wronged, lamented, but this is the truth. We are childhood sweethearts. Why do you treat me this way? No. I must go back and seek justice from Uncle Gao. With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Du Qingchen and Gao Xiaotong exchanged glances, astonished. What on earth? Du Qingchen exclaimed, unable to contain his incredulity. Has he lost his mind? Has reading rendered him foolish? Gao Xiaotong sighed in frustration. That's just his temperament. I too have noticed that his intellect has been compromised by his studies. Yet, he is indeed decisive. Du Qingchen could not help but chuckle. You're just here to enjoy my misfortune, aren't you? Gao Xiaodong retorted indignantly. Not at all. Isn't it rather splendid? I need not lift a finger. This is what one calls subduing an opponent without battle. I suppose my task is accomplished? Du Qingchen laughed heartily. Du Qingchen. Gao Xiaodong enunciated each word with clenched teeth. Glaring at him. Ahem. Du Qingchen stifled his laughter and shifted the subject. What do your parents do? Both of them are civil servants. Gao Xiaotong replied with a huff. And yet he claims I am unworthy of you. Am I truly that inadequate? Du Qichen protested. To some extent, he does have a point. You are indeed unworthy of me, Gao Xiaotong declared with pride, lifting her chin. Oh well, it matters not. I have a wife and no interest in you. Du Qichen shrugged nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, this statement provoked a fresh wave of criticism from Gao Xiaotong. Hey, am I really that undesirable? Am I unworthy of you? What gives you the right to have no interest in me? Du Qichen was rendered speechless by her reaction. Being a man is truly challenging, if I express interest. I am labeled a scoundrel, and if I do not, I am accused of looking down on you. Gao Xiaotong pouted. Us women have it far worse, she lamented. What makes it so difficult? He inquired. There are always those lecherous scoundrels who harass us. It is endlessly vexing. Du Qichen rolled his eyes. Oh please. If you had the charm of someone like Feng Jie, let us see if you would still face harassment. It would be a miracle if you weren't the one doing the harassing. This was a thought he would never voice. Engaging in a battle of wits with a woman was a rather tedious affair. Subsequently, Du Qichen ordered several dishes and dined with Gao Xiaotong. He called Wang Lingying to inquire if she wanted him to bring her food, but she replied that she had already eaten. Gao Xiaotong teased from the side. I never would have guessed you were capable of caring for your wife. Who else would I care for if not my own wife? Du Qichen replied. Ah. It's probably best not to invest too much emotion, lest Gao Xiaotong halted her statement. Du Qichen dismissed her concerns. Sooner or later, she will fall for me. You need not dampen my spirits. I am resolute in my affection for her. I am unsure whether to commend your devotion or deem you foolish. Very well. I shall refrain from mentioning this henceforth, lest I extinguish your enthusiasm. After their meal, the two emerged from the restaurant, and Gao Xiaotong eagerly offered to drive. However, as they proceeded, Du Qichen sensed something amiss. This isn't the way home. This road leads to the outskirts of the city. He exclaimed. Hey, where are we headed so late? He inquired. I'm taking you somewhere, Gao Xiaotong responded. Curiosity piqued, Du Qichen asked, where to? You'll find out once we arrive. Gao Xiaotong teased, leaving him in suspense. Her speed was not particularly fast, indicating that she was not out for a joyride tonight. This left Du Qichen perplexed, as he had assumed Gao Xiaotong would be eager to learn racing from him. The car cruised gently forward, accompanied by soothing music that fostered a sense of tranquility, alleviating any restlessness in the heart. The two remained silent, yet the atmosphere was imbued with warmth. After more than half an hour, the vehicle finally halted by the roadside. Get out. What have you brought me here for? They stood beside a small river, with the full moon hanging high above, the area desolate and devoid of people. A small grove of trees bordered the river, where a breeze whispered through the leaves, producing a gentle rustling sound. An ancient bridge spanned the river, adorned with numerous stone carvings on its railings. Leaning against the railing, Gao Xiaotong brushed her bangs aside, staring blankly at the flowing water. What are you doing here in the dead of night? Du Qichen could not refrain from asking. Gao Xiaotong replied wistfully, Do you not remember this place? What do you mean? Last time we went along Hua Mountain, we passed by here, and I saw this bridge and this grove, which lingered in my memory. Really? Are you getting sentimental? Du Qichen chuckled helplessly, as he did not find the scenery particularly remarkable. To his surprise, Gao Xiaotong nodded. Yes. I recall a boyfriend from high school. We often visited a spot near our school that resembled this place. Du Qichen nearly toppled over in disbelief. Well, that's intriguing, he managed to say. And then? He died. Du Qichen's eyes widened in shock. Died? After we broke up, he committed suicide by jumping into the river. Right from that bridge, which looks quite similar to this one. Gao Xiaotong glanced at Du Qichen. If anyone else had heard such a story in this eerie setting, they would undoubtedly break into a cold sweat, terrified. However, Du Qichen was not frightened. Instead, he found himself at a loss for words. To take one's own life after a breakup? How melodramatic, he mused. If that were true, the young man had suffered tremendously, and his innocence seemed almost tragic. In this day and age, such stories are increasingly rare, as society and human hearts evolve. Are you not afraid? Gao Xiaotong suddenly inquired. Du Qichen replied, Not afraid. Just very sympathetic towards that young man. A laugh escaped Gao Xiaotong. Do you really believe what I just said? Are you weaving a tale for me? Indeed. I thought you would be frightened, yet you expressed sympathy instead. By the way, I've never been in love. Gao Xiaotong laughed so hard that she struggled to stand upright. Du Qichen waited until her laughter subsided before asking, You've never been in love? You must be joking. Are you implying that I'm inadequate because I've never had a boyfriend? What's so strange about that? Gao Xiaotong retorted with dissatisfaction. You spent an extended period abroad, absorbing Western ideals. Surely you must have had many boyfriends. How could you? Oh, I'm merely curious. Curious? Do you think I'm a promiscuous woman? I never said that. Du Qingchen, I must convey something to you with utmost seriousness. Speak. Throughout my life, I have never held a boy's hand nor experienced the thrill of romance. Therefore, when you undressed me and embraced me at the hotel, do you comprehend what that signifies for me? Gao Xiaodong's expression was profoundly solemn, which rendered Du Qingchen somewhat anxious. This incident has long since passed. Do not think you can pin this on me. I cannot be responsible for you. Besides, it was truly a misunderstanding. How absurd. Du Qingchen, I misjudged you. Your lack of accountability is astonishing. You truly expect me to take responsibility? Not a chance. You may wish for it. But my consent is paramount. I could never be fond of a man like you, Humph. Gao Xiaodong was genuinely vexed. To her, it felt as if she had suffered a loss, while Du Qingchen displayed disdain, which left her feeling utterly frustrated. Turning away, she descended the bridge, with Du Qingchen following closely behind. Suddenly, he lunged from behind and tackled her to the ground. Ah! Gao Xiaodong shrieked. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. Du Qingchen clasped Gao Xiaodong tightly, rolling them both beneath the bridge's support. Finding a concealed corner, he urgently instructed the visibly alarmed Gao Xiaodong. Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly. No. Gao Xiaodong clung to him fiercely. I am frightened. She looked at Du Qingchen with pleading eyes. At that moment, she was devoid of her usual fiery spirit, appearing utterly fragile. Bang! 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 At least 2 directions opened fire on Du Qingchen. Terrified, Gao Xiaodong screamed again, clutching him even tighter. Du Qingchen felt a surge of exasperation. For heaven's sake, girl, this could be detrimental. Release me. No. Gao Xiaodong tightened her grip. Her ample bosom pressed firmly against his chest, causing him considerable discomfort. If you wish to survive, let go immediately. We must dash into that thicket for me to have a chance to deal with them. Du Qingchen spoke with grave seriousness. Gao Xiaodong, with a look of helplessness, asked, You won't abandon me, will you? I do not wish to die. I have yet to see what my boyfriend looks like. Your boyfriend? Merely a shadow. Du Qingchen reassured her. Rest assured, I will not forsake you. I will save you. A mere handful of assassins wish to eliminate me, but they are woefully unprepared. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence. Slowly, Gao Xiaodong released her grip. Though Du Qingchen's words radiated confidence, his heart remained cautious. The adversary had multiple seasoned gunmen, clearly experienced professionals, assassins without a doubt. If he were alone, it would pose no issue. However, with Gao Xiaodong in tow, he had to tread carefully. After some contemplation, Du Qingchen declared, I shall carry you. Do not fear. I will protect you. In the darkness, a glimmer of yellow light flickered in his eyes, stirring something within Gao Xiaodong. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of security emanating from Du Qingchen's formidable confidence and aura. Yes, I believe in you. Close your eyes, Du Qingchen instructed. Gao Xiaodong closed her eyes without the slightest hesitation, entrusting her very life to Du Qingchen. Without uttering a word, Du Qingchen, having already detected the approaching footsteps in the distance, swiftly cradled Gao Xiaodong in his arms and propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. As though the weight of a person bore no effect on his agility, his movements were remarkably elusive, utilizing the shadows and obstacles along the riverbank to dart towards the thicket. Gunfire erupted incessantly, bullets whizzing through the air. Yet, amidst the hail of gunfire, Du Qingchen's body showed no signs of faltering. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of 50 meters, finally entering the grove. Navigating through the trees, he eventually located a towering locust tree with lush foliage and leaped into the air. All right, open your eyes. Gao Xiaodong opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, her face paling in terror. Why are we so high? I have a fear of heights. She was at least 4 meters off the ground. An utterly perilous situation for her. Du Qingchen whispered, Stay here and don't move. I will handle them. Be careful, Gao Xiaodong urged, gripping Du Qingchen's arm. It was evident that she was frightened, though she endeavored to conceal her fear. Give me your phone. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Xiaodong handed her phone to Du Qingchen. He nodded and leaped down, seeking refuge behind a tree. From her elevated position, Gao Xiaodong peered through the moonlight, catching a glimpse of the unfolding scene below. She covered her mouth, trembling slightly, her heart racing to an extreme, for she could see at least 5 individuals approaching from various directions. At that moment, regret consumed her. Had she not whimsically brought Du Qingchen to this place, they would not be ensnared in such peril. If Du Qingchen were to perish, she would bear the guilt for a lifetime. No, she thought, if Du Qingchen died, She could not survive either. Those assassins would undoubtedly pursue her as well. Moreover, if Du Qingchen were to die, she lacked the strength to carry on. Perhaps she would simply collapse under the weight of it all. Her fear of heights surged within her. Fixated on Du Qingchen's hiding spot, Gao Xiaotong was overwhelmed with anxiety. Although she could not see him, she knew it would not be long before the 5 assassins discovered his location. They were armed, and with 5 of them against him, Du Qingchen was in grave danger. At that very moment, Du Qingchen's phone suddenly rang. Though the ringtone was not particularly loud, in the stillness of the night, it pierced the air. The 5 assassins clearly heard it and swiftly converged from different directions towards Du Qingchen. Closer and closer they came, until suddenly, the ringing ceased. The 5 halted, now only a mere 10 meters away from Du Qingchen's concealed position. Gao Xiaotong clung desperately to the tree trunk, drenched in sweat. No one was more tense than she. Yet, at that instant, one of the assassins suddenly collapsed silently to the ground. Gao Xiaotong observed with clarity as Du Qingchen materialized like a specter from behind one of the assassins, swiftly incapacitating him. Du Qingchen's body soared into the air, darting towards another adversary. A loud bang resonated as the alert assassin fired his weapon, yet it proved futile. He emitted no cry of anguish as Du Qingchen struck him with a single palm, sending him flying, lifeless upon impact. In mere moments, 2 assassins lay vanquished. The remaining assassins, now agitated, had witnessed Du Qingchen's prowess and promptly opened fire. However, their efforts were in vain as Du Qingchen once again vanished from their sight. The trio quickly formed a defensive circle, their backs pressed together, approaching the lifeless form of their fallen comrade. One crouched down to inspect, only to discover that their companion was deceased, devoid of any visible wounds, save for the blood streaming from his mouth, nose, and ears. Just as he prepared to rise, a piercing sound cut through the air. A branch shot forth, piercing his throat. The remaining 2 were paralyzed with terror. The ability to kill with a mere branch. They had heard tales of such legends, but they understood that this individual must be a formidable master from the ancient martial world, certainly not an ordinary person, but at least a practitioner of true essence. For individuals of their ilk, the ancient martial practitioners were the most formidable adversaries, now engulfed in fear and trepidation. They exchanged glances, instinctively deciding to flee towards the edge of the thicket. Discussing their mission or the act of killing seemed ludicrous, preserving their lives took precedence. Unfortunately for them, Du Qingchen had decreed their demise, and survival was not an option. As they had scarcely taken a few steps, another sound sliced through the air, and one of them felt a sharp pain as a branch pierced the back of his neck. Du Qingchen suddenly appeared before the last remaining assassin. 4 of the 5 assassins had perished in the blink of an eye, and the final one was consumed by dread. Yet, instinctively, he raised his weapon to fire at Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen's form flickered incessantly in front of him. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The shots ceased as the bullets were exhausted. Du Qingchen remained steadfast before the trembling assassin, who was drenched in sweat and quaking in fear, retreating step by step. With a sudden burst of speed, Du Qingchen charged forward, delivering a single punch. The assassin, attempting to block with both hands, was sent hurtling away like a rag doll. In midair, he coughed up blood, and upon landing, his internal organs lay shattered, his head tilting, devoid of life. A crimson glint flickered in Du Qingchen's eyes. At that moment, he seemed to embody a reaper from the depths of hell, exuding immense power. He stood still, closing his eyes for a moment before reopening them. The bloodlust had faded, and with a slight frown, he placed a hand on his chest, internally reflecting with a wry smile. His injuries had not fully healed. Though the intensity of the battle had not significantly affected him, it nonetheless left its mark. Leaping gracefully, he landed beside Gao Xiaotong, cradling her as they descended. "All right. Let us depart," Du Qingchen declared, turning to leave, with Gao Xiaotong hastily following in his wake. Returning to the car, Du Qingchen returned his phone to Gao Xiaotong, then took out his own device to send a message. Suddenly, Gao Xiaotong exclaimed, You've been shot?" A graze marred Du Qingchen's arm, his shirt torn and blood already soaking through. "It's nothing, just a scratch," he replied. If it weren't for holding Gao Xiaotong, he would not have sustained any injury. Concerned, she asked, "Does it hurt?" Du Qingchen gazed at her and smiled. "Not at all. Come on, let me drive you to the hospital." Gao Xiaotong began to exit the car to switch seats. Du Qingchen quickly interjected, "Let me handle the driving. You're trembling with fear, and I can't bear to see that. Besides, I truly am fine." But Gao Xiaotong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Du Qingchen had already started the engine. After a moment of silence, Gao Xiaotong suddenly spoke. "Thank you for saving my life." She paused, then added, "Actually, I should apologize. Those people were clearly after me, and you ended up bearing the brunt of it." "Why did they want to kill you?" he asked. "I don't know. You killed someone." "Indeed. Shouldn't they be punished?" "They should," Gao Xiaodong insisted. "But what if the law enforcement association finds you?" "Murder is illegal." Sweat beaded on Du Qingshan's forehead. To the average person, her words might seem innocuous. But he found them amusing. In that instant, he realized how profoundly different their worlds were. To him, killing was trivial. He had taken the lives of countless individuals, many of whom were not mere nameless figures, some were quite notorious. Yet, who dared speak against him? The so-called law enforcement association held sway over ordinary individuals but posed no threat to him. "I've taken care of it. It's best you forget about this incident and don't mention it to her," Du Qingshan advised. Gao Xiaodong nodded vigorously, then couldn't help but ask, "Are you worried she would be concerned?" He acknowledged her concern with a nod. "You are truly kind to her," Gao Xiaodong marveled. "She is so fortunate to be marrying you." Du Qingshan cast her a peculiar glance. "Are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine," Gao Xiaodong replied, her cheeks flushing crimson as she averted her gaze. Du Qingshan found her behavior baffling. "Why are you blushing if everything's fine?" He chose not to delve into her thoughts and focused on driving. After some time, Gao Xiaodong turned to look at him again, her gaze earnest as if she were encountering him for the first time. "Is it appropriate for you to look at me like that?" Du Qingshan chuckled wryly. "What exactly are you?" Gao Xiaodong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Du Qingshan was at a loss for words. "I find myself increasingly unable to see through you. You must harbor many secrets." Her expression was peculiar, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Du Qingshan touched his nose and warned, "Curiosity killed the cat." Never cultivate curiosity about a man, for it easily leads to losing oneself. "Is that so?" Gao Xiaodong appeared lost in thought, suddenly rendered speechless. If she returned like this, Wang Lingying would undoubtedly notice. Du Qingshan had no choice but to find a private clinic to have a doctor tend to his wounds. Gao Xiaodong accompanied him throughout the process, and the doctor instructed Du Qingshan to remove his shirt. "Can I keep it on?" Du Qingshan hesitated. "If you don't take it off, how can I treat you?" "Hurry up," the doctor replied, clearly displeased. Gao Xiaodong chimed in, urging him, "Just take it off already. You're a grown man. Why are you being so shy?" Left with no alternative, Du Qingshan reluctantly removed his shirt. His body was laid bare, revealing numerous scars, some of which had already begun to heal. Gao Xiaodong's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, visibly excited. The doctor was taken aback as well, exclaiming, "Are these gunshot wounds?" Du Qingshan frowned. "Just bandage them quickly. Stop asking so many questions." The doctor, a man in his 30s wearing glasses, felt intimidated by Du Qingshan's impatience and ceased his inquiries, swiftly attending to the wounds and wrapping them up. Throughout the entire procedure, Du Qingshan remained silent, though Gao Xiaodong's heart raced with anxiety. After paying, he changed back into his clothes in the car and said to Gao Xiaodong, "I'm sorry that your new clothes are ruined. That's several thousand gone." "It's fine. I'll buy you new ones next time," Gao Xiaodong blurted out. Du Qingshan was taken aback. "Buy? Why would you buy me clothes?" "Huh?" Gao Xiaodong's face flushed crimson as she explained, "What if another man bothers me next time? You'll have to be my shield, pretending to be my boyfriend. You can't let me lose face." Du Qingshan was speechless. "Another time? Then you should find someone else." "Who else?" "I only know you. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei would be more than willing to help. Ask them." "I'm not familiar with them." "That is fine. I'll give them a shout, and they'll come running to help," Gao Xiaodong said, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Do you think any random person can impersonate my boyfriend? Am I that easy? After tonight, we've shared life and death. This bond is not something to be taken lightly. From now on, you must look out for me. Isn't that a bit much?" Du Qingshan chuckled wryly. "If I don't look out for you, we're the best of friends, brothers. Your affairs are my affairs." Gao Xiaodong felt a bit awkward. "All right. Let us go home." Du Qingshan drove, and Gao Xiaodong suddenly sighed. "What else with the sighing? I've realized you not only have many secrets, but you're also a man with a story. Why not share your past with me?" "No," Du Qingshan replied resolutely. His past was too dark, and it was something he least wanted to discuss. Gao Xiaodong, dissatisfied, remarked, "You're so stingy. But men with stories are quite charming." "I'm starting to believe what you said." "What did I say?" Du Qingshan asked curiously. Gao Xiaodong replied, "You said Lingying would eventually fall in love with you." "I truly believe that's possible. That's a delightful sentiment," Du Qingshan responded. Du Qingshan laughed heartily, which I found unappealing. Gao Xiaodong muttered a remark. "What did you say?" "I said nothing," Gao Xiaodong quickly replied. Upon returning home, Wang Lingying was indeed awake, busily engaged with her work in the living room. As she noticed the two enter together, her gaze was immediately captured by them. While Du Qingchen appeared unchanged from when he left, Gao Xiaotong was markedly different. Her clothes were wrinkled, with a tear in one place, and her hair was somewhat disheveled. Most strikingly, she bore an expression that suggested she was grappling with some guilty secret. "Oh, I shall not intrude upon your little TTE any longer. I'm exhausted. I will take a shower and retire." Gao Xiaotong managed a strained smile before hastily ascending the stairs. Du Qingchen was left in a state of bemusement. He realized Gao Xiaotong's behavior was rather peculiar, and such odd reactions would undoubtedly arouse Wang Lingying's suspicions. Yet, he could not elucidate the events of the evening, fearing further inquiry from Wang Lingying. Thus, he merely bid her farewell before retreating to his room. Wang Lingying furrowed her brow, unable to concentrate on her work any longer. She closed her laptop, crossed her arms, and leaned back on the sofa, glancing upstairs and then at Du Qingchen's closed door, feeling a surge of disquiet. In the afternoon, Gao Xiaotong approached her, expressing a desire to borrow Du Qingchen as a fade. This made Wang Lingying somewhat uncomfortable. She had no romantic feelings for Du Qingchen, yet he was nonetheless her husband. The thought of him being used as a temporary boyfriend by another woman left her feeling oddly unsettled. Observing the interaction between the two, it was clear they were concealing something from her. Reflecting on Gao Xiaotong's earlier unusual behavior and her disheveled appearance intensified Wang Lingying's agitation. However, the idea of confronting them directly was beyond her. The following morning, Du Qingchen prepared breakfast. Wang Lingying silently consumed her meal, perusing a project document with apparent seriousness. "You shouldn't work while eating. It's detrimental to nutrient absorption. You're overexerting yourself," Du Qingchen remarked. "I enjoy it," Wang Lingying retorted, her tone sharp. "Huh?" Du Qingchen looked at her in bewilderment. "Are you all right?" Wang Lingying recognized her own uncharacteristic tone but refrained from offering an explanation or further comment. Choosing instead to ignore his words, she found it impossible to present a pleasant demeanor towards him. That was simply not her nature. Du Qingchen sensed an awkward atmosphere. Typically, Gao Xiaotong was the earliest riser, yet today she arrived late and remained unusually taciturn during breakfast. "Are you all right?" Du Qingchen inquired. "What could possibly be wrong? Eating is just eating. There's no need for excessive chatter. One should eat in silence and sleep in silence," Gao Xiaotong snapped. Du Qingchen was taken aback. "What is wrong this early in the morning? Have we all taken the wrong medicine?" He was left perplexed, unaware of how he had offended them. Meanwhile, Shen Mingting frowned at the group of ruffians before her, her expression darkening. To her astonishment, having brought her secretary out for errands today, she found herself embroiled in an unexpected predicament. It was evident that the vehicle from Chang'an had intentionally reversed into her car. Yet they had the audacity to accuse her of rear-ending them. Where could one seek justice in such a situation? Beauty, don't presume that your looks grant you immunity from reason. You caused the collision. You bear the full responsibility. Pay up quickly, or do not blame me for being ungracious," declared the ringleader of the thugs with an air of arrogance. "It was you who backed into us," protested Shen Mingting's secretary, Wu Qian, indignantly. "You little brat. If you keep talking back, do you believe I would resort to heinous actions against you?" The thug's glare made Wu Qian take a few steps back in fear. Shen Mingting interjected, "Volume does not equate to reason. Let us call the police. They will ascertain the truth." She reached for her phone, but before she could dial, the man forcefully knocked it from her grasp onto the ground. "Call the police? Don't be foolish. You will only suffer for it. If you refuse to pay, you will accompany us for the night, but rest assured, you will be released by morning." He approached Shen Mingting menacingly, just as a BMW suddenly appeared from the distance and halted by the roadside. Wu Hao emerged from the vehicle, his expression a mix of surprise and concern upon seeing Shen Mingting. "Miss Shen, are you in some trouble?" Shen Mingting felt a flicker of recognition toward Wu Hao. "Just a minor inconvenience." Wu Qian quickly explained, "They deliberately backed into us and now want to take us away. Mind your own business, kid, and be on your way." The thug retorted dismissively to Wu Hao. With a mocking smile, Wu Hao declared, in broad daylight, "You exhibit such audacity. Do you believe you can act without fear of the law? How dare you attempt to abduct a lady? What kind of society do you think this is? This is utterly unacceptable. So you intend to meddle?" The thug sneered. "When the road is rough, it is the duty of the righteous to intervene. I cannot stand idly by while injustice occurs. There must be some semblance of fairness in this world, and I shall take a stand." Wu Hao spoke with righteous fervor. Seeking death, the thug swung at Wu Hao, who adeptly countered with a well-practiced maneuver, seizing the man's wrist and delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. As the other two thugs moved to surround him, Wu Hao dispatched them with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving them on the ground. Still not leaving? You'll regret this. The leader growled as he and his companions fled in their vehicle. Miss Shin, are you all right? Wu Hao inquired with genuine concern. Shin Mingting smiled softly. Oh, I'm fine. The car merely sustained a minor scratch on the bumper. It's nothing serious. Thank you. No need for thanks, Miss Shin. If all is well, I shall take my leave, Wu Hao said, turning to depart. Shin Mingting hurriedly called out, You have been such a tremendous help. Would you care to join me for lunch? It would be my treat, a way to express my gratitude. She preferred not to owe anyone a favor. To her surprise, Wu Hao declined. No, I have plans with friends. It was merely a small act of kindness, and no thanks are necessary. Should fate allow us to meet again, I will take you out for a meal. Very well, if fate allows, we shall meet again, Shin Mingting remarked reluctantly, as she watched Wu Hao drive away. A glimmer of admiration shone in her eyes. In this day and age, individuals who selflessly give without expectation are rare. She held a certain confidence in her own beauty. Yet she had observed that Wu Hao's gaze remained pure and untainted throughout their encounter, which elevated her regard for him even further. However, the nature of fate is indeed enigmatic. Less than 3 days later, while visiting the library over the weekend, Shin Mingting was unexpectedly reunited with Wu Hao. What a coincidence! She exclaimed joyfully as she approached him. Upon turning around and recognizing her, Wu Hao expressed his surprise. Ah, isn't this General Manager Shin? I truly did not anticipate our paths crossing again. The books in this district are quite obscure. I would have never guessed that you enjoy such niche literature. It appears we share a common interest. Do you come here often? Shin Mingting inquired, her delight evident. Wu Hao smiled slightly. Indeed, I frequent this place, though I usually visit on Fridays. I didn't expect to come today and run into you, General Manager Shin. This must be fate. As per our previous agreement, allow me to treat you to a meal today, if you would be so kind. It would be my honor, Shin Mingting replied with a smile. At noon, the pair dined at a nearby restaurant. Over their meal and glasses of red wine, they refrained from inquiring about each other's names, instead engaging in lively discussions about the characteristics and differences of Eastern and Western cultures. Shin Mingting discovered that Wu Hao possessed extensive knowledge. He spoke eloquently about many obscure topics, especially the books she found intriguing, which further heightened her admiration for him. Eventually, Shin Mingting could not resist laughing. By the way, I still do not know your esteemed name. Wu Hao replied, General Manager Shin, you truly are a person of many forgetful moments. Perhaps it would be best if I refrained from revealing my name. This simple interaction is rather pleasant. Why so? Shin Mingting asked, puzzled. I fear that if you were to discover my identity, our delightful conversation would cease, Wu Hao confessed. I do not believe that. You seem familiar. As if I have seen you somewhere before, though I cannot recall where. Pray tell, what is your name? Shin Mingting inquired with a smile. Wu Hao hesitated before responding. Must I truly share it? Yes, it is essential. We have at least become friends by now. Do you not wish to become good friends with me? Shin Mingting teased, casting him a flirtatious glance. To be honest, she held a favorable impression of Wu Hao. Having been single for quite some time, she genuinely desired companionship. Yet her busy schedule and high standards had hindered her from finding a suitable partner. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hao finally revealed, in truth, I encountered you a few days ago at your company's entrance, and you were rather curt with me. My surname is Hu, and my name is Wu Hao, the young master of the Hu family. Ah? Shin Mingting was taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. So it was you. Are you particularly disappointed? Wu Hao sighed. Curious. Shin Mingting asked, why do you say that? In your eyes, I am merely an arrogant and utterly unremarkable scion, Wu Hao self-deprecatingly remarked. It appears that I once held such an opinion, yet now, my assessment of you has significantly improved. At the very least, you possess genuine talent and knowledge. Far surpassing my prior imaginings, Shin Mingting responded with a smile, seemingly unaffected or wary of Wu Hao's background. Wu Hao's heart swelled with joy, yet he feigned a sigh. Indeed, I once harbored a certain arrogance, and there were moments when love caused me to lose my reason. However, I have come to terms with the fact that some individuals are simply not meant for me, and thus, I must choose to forget. I firmly believe that there exists a woman in this world whom I genuinely admire, and who admires me in return, such as yourself, General Manager Shin. Ah, Mr. Hu. It seems you are a romantic at heart. I have also heard of the matters between you and Wang Lingying, which I can understand. Love can indeed lead one to moments of irrationality. Do you harbor any dislike for me? Why would I? Thank you. Allow me to raise a toast to you. Wu Hao lifted his glass. Let us reacquaint ourselves. Cheers. Very well, cheers. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. As they parted ways, Hu even proposed plans for another outing to the library followed by dinner, to which Shen Mingting readily agreed. Once separated, Shen Mingting entered her car and drove to a secluded street nearby, her countenance devoid of joy or excitement, replaced instead by a calm demeanor. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Lately, Du Qingchen had been feeling rather discontented. Since the recent attack incident, both Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong had treated him with coldness and disdain. He was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had provoked their ire. However, he gradually grew accustomed to it. Each day, he merely drifted through his work at the company, cooking and tending to household chores at home, enjoying a certain leisurely existence. As for the company's affairs, he never took the initiative to engage. Previously, Wang Lingying had taken into account his status as a shareholder, occasionally inviting him to listen in on meetings and keeping him informed of significant decisions, seeking his input. Now, however, he was completely disregarded. What has transpired? Upon receiving a call from Wang Lingying, Du Qingchen promptly made his way to the garage, and upon meeting her, he noticed her expression was filled with concern. Accompany me to the old residence, Wang Lingying urged. Du Qingchen frowned. What purpose does a visit to the old residence serve? Today, Wang Lingying did not retort. Grandmother is ill, and quite seriously so. I intend to see her. Though she had been cast out from the Wang family, Wang Lingying could not entirely sever her ties. When there was genuine cause for concern, she felt compelled to visit. Du Qingchen had little to say. Despite the old lady's past transgressions, she was ill now, and as her granddaughter, Wang Lingying's visit was entirely warranted. Upon arriving at the old residence, he found only Wang Yuanluan and his wife, along with a few servants, present. Daughter, you have finally arrived. Hurry and see your grandmother. She has been waiting for you for quite some time, Wang Yuanluan hurriedly stated. Mei Jinfeng emerged from the kitchen, a bowl of medicine in hand, her face etched with impatience. Typically, she berates us mercilessly, yet now that she is unwell, who will tend to her? She must rely on us. In these times, the honest suffer. Mother, allow me to take it in, Wang Lingying offered, accepting the bowl. Very well, I too prefer not to serve her, Mei Jinfeng added. By the way, do not provoke her further. At her age, she is quite pitiable. Do not stoop to her level, just listen to whatever she says. Mei Jinfeng, despite her sharp tongue, possessed a good heart. Du Qingchen followed closely behind. What are you doing here? Wang Lingying frowned, disapproving of the visit. For the entire family held a poor opinion of Du Qingchen, with the elderly matriarch being the most vocal among them. I possess some medical knowledge. I merely wish to take a look, Du Qingchen clarified. Very well, but do not speak out of turn, and do not provoke her, Wang Lingying instructed. Du Qingchen nodded in agreement. Upon entering the matriarch's chamber, a wave of herbal aroma enveloped him. It had only been a short while since their last encounter. Yet the elderly woman's vitality had significantly waned. She lay with her eyes closed, appearing as though she might slip away at any moment. A mere glance from Du Qingchen caused his brow to furrow. His medical skills were quite proficient, yet he seldom intervened to save lives. Those acquainted with him often referred to him as a nefarious healer, for he rarely offered aid unless absolutely necessary, and his methods could be extraordinarily ruthless. With just one look, he discerned that the matriarch's days were numbered, her organs were failing. Were she 20 years younger, he might have had a chance to treat her. Alas, her condition had deteriorated beyond remedy. Her demise was merely a matter of time, though fortunately, it was not imminent. After assessing her, Du Qingchen quietly withdrew. Wang Lingying approached the bedside, gently blowing on the bowl of medicine. The matriarch slowly opened her eyes, the wrinkles at the corners deepening. Typically, she maintained an air of refinement, akin to a noblewoman, and even nearing her 80s, she retained an aura of grandeur. Yet now, she resembled an ordinary elderly woman, aged as if a decade had been added overnight. Grandmother, please, drink your medicine, Wang Lingying said, feeling somewhat awkward. You still call me grandmother. That is quite nice. The matriarch replied, forcing a faint smile and gesturing for Wang Lingying to set the bowl aside. Grandmother, please take your medicine first. We need you to recover. The family relies on your guidance, Wang Lingying urged. I am old, and my time is likely short. This medicine is too bitter. I do not wish to drink it. Set it aside. It matters little whether I take it or not. Your presence is sufficient. Stay and converse with me, the matriarch said weakly. Wang Lingying wanted to offer words of encouragement, but struggled to find the right ones, feeling ill-equipped for such moments. Reluctantly, she placed the bowl down and helped the matriarch sit up against the headboard. Do you hate your grandmother? The matriarch asked. Wang Lingying remained silent. If you do, then hate me. I bear no grudge. As long as you are well, it matters not if I endure some grievances, the matriarch sighed. Grandmother. My visit signifies that I harbor no resentment towards you. Some matters, once understood, become inconsequential. Furthermore, I cherish the kindness you have shown me in the past, which remains etched in my heart. Wang Lingying does not speak falsely. The elderly lady said, you must believe that I have always held you dear. During these days of confinement to my bed, I have pondered the purpose of my relentless toil over the years, questioning whether it has been worthwhile. I have often regretted my choices, yet I find myself contemplating whether, if time could be reversed, I would make the same decisions again. Ultimately, I realize I would. Life is replete with unavoidable circumstances. There are actions I am reluctant to undertake, yet I must. For I cannot allow the legacy built by your grandfather to perish under my stewardship. Should I fail, I would have no face to meet him. And how would I respond if he inquired about it? Wang Lingying found herself at a loss for words. You possess a kind heart and an overly straightforward disposition. In the absence of your grandmother, be more vigilant in your dealings. Do not allow others to deceive you. I understand. Do you think I am referring to Du Qingchen? No, although I do not hold him in high regard, I recognize that he treats you well. For that alone, marrying him is a wise choice. A woman's fortune lies in encountering a man who genuinely cares for her, which is a rare occurrence. From this perspective, you are fortunate. And I find solace in that. However, I have often been burdened by fame and power, unable to relinquish my hold on authority for fear that others may surpass me. This is why I have consistently opposed your union, but I shall no longer voice my objections. If you truly believe he is worthy, then cherish him. This declaration took Wang Lingying by surprise. She widened her eyes and exclaimed, Grandmother, do you genuinely feel this way? At this point, would I deceive you? The elderly lady smiled. Thank you, Grandmother. I am aware of your recent busyness. The construction site in the south of the city is bustling, and you are responsible for overseeing everything, which is understandably exhausting. I did not wish to intrude, but last night I dreamt of your grandfather. He came to me and confessed that he had erred in pressuring you. I sense my time may be drawing near, which compel me to have the third one summon you. There are matters I must clarify with you. The elderly lady appeared touched, beginning to cough. Wang Lingying gently patted her back. After a moment, the elderly lady regained her composure, a blush gracing her cheeks. Come back, will you? Wang Lingying remained silent. As long as you return, I shall entrust the entire Wang family to your care. Grandmother, regardless of my position within the family, you will always be my grandmother. Wang Lingying finally managed to say. The elderly lady sighed, stating, Very well, I shall refrain from pressuring you for the time being. Some matters cannot be evaded. One must face them with courage. Wang Lingying continued to be quiet. The elderly lady, appearing fatigued, waved her hand. All right, you may return to your affairs. I wish to rest for a while. Grandmother, I shall visit you again tomorrow. Wang Lingying reclined, tucking her grandmother in, and gently said, There is no need. You shouldn't return for now. Focus on your important matters. The elderly lady, eyes closed, waved her hand dismissively. With a heavy heart, Wang Lingying exited the room. Du Qingchen and Wang Yunlun were engaged in animated conversation, appearing quite content in each other's company. Ma Jinfeng, however, exhibited little interest upon seeing Wang Lingying emerge. She promptly inquired, Has your grandmother taken her medication? She hasn't, replied Wang Lingying. That won't do. This old lady is becoming increasingly worrisome. I must confront her, otherwise. She may refuse to listen, Ma Jinfeng declared, her determination evident as she prepared to storm into the room. Wang Lingying hurriedly intercepted her, pleading, Mother, please don't complicate matters. Grandmother is asleep. Let her rest. It's quite pitiful. Oh, you. Ma Jinfeng sighed deeply. If she doesn't take her medicine, how can she recover? If she were to pass away, our family would be thrown into chaos. Du Qingchen interjected, Actually, not taking medication might be for the best. Wang Du Qingchen. What are you saying? Do you truly wish for her demise? Regardless of her shortcomings towards you, she is still an elder. It's cruel to wish such a fate upon her. Ma Jinfeng retorted angrily. Du Qingchen clarified, Mother, please don't misunderstand. I possess some medical knowledge. From my observations, the old lady's condition is beyond remedy. If my assumptions are correct, the hospital would likely concur. Her internal organs are beginning to fail, and I estimate she has no more than 20 days left. The atmosphere shifted, faces paling in response. How do you know this? Ma Jinfeng asked, astonished. I mentioned I am somewhat of a doctor. I just examined her, Du Qingchen explained. Wang Lingying expressed skepticism, You merely glanced at her and discerned such issues? Are you an X-ray machine? Unexpectedly, Wang Yuanluan sighed. He speaks the truth. The doctors echoed similar sentiments. Yet, I failed to comprehend how she fell ill so suddenly. And with such a grave ailment. Du Qingchen hesitated, then could not resist asking, who typically oversees the old lady's daily needs? Zhang Ma. But she had to return home due to a family emergency a few days ago, Ma Jifeng answered. Du Qingchen acknowledged her response with a slight O, though his thoughts were already forming a clearer picture. On the way back to the company, Wang Lingying was lost in contemplation. Du Qingchen offered a few words of comfort, but Wang Lingying remained oblivious, ensconced in her own thoughts. As they neared the office, she finally spoke. Is it true that grandmother has only a short time left? Du Qingchen replied, she likely won't survive beyond half a month. I mentioned 20 days, didn't I? That was an optimistic estimation. If she hasn't been poisoned, there might still be hope. Poisoned? What do you mean? How could she be poisoned? Wang Lingying exclaimed. Du Qingchen remained silent. Are you suggesting that someone intentionally poisoned her? At her age, who would be so cruel as to harm her? Wang Lingying questioned, bewildered. Naturally, it would be from those closest to her. So, you suspect Zhang Ma is the one who poisoned her? Wang Lingying proved to be quite astute. Immediately recalling that Du Qingchen had inquired about Zhang Ma during their time at the old residence, Du Qingchen remarked, I merely harbor suspicions, otherwise. What a remarkable coincidence it is that you took leave just as matters at home arose. Does this not suggest a guilty conscience? Reluctant to accept the grim reality. Wang Lingying countered, perhaps it is merely a coincidence? Perhaps I am overthinking this. What leads you to this conclusion? I mentioned that I possess medical knowledge, Du Qingchen replied. Wang Lingying stared at him incredulously. Very well, my medical expertise is not of the conventional sort. It primarily focuses on the art of killing, particularly through poisons. Her symptoms undeniably indicate poisoning, and not of an ordinary kind. This toxin is rather formidable and significant, Du Qingchen explained, his brow furrowed. Who exactly are you? Wang Lingying questioned, her expression serious. As before, Du Qingchen chose to remain silent on the matter. All right then, Wang Lingying sighed. Do you suspect who might have administered the poison? If I am not mistaken, your grandmother intends to reinstate you within the family and transfer significant power to you. Am I correct? Du Qingchen inquired. Wang Lingying nodded, however. I declined. Do you regret this decision now? Regret is not the right term. I am merely concerned that upon my grandmother's demise, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within the family. More importantly, I am determined to uncover the perpetrator. I cannot allow them to succeed, Wang Lingying replied, indignation evident in her voice. Du Qingchen advised, given the astuteness of your grandmother, she must be aware of the poisoning. Yet she has chosen not to mention it. This suggests that she is unwilling to pursue the true culprit, as the outcome would only lead to greater sorrow and disappointment. Rather than endure that, she prefers to feign ignorance, treating it as a mere illness. Wang Lingying felt a surge of agitation. She had not anticipated that matters were so intricately complicated. Let us set this issue aside for now. Trouble is upon us. Remain still in the car. Du Qingchen suddenly commanded. Wang Lingying paused, glancing ahead where a middle-aged man stood in the center of the road, obstructing their path, clad in a satin long robe. With long hair tied back, he appeared as though he had traversed from an ancient era. His face was devoid of expression. Yet an aura of lethal intent emanated from him. A practitioner of the initial stage of true element realm, Du Qingchen noted, raising an eyebrow. To think a true element practitioner would dare to intercept me, what audacity. Is he from the ancient martial arts realm? Wang Lingying's complexion shifted. Du Qingchen nodded. Can you handle this? If not, we should turn back immediately, Wang Lingying urged anxiously. She was aware of Du Qingchen's formidable martial prowess. Yet the ancient martial arts realm was far removed from the mundane world. Those individuals were akin to legendary immortals, wielding incomprehensible abilities. Far beyond what Du Qingchen could contend with. Du Qingchen shook his head, turning back is futile. He would pursue us regardless. What then? Shall we call the police? Wang Lingying asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. But would the Enforcement Association dare to intervene? If all else fails, we must contact your comrade swiftly. The only solution is to eliminate him. Otherwise, trouble will incessantly follow us, Du Qingchen stated matter-of-factly. Are you capable of killing him? Wang Lingying felt a surge of anger. Moreover, even if you can kill him, won't his associates come after us? No matter how many there are, I shall vanquish them all. Which would serve to establish our authority. Let those lurking in the shadows think twice before they act. Otherwise, we shall never find peace. Du Qingchen remained remarkably calm, as though taking a life were as mundane as daily chores. At that moment, Wang Lingying found Du Qingshan to be an enigma. As Du Qingshan was about to exit the vehicle, a young man unexpectedly passed by and approached the middle-aged man. Upon seeing the youth, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. The young man produced a token, intricately engraved with a ferocious tiger. The white tiger. A flicker of fear and trepidation crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, coupled with a hint of eagerness. It seems you are not yet convinced and wish to challenge me? You are merely an elder of the Divine Blade sect. Do you truly seek your own demise? The white tiger's tone was brusque, his gaze filled with disdain as he scrutinized the middle-aged man. The latter swallowed hard. Indeed, he was an enforcement elder of the Divine Blade sect, possessing strength at the initial stage of the True Essence realm. A figure of considerable renown in the ancient martial world. However, the white tiger before him was not someone he dared provoke. The moment the token was revealed, his heart began to tremble. Firstly, the white tiger was one of the 4 war deities under the Dragon King's command, endowed with innate divine strength and formidable combat prowess. A genuine master at the late stage of the True Essence realm. Apart from the leaders of the 9 major sects, perhaps only those from the 3 sacred lands could contend with him. Secondly, the white tiger represented the Dragon Soul organization, with the Dragon King being one of the mightiest. On par with the ancient sage of Kunlun Mountain, the Dragon Soul organization inherently held supervisory authority over the ancient martial realm. Injuring the white tiger would not go unpunished. Thirdly, individuals from the ancient martial world were forbidden from encroaching upon the secular realm and disturbing the order. Thus, although the middle-aged man yearned to engage in combat, he ultimately lacked the courage. Since the esteemed white tiger has intervened, I shall certainly show respect. Today, I will spare him and hope he conducts himself with more discretion in the future. Stop, the white tiger commanded coldly. Do you have more to say, my lord? The middle-aged man replied, his voice icy. The white tiger narrowed his eyes. Do you think I am beseeching you? Let me make it clear. I am issuing an order. Should you defy me, I will execute you on the spot. Furthermore, if I were not present today, your demise would be certain. I advise you to refrain from reappearing in Jiangnan City. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Depart. The middle-aged man contemplated uttering a courteous remark, but upon sensing the palpable threat from the white tiger, he wisely chose silence and turned to leave, vanishing swiftly from sight. Inside the car, Wang Lingying could not hear the conversation outside, yet she could discern the unfolding situation with her keen eyes, piecing together the events with reasonable accuracy. As she observed the approach of the white tiger, a sense of apprehension washed over her. The white tiger exuded an imposing aura, tall and robust, unmistakably extraordinary. However, she remained uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Do not exit the vehicle just yet. I shall return shortly, Du Qingshan said as he opened the car door. Preparing to step out, Wang Lingying grasped her arm. What's wrong? Are you all right? Wang Lingying did not let go, her expression filled with concern. Du Qingshan chuckled. Rest assured, this person is my friend. Ah, your friend? Yes. All right then, I will wait for you here. Wang Lingying released her grip, her cheeks slightly flushed. Du Qingshan smiled, exited the vehicle, and approached. Bai Hu was waiting for him not far ahead, the distance between them barely 5 meters. Better than I anticipated. Yet you are still quite weak compared to your former self, Bai Hu remarked, gazing at Du Qingshan with a complex expression. The fighting spirit emanating from him surged, growing increasingly intense. Do you wish to spar with me? Du Qingshan inquired with a smile. What do you think? If we were to fight now, what would your chances of victory be? Bai Hu asked. Du Qingshan replied, Are you referring to a friendly match? I would say I have at least an 80% certainty. So high? Bai Hu raised an eyebrow. Du Qingshan scratched his nose, glancing at him. If it were a fight to the death, your chances of survival would be 0. And what about you? I would sustain minor injuries. You remain as arrogant as ever. Bai Hu remarked, slightly displeased. Du Qingshan responded, In truth, I have been quite low-key lately. That's rather infuriating. Shall we test it out in a match? Bai Hu cracked his knuckles. Du Qingshan laughed, You're merely asking for trouble, and honestly, I have no desire to tussle with a brute like you. Fine. I wouldn't want to be accused of bullying you anyway. Let us not fight. You've already received his token. And I wouldn't want you to claim I'm overstepping my bounds. Bai Hu's words were also quite irritating. Yet Du Qingshan remained unfazed. You didn't come here solely to pick a fight with me, did you? No. I come on the orders of the Dragon King to share some good news. What is it? Are you familiar with the 7-colored lotus seed? Du Qingshan's expression shifted. How do you know about the 7-colored lotus seed? It seems you truly need this item, Bai Hu replied. I know where to find it. Where? The medical Immortal Valley obtained a 7-colored lotus seed many years ago. If you wish to acquire it, you can visit the provincial city tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, there will be an underground auction in the provincial city, where the people from the medical Immortal Valley will be present, as they are once again selling elixirs. Baihu explained. Du Qingchen furrowed his brow. It would be utterly unreasonable for him to directly raid the medical Immortal Valley for the 7-colored lotus seed, especially since he was the designated heir to the Dragon King. Such an overt act of robbery made no sense. Moreover, given his current abilities, attempting to seize it seemed rather ambitious. The medical Immortal Valley was one of the 9 major sects of the ancient martial world, renowned for its medical expertise and populated by numerous skilled practitioners. Especially the mysterious Valley Master, who was undeniably at the peak of the true essence realm, even if he had forcibly broken through by consuming elixirs over the years. His foundation remained unstable, making it exceedingly difficult to seize his treasures. So why would the Dragon King send Baihu to convey this information? It suggested there was a feasible approach to the situation. Du Qingchen felt a surge of gratitude within him. The Dragon King truly does not treat him poorly. This small matter alone reveals that the Dragon King has been observing him all along. I have ventured to the provincial city without any information. How can I find them? Du Qingchen inquired. Baihu replied, Isn't Wu Guoxiong one of your associates? They are one of the co-organizers, while the main organizer is Qin Shengwu from the Qin family. You need only to seek out Wu Guoxiong to attend the auction. As for obtaining the 7-colored lotus seeds, you must devise your own means. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Du Qingchen sincerely expressed. Please convey my regards to the esteemed elder. He is well, though one individual is not. Their temper has been growing increasingly foul of late. Baihu scoffed. Du Qingchen feigned ignorance. Are you feeling irritable lately? Upon returning to the capital from Jiangnan City, Zhu Ke had been rather despondent. It was only after learning of your marriage that I understood the situation. Thus, my purpose in visiting is to warn you. If you cannot bring happiness to Zhu Ke, I shall ensure you remain unhappy as well. Furthermore, I am curious to see which woman has so utterly captivated you, only to be left quite disappointed. Baihu spoke candidly. Du Qingchen frowned. He could not tolerate any disparagement of Wang Lingying. Had it been anyone else, he might have reacted with anger, but Baihu was different. As one of the 4 war gods of Longan, they shared a certain camaraderie. Moreover, Baihu's affection for Zhu Ke was no secret. The fact that he had not resorted to violence against her spoke volumes of his restraint. As long as I am content, that is sufficient, Du Qingchen replied nonchalantly. Baihu scoffed once more. Take care of yourself. He turned and strode away. After Baihu departed, Du Qingchen returned to the car. What did you discuss? Nothing much. Merely reminiscing, he replied. Who is he? I notice you have quite a number of friends, and they are not ordinary people. Du Qingchen remained silent. Wang Lingying, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, Forget it. I apologize for prying into your personal matters. Ah, he hails from the capital. And some matters are not that I do not wish to disclose, but rather that the timing is not right. One day, I will share everything with you. Du Qingchen reassured her. Never mind. I have said I am not interested, Wang Lingying retorted sulkily. Du Qingchen felt overwhelmed, opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from explaining. He started the car and said, By the way, I will be heading to the provincial city tomorrow. To the provincial city? Wang Lingying exclaimed in surprise. Having grown accustomed to Du Qingchen's presence, the sudden news of his departure stirred a sense of unease within her. It will only be a few days. I will return swiftly. Do not worry, I will be cautious and will certainly return safely. Who is concerned for you? Your life is your own. Whether you cherish it is entirely your affair, Wang Lingying retorted defiantly. Du Qingchen laughed. Very well, then I shall perish out there. You dare. So, you were worried about me? Du Qingchen chuckled. Who is concerned for you? I merely worry that you might die. That would complicate my divorce. Wang Lingying spoke in a tone tinged with embarrassment and anger. Du Qingchen merely smiled in silence, pondering to himself how trivial the matter seemed. Upon returning to the office, Wang Lingying felt restless throughout the afternoon, her heart heavy and her spirit dampened, lacking enthusiasm for any task at hand. That evening, she once again suffered from insomnia. Just as dawn approached, she finally drifted into a light slumber, only to be roused shortly thereafter by a knock at her door. Rubbing her eyes and clad in her pajamas, Wang Lingying opened the door, frowning as she inquired, What is the meaning of this ruckus so early in the morning? Gao Xiaodong, her face flushed with indignation, thrust a piece of notepaper into Wang Lingying's hands, exclaiming, Look at this. Your man has left without a word. What does this mean? What is he up to, disappearing so quietly? Just last night everything seemed fine. This heartless rogue clearly has no regard for you. Such a man is truly infuriating. You must call him back and demand a divorce. Are you out of your mind? Wang Lingying glanced at the note, which bore only 3 words. I have left. One might mistakenly believe that Du Qingchen had vanished without a trace. What do I have to be angry about? Can't you see that I'm nearly driven mad by this scoundrel? Gao Xiaodong, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, What I mean is, you've always had a disdain for him. Why, upon hearing of his departure, are you so flustered? Surely, you haven't developed feelings for him? Wang Lingying shot her a quizzical look. Gao Xiaodong, startled, averted her gaze. Me? Develop feelings for him? Dream on. You know I have someone in my heart. Aside from him, I shall never marry another. You are truly peculiar. Your husband leaves. And you aren't upset? Who said he has left? Wang Lingying replied. It's written right here that I haven't seen him this morning. I know about it. He informed me yesterday that he would be traveling to the provincial capital for business today and would return in a few days. Calm down, she added with a smile. Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. What did you say? He's gone to the provincial capital? Yes, he told me yesterday. That scoundrel. I feel like I'm going to explode from your antics. Hurry, let's go downstairs for breakfast. Gao Xiaodong, somewhat flustered, hurried down the stairs. Seated at the dining table, she bit into a soup dumpling with fervor. These dumplings had been personally crafted by Du Qingchen that morning, filled generously and bursting with flavor. Yet, at that moment, she could not savor the taste, wishing instead to bite into the dumpling as if it were Du Qingchen himself, gnashing her teeth in frustration and cursing him inwardly. She felt a twinge of grievance. How could Du Qingchen be such a poor friend, informing Wang Lingying, but not her? But then she reconsidered. Wang Lingying was Du Qingchen's wife in the eyes of the law, so it was only natural for him to confide in her. Perhaps it was unreasonable to expect him to inform her as well. So why was she so irate and agitated? Had she truly begun to harbor feelings for him? This thought was not new to her. It had surfaced before, only to be forcefully denied. Yet at this moment, she found herself uncertain. Why was he so agitated? So enraged? Was it merely due to the accustomed presence of Du Qingchen? At that moment, Du Qingchen had already boarded the high-speed train. An hour later, he emerged at the high-speed train station in the provincial capital. Outside the station, numerous individuals held up signs to greet arriving passengers. Du Qingchen cast a glance and ultimately focused his gaze on a youthful woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, standing over 1.7 meters tall, with long, slender legs, an oval face, exquisite makeup, and an air of nobility that made her stand out amidst the crowd. It was not that Du Qingchen was lecherous, rather. The young lady was also holding a sign bearing his name.